Chapter 1. A dominant wife. How I adore her. Master. I truly do not wish to descend the mountain. Atop an unnamed peak, Long Xia Xulin clutched a woman in her 30s, pleading earnestly. Though she had crossed into her 30s, the woman exuded an alluring charm. Her appearance was captivating, and her figure was nothing short of enchanting. Draped in a crimson gown, she was the epitome of seduction. Linner, you are already 20 years old. It is indeed time for you to leave the mountain. Moreover, I have arranged a fiancée for you in the outside world. She is on her way to fetch you and is far more beautiful than any of those you frequently admire, like Yong Mei or Yu Ye. Li Hongshang advised with a hint of exasperation. Master, what do you take me for? In my heart, you are the most beautiful. No one can usurp your place. I beseech you, I truly do not want to descend the mountain. Please allow me to remain. Su Lin pleaded pitifully, nuzzling against Li Hongshang. She recognized his intentions yet felt no anger. Instead, a tender smile graced her face. Subsequently, she produced a photograph. Linner, this is your fiancée. Are you certain you do not wish to seek her out? A glance was all it took for Su Lin to be utterly captivated. The woman in the photograph possessed an exquisitely delicate face, complemented by an alluring figure that was simply divine. In the blink of an eye, Su Lin vanished, only to reappear moments later, his belongings packed and slung over his shoulder. Master, I shall descend the mountain now. You must take care of yourself. Li Hongshang bit her lip. Were you not just reluctant to leave? Did I ever say that? Su Lin feigned innocence. Get lost. Hurry up and go. Li Hongshang felt vexation bubbling within her. Master, I am off to find a beautiful wife. Su Lin chuckled and turned to descend the mountain. Wait! Li Hongshang called after him, tossing him 2 items. Take these. One is your marriage certificate, and the other pertains to your lineage. Also, should you have time after descending, do not forget to visit your senior sisters and see how they are faring. Of course, Master. However, as I depart, it would be fitting to bid farewell with a kiss. Su Lin replied, pouting as he approached Li Hongshang. Impudent disciple, get away from me. Li Hongshang kicked Su Lin down the mountain. 3 days later. What? A fiancé? At the entrance of a villa, Xia Bingyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the young man before her. He bore a knapsack and was dressed in coarse linen, resembling a rustic peasant. Indeed, the marriage contract is clearly inscribed in black and white. You, Xia Bingyu, are my fiancé, Su Lin. Su Lin presented the marriage certificate before her. Xia Bingyu's breath hitched. She recognized the handwriting on the marriage certificate as her grandfather's. Meanwhile, Su Lin scrutinized Xia Bingyu with keen interest and ultimately uttered a remark that nearly made her choke. Not bad. Even more beautiful than in the photograph. I suppose being my wife will suffice. Xia Bingyu restrained her urge to retaliate. Young man, my grandfather has passed away. Where did you acquire this marriage certificate? I will pay you 100,000 for it. Confident in her grandfather's handwriting, Xia Bingyu was convinced the marriage contract was likely genuine. However, as the renowned beauty and CEO of Donghai, she had numerous suitors, including sons from prominent families. How could she possibly be interested in this rustic fellow? Before her, Xia Bingyu intended to purchase the marriage certificate and dismiss this peasant as if nothing had transpired. Not for sale. 1 million. Xia Bingyu offered an exorbitant price. She believed this peasant had likely never seen such wealth and would have no reason to refuse. And no matter how much you offer, I will not sell. After all, if I marry you, all that money will be mine. Plus I gain a beautiful wife. What a delightful arrangement. Su Lin grinned at Xia Bingyu. Do not be ungrateful. Seeing that the young man was impervious to reason, Xia Bingyu grew impatient and reached for her phone to call for assistance in evicting him. Who is this peasant? How did he find his way to the Xia family? Get him out of here. At that moment, 2 young men approached upon hearing the commotion. One of them, upon seeing Su Lin, immediately displayed a look of disdain. Who are you? Su Lin frowned at him. This is my uncle's son, Xia Fei. Quickly hand over the marriage certificate and leave, or he may truly resort to violence. Xia Bingyu sought to scare the rustic fellow away. Smack! In a sudden move, Su Lin delivered a resounding slap that sent Xia Fei crashing to the ground. How can you, a city dweller, lack such basic manners? Truly deserving of a beating. Beside them, Xia Guodong was taken aback. His son had merely called him a peasant, and he responded with violence. Who, in fact, was the one lacking decorum? You. Who do you think you are, daring to strike someone in the Xia family? Recovering from his shock, Xia Guodong inquired coldly. I am Bingyu's husband. Su Lin discerned that Xia Guodong and his son were not good people, so he met their hostility with equal disdain, wrapping his arm around Xia Bingyu's waist. What? Xia Guodong and Xia Fei were both taken aback. How did Xia Bingyu suddenly acquire a husband? Xia Guodong glowered with malice as he interrogated. Xia Bingyu furrowed her brow, uncertain how to respond. Xia Guodong continued to scold. Xia Bingyu, how dare you? Have you married a rustic without our knowledge? Do you not realize that the son of the Zhang family has an interest in you? Your actions have brought shame to the Zhang family. I command you to expel him at once. Xia Bingyu's temper flared, and she replied coldly. This marriage was arranged while my grandfather was alive, and it is my private matter. Why should I heed your commands? Xia Guodong's eyes widened in outrage, speechless. Xia Fei, clutching his face, rose and directed his ire at Su Lin. Peasant, how dare you strike me? You will regret this. Is that so? Su Lin's gaze swept over Xia Fei, and in a swift motion he appeared before him, delivering another resounding slap. Smack! This time Xia Fei was sent flying, spinning through the air before crashing to the ground. Why do you incessantly refer to me as a peasant? Have you consumed something foul? You truly deserve a beating. Su Lin shook his hand and scoffed. You are courting death. Seeing Su Lin's audacity, Xia Guodong could no longer contain his rage and summoned the villa's security. Break this brat's limbs and throw him out. How outrageous. I merely slapped your son twice, and you wish to break my limbs? You are truly vindictive. Su Lin could not help but exclaim. Do not merely break his limbs, kill him. Just eliminate him. Xia Guodong's finger trembled with fury. The security guards began to encircle Su Lin. I dare anyone to try. Get away from me. Xia Bingyu coldly reprimanded, causing the security guards to momentarily falter, glancing toward Xia Guodong for guidance. Do not forget, before my grandfather passed, he entrusted the Xia family to my father, and before my father fell gravely ill, he handed it over to me. The Xia family is under my command now. Get out! Xia Bingyu continued her scolding, exuding an unmistakable air of dominance. The security guards, intimidated, slowly retreated from the hall. Xia Guodong's expression darkened ominously as the second-in-command of the Xia family. It was intolerable for his authority to be overshadowed by a junior. My dear wife, you are truly formidable. No wonder you are with me, Su Lin. I admire that. Seeing Xia Bingyu stand up for him, Su Lin planted a kiss on her exquisite face, leaving a distinct red mark due to the force of his affection. Xia Bingyu was taken aback by Su Lin's unexpected action, momentarily stunned, her cheeks ablaze as if engulfed by flames. At that moment, Su Lin suddenly sensed something amiss, furrowing his brow. My dear, why do I feel an aura of death? Is someone about to pass away here? Miss, second master. This is bad. Just as Su Lin finished speaking, a housekeeper hurried down from the second floor, her face etched with concern. The master's condition has worsened suddenly. It appears he may not last much longer. Chapter 2. Coincidentally, I can indeed save him. What? Xia Bingyu's face drained of color as she rushed toward the second floor. Xia Guodong and his son exchanged glances before following suit. With no one paying him any mind, Su Lin decided to investigate the situation on the second floor. Upon entering the room, he found a middle-aged man lying on the bed, connected to various life-monitoring devices. The man, clearly having lain there for an extended period, appeared pallid and emaciated. At that moment, the Xia family's private doctors were frantically attempting to revive him. However, it was not long before they ceased their efforts. The doctor in a white coat approached Xia Bingyu, his expression filled with regret. I am sorry, Miss Xia, we have done our utmost. You may need to prepare for the worst regarding Mr. Xia. Dad. Upon hearing this news, tears streamed uncontrollably down Xia Bingyu's face as she collapsed onto the sickbed, weeping. Xia Guodong attempted to console her, feigning sorrow, but the smile at the corner of his mouth was hard to suppress. Xia Fei took out his phone. I have already arranged for a burial plot. I'll contact them now to have Uncle cremated tonight. Smack! Before Xia Fei could make the call, Su Lin slapped him across the face. This is your uncle. You think of cremating him before he's even dead? Are you even human? You country bumpkin, I'll fight you. Xia Fei's eyes were bloodshot as he lunged at Su Lin in a flash. Su Lin had struck him 3 times. As a scion of the Xia family, he had never been treated this way before. With a kick, Su Lin sent Xia Fei flying, exclaiming in anger, "I merely reprimanded you, and you resort to violence? How barbaric! Enough! You brat, do you think you can bully me, Xia Guodong, into submission? If you do not provide me with an explanation for today's events, I assure you, you will never leave the Xia family." Xia Guodong spat, his face full of menace. "Who do you think you are threatening? This situation arose because your son acted improperly. My father-in-law is still alive, yet your son wishes to cremate him? Is that not murder? If that is permissible, then I shall proceed to cremate you, old man. Would you acquiesce to that?" Su Lin retorted defiantly. Xia Guodong was incensed. He had never encountered someone so sharp-tongued before. "Su Lin, are you saying my father is still alive?" Xia Bingyu looked at Su Lin, seizing on to what felt like a last glimmer of hope. "Miss Xia, your father has no breath, no heartbeat, and has completely lost all vital signs. This young man is clearly just speaking nonsense." The young doctor shook his head. He was a well-known physician throughout Tianjiang, and the Xia family had expended considerable resources to secure his services as a private doctor. Xia Bingyu's eyes, dimmed. The doctor's words carried significant authority. That is merely the diagnostic method of a novice. As long as my father-in-law has not entirely departed, I am confident of a cure." Su Lin chuckled lightly as he approached the sickbed. Just as he was about to administer treatment, an elderly man hurried in. "How is Mr. Xia's condition?" "Li Shini, you have finally arrived." Xia Bingyu's face brightened upon seeing the elder. This man, named Li Jimin, was a renowned physician in the city, and Xia Bingyu had called him earlier that morning to treat her father. He had been occupied and promised to arrive that evening, yet he unexpectedly showed up at this critical moment that I rushed over as soon as I could. "I heard Mr. Xia is in dire straits. Let me examine him at once." Li Jimin, having grasped the situation from the housekeeper, wasted no time and began to examine Xia Guoyang. Upon hearing this, Xia Bingyu's expression brightened. "We are in your debt, Li Shini." "Just a small matter." Li Jimin shook his head, then produced silver needles to commence treatment on Xia Guoyang. Seeing someone take action, Su Lin took the opportunity to step aside and observe. Xia Guodong and his son wore grim expressions. They had awaited this day for a long time, only to have their plans thwarted by Li Jimin. In the blink of an eye, 6 silver needles were expertly inserted into Xia Guoyang. At that moment, Su Lin sensed something was amiss. Just as Li Jimin was about to place the final needle, he interjected, "If you proceed with that last needle, he will undoubtedly perish." "What?" Everyone present turned to look at Su Lian. Li Jimin's expression soured. "Miss Xia, who is this individual?" "Apologies, Li Shini. He is merely a country bumpkin who has no business here. I will promptly see him out." Xia Bingyu quickly apologized, then reprimanded Su Lin. "You must leave immediately. If you hinder Li Shini's treatment of my father, I will hold you accountable." Su Lin furrowed his brows, wishing to articulate his thoughts. Li Jimin huffed. "No need, Miss Xia. If he does not trust me, let him stay and observe." As he spoke, Li Jimin placed the final needle. "Young man, watch closely. I am employing the 7-star needle technique from ancient texts. There shall be no mishaps." As Li Jimin's words fell, Xia Guoyang's complexion indeed began to ease somewhat. Li Jimin beamed with pride, looking at Su Lin. "What do you have to say now?" Su Lin remained unperturbed, raising 3 fingers. "If it is not less than this amount, he will vomit blood, and his condition will worsen tenfold." Li Jimin's brow knitted. 3 hours? Su Lin shook his head and began to count down. 3, 2, 1. As the last word escaped his lips, Xia Guoyang coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turning ashen, vitality rapidly waning. "How is this possible?" Li Jimin's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly continued to administer needles, but to no avail. "How can this be? How can this be?" Li Jimin was unable to accept this reality, his eyes wide open, constantly murmuring to himself. "Dad," Xia Bingyu, plunged into despair, gazed at Xia Guoyang's condition, tears streaming down her face. Li Jimin was taken aback, realizing where he had erred. "Kid, who are you trying to fool here? If you have the capability, then bring my uncle back to life." Seeing that Xia Guoyang was beyond saving, Xia Fei immediately perked up, looking at Su Lin with a mocking expression. "Coincidentally, I can indeed cure him." Su Lin smiled slightly, approached Xia Guoyang, first removing the silver needles from his body, and then began to reinsert them. Chapter 3. Be a little softer. Swish, Swish, swish. Su Lin moved with remarkable swiftness. In the blink of an eye, 7 silver needles had found their way to Xia Guoyang's acupoints. Subsequently, with a flourish of his hand, the needles began to quiver in unison, channels of spiritual energy coursing through the vibrations into Xia Guoyang's body. The sound of beeping echoed from the instruments as, miraculously, Xia Guoyang's heartbeat was restored. How could this be possible? Li Jiming, Xia Guodong, and Xia Fei stared in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. This is the art of manipulating needles with qi. Dad, Xia Bingyu exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she gazed at her father on the hospital bed. Her hope rekindled. Su Lin's gaze remained fixed upon Xia Guoyang. When the moment seemed ripe, he suddenly struck Xia's abdomen, helping him to sit upright. With a cough, Xia expelled a mouthful of dark blood, and his breathing gradually stabilized. The entire room fell into silence. Esteemed young master, I never anticipated your remarkable medical prowess at such a tender age. I am truly humbled, Li Jimin said, bowing in apology, feeling a flush of embarrassment at his earlier demeanor towards Su Lin. It was merely a routine procedure. Su Lin smiled unabashedly. Li Jimin produced a business card and handed it to Su Lin, saying, Mr. Su, this is my business card. Had it not been for you today, my reputation would have been irreparably tarnished. Should you ever require anything in the future, do not hesitate to call me. Su Lin did not hesitate to take the business card. Miss Xia, since my presence here is unwarranted, I shall take my leave. Li Jiming, having failed in his treatment, felt too embarrassed to remain and, after exchanging pleasantries with Xia Bingyu, turned to depart. Now what more is there for the two of you to discuss? My father-in-law is not yet deceased, yet you are already plotting his burial. Truly, your hearts are as venomous as a serpent's. Su Lin turned to the father and son of the Xia family, unleashing a torrent of words. Xia Guodong's expression darkened considerably. It was evident that with Xia Guoyang's demise, his plans could have proceeded without a hitch. Yet, this young man had inexplicably brought him back to life. How infuriating. Su Lin, do you possess medical skills? Xia Bingyu gazed at Su Lin, her eyes brimming with curiosity. This seemingly rustic fellow appeared to possess far more depth than she had initially surmised. Su Lin chuckled without a hint of modesty. Ha! Go ahead and boast. If your medical skills were truly exceptional, would you still be residing in the mountains? Xia Guodong retorted coldly. It seems you do not believe me. In that case, allow me to examine you. Observing your appearance, it is evident that you are suffering from severe kidney deficiency. You could barely manage to hold on for 3 seconds without dropping your trousers. Furthermore, there are the lingering scents of several women on you. It appears you indulged in some extracurricular activities just a few hours ago. TSK. Clearly incapable yet still eager to engage in such games. You, an old man, truly are both inexperienced and fond of play. Su Lin scrutinized Xia Guodong for a moment before shaking his head in disbelief. Xia Guodong's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. On one hand, he was infuriated by the truth in Su Lin's words, and on the other, he was astonished by Su Lin's capabilities. This young man had accurately discerned everything. You've got some nerve. Just wait and see, Xia Guodong retorted, unwilling to engage further with Su Lin, and swiftly left with Xia Fei after throwing down his harsh words. Xia Bingyu stifled a smile, feeling a sense of vindication as Su Lin had significantly humiliated the father-son duo. Su Lin, I am grateful for your treatment of my father. I will ensure you are rewarded. Su Lin shook his head, saying, as for the remuneration, let it be. We are, after all, husband and wife, and discussing such matters feels rather distant. Moreover, I have yet to fully heal my father-in-law. He has been afflicted by a potent poison that has seeped into his very bones. To eliminate it completely will be quite troublesome and will require at least 2 more treatments. My father has been poisoned. Xia Bingyu's expression suddenly darkened, as if a troubling thought had crossed her mind. At that moment, Xia Guoyang on the bed coughed a couple of times and slowly began to awaken. Dad, you are finally awake, Xia Bingyu exclaimed, rushing to his bedside with palpable excitement. Xia Guoyang appeared much improved in color. Xia Bingyu recounted everything that had transpired during Xia Guoyang's unconsciousness, including how Su Lin had come to fulfill their marriage contract and saved him. Upon hearing this, Xia Guoliang gazed at Su Lin with gratitude and remarked, "Su Lin, is it? I thank you for saving my life." Su Lin chuckled with a grin, "Father-in-law, your words are quite distant. We are all family here. There's no need for thanks. As long as your daughter listens to me and blesses me with a few healthy children, I shall be content." Xia Bingyu shot him a sharp glare, her expression turning icy as she retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? I never said I would marry you." Xia Guoliang furrowed his brow, his tone brooking no dissent. "Bingyu, regardless of the circumstances, this engagement was arranged by your grandfather during his lifetime. It is only proper for you to honor it. How about this? You should go with him today to register your marriage." Xia Bingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Dad, are you serious? Of course, this is a promise made by your grandfather. Should you dare to defy it, I shall leave this world with regrets." Xia Guoliang's voice grew more fervent, culminating in a cough he could no longer suppress. "Dad, please don't be upset. I'll agree to it, all right?" Xia Bingyu hastily acquiesced. "Very well, you both should hurry along." Xia Guoliang finally calmed down and urged them on. "But Dad, what about your poisoning?" Xia Bingyu suddenly recalled this pressing matter. Xia Guoliang's expression turned grave. "I am aware of this situation. Once I recover, I will handle it myself. You need not involve yourself any further. Your primary focus should be on registering your marriage with Su Lin." "All right then." Xia Bingyu reluctantly agreed, turning to the grinning Su Lin. "Come with me." A few hours later, at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Su Lin and Xia Bingyu emerged, each clutching a red booklet. Gazing at the marriage certificate in his hand, Su Lin felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Had he truly just gotten married? This seemed rather impulsive. Yet, it was not long before a thought struck him, and he exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, "Wife, since we have obtained our marriage certificate, should we not consummate our union? However, as this is my first time, I hope you will be gentle." Xia Bingyu's lips twitched, and she suddenly regretted marrying him. Chapter 4. Eager to consummate the union. Having completed the formalities, night had fallen. Su Lin patted his stomach and said, "Wife, I'm hungry. What would you like to eat?" Xia Bingyu furrowed her brow in response. After all, Su Lin had saved her father, so she felt compelled to be considerate. Nevertheless, this marriage was merely a ruse to deceive her father. Marrying this country bumpkin was out of the question. "Wife, why don't you satisfy my hunger in another way?" Su Lin asked with a cheeky grin. "Get lost," Xia Bingyu retorted coldly. She then pressed the accelerator and whisked Su Lin away. Were it not for his heroic act in saving her father, she would have likely slapped him across the face by now. Meanwhile, in a room within the villa, Summer Faye seethed, "Dad, that arrogant brat Xia Bingyu brought along is utterly insufferable. We cannot let him off the hook. He's just a country boy. Dealing with him is trivial. Our primary focus must be seizing control of the Xia group. Xia Guoliang has regained consciousness, and our time is running short." Summer Guodong replied darkly, "Dad, do you have any good ideas?" Summer Faye inquired, curiosity piqued. "There's young Master Zhang, who has been pursuing Xia Bingyu. You should contact him tomorrow and inform him that the Xia family approves of this union. They are welcome to come and propose at any time." Summer Guodong's smile was laden with malice. On the other side, Xia Bingyu led Su Lin to a large shopping mall for a hot pot meal. "Wife, what is the purpose of this outing?" Su Lin scratched his head and inquired. "I shall go and purchase a new outfit for you, as this one you are wearing is rather outdated." "Ah, my dear wife, you truly care for my well-being. Come, grant me a kiss." Su Lin yearned to caress Xia Bingyu's delicate face, yet she deftly evaded his advances. Soon, they found themselves in the men's clothing section, where Xia Bingyu diligently selected outfits for Su Lin. With her statuesque figure and an air of icy elegance, complemented by her stunning visage, she epitomized the essence of a goddess. In stark contrast, Su Lin donned a tattered ensemble, a cloth bag slung over his shoulder, resembling a rural laborer venturing into the metropolis. This juxtaposition of their appearances inevitably drew the attention of onlookers. "Isn't that President Xia?" After just a few days, she appears to have taken a step down, opting for a farmer as her companion. Suddenly, a woman approached. She appeared to be in her 30s, adorned with heavy makeup and exuding an overpowering scent of cosmetics, resembling a nouveau riche. Li Wei, my affairs are of no concern to you, so mind your own business. Xia Bingyu retorted coldly. President Xia certainly possesses quite the temperament. I must admit, I find it rather intimidating. Li Wei exaggeratedly clutched her chest, casting a scornful glance at Su Lin. I never expected such a seemingly frigid and pure person like President Xia to harbor such appetites, not even sparing a country bumpkin. Pray tell, does this rural fellow possess some extraordinary charm that has ensnared you? Xia Bingyu's face flushed with indignation. Indeed, Li Wei's words were exceedingly venomous. Oh dear, what foul seafood wafts here. It is truly unbearable. Su Lin fanned his nose with a look of disdain. Li Wei glanced around, her expression turning frosty. Country bumpkin, are you referring to me? Su Lin looked at Li Wei as if she were an imbecile. Who else could possess such a foul odor besides you? Must I even ask? Truly, what a dimwit. A fleeting sense of guilt flickered across Li Wei's face, and she retorted coldly, country bumpkin, if you continue to spout nonsense, do you believe I won't have someone deal with you directly? Nonsense, you say? If my eyes do not deceive me, you have, at the very least, engaged with 8 men within the past hour. Moreover, you have retained all their essence within you. This predicament cannot solely be attributed to you. Your severe endocrine imbalance has led to an overwhelming demand in that regard, a situation that is quite challenging to rectify. As Su Lin spoke, he shook his head. The surrounding individuals, upon hearing his words, cast peculiar glances at Li Wei. Moreover, whether it was a figment of their imagination or not, despite Li Wei being adorned with perfume, they were still assailed by an unpleasant odor reminiscent of seafood. You country bumpkin, I shall tear your mouth apart today. Li Wei, filled with indignation and embarrassment, charged directly towards Su Lin. Su Lin felt no fear whatsoever. With a casual flick of his hand, a silver needle pierced through Li Wei's abdomen. A gasp escaped Li Wei's lips as she felt an uncontrollable surge of warmth flowing out of her. The onlookers were utterly taken aback, unable to fathom that Li Wei would lose control in public, and they recoiled in disgust, pinching their noses. What? What have you done to me? Li Wei's face flushed crimson, a mixture of shock and fury directed at Su Lin. Your loss of control is of no concern to me. Su Lin wore an expression of innocence. Just wait. I will not let you off. Li Wei gritted her teeth in anger, but realizing it was not the time for confrontation, she hastily departed, legs crossed. My dear, everything is fine now. Su Lin looked at Xia Bingyu with a cheerful smile. Su Lin, how did you manage that just now? Xia Bingyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. It's quite simple. I merely sealed off a pressure point of that wretched woman, and everything I said earlier was the absolute truth. My dear, do keep your distance from her in the future. Su Lin grinned broadly. Half an hour later, Xia Bingyu emerged from the bathroom, clad in a delicate silk nightgown, her enchanting form barely concealed. However, as she entered her bedroom, her expression darkened instantly. There lay Su Lin upon her bed, wearing an impatient demeanor. Chapter 5. What kind of logic is it to play without paying? What are you doing on my bed? Xia Bingyu inquired, her face a mask of displeasure. We are already married, so naturally, we should consummate our union and strive to welcome a healthy baby boy soon. Su Lin naturally retorted. Who wishes to share a chamber with you? Hurry and gather your belongings, and leave my room. Xia Bing, suppressing her fury, replied coldly. Darling, are you asking me to live as a widow? Su Lin pouted in indignation. I shall say it once more, leave. Xia Bingyu could no longer contain herself. Su Lin, feeling helpless, could only emerge from the warm embrace of his bedding. After donning his attire, he began to gather his belongings. Suddenly, a bronze token clattered to the ground from his satchel, its quality appearing remarkably exceptional. What is this? Xia Bingyu inquired with curiosity. This is the Fengyue token bestowed upon me by my fourth master. With this token in hand, I can take command of the entire Fengyue Tower. Fengyue Tower? Xia Bingyu paused, her understanding of the establishment dawning upon her. Fengyue Tower is the largest entertainment venue in Longxia, yet it imposes stringent requirements on its patrons. It is exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to gain entry. Moreover, whispers suggest that Fengyue Tower is far more intricate than it appears on the surface, with its depths shrouded in mystery. Are you jesting? To assume control of Fengyue Tower merely with a token? Xia Bingyu refrained from further questioning. Instead, asking with a hint of indifference, you mentioned this was a gift from your fourth master. Does that imply you possess other masters as well? Indeed. I have a total of 8 masters, each entrusting me with their most treasured possessions. This is the Woody coin given to me by my second master, capable of dispelling evil and divining secrets. This is the 9 needles of Gigu, bestowed by my third master, which can both save lives and snuff them out unseen. This is the Zonglong military token from my fifth master, granting me command over the entire Zonglong battle squad. This is. Su Lin meticulously retrieved the items entrusted to him by his master. Xia Bingyu, observing the scene, was left bewildered. There were a total of 8 masters, each more extraordinary than the last. Who would believe such a tale? Enough of this, I need to rest. I have no time for your boasts, so you should leave at once, she urged impatiently. Su Lin tidied up his belongings and was about to depart when a sudden thought struck him. He approached Xia Bingyu and removed the ring adorned with a black dragon from his finger, placing it onto hers. What are you doing? She exclaimed. This is the black dragon ring bestowed upon me by my 7th master. It holds the power to command the Black Dragon Hall. Whether abroad or at home, its influence is formidable. With this ring on your finger, even the most knowledgeable dignitaries would think twice before acting against you. As we have just tied the knot, consider this ring as my engagement gift to you. Please cherish it well, Su Lin explained with a cheerful smile. Xia Bingyu rolled her eyes in exasperation, thinking to herself that if this wretched ring possessed the immense power Su Lin claimed, it would indeed be a mystery. Without uttering another word, Su Lin promptly left Xia Bingyu's room. She gazed at the shabby ring on her hand, initially intending to discard it, but upon reflection, she decided to keep it as a token of Su Lin's sincere intention. Subsequently, Xia Bingyu retired to her bed to rest, for she had toiled throughout the day and felt utterly exhausted. After wandering around the villa for a while, Su Lin finally discovered a suitable room. This room was not only impeccably tidy, but the bed was also neatly made, exuding a delightful fragrance. Ha ha! My wife is simply wonderful, having prepared such a spacious and comfortable room just for me. Su Lin lay comfortably in bed, lost in a blissful slumber. Before long, the door to the room was pushed open, and a woman reeking of alcohol entered. She possessed an extraordinarily alluring figure, appearing to be in her early 20s. Her beauty was a captivating blend of innocence and a hint of seduction, leaving an indelible impression on anyone who beheld her. Upon entering the room, fatigue overwhelmed her, and without turning on the lights, she collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. After a while, the woman sensed something beside her and, mistaking it for her plush toy, nonchalantly draped her legs over it. A night passed. The following morning, shortly after Xia Bingyu awoke, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Xia Bingyu's expression shifted as she recognized the voice as belonging to Su Lin, and it emanated from the adjacent room of Lin Feishuan. Panic surged within her. She rushed over, recalling that Lin Feishuan was a childhood friend she had met in Longdu, 3 years her junior, who had moved to Jiangcheng for university 2 years prior and had been residing with her. Regrettably, in her exhaustion the previous night, she had forgotten to inform Su Lin of this arrangement, hoping to avoid any conflict between the two. However, she held no concerns for Lin Feishuan. After all, she was a member of the martial arts society at school. Her primary worry was that Su Lin had provoked Lin Feishuan, which would undoubtedly lead to a severe reprimand. Upon arriving at Lin Feishuan's room, Xia Bingyu was momentarily taken aback by the scene before her. Su Lin lay in bed, tightly clutching the blanket, exuding an expression of profound grievance, as if he had been wronged 100 times over by Lin Feishuan. Upon seeing Xia Bingyu, Su Lin's eyes lit up as if he had found salvation, exclaiming, "Wife, you have finally come." This rogue not only climbed into my bed during the night but also, in broad daylight, lifted her skirt and attempted to strike me. You must stand up for me. You scoundrel. It was you who invaded my bed and took advantage of me, yet you dare to twist the truth. I will not let this go unpunished. Lin Feishuan fumed, her anger palpable as she raised her hand to strike Su Lin. Suddenly, she paused, her expression frozen in realization. Scoundrel, what did you just call Bingyu? Wife, is there a problem? Su Lin questioned assertively. Fei Xian, it is as follows. Xia Bingyu pulled Lin Fei Xian close and whispered an explanation. It turned out that she was merely a naive pawn brought in as a shield. After hearing this, Lin Fei Xian nodded in understanding. Furrowing her brow, Xia Bingyu inquired further. Lin Fei Xian recounted the events from her perspective. It seemed that this entire situation was a misunderstanding. Su Lin was unaware that this was your room, so perhaps it is best to let it go. After hearing this, Xia Bingyu replied with a hint of resignation. Very well then. Reluctantly, Lin Fei Xian nodded, and then glared fiercely at Su Lin. What are you still lying there for? Get off my bed at once. Su Lin shook his head and declared with righteous indignation. No way. You have taken advantage of me without providing any compensation. Since ancient times, it has been understood that one cannot indulge in pleasure without payment. Chapter 6. Call me daddy. You scoundrel, I shall kill you. Lin Feixuan was so furious that she felt on the verge of explosion. This rascal had clearly taken advantage of her yet feigned victimhood, which was utterly despicable. In her anger, Lin Feixuan delivered a fierce kick towards Su Lin, who lay on the bed. You woman, not only did you sleep with me without compensation, but you also dare to strike me. This is simply outrageous. I must teach you a lesson. Su Lin, filled with indignation, extended his hand and firmly grasped Lin Feixuan's calf. With a powerful tug, Lin Feixuan's body was uncontrollably propelled forward, landing upon the bed. Taking advantage of the moment, Su Lin swiftly rolled over and positioned himself atop her waist, delivering a merciless slap to the area beneath her waist. With a sharp crack, a searing pain ensued, accompanied by an indescribable sensation. Lin Feixuan's face flushed instantaneously, resembling a peach on the verge of dripping with juice, leaving one to wonder whether it was anger or embarrassment that colored her cheeks. Have you come to realize your mistake? Su Lin struck again with a resounding slap. Without further ado, the sensation was utterly exquisite. You scoundrel, you had better release me at once. Lin Feixuan gritted her teeth, her voice tinged with an indescribable breathlessness. Still daring to be obstinate. I shall inquire once more. Do you recognize your mistake? Su Lin exerted more force. Lin Feixuan felt utterly weakened, overwhelmed by a sense of total helplessness, unable to utter a single word. Very well, for the sake of my beloved wife, I shall let her go this time. Su Lin leaped off Lin Feixuan's body. Scoundrel, I shall surely kill you. The woman retorted, you ought to reconsider. You are no match for me. Should you fall into my grasp again, your fate will be far worse than before. Su Lin raised his palm in a threatening gesture. Lin Feixuan immediately fell silent. Even she had to concede that this lad named Su Lin possessed considerable skills. All right, you two, cease this commotion. It is getting late. We should hasten to have breakfast. Xia Bingyu interjected with a hint of exasperation. Shortly thereafter, the trio descended to the dining hall on the first floor, where the housekeeper had already prepared breakfast. However, during the meal, Lin Feixuan consistently cast a fierce glare at Su Lin, her expression suggesting that she wished to devour him whole. Su Lin, seemingly unfazed, quickly devoured his breakfast with ravenous enthusiasm. Truly a glutton reincarnate. Lin Feixuan could not help but roll her eyes. At that moment her phone rang. Upon answering, Lin Feixuan's expression shifted dramatically. What? After you made yourself so clear last night, Chun Chao is still pestering you? How shameless can he be? Don't worry, I will find a way to help you with this. After hanging up, Lin Feixuan's beautiful eyes began to sparkle with intrigue. Suddenly an idea struck her, and her gaze fixed on Su Lin, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Bingyu, do you need this guy today? Lin Feixuan pointed at Su Lin and turned to ask Xia Bingyu. What's up? Xia Bingyu inquired curiously. If you don't need him, I would like to take him to school to lend a hand. Lin Feixuan explained with a grin. I have no objections, but it ultimately depends on his willingness. Xia Bingyu gently shook her head. Hey, you are coming with me to school. Lin Feixuan commanded, her gaze directed firmly at Su Lin. On what grounds? Su Lin curled her lips and inquired. Given that I am Bingyu's close friend and you are her husband, it is only reasonable for you to assist me, is it not? Lin Feishuan retorted with an air of entitlement. I am Bingyu's husband, not yours. What benefit do I have in aiding you? Su Lin was left speechless by the rebuttal, and in her frustration, she could only ask, then what do you desire in return? Su Lin pondered for a moment and said, I don't really need anything. How about you just call me Dad a couple of times? You little rascal, are you trying to play tricks on me? Lin Feishuan exclaimed, slamming her palm on the table and rising to her feet, clearly on the brink of a tantrum. Xia Bingyu, observing the escalating situation, sighed and turned to Su Lin. Since you have nothing else to do, why not accompany Feishuan for a while? Since my wife has spoken, I certainly cannot refuse. Su Lin readily agreed. At this, Lin Feishuan managed to suppress her fury, a cold smile creeping into her thoughts as she resolved to teach Su Lin a lesson once they arrived at school. After finishing their meal, Xia Bingyu headed to her office while Su Lin followed Lin Feishuan to Jiang City University. Wow, is this what university looks like? So many beautiful girls, and their figures are simply stunning.
Su Lin exclaimed.
He recalled his master mentioning that university life was splendid, and he was eager to experience it for himself. As they strolled through the campus, Su Lin admired the passing girls, lost in his thoughts. Su Lin, you haven't been living on a mountain your entire life, have you? Lin Feishuan couldn't resist asking. Not exactly, my masters occasionally take me out for various tasks like, well, assassinations, he replied casually. Lin Feishuan rolled her eyes, utterly unconvinced by Su Lin's words. He certainly didn't appear to be the type who had ever taken a life. After about 15 minutes, Lin Feishuan brought Su Lin to the front of a building. The Martial Arts Society? Su Lin gazed at the plaque adorning the building, her curiosity piqued. Lin Feishuan offered no explanation and simply took her hand, leading her inside. Feishuan, you finally arrived. Chun Chao just called me again, saying he would be here soon. What should I do? In the Martial Arts Society, a tall young woman clad in a white martial arts uniform, exuding an innocent charm, hurried towards Lin Feishuan with an anxious expression. Yuqing, rest assured, I found you a shield. When Chun Chao arrives, just hand him over. Lin Feishuan playfully patted Su Lin beside her. Ah, and who might this be? Jiang Yuqing inquired, her gaze curiously assessing Su Lin. A friend of mine. Understood. Su Lin nodded in agreement. Lin Feishuan immediately sighed in relief, though she was somewhat surprised by Su Lin's willingness to cooperate. At that moment, Su Lin unexpectedly reached out and embraced Jiang Yuqing. Ah! Jiang Yuqing exclaimed in fright, instinctively breaking free from Su Lin's hold. Su Lin, what are you doing? Lin Feishuan glared at him, her beautiful eyes wide with anger. Did you not say I am now his girlfriend? Is it not normal for me to embrace my own girlfriend? Su Lin retorted confidently. Your relationship is merely a pretense. You cannot touch Yuqing, do you understand? Lin Feishuan explained, suppressing her fury. She was utterly bewildered, unsure whether Su Lin was genuinely foolish or just pretending. Upon hearing Lin Feishuan's explanation, Su Lin immediately expressed his displeasure. You want me to work without any benefits? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Feishuan, perhaps we should just forget it, Jiang Yuqing said, shaking her head with a wry smile at Su Lin's reluctance to help. Lin Feishuan furrowed her brows, about to speak, when she suddenly noticed several figures entering, led by a man in a white suit. Upon seeing him, Lin Feishuan hastily pushed Jiang Yuqing into Su Lin's arms and purposely exclaimed, Yuqing, I must say, you and Su Lin are truly well matched. In every aspect, he far surpasses that Chun Chao who is pursuing you. Chapter 7. At most, he is a grandson. Lin Feishuan's voice was loud, clearly intended for others to hear. The man in the white suit, upon hearing her, immediately turned his gaze in their direction. When he saw Su Lin embracing Jiang Yuqing, his expression darkened instantly. Yuqing, who is this man? The man in the white suit demanded coldly, striding toward Jiang Yuqing. What is there to ask? He is, of course, Yuqing's boyfriend. Lin Feishuan replied gleefully, relishing the unfolding drama. At her words, Chun Chao's face grew increasingly grim as he coldly glared at Su Lin. Kid, I don't care who you are. Yuqing is the woman I have my eyes on. Get lost. And what of the woman you have your eyes on? I have my sights set on your mother. Why don't you send her over to me? Su Lin curled his lip, showing no leniency towards Chun Chao. You seek your own demise. Enraged by such humiliation, Chun Chao threw a furious punch directly at Su Lin's face. Let us see how you handle this. Lin Feishuan watched the unfolding scene with a mischievous grin. This Su Lin had taken advantage of her, and it was just right to let Chun Chao teach him a lesson. Resorting to violence over a mere disagreement, are you university students truly this ruthless? Su Lin furrowed his brow and struck with a resounding slap. The sound echoed as Chun Chao was sent flying, crashing against the wall, slowly sliding down to the ground. At that moment he was a ghastly sight, blood spilling from his mouth, with several teeth knocked out. It was a truly pitiful state. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Who could possibly be so ruthless? Chen, are you all right? A few sycophants who had accompanied Chun Chao quickly rushed over to help him up. Let us take him down. Let's make him pay. Chun Chao, clutching his face, grimaced and pointed at Su Lin, shouting. The sycophants exchanged glances before charging towards Su Lin en masse. It was a blatant act of cowardice, overwhelming him with numbers. In a fit of rage, Su Lin confronted the group head-on. Slap! A cacophony of resounding slaps echoed in the air. Several lackeys, devoid of any resistance, were sent sprawling to the ground with a resounding thud. Task accomplished.
Jiang Yuqing,
Oblivious to the chaos, asked in a daze, Fei Xian, who exactly is this friend of yours? I am not certain, Lin Fei Xian replied, her face reflecting a hint of astonishment. All I know is that she hails from the mountains and likely possesses some brute strength. Jiang Yuqing, you vile creature. After pursuing you for so long, you not only fail to appreciate my efforts but even enlist others to deal with us. I shall not let this slide. At that moment, Chun Chao began to berate Jiang Yuqing. Her expression shifted, but before she could respond, Lin Fei Xian scoffed. Humph, Chun Chao, with you as a mere lackey, do you truly believe you could win over Yuqing? Perhaps defeat her current boyfriend first. Fine, just you wait. Chun Chao spat a final threat before turning on his heel to leave. Hey, your task is already complete. Why are you still clinging to Yuqing? As soon as Chun Chao departed, Lin Fei Xian slapped Su Lin's hand away. What's wrong with collecting a little interest? Besides, the main party hasn't voiced any objections, so why are you in such a hurry? Su Lin expressed his dissatisfaction with a sarcastic remark. Yet he reluctantly released Jiang Yuqing from his embrace. You are the husband of Bingyu, so if you dare to take advantage of other women outside, be cautious, for I shall inform her and urge her to divorce you. Lin Feishuan threatened fiercely. My master once said that it is quite normal for men to have multiple wives and concubines. I firmly believe that Bingyu, being an understanding wife, would not mind in the least. Su Lin shrugged indifferently. Jiang Yuqing observed the playful banter between the two and, with a resigned smile, expressed her gratitude to Su Lin. Regardless, thank you for earlier. Su Lin replied, You're welcome. Your waist is still quite supple and elastic. I suppose I am not at a disadvantage. Su Lin shook his head earnestly. Jiang Yuqing was instantly left speechless. Do you have anything else to discuss? If not, I shall be on my way to seek out my beautiful wife. Su Lin turned to Lin Feishuan and inquired, Shall we go? Lin Feishuan waved her hands incessantly, clearly eager to distance herself from this individual. This is the place, young Master Inoue. Just as Su Lin was about to take his leave, Chun Chao's voice echoed once more. Almost immediately, Chun Chao appeared, bending over like a servant, accompanied by a group of individuals clad in samurai attire. It was the members of the Eastern Land Karate Society. Upon seeing them, Jiang Yuqing's expression darkened significantly. Easterners? Why have they left their homeland to come to Longxia University? Su Lin inquired with a hint of confusion. These individuals are international students from the land of the rising sun at Jiang City University, who have established a karate club that consistently opposes our martial arts society. To my surprise, Chun Chao actually summoned this group to confront us. Jiang Yuqing clenched her fists, clearly harboring deep resentment towards these young individuals from Japan. Lin Feishuan could no longer contain her indignation and exclaimed, Chun Chao, you are utterly shameless. How can you collude with the members of the karate club? Your actions are no different from those of a traitor. I merely seek to learn from these distinguished individuals from the East and foster friendly exchanges between our two nations. How does that equate to treachery? Chen Chao retorted shamelessly, then pointed a finger at Su Lin while smiling obsequiously at the long-haired Japanese individual beside him. Young Master Inoue, it was that brat who just insulted our karate. Furthermore, he claimed that karate pales in comparison to the martial arts of Longxia, asserting that he could defeat any number of opponents without a second thought, showing utter disdain for karate. Such an arrogant individual, young Master Inoue. You must teach him a lesson so he understands the true prowess of karate. Inoue Yamato snorted softly, his gaze fixed on Su Lin, and in broken Longxia language, he questioned, "Brat, do you truly describe our karate in such a manner?" Su Lin rolled his eyes in exasperation and exclaimed, "Are you people from the East really so foolish? Do you believe everything you hear? Baka! How dare you, a lowly Longxia person, insult my mother?" In response, Yamato Inoue stepped forward, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Su Lin nonchalantly curled his lips, expressing disdain. "Why get so angry? I merely spoke casually. Even if your mother were to lie in bed attempting to entice me, I would remain uninterested. Furthermore, to be strictly honest, the earlier remark made by that traitor wasn't entirely incorrect. Karate was indeed introduced from Longxia. If we were to delve deeper, it could be regarded as merely a descendant of martial arts." Upon hearing his own country's karate being so disparaged, Inoue Yamato was thoroughly enraged, declaring fiercely, "A group of Longxia individuals who were once trampled underfoot by my Eastern Japan dares to be so arrogant. Today, I shall purge the entire martial arts society, ensuring everyone understands that compared to Eastern Japan, you Longxia are nothing." Chapter 8. The Path to Escape. Inoue Yamato, what do you intend to do? Jiang Yuqing's expression shifted, her voice sharp with inquiry. "Humph! You lowly Longxia swine dare to insult my Eastern Japanese karate. Today, I shall make you aware that in the face of karate, Longxia's martial arts are nothing but refuse. Members of karate, I command you to act immediately, incapacitate all members of the martial arts society here, and cripple their legs," Inoue Yamato coldly commanded. In response to his words, the karate members behind him revealed cruel smiles as they slowly advanced. "You dare!" Jiang Yuqing glared at them, her face ablaze with fury. Though she was a woman, she held the position of vice president in the martial arts society and could not tolerate the wanton behavior of these karate members. "Jiang Yuqing, I advise you to recognize your situation and promptly submit to Master Inoue. With your martial arts society's ineptitude, you could never hope to compete with Eastern Japan's karate. After all, it is well understood that Longxia's martial arts are merely superficial flourishes. How could they possibly compare to Eastern Japan's karate?" Chen Chao jeered with contempt. Observing his demeanor, one might mistake him for a native of Eastern Japan. Damn, these Eastern Japanese are insufferably arrogant. They dare to insult Longxia's martial arts. We shall retaliate. The other members of the martial arts society, already incensed by Inoue Yamato's disdainful attitude, could no longer restrain themselves and boldly confronted the Eastern Japanese karate members. In an instant, the two sides clashed, igniting a fierce battle. Su Lin did not hastily intervene. Instead, he stood with his arms crossed, quietly observing the prowess of the members of the martial arts society. However, much to his disappointment, these individuals appeared to possess only superficial skills, quickly finding themselves at a disadvantage, with many being knocked to the ground. The martial arts of Longxia truly seem feeble. It appears it is time to replace the plaque of your martial arts society. Tomorrow, I shall have someone deliver a plaque reading Longxia's invalids for you." Inoue Yamato laughed arrogantly. Seeking death, Jiang Yuqing could no longer contain herself and charged toward the group of Japanese. With a swift kick, she sent one of them flying. Following that, her fist struck with force, knocking another to the ground. This young woman certainly possesses remarkable skill. Su Lin displayed a hint of astonishment. Although Jiang Yuqing's martial prowess could not be classified as that of a master, she was undoubtedly superior to the other members, evidently having undergone formal training. With Jiang Yuqing's arrival, the tide of battle shifted dramatically, and the Japanese found themselves at a disadvantage. Humph! Inoue Yamato, noticing this change, let out a heavy snort and surged forward with great force. Boom! In the next moment, Inoue Yamato unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Zhang Yuqing. The immense force produced a mournful wail in the air. Zhang Yuqing's expression changed as she quickly crossed her arms in front of her to defend herself. Yet, she was no match for Inoue Yamato, and was pushed back several steps by the ferocious impact. Seizing the opportunity while Zhang Yuqing was still unsteady, Inoue Yamato leapt high into the air, sweeping a leg, imbued with terrifying wind pressure, towards her head. Should a normal person be struck by that leg, it would surely result in either death or severe injury. Realizing this, Zhang Yuqing's face turned ashen. Even if she wished to evade now, it was already too late. Whoosh! At the critical moment, a figure appeared before Zhang Yuqing, delivering a punch that collided with Inoue Yamato's incoming right leg. Crack! Inoue Yamato's right leg shattered instantly, and he was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground with a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. Are you all right? Su Lin regarded her with indifference, turning around with a cheerful smile to gaze at Zhang Yuqing, inquiring, no need for pleasantries. My greatest aversion is towards the people of the Eastern Isles. Even without this incident, I would have dealt them a severe reprimand. A trace of coldness flickered across Su Lin's face. Baka! You wretched dragon pig! You have ruined my leg. I shall surely take your life. At this moment, Inoue Yamato shouted with venomous rage, pointing at Su Lin as he commanded the members of the karate club, do not concern yourselves with the other members of the martial arts society. Focus on this brat. I want him to understand the cost of offending me. With Inoue Yamato's orders echoing in their ears, the members of the Japanese karate club swiftly redirected their efforts towards Su Lin, launching themselves at him. Be careful, Zhang Yuqing hastily warned. Yet, before her words could fully escape her lips, Su Lin had already charged towards the assailants. With swift precision, he unleashed a barrage of strikes, each one landing squarely on the faces of the karate members, sending them sprawling backward. In mere moments, all the members lay on the ground, their cheeks swollen and teeth scattered. You! Inoue Yamato's eyes widened in terror. When did the Martial Arts Society acquire such a formidable fighter? Fei Xian, is the Su Lin truly descended from the mountains? He is astonishingly fierce, Zhang Yuqing exclaimed, astonished. One man single-handedly challenging an entire karate club, her brother, as the president of the Martial Arts Society, could not even achieve such a feat. I had no idea he was this powerful, Lin Fei Xian murmured, her heart racing with unease. Originally, she had summoned Su Lin to serve as a shield for Zhang Yuqing, hoping to have Chen Chao teach him a lesson. Who could have anticipated that this young man would be so formidable, not only defeating Chen Chao but also toppling the entire karate club by himself? This man, Ice Language Sister's companion, appeared far more complex than he seemed at first glance. Lin Fei Xian scrutinized Su Lin, her curiosity about this enigmatic figure intensifying. At that moment, Su Lin approached Inoue Yamato, placing a heavy foot upon his chest. Do you still consider Longxia's martial arts to be worthless? You brat, no matter how skilled you are, you cannot afford to offend my status. You would do well to release me and bow in apology. Inoue Yamato glared fiercely at Su Lin. Yet he remained defiant, knowing that today he would have to endure a reckoning. Su Lin curled his lip, lifted his foot, and forcefully stomped down on Inoue Yamato's other leg. Crack! The bone shattered. Inoue Yamato's second leg was rendered useless as well. You pitiful Longxia pig! I shall not spare you. Ah! Inoue Yamato let out a chilling wail. The look in his eyes directed at Su Lin was filled with a vengeful malice akin to that of a malevolent spirit. Still unconvinced, are you? Alas, it seems I must incapacitate your third leg as well. Su Lin let out a sigh, his foot slowly descending upon the most vital part of Yamato Inoue. In an instant, Yamato forgot to scream, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at Su Lin. What do you intend to do? He asked fearfully. It's quite simple. I merely wish to make you acknowledge a few truths. If you shout 3 times that Eastern Japan karate is worthless, I shall set you free. Su Lin wore an expression of innocent charm. Impossible. Even if you were to kill me, I would never divulge a word. Inoue Yamato resolutely declined. Such fortitude. You are precisely the kind of person I admire. Now, bid farewell to your little brother. Su Lin offered a compliment, and beneath him, he began to exert force gradually. In that instant, Inoue Yamato's eyes widened in astonishment. He could distinctly sense the intensifying pain coursing through his younger brother. Young man, you must think carefully. Should you incapacitate me, a grim fate awaits you. Inoue Yamato's voice began to tremble. Su Lin completely disregarded him and continued to apply pressure. In an instant, Inoue Yamato could no longer maintain his composure. If this persisted, his manhood would surely be reduced to a mere puddle of mush. Ultimately, at the final moment, Inoue Yamato's psychological defenses crumbled entirely, and he cried out in desperation. Stop! Don't ruin me! I confess, the Eastern Lands karate is trash. The Eastern Lands karate is trash. The Eastern Lands karate is trash. Now you may crawl out. Chapter 9. I am here to find a wife. Inoue Yamato gritted his teeth, his face a canvas of unwillingness, humiliation, and profound hatred. Yet, he uttered not another word, dragging his incapacitated legs as he crawled out of the martial arts society. The remaining members of the karate club, witnessing this, dared not resist any longer and obediently crawled out as well. Hey, you there! Did I permit you to leave? At that moment, Su Lin stepped forward, blocking Qin Chao, who attempted to slip away unnoticed. What do you want? I'm not from the Eastern Land. I shouldn't have to crawl out. Qin Chao feigned calmness as he spoke. You may not be from the Eastern Land, but you are merely a sycophant of the Easterners. Thus you shall exit on all fours. Su Lin said with irritation. You insolent brat, do not overstep your bounds. Qin Chao clenched his fists, his face ablaze with fury. You are but a dog of the East, not a human. Therefore, strictly speaking, I am not deceiving anyone. He continued, however, if you refuse to leave, so be it. The worst that could happen is that I will give you a beating, render you crippled, and then cast you out. Su Lin smiled as he gazed at Qin Chao, whose complexion abruptly turned ashen. He harbored no doubts regarding the veracity of Su Lin's words. After all, this was someone who even dared to strike ruthlessly against Inoue Yamato. I will remember this incident today. You shall await your fate. Ultimately, Qin Chao spat out those words with bitterness, humiliated as he rolled out on the ground. At long last, everything was settled. Su Lin let out a breath and prepared to leave the martial arts society to seek his beautiful wife. Just then, Jiang Yuqing stopped him, saying, Mr. Su, I sincerely thank you for today. Without your assistance, our martial arts society would undoubtedly have faced humiliation at the hands of those from the East. I feel I have done little in comparison, but perhaps I could invite you to lunch this afternoon as a token of my gratitude? Su Lin shook his head and said, There is no need for a meal. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then a kiss would suffice. Ah! Jiang Yuqing was taken aback, not expecting Su Lin to make such a request. However, recalling how he had just displayed his prowess by admonishing the individuals from the East, her heart fluttered uncontrollably. This proposition did not seem entirely out of the question. Su Lin, you wish to take advantage of Yuqing. I must tell Sister Bingyu. Lin Feishuan fumed as she stood protectively in front of Jiang Yuqing. Do as you please. Su Lin nonchalantly curled his lip and turned to leave. This fellow, did he really aspire to take multiple wives? Lin Feishuan watched Su Lin's retreating figure, gritting her teeth in frustration. It was the first time she had encountered someone so brazenly despicable. Yuqing, I heard that members of the karate club came looking for trouble earlier. Are you all right? At that moment, a man hurriedly entered. He was Zhang Yufeng, the president of the Martial Arts Society and Jiang Yuqing's older brother. Brother, it's all fine now. A friend of Feishuan helped resolve the situation. Jiang Yuqing recounted the details. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yufeng finally relaxed, but then his gaze flickered as he turned to Lin Feishuan. Miss Lin, would it be possible for you to share your friend's contact information with me? You wish to invite him to join the Martial Arts Society? Lin Feishuan immediately guessed Jiang Yufeng's intentions. Precisely. Such a skilled individual would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset to our society. Jiang Yufeng nodded in affirmation. Lin Feishuan shook her head, replying, Thank you, but how could the Eastern Dawn Chamber of Commerce act so brazenly as to bully us, the Longsha people? Jiang Yuqing coldly huffed, unafraid. Regardless, the incident has occurred. If those Easterners seek revenge, I will ensure they learn that the Longxia people are not to be trifled with. Jiang Yufeng's eyes glinted with a cold light. Meanwhile, in an ambulance en route to the hospital, Inoue Yamato and several members of the karate club lay inside. Damn Longxia people! How dare they humiliate me like this? I will not let this go. Inoue Yamato, lying on the stretcher, seethed with rage at the humiliation he had suffered. Inoue-san, how do you plan to deal with him? One of his subordinates inquired. A sinister glint flickered in Inoue Yamato's eyes. These Longxia people think they are so formidable in martial arts. Do they? I will have my father send a few ninjas from the Eastern Dawn Chamber of Commerce to ensure the Martial Arts Society is obliterated. And that kid, I want him to become my loyal dog, forever kneeling before me. On the other side, Su Lin, having left the university, arrived at the Xia group. If his memory served him right, his beautiful wife worked here. However, just as Su Lin was about to enter, he was halted by 2 security guards at the entrance. This is the Xia group. What is your purpose here? One guard inquired. In response to their questioning, Su Lin candidly stated, I am here to find my wife. Is your wife an employee of the Xia group? One guard probed cautiously. Yes, her name is Xia Bingyu.
Su Lin nodded earnestly.
The name Xia Bingyu sounded remarkably familiar. One of the security guards couldn't help but mutter. At that moment, the other security guard suddenly realized, his expression shifting drastically. Kid, are you jesting with us? Xia Bingyu is the president of our company. How could she possibly be your wife? The first security guard quickly recalled this fact, his face growing cold. Kid, how dare you play tricks on us? Leave at once, or we shall not be courteous. I am not deceiving you. Here is our marriage certificate. If you don't believe me, take a look. Su Lin, feeling somewhat helpless, produced the marriage certificate and displayed it before the 2 security guards. The guards were instantly taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. Could it be that this young man was indeed the partner of their CEO? When had their superior tied the knot? And why was the entire company oblivious to this revelation? While the guards were still in a state of confusion, Su Lin had already stowed away the marriage certificate and seized the opportunity to enter the Xia Corporation. Upon entering, he inquired at the front desk and learned that Xia Bingyu was in a meeting on the top floor. Without hesitation, Su Lin ascended the staircase. Meanwhile, within the top-floor conference room of the Xia Corporation, Xia Bingyu occupied the CEO's chair, flanked by a number of directors and key employees. At that moment, the majority of those present were casting glances at Xia Bingyu that were anything but friendly. Xia Bingyu was acutely aware of their intentions, her expression icy, and she showed no inclination to speak. The oppressive atmosphere lingered until one director finally broke the silence. Xia, we are all intelligent individuals here. It serves no purpose to prolong this charade. Let us be forthright. When do you intend to resign from your position as CEO? Why should I resign from my position as CEO? Xia Bingyu retorted defiantly, her gaze fixed on the director who had dared to speak. Indeed, if you lack the capability, why force yourself to continue? Were I in your position, I would have long since lost the courage to remain. Truly a case of occupying the latrine without relieving oneself. A heavily made-up woman chimed in, who was none other than Li Wei, the same acquaintance Xia Bingyu had encountered with Su Lin at the mall the previous night. She was also a pawn placed in the company by Xia Guodong, specifically to undermine Xia Bingyu. No matter how it unfolds, I shall not relinquish the position of CEO. The company's profits have suffered due to the new product from the Wang Corporation, and I have already instructed the R&D department to expedite the development of a corresponding product. This is all I have to say. Does anyone else have any objections? Xia Bingyu ignored Li Wei's derision, casting a domineering glance over the assembly of directors. Humph, anyone can boast. Why should we place our trust in you? One director challenged. If you do not resign today, we will demand to withdraw our shares. It is up to you to decide how to proceed, insisted a portly director with a firm stance. Indeed, you are utterly unworthy of the CEO position. Under your leadership, this company will surely face ruin. I demand to withdraw my shares, echoed another, with others quickly joining in. Xia, since you are so confident, I trust our withdrawal will not significantly affect you? They pressed, seizing the opportunity to attack. Xia Bingyu's expression darkened. These were the primary shareholders of the company. If they all withdrew their shares simultaneously, the Xia Corporation would indeed be doomed. Furthermore, Xia Bingyu was certain that Xia Guodong had clandestinely offered them some incentive to act in this manner. It appears you have lost their trust, Xia. Are you certain you wish to persist? Li Wei observed with a smirk. Just as Xia Bingyu pondered her next move, the conference room door swung open, and a figure strode in.
Su Lin.
Xia Bingyu gasped, surprised by his unexpected arrival. My dear wife, I knew you would be here. I missed you dearly. Come, let me kiss you. Su Lin embraced Xia Bingyu tightly, and before she could react, he planted a kiss on her cheek. It's you, rascal, who permitted your entrance. Li Wei's countenance instantly soured, resembling one who had just tasted something foul. It was this very young man who had meddled with her the previous night, causing her to lose face in the marketplace. Ah, it's truly you. No wonder I detected the wretched stench of seafood once more. It is utterly unbearable. Su Lin waved his hand incessantly in front of him. The corpulent director furrowed his brow and inquired, What you all may not know is that this young man is a wild man, found by General Manager Xia from who knows where. No wonder she struggles to manage the company, spending her days tangled with men. She has likely lost all sense of propriety. It is likely that no one expected that the typically aloof and pure General Manager Xia would harbor such a stark contrast in her private life.
Li Wei showed aludely.
And upon hearing her words, the office staff cast peculiar glances at Xia Bingyu, their expressions morphing into mockery. They began to jeer General Manager. It's one thing to keep a man outside, but to bring him into the company? What a disgrace. Indeed, it seems you are truly unfit for the position of president. Perhaps you should resign and accompany your man. Goodness, General Manager, you must be keeping more than one man outside, huh? It seems the company's development funds are being squandered on your wild affairs. You all. Xia Bingyu trembled with rage. It was one thing for the board of directors to look down on her, but did they truly have to resort to such venomous insults? At that moment, Su Lin surged forward to stand in front of Li Wei, delivering a resounding slap to her face. Instantly, Li Wei's body was propelled backward, spinning through the air before crashing violently onto the office desk. How dare you speak of my wife in such a manner, labeling me a wild man? It seems I must teach you employees a lesson on her behalf. Su Lin cast a fierce glance at the board members. You dare to strike someone within our company? The rotund director, taken aback by Su Lin's audacity, rose in indignation. However, before he could finish his sentence, Su Lin seized him by the collar and lifted him off the ground. Old fool, do you have any objections? Young man, I am a director of this company. You would do well to release me at once, or the consequences shall be dire. The corpulent director feigned composure. Is that so? Su Lin curled his lips in disdain, completely dismissing the situation, and promptly hurled the director out. Bang! The rotund director crashed against the wall, losing consciousness on the spot. And you all? Not a single one shall escape. Su Lin cast his gaze towards the other board members. However, his speed surpassed theirs, as he swiftly positioned himself at the doorway and unleashed a barrage of slaps. The sound of resounding slaps echoed through the room, and soon enough, those who had mocked Xia Bingyu found themselves sprawled on the ground. My dear wife, am I formidable? Although Su Lin's actions brought her a sense of satisfaction, the thought of having to explain the assault on so many board members weighed heavily on her mind. Xia Bingyu, how dare you conspire with a rogue to assault the company's board members? This is utterly outrageous. Do you truly believe the company belongs solely to you?
Li Wei,
having regained her composure, shouted while covering her face. Indeed, if you do not provide us with an explanation for today's events, we shall be forced to divest our shares. The other board members echoed, equally incensed. At that moment, Su Lin made a swift move, appearing before Li Wei once more, and delivered another slap that sent her reeling. You foolish woman, you have an astonishing lack of memory. You practically invite a beating, then. He turned to the board member who had demanded an explanation. You wanted an explanation, did you? Well, what's the matter? With that, another resounding slap followed. Su Lin delivered a resounding slap, toppling his adversary to the ground, and then turned to the other board members, inquiring, This is my explanation. Who else wishes to challenge me? I assure you, I will fulfill your desires one by one. Instantly, the assembled directors fell into silence. They had realized that this young man was utterly unreasonable and fearlessly audacious. Enough! At that moment, Xia Bingyu intervened, halting Su Lin's actions, and coldly addressed the board. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for the incident you have endured. The company will cover all medical expenses. Regarding the matter of divesting your shares, should you have made a definitive decision, you may come to my office at any time to discuss it. This meeting concludes here. Su Lin, please follow me. Chapter 11. All at your command. Observing Su Lin trailing behind Xia Bingyu as they exited the office, the directors finally exhaled in relief and rose from the floor. They then directed their ire towards Li Wei. Li Wei, we have complied with your request to divest our shares, and as a result we have suffered this humiliation. You must provide us with an explanation. Indeed, you cannot seriously expect us to proceed with the divestment, can you? Li Wei had endured 2 slaps, and her face was swollen, resembling that of a pig. Faced with the barrage of inquiries, she could only force a smile. Esteemed directors, please do not be upset. I will promptly call Mr. Xia to report this situation and ensure you receive an explanation. With that, Li Wei hastily retrieved her phone, dialing Xia Guodong to relay the events that had transpired. Meanwhile, Su Lin followed Xia Bingyu into a well-appointed office. My dear, have you summoned me here to bestow upon me a private reward? An office, black stockings, floor-to-ceiling windows. Such a delightful combination. You truly understand me. Su Lin gazed fervently at Xia Bingyu. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you have any idea that your actions against those board members nearly led to my ruin? Xia Bingyu replied, her face etched with frustration. Su Lin scratched his head in confusion and said, My dear, from where does this come? The individuals you just struck are the board members of the company, and they are on the verge of ousting me from my position as president. Your actions could certainly lead to complications if they choose to pursue this matter. Fortunately, they were merely attempting to intimidate me. The company is still in a profitable state, and it is unlikely that many will genuinely consider divesting. Xia Bingyu sat in her office chair, her eyes closed, persistently pressing her temples. My dear, with your remarkable capabilities, why would they even contemplate removing your position? Su Lin continued to inquire. Due to his grandfather's long-standing rules, Xia Guodong was unable to intervene in the affairs of the company. Seizing this opportunity, he sought to elevate his son, Xia Fei, to the position of president, thus resorting to various schemes against me. Xia Bingyu grew increasingly indignant as she spoke. Of course, she did not expect Su Lin to provide any assistance. She merely sought a confidant to vent her inner turmoil. Such trivial matters. My dear, had you mentioned it sooner, I possess a myriad of remedies here. Whatever type you desire, I shall gladly compose it for you. Su Lin patted his chest and declared, Never mind. Having lived on the mountain since childhood, your so-called remedies are likely mere folk prescriptions, hardly worthy of consideration. Xia Bingyu shook her head, utterly unconvinced by Su Lin's assertions. Su Lin said nothing further, instead moving behind Xia Bingyu and placing his hands gently upon her head. What are you trying to do? Xia Bingyu, with her eyes still shut, felt Su Lin's actions and nearly sprang to her feet in alarm. My dear, why are you so anxious? I merely noticed that your head seemed uncomfortable and wished to offer you a massage. Su Lin began to explain, while his fingers gently kneaded the top of Xia Bingyu's head. The motions were delicate. As he massaged, strands of mysterious energy flowed through Su Lin's fingertips into Xia Bingyu's mind. In that instant, Xia Bingyu felt a refreshing wave envelop her, erasing all traces of fatigue that had lingered for so long. Particularly within her mind, there was an unprecedented clarity, and her thoughts became remarkably sharper. In such a state of comfort, Xia Bingyu could not help but emit a soft hum from her throat. Upon hearing this, Su Lin couldn't help but chuckle and asked, My dear wife, how would you rate my skills? As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Bingyu realized the ambiguity in his words, and her face instantly flushed a deep crimson. Rest assured, my beloved wife, simply sit back and indulge. I shall ensure your utmost comfort.
Su Lin chuckled,
increasing the pressure in his grip. Meanwhile, at the Xia family residence, Xia Guodong had learned about the events in the conference room through Li Wei, and his expression was exceedingly grim. Father, what is the status with the Xia group? Has Xia Bingyu been dismissed? The dismissal has failed. That Su Lin barged in during the meeting and assaulted all the board members. Xia Guodong replied darkly. Damn, that brat again. Does he truly believe that because he has Xia Bingyu's protection, we are afraid to take action against him? Xia Fei exclaimed, slamming his fist onto the table. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Xia Guodong's eyes. It seems we have no choice but to execute the second plan. Xia Fei's spirit surged. Father, are you suggesting we leverage young Master Zhang's influence? Xia Guodong nodded emphatically. Precisely. I informed young Master Zhang about Su Lin's situation yesterday. Given his temperament, he will surely act swiftly. Now we merely need to wait. Once young Master Zhang makes his move, we will seize the opportunity. On the other side, just as Xia Bingyu was indulging in a massage, the phone on her desk suddenly rang. Upon answering, her expression changed dramatically. What? How could Baihua Bank do this? This is utterly outrageous. Fine, I understand. I will find a way to resolve this. After hanging up, a shadow of worry crossed Xia Bingyu's face. Upon witnessing the situation, Su Lin could not help but inquire, My dear, what has transpired? We previously secured a loan from Baihua Bank, with an understanding to repay it after 1 year. However, the bank has now unexpectedly demanded early repayment. This sum is crucial for the company. If we repay it prematurely, it could disrupt our cash flow and potentially lead to the company's bankruptcy. But why do I burden you with such details? You might not grasp the gravity of it. As Xia Bingyu spoke, she shook her head in exasperation and proceeded to dial the bank, pleading for leniency. After a lengthy conversation that lasted over 10 minutes, she finally ended the call, letting out a slight sigh of relief. My dear, what is the outcome? Su Lin asked. Su Lin inquired with a cheerful smile, exuding an air of carefree nonchalance. It's difficult to say for now. I have a dinner appointment with the bank president this evening. I hope we can reach an agreement then, sighed Xia Bing with a sense of resignation. Upon hearing this, Su Lin's eyes instantly brightened. My dear, I shall accompany you. Xia Bingyu furrowed her brows slightly. What do you intend to do? You are inviting others to dine. It is certain that the venue will be splendid, and the feast will be sumptuous. How could I possibly miss such an occasion?
Su Lin earnestly elaborated.
Very well then, but you must remain by my side and refrain from speaking. Xia Bingyu contemplated for a moment before ultimately acquiescing. Upon receiving the affirmative from Xia Bingyu, Su Lin immediately assumed a formal stance and solemnly declared, Rest assured, my dear wife, I shall follow your lead. Chapter 12. The overconfident fat man. After a day at the Xia group, Su Lin departed alongside Xia Bingyu, making their way to the renowned Pinxiang Lu. Though it may not rival the opulence of five-star hotels, Pinxiang Lu stands as one of the most esteemed dining establishments in Jiang City, with an average expenditure of no less than 4,000 to 5,000. Upon entering, Xia Bingyu guided Su Lin directly to a private room, where they awaited with palpable anxiety. My dear, it's merely a discussion. Must you be so tense? Su Lin inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity at her expression. What do you know? This matter is pivotal to the very survival of our company. Just remember to keep your remarks to a minimum and do not create any disturbances. Xia Bingyu shot him a frustrated glance. Understood. Su Lin nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries. Approximately 20 minutes later, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the private room. Soon after, the door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man entered. The man appeared to be in his 50s, sporting a receding hairline that accentuated his corpulent physique, giving him an undeniably greasy appearance. Mr. Shang, you have finally arrived. Please, take a seat, Xia Bingyu exclaimed, stepping forward with enthusiastic hospitality upon seeing the man. In contrast, Shang Lei merely nodded, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance as he approached the table within the room. However, just as Shang Lei was about to sit down, he caught sight of Su Lin sitting nearby, momentarily taken aback. Xia, who is this? Mr. Shang, this is my husband. When did you get married, Ms. Xia? I was completely unaware. Shang Lei could not suppress the frown that creased his brow. Xia Bingyu was quite renowned in Jiang City as a stunningly beautiful CEO, and Shang Lei had harbored intentions towards her for quite some time. More crucially, Rumors suggested that Xia Bingyu was exceedingly aloof towards all men, leading Shang Lei to speculate that she might still be untouched. Mr. Shang, we were married not long ago, and to avoid drawing attention, we did not hold a wedding, Xia Bingyu explained with a smile. Shang Lei refrained from further questioning, his heart heavy with regret. He had hoped that Xia Bingyu remained pure, which would have been fortuitous for him, but it appeared that he was a step too late. Nevertheless, he found solace in the thought of her being a mature woman. It not only eliminated the time required for conquest but also afforded him the thrill of cuckolding another. The mere contemplation sent a shiver of excitement down Shang Lei's spine. Oblivious to Shang Lei's thoughts, Xia Bingyu instructed the waiter to begin serving the dishes once he was seated. Soon, an array of sumptuous and rare delicacies graced the table, each dish a feast for the senses. Su Lin, unabashed, picked up his chopsticks and began to indulge in the meal, entirely disregarding Shang Lei. Observing this scene, Shang Lei, visibly displeased, inquired, Mr. Xia, what exactly does your husband do? Does he not comprehend the concept of decorum? My sincerest apologies, Chairman Shang. My husband has been occupied throughout the day and has yet to eat, Xia Bingyu hastily responded, discreetly nudging Su Lin with her foot and signaling him with her eyes. What have I said? Why are you kicking me? Su Lin turned to gaze at Xia Bingyu, inquiring with confusion. Xia Bingyu bit her teeth in frustration, beginning to regret bringing Su Lin along. A glimmer of insight flickered in Shang Lei's eyes as he discerned the tension between the two, and with a forced smile, he asked, Hehe, may I inquire what your profession is, sir? Su Lin glanced at Shang Lei but chose to ignore him, continuing to savor his meal. Shang Lei was taken aback by Su Lin's audacity to disregard him, and his expression darkened immediately. Xia Bingyu then gave Su Lin another nudge. Isn't it you who forbade me from speaking? Su Lin felt a profound sense of grievance. Xia Bingyu was momentarily rendered speechless, even doubting whether Su Lin was being deliberately obtuse. It appeared that Mr. Xia's husband possessed quite the personality. Shang Lei let out a derisive chuckle. This Su Lin seemed utterly devoid of emotional intelligence. It was a mystery how he had captured Xia Bingyu's heart. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Shang, Xia Bingyu hastily expressed, adopting a very humble demeanor. However, Shang Lei interrupted her. Xia, let us speak plainly. You summoned me here today for reasons beyond mere dining. Let us discuss business. Mr. Shang, since that is the case, I shall not beat around the bush. I wish to inquire why, after the Xia Corporation borrowed 10 billion from your bank with a promise to repay in 1 year, we are now being asked for early repayment? Xia Bingyu inquired earnestly. I implore your bank to show some leniency regarding the loan, she added, taking a deep breath. I regret to inform you, Ms. Xia, that this decision is beyond my sole authority, and why should I trust your assurances? Shang Lei replied coldly, shaking his head. Mr. Shang, you are driving our company to the brink of ruin. Xia Bingyu clenched her fists in anger. That cannot be the case. I am merely considering the greater good. Moreover, this situation is not without its potential for negotiation. What conditions do you propose? Xia Bingyu asked warily, skeptical of Shang Lei's ostensibly generous intentions. The first condition involves a rather alluring piece of lingerie, particularly the black stockings, which leave much to the imagination. The second entails a hotel room keycard, inscribed with the room number. Upon seeing these 2 items, Xia Bingyu's expression soured. Shang Lei, what do you mean by this? With a smirk, Shang Lei licked his lips. Miss Xia, we are all adults here. There is no need for pretense. You are already married and have experienced such matters. There is little I need to teach you. I expect to see you at this hotel at 10 o'clock tonight, adorned in that attire. Just 1 evening, and I assure you that your company's loan issues will be resolved. Xia Bingyu was taken aback by Shang Lei's lewdness, clenching her jaw. What if I refuse? I regret to say, if you decline, your company will not only be forced to repay the loan imminently, but will also face a collective ban from major banks. Shang Lei remarked with a playful glint in his eyes. Xia Bingyu trembled with fury, glancing at Su Lin. As his nominal wife, she was now being threatened by another man. Surely he would intervene? Yet, Su Lin remained silent, merely sitting there quietly. Seeing Su Lin's reaction, Shang Lei assumed he was intimidated and burst into laughter. Miss Xia, It seems your husband has no objections to this matter. I am curious, can such a feeble man truly satisfy you? He then patted Su Lin on the shoulder. My friend, rest assured, I shall provide her with pleasures you have never offered. Su Lin furrowed his brow, disregarding him, and instead turned to Xia Bingyu. My dear, I can endure your silence, but at this moment, I find it truly unbearable. What shall I do? Do as you please. Xia Bingyu retorted with irritation. Understood. Su Lin nodded, suddenly rising to his feet. He seized the bottle of red wine from the table and brought it crashing down upon Cheng Lei's head. Bang! The bottle shattered. The crimson liquid mingled with Cheng Lei's blood, slowly trickling down. Before Cheng Lei could fully comprehend the situation, Su Lin grasped his collar, lifting him forcefully while coldly stating, You arrogant fat man, you seem rather audacious, don't you? Chapter 13. No interest. You dare to strike me? Cheng Lei, now startled and furious, stared incredulously at Su Lin. Slap. Su Lin delivered a resounding slap to his face. I am targeting you. What of it? Xia Bingyu. It appears your company has indeed resolved to sever ties with our bank. In that case, prepare for a comprehensive boycott. Cheng Lei threatened Xia Bingyu with palpable fury. Su Lin curled his lips and said, My dear wife, did you not tell me to act freely? Moreover, given the current circumstances, do you truly believe that if I release him, he would spare the Xia Corporation? Xia Bingyu fell into a profound silence. It was abundantly clear that Cheng Lei's demand for the Xia Corporation to repay the loan prematurely was a direct maneuver aimed at her. Unless she yielded to Cheng Lei, there was no possible way to turn the tide. Smack! Just as Xia Bingyu remained silent, Su Lin struck Cheng Lei's face once more. You wretched glutton! Dare you threaten my wife again? He challenged. If you possess the audacity, then kill me. Otherwise, I shall not let you off the hook. Cheng Lei's eyes were filled with a fierce and vengeful glare. Do you think I lack the courage? A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Su Lin's eyes. He then seized Cheng Lei's head and forcefully slammed it onto the table. Once, twice, thrice. Each impact resonated with a dull thud. As for Cheng Lei, his head was already drenched in blood, presenting a most pitiable sight. That's enough, Su Lin. Just teach him a lesson, but do not go too far. At that moment, Xia Bingyu intervened, fearing that Cheng Lei might truly meet his demise if this continued. Su Lin finally halted, gripping Cheng Lei's hair, forcing him to face him directly. Do you still want me to kill you? Cheng Lei remained silent, his eyes filled solely with terror. In that moment, he sensed a palpable intent to kill emanating from the young man before him. Should he dare to speak defiantly again, he feared that his adversary might truly take his life. I was wrong. I beg you, spare me. Cheng Lei stammered in his plea for mercy. Su Lin, let him go, Xia Bing urged. After all, Cheng Lei was a person of some standing. Should Su Lin take his life, it would indeed escalate the situation dramatically. Humph, for the sake of my wife, I shall let you go today. Su Lin casually tossed Cheng Lei onto the ground. Cheng Lei said nothing, rose to his feet, and silently made his way towards the exit of the private room. Wait a moment. Su Lin halted him, extending his hand toward the uniform laid upon the table. You may leave if you wish, but you must don this attire. What? Cheng Lei's countenance instantly darkened. It was well known that at this moment, Pinxiang Tower was experiencing its peak customer influx. Should he depart dressed in such a provocative woman's outfit, he would undoubtedly become the object of ridicule within his circle. It seems you are unwilling, Su Lin continued. In that case, I have no choice but to eliminate you. Su Lin smiled ominously and strode towards Cheng Lei. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Cheng Lei shivered and could only relent. My dear, the scene that will unfold shortly may be quite shocking. Perhaps you should step outside and wait for me. Su Lin smiled cheerfully at Xia Bingyu. However, Xia Bingyu felt that Su Lin's actions were rather excessive. There is no however. Just leave this to me and wait for me in the car. Su Lin forcefully pushed Xia Bingyu out of the private room. Although she initially intended to enter, the sight of Cheng Lei truly beginning to undress made her retreat from the establishment. In a short while, Cheng Lei donned the enticing sleepwear and gritted his teeth, inquiring, Is it permissible now? Enough, hurry and leave, came the curt response. Su Lin stifled the urge to vomit and waved his hand. Xiang Lei ceased to speak, turning on his heel and rushing towards the exit, eager to vacate the restaurant at the swiftest pace possible. However, the establishment was currently bustling with patrons, and mere moments after emerging from the private room, Xiang Lei attracted considerable attention. Many onlookers, captivated by this peculiar scene, eagerly retrieved their phones to capture the moment. Su Lin disregarded everything and left the restaurant, finding Xia Bingyu's car outside. He opened the door and took a seat in the passenger's side. Beside him, Xia Bingyu couldn't help but let out a sigh. Su Lin, you were too impulsive just now. Wife, why do you say that? Su Lin inquired with confusion. That Xiang Lei is the president of Baihua Bank, well-connected and influential. After you struck him and humiliated him so publicly, he will undoubtedly retaliate against the Xia group with great severity. Xia Bingyu's face was etched with concern. It's merely a bank president. My dear, rest assured, if he dares to target your company, I shall take matters into my own hands to resolve it. Su Lin dismissed the notion with a chuckle. Xiang Lei is indeed associated with the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, which stands as the largest commercial entity in Longxia. How do you propose to resolve this? Xia Bingyu sighed bitterly, not taking Su Lin's words to heart. After all, he had just descended from the mountain, devoid of resources to assist her. Nevertheless, she bore him no resentment. Ultimately, all of Su Lin's actions were motivated by a desire to support her. The Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce? Is that not the domain of Master Lu? Before his departure, he had suggested that I inherit it. It seems I shall need to pay a visit there soon. Upon hearing the name of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, Su Lin couldn't help but ponder deeply. Half an hour later, throughout the duration, Xia Bingyu wore a troubled expression, clearly anxious about the potential repercussions from Xiang Lei. However, it wasn't long before Lin Feishuan noticed something amiss. Her countenance darkened. Sister Bingyu, you seem rather unwell. Has Su Lin been bullying you? Hey, don't speak carelessly. My wife is so beautiful. I cherish her dearly and would never dream of mistreating her. Su Lin cast a dissatisfied glare at Lin Feishuan. Humph, it sounds nice, but I remember someone claiming that men should have multiple wives and concubines. Lin Feishuan, unwilling to back down, shot a defiant look at Su Lin. Enough, you two stop bickering.
Xia Bingyu interjected, clarifying, Feishuan, I'm perfectly fine.
I just need a little rest after work. All right then, Bingyu, you should take a break. Lin Feishuan responded with genuine concern. Wait a moment. Lin Feishuan stepped in front of Su Lin. Is there something else? Su Lin furrowed his brow and inquired. Our university's martial arts club president wishes to extend an invitation for you to join the club. May I ask if you would be inclined to accept? Lin Feishuan directly questioned. What benefits are there in joining the martial arts club? Su Lin inquired with great interest. However, it was evident that Su Lin's skills rendered such inquiries unnecessary. It appeared there was no advantage to be gained. Thus, he expressed his disinterest. Chapter 14. It is best to speak while kneeling. This fellow is indeed quite pragmatic. Lin Feishuan remarked as she observed Su Lin's retreating figure. Subsequently, she retrieved her phone and sent a message to Jiang Yuqing. The jade pendant was exquisitely crafted, adorned with a lifelike depiction of a qilin. This pendant was discovered by Su Lin's master when he found him, nestled within his swaddling. It held the key to the enigma of Su Lin's origins. During his time on the mountain, surrounded by 8 masters, Su Lin paid little heed to his lineage. However, as the 7 masters gradually descended the mountain, claiming they had important matters to attend to, only the 4th masteress wife remained by his side. Now that Su Lin had descended the mountain, he resolved to investigate his heritage. Of course, he harbored no emotional ties towards the parents who abandoned him. He merely adhered to his masteress' wishes. His master had advised him before departing that should he ever descend the mountain, he must ascertain the truth of his lineage, as it was of utmost significance, intricately linked to his fate. Alas, while my master has tasked me with uncovering my origins, how can I possibly do so armed with only a jade pendant? It seems I must enlist the assistance of the 4th masteress wife and her establishment, the Fengyue building. Su Lin let out a sigh and produced a token. Upon it was inscribed the character for moon, rendered with an iron brush and silver hook. This was the Fengyue Ling bestowed upon him by the fourth master's wife, capable of mobilizing the entire energy of the Fengyue Tower. According to her, Fengyue Tower was not merely a place of fleeting indulgence but also a vast intelligence network, formed by the frequent visits of dignitaries and influential figures. Furthermore, the Fengyue Group under its banner was among the foremost industries in Longxia. However, all this was merely hearsay to Su Lin. He intended to take the opportunity to explore it further the following day. The next day, Su Lin arrived at the villa's first floor, where the housekeeper had already prepared breakfast. While Xia Bingyu and Lin Feishuan were engaged in conversation as they ate, Su Lin did not hesitate to take a portion and sat down at the table to begin his meal. "Hey, are you truly unwilling to join the martial arts society?" Lin Feishuan inquired, gazing at Su Lin. Last night, she had informed Jiang Yuqing about Su Lin's refusal to join the society. Yet Jiang Yuqing's brother remained undeterred, urging her to extend another invitation with all manner of flattering words. "I will not engage in endeavors that bear no benefit." Su Lin's attitude was resolute. Upon overhearing their conversation, Xia Bingyu inquired with curiosity. "Sister Bingyu, it is as follows." Lin Feishuan recounted the events of the previous day. After listening, Xia Bingyu could not help but cast a glance at Su Lin, remarking, "Who would have thought you could stir up such trouble? A mere visit to school, and you ended up striking a Japanese individual." "I cannot be blamed for this," Su Lin retorted. "Those Japanese were exceedingly arrogant. I had no choice but to teach them a lesson." Su Lin innocently shrugged his shoulders. Xia Bingyu said nothing further. She harbored a similar disdain for the Japanese. Before long, Xia Bingyu finished her meal and departed for work. "Su Lin, are you certain you do not wish to join the martial arts society? Our president has mentioned that if you agree, the position of president can be offered to you." Lin Feishuan, having finished her meal, persistently urged him. "I apologize, but I have no interest in the position of president." Su Lin rejected the proposal outright, setting down his chopsticks and departing. Lin Feishuan found herself powerless against Su Lin and could only stomp her foot in frustration. Meanwhile, in an office at Baihua Bank, Shang Lei stared at a news article on his phone, his expression twisted in anger. The headline was sensational. "Shocking! A man in a revealing outfit runs amok in public." The accompanying image depicted a man, face concealed, clad in provocative lingerie. This man was none other than Shang Lei himself. Fortunately, he had cleverly shielded his face yesterday, or he would have faced utter humiliation today. However, this disgrace could not go unaddressed. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Shang Lei picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Zhou Xiao, I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you. You will undoubtedly find it intriguing." On the other side, Su Lin, having made some inquiries, arrived at the branch of Fengyue Tower in Jiang City. The entire establishment exuded an ancient architectural charm, rich in historical elegance, offering a unique allure amidst the steel jungle of the city. Outside Fengyue Tower, luxury cars were parked in abundance, clearly indicating that those who frequented this place were either affluent or of noble status. Su Lin encountered no obstacles as he effortlessly entered the interior of the Fengyue building. Within the first floor of the establishment, numerous tables were arranged, occupied by patrons savoring their tea. In the central area stood a stage, where skilled performers played musical instruments and sang melodious tunes. Indeed, the affluent truly know how to indulge in the pleasures of music and entertainment. Su Lin sighed and prepared to ascend the stairs in search of the senior members of the Fengyue building. To his surprise, he encountered that rustic fellow. As Su Lin traversed the first floor, Xia Fei, seated not far away, noticed him, and his expression instantly soured. "Xia Fei, do you harbor a grudge against that individual?" A man with a crew cut, sitting across from Xia Fei, inquired curiously upon witnessing his reaction. "Young Master Lin, you are unaware of the circumstances." Xia Fei recounted the tale regarding Su Lin. However, in his depiction, Su Lin transformed into a quintessential ruffian. "This brat happens to be your cousin's husband? As far as I know, your cousin is quite the renowned beauty in Jiang City. How could she possibly be enamored with such a creature?" Young Master Lin expressed his astonishment after hearing this. Xia Bingyu, with her lofty pride, could hardly be attracted to this fellow. It was likely that she merely brought him along as a shield, Yet, judging by the look on this lad's face, he seemed blissfully unaware of his exploitation. Believing he had struck an immense bargain, Xia Fei couldn't help but sneer at the absurdity. Xia Fei, I must say, you are truly becoming more pathetic by the day. After all, you are a member of the Xia family, yet you allow a mere hillbilly to bully you like this. Young Master Lin shook his head in disbelief. Xia Fei hastily defended himself. Young Master Lin, this fellow is not as simple as he appears. He possesses some skills, excels in medicine, and with Xia Bingyu backing him, I find it exceedingly difficult to take action against him. Is that so? Ha, well, I happen to have some free time today. I shall assist you in venting your frustrations. Young Master Lin, intrigued, slowly rose to his feet. Xia Fei's expression brightened, but he soon recalled something and voiced his concerns. Young Master Lin, this is the Fengyue building, where disturbances are prohibited. If you were to strike... Young Master Lin interrupted him. Rest assured, this fellow is not worthy of my direct involvement. I suspect that merely revealing my identity would be sufficient to make him kneel. Moreover, I am a significant patron here. Even if I were to engage in a scuffle, the manager of Fengyue building would grant me some consideration. Young Master Lin, you are truly impressive. Xia Fei could say nothing further and resorted to flattery. Young Master Lin, having said his piece, strode purposefully toward Su Lin. Witnessing this, Xia Fei could not suppress a cold smirk. This young Master Lin, known as Lin Tianba, was the son of the notorious underground lord of Jiang City, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, and held a position of great privilege. No matter how formidable Su Lin may be, he is likely to kneel and call someone father this time. With this thought, Xia Fei felt a surge of excitement as he followed Lin Tianba towards Su Lin. However, Su Lin was completely unaware of their approach and headed straight for the staircase leading to the second floor. Just as he was about to ascend, two figures obstructed his path. Kid, I've heard you're quite arrogant, Lin Tianba remarked with a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded Su Lin. Who do you think you are? Su Lin furrowed his brow as he regarded Lin Tianba. Xia Fei, standing behind Lin Tianba, wielded his influence like a fox hiding behind a tiger, declaring, Country bumpkin, this is Lin Tianba, the son of the master of the Black Tiger Gate in Jiang City. If you know what's good for you, it would be prudent to speak to him on your knees. Chapter 15. For that lad is far more handsome than any of you. Once Xia Fei concluded his introduction, Lin Tianba clasped his hands behind his back, slightly elevating his chin as he gazed down at Su Lin with an air of arrogance, anticipating the moment Su Lin would kneel before him. After all, as the son of the Black Tiger Gate's leader, he was accustomed to receiving deference wherever he went. Surely, if this fellow was not mentally challenged, upon realizing his identity, he would prostrate himself immediately. What nonsense about the Black Tiger Gate. I've never heard of it. Get lost, or I shall not hesitate to strike. Su Lin scolded impatiently. You country bumpkin, how dare you speak to young Master Lin in such a manner? Such audacity! Upon witnessing Su Lin's blatant disregard for Lin Tianba, Xia Fei could not contain his anger and began to curse. However, before he could finish his words, Su Lin struck him with a swift slap, sending him crashing against the wall. I had no intention of resorting to violence, but since you seek a confrontation, I shall oblige. Su Lin shook his head in resignation, then turned his gaze towards Lin Tianba before asking, Are you not going to move aside? Su Lin could no longer contain himself and delivered a swift kick, exclaiming, What an interesting character you are, speaking in such a sarcastic tone. Truly deserving of a good thrashing. Lin Tianba, struck and sent sprawling onto the ground, clutched his abdomen. His face contorted in pain as he lamented, You little brat. How dare you lay a hand on me? Su Lin delivered another kick, exclaiming, Are you truly foolish? Is this matter not abundantly clear? After being kicked twice in succession, Lin Tianba was utterly enraged. He roared as he lunged towards Su Lin, shouting, I will not back down. Get lost. Su Lin, with an expression of palpable impatience, struck Lin Tianba, sending him flying. Having completed this act, he did not spare Lin Tianba a glance and proceeded to ascend the staircase to the second floor. However, at that moment, a group of strikingly beautiful women, adorned in elegant ancient gowns, encircled the area. The leader of this assembly surveyed the scene with a frosty demeanor, exuding an aura of chilling authority. Su Lin let out a sigh. He merely sought to locate the person in charge of the Fengyue Tower, yet encountered such a multitude of complications. Miss Fei Shuang, not only has this individual caused a disturbance at the Fengyue Tower, but he also laid hands on me. You must impose a severe punishment upon him. Lin Tianba recognized the woman and pointed accusingly at Su Lin. Swiftly, Miss Fei Shuang cast her sharp gaze upon Su Lin. Is this how the matter stands? Su Lin was genuinely exasperated, responding curtly, you may investigate the matter yourselves. It would be best to have your superior come to meet me at once. Fei Shuang fixed her gaze upon Su Lin, her beautiful eyes icy enough to freeze a heart. You dare to cause trouble at Fengyue Tower and speak so brazenly? It seems you are unaware of the rules that govern our establishment. Su Lin nonchalantly scoffed. Regardless of the rules of the Fengyue, they hold no weight before me. Hurry and summon your superior to meet me. Humph. Some only shed tears when faced with a coffin. It appears I shall have to establish my authority today and make it known to all the consequences of causing trouble in our Fengyue. Fei Shuang let out a cold snort, raising her right hand with a subtle motion. In an instant, the women behind her stepped forward, exuding an aura of chilling menace. Haha, kid, you're doomed. Lin Tianba chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. As a frequent visitor to the Fengyue, Lin Tianba was acutely aware that these women were far from being as simplistic as they appeared. They were specially trained guards of the Fengyue, possessing formidable skills. There had been instances where over 100 ruffians had attempted to stir trouble, only to be vanquished by these women and summarily thrown out like discarded trash. Are you certain you wish to engage? Su Lin gazed at the women surrounding him and raised an eyebrow, inquiring. Fei Shuang coldly replied, if you regret your decision now, it is not too late. Simply sever your own legs and crawl out of the Fengyue Tower. Su Lin, weary of further banter, tossed the Fengyue Ling towards her. Perhaps you should examine this item before uttering such words to me. Fei Shuang furrowed her brow, instinctively catching the object thrown by Su Lin. Upon merely glancing at it, her expression shifted dramatically. How could you possibly possess this? Fei Shuang's breath quickened. You lack the authority to question me. Summon the person in charge to meet with me. Su Lin spoke in a commanding tone. Fei Shuang cast a deep glance at Su Lin, said nothing further, and instead stepped aside to take out her phone and began to make a call. Su Lin nodded slightly, remaining silent. After approximately 2 minutes, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the upper staircase. Soon, a woman's figure descended. Upon her arrival, the entire first floor of the Fengyue building erupted in commotion. Regular patrons instantly recognized her as Xiao Qianmei, the esteemed manager of the establishment. As she descended the stairs, her long, fair legs were tantalizingly visible, exuding an irresistible allure. However, what captivated attention the most was her enchanting visage. Her eyes sparkled with the essence of spring. Her face radiated the charm of blooming peach blossoms, and her lips were adorned with a hint of vermilion. It could be said that a mere glance at her could awaken primal desires within a man. As Xiao Qianmei reached the first floor, a chorus of gasps and salivating sounds erupted. After all, she rarely made public appearances, and the chance to glimpse her was enough to inspire delightful dreams for several days. Sister, that's the one. Fei Shuang approached Xiao Qianmei and whispered something. Xiao Qianmei nodded slightly and then turned her gaze towards Su Lin. Upon recognizing the face she had long yearned for, her beautiful eyes brimmed with excitement and surprise. In that same instant, Su Lin stood frozen, clearly taken aback that the manager of Fengyue building would be her. Swiftly regaining her composure, Xiao Qianmei asked with a calm demeanor, what exactly transpired here? We were enjoying an evening of music and revelry at Fengyue building when we noticed this person acting suspiciously. We merely sought to inquire about his intentions, yet he resorted to violence against us. Lin Tianba interjected, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Lin, eager to voice his complaint. Throughout his speech, his gaze kept darting towards Xiao Qianmei, filled with fervor and anticipation. After all, this was Xiao Qianmei. Engaging her in conversation would provide ample material for boasting among his friends for a long time. I see, Xiao Qianmei replied, her understanding evident as she turned to Fei Shuang and commanded, please escort these two out. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Fei Shuang advanced toward Lin Tianba and Xia Fei. Panic surged through Lin Tianba as he frantically protested. Miss Xiao, I am a frequent visitor here, and we were the ones assaulted. Why should we be the ones to leave? It is he who deserves punishment. Indeed, why does Fengyue building treat us this way? Xia Fei echoed his indignation. What, you ask? Xiao Qianmei flashed a captivating smile, teasingly responding, the reason is quite simple. That young man is more handsome than both of you. Chapter 16. He is my man. Upon hearing her words, Lin Tianba and Xia Fei could no longer maintain their composure. What a ridiculous justification. However, before they could utter another word, Fei Shuang, accompanied by a group of subordinates, seized them and unceremoniously ejected them from the Fengyue building. Once the two were dealt with, Xiao Qianmei's enchanting gaze fixated on Su Lin. Sir, may we converse privately upstairs? At this declaration, the eyes of all patrons on the first floor turned green with envy. To have a moment alone with Xiao Qianmei was a coveted dream for countless admirers. Who exactly was this young man to merit such special treatment from her? Let us proceed. Su Lin remained composed, taking the lead as he ascended the stairs. Fei Shuang, you will guard the entrance below. From this moment forward, no one is permitted to ascend. Anyone who defies this order shall face death. Xiao Qianmei coldly instructed, swaying her waist as she followed Su Lin's footsteps. Meanwhile, outside the Fengyue building, Lin Tianba rose from the ground, his face aflame with fury. How dare this Fengyue building treat me in such a manner? This is utterly outrageous. Beside him, Xia Fei cautiously inquired. Without hesitation, Lin Tianba struck him across the face, berating, Are you an idiot? Even my father would not dare to act recklessly in front of the Fengyue building. Seeking revenge is akin to courting death. Xia Fei covered his face, suppressing any hint of discontent. I apologize, young Master Lin. I failed to consider the situation thoroughly. Shall we let this matter rest? Smack! Lin Tianba delivered another slap, exclaiming, What? When have I ever endured such humiliation? Let it rest? Do you take me for a ninja turtle? Xia Fei nearly wept. Then what do you propose we do? Young Master Lin? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tianba snorted. I cannot afford to offend the Fengyue building. That fellow named Su Lin is still within reach. I will have my father bring skilled fighters. The moment that lad steps out, he will understand who truly holds power. With that, Lin Tianba began making phone calls. Xia Fei's eyes lit up. Lin Tianba's father, Lin Heihu, as the leader of the Black Tiger sect, commanded numerous henchmen. If he intervened personally, eliminating a mere Su Lin would be a simple task. As Xia Fei pondered these thoughts, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from his father, Xia Guodong. Upon answering, his expression shifted dramatically. Leave, you useless fool. Lin Tianba impatiently waved his hand. Xia Fei dared not speak further and silently departed. Lin Tianba then found a place to sit, fixating his gaze on the entrance of the Fengyue building. Boy, the moment you dare to step out of those doors today, I shall ensure you learn the meaning of cruelty. In a lavish private room on the top floor of the Fengyue building, as Su Lin stepped inside, Xiao Qianmei embraced his neck, pressing half of her body against him. With a sultry gaze, she remarked, Junior brother, after all these years, you have finally descended the mountain. Your senior sister has waited for you with great longing. Su Lin replied, Senior sister, I am still but a child. What are you doing? Su Lin furrowed his brows and inquired, Junior brother, you truly possess a knack for jesting. I have watched you grow since childhood. I am well aware of whether you are still a child or not. Xiao Qianmei exhaled a breath of warmth towards Su Lin. Instantly, he felt a fragrant aroma permeate his nostrils, burrowing deep into his mind and fervently stirring his senses. How has Xiao Qianmei, after a decade apart, transformed into such an alluring figure? Senior sister, I harbor no interest in you. Kindly release me at once, or I shall not hold back. Su Lin gazed coldly at Xiao Qianmei and remarked, Little one, do you still dare to lay a hand on me? Xiao Qianmei chuckled dismissively. Su Lin said nothing further, his body trembling slightly before unleashing a tremendous force that caused Xiao Qianmei to stagger backward repeatedly. Humph, you insufferable junior brother. After all these years, you remain utterly clueless. Xiao Qianmei elegantly settled onto the sofa, crossing her legs, revealing her pristine white limb. This scene, if witnessed by other men, would undoubtedly drive them wild. Yet, Su Lin remained unfazed, shaking his head as he remarked, "Senior sister, who could have anticipated such a transformation in you? In my memory, you were still that feisty little tigress. What did you say?" The mention of her past ignited a flicker of anger on Xiao Qianmei's face. "Senior sister, what is this reaction? I am merely speaking the truth." Su Lin once again displayed that seemingly harmless smile. Xiao Qianmei clenched her teeth, fully aware that Su Lin was intentionally teasing her. However, shortly after, she pondered something and remarked playfully, "Little junior brother, after a decade apart, your audacity has indeed grown. You no longer regard your senior sister with any respect. Have you forgotten the times in our youth when you went against me, and how I would pull you by your ear?" Su Lin's expression instantly darkened. "Senior sister, let's not dwell on the past. Oh, little one, so you are capable of feeling shy. We shall see if you dare to offend your senior sister again." Xiao Qianmei huffed with pride. Su Lin refrained from mentioning past matters and settled onto the nearby sofa. "Senior sister, let us discuss serious matters. How did you suddenly become the matriarch of Fengyue Tower? Of course, it is due to Master S' directive. Years ago, before he sent me down the mountain, he instructed me to take charge of Fengyue Tower in Jiang City, and he mentioned that one day you would arrive. Alas, I have waited an entire decade for your arrival. If you do not descend from the mountain soon, I shall truly become an old woman." Xiao Qianmei cast a look of reproach at Su Lin. Su Lin remained silent, furrowing his brow in contemplation. A decade ago, his fourth master had instructed Xiao Qianmei to await him at the Fengyue Tower in the city, indicating that his masters had likely already orchestrated his future. Yet, he remained uncertain of their intentions. "Junior brother, why are you so quiet? You once made a promise to marry me," Xiao Qianmei said, casting a disapproving glance at Su Lin. "How can you now go back on your word? You dare to speak of promises? It was you who coerced me back then. This constitutes an abduction." Su Lin cast a fierce glare at Xiao Qianmei. During their time on the mountain, apart from their esteemed master, the other masters had their own disciples. However, when Su Lin began to take note of his surroundings, only 3 of the master's disciples remained on the mountain, while the others had descended to gain practical experience. Xiao Qianmei was one of those who stayed behind, being the disciple of his fourth master, and she was a full 7 years his senior. Moreover, despite her current captivating charm, during their time on the mountain, she was nothing short of a veritable female Tyrannosaurus. When Su Lin was still a child, before he had begun his cultivation, Xiao Qianmei often bullied him. Furthermore, due to the remarks made by her fourth master regarding Xiao Qianmei's difficult temperament, which would make it hard for her to find a husband in the future, she began to set her sights on Su Lin. Su Lin vividly recalls the time when he was merely 7 years old, deceived by the 14-year-old Xiao Qianmei into a secluded spot on the mountain, where she forcefully tied a red string to establish their engagement.
Naturally, Su Lin attempted to resist,
yet ultimately succumbed to Xiao Qianmei's overwhelming authority. This peculiar arrangement persisted until Su Lin reached the age of 10, at which point Xiao Qianmei descended from the mountain, bringing an end to their unusual circumstance. This history is precisely why, in the presence of Xiao Qianmei, Su Lin does not react like other men. He bears the shadows of his childhood. As for the engagement, Su Lin's heart vehemently rejects it, for he is a man of dignity, and to be claimed in such a manner feels utterly humiliating. "Junior brother, it seems you are quite unruly." Xiao Qianmei observed his expression as she slowly rose, positioning herself on his lap, sitting directly atop his thighs. With a gentle touch, she lifted his chin with her finger. "I hope you can come to terms with reality. You were the one who promised me. Regardless of your current willingness, you are undeniably my man." Xiao Qianmei, Chapter 17. Unaccustomed to others speaking while standing. Setting aside the past, the present Xiao Qianmei is undoubtedly a captivating beauty. Perched in such a manner upon Su Lin, he feels enveloped by a gentle flame, leaving him momentarily at a loss for composure. "Senior sister, let's communicate properly. Please, do not act this way." Su Lin swallowed hard and said, "What? Are you unable to resist the allure of your senior sister?" He continued, If that is the case, why persist? Sooner or later you will be mine. Just obey me and do not resist. Xiao Qianmei chuckled softly, her lips gradually drawing near to Su Lin. Su Lin could no longer endure it and forcefully pushed Xiao Qianmei away. Senior sister, please behave yourself. I am a man of principles, and I have serious matters to attend to this time. A faint smile of satisfaction graced Xiao Qianmei's lips. Even the junior disciple could not resist her allure. It seemed her enchanting charm had indeed grown stronger. Su Lin refrained from unnecessary chatter and produced the jade pendant that pertained to his identity. Senior sister, I wish to leverage the influence of Fengyue Tower to investigate the origins of this pendant. Xiao Qianmei's gaze fell upon the pendant. Is the provenance of this object truly significant? Not particularly, he replied. It merely relates to my heritage. Su Lin nonchalantly shook his head. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qianmei's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of surprise as she recalled her master's words before descending the mountain. Her junior brother had ultimately embarked on this path. Junior brother, leave this matter to me. I will exert the influence of the Fengyue Tower to investigate diligently, Xiao Qianmei declared, capturing the image of the jade pendant with her phone and committing to her promise. Then, a thought crossed her mind, and she inquired, Junior brother, now that you possess the Fengyue order, do you intend to take charge of the entire Fengyue Tower? Sister, what kind of power does the Fengyue Tower wield? Su Lin inquired with curiosity. Previously, he had only heard Master C mention the Fengyue building and was unaware of its true standing. Junior brother, to speak frankly, the Fengyue building is considered a top-tier organization throughout Longxia, and its affiliated Fengyue group boasts assets reaching into the hundreds of billions. Moreover, the Fengyue building is filled with enchanting beauties, and should you take over, all of them would heed your command. Of course, I, your senior sister, would be no exception. Xiao Qianmei spoke with a hint of allure. Then who is the current master of the Fengyue building? Su Lin directly disregarded Xiao Qianmei's seduction. She was a sister of his master, and ever since his master's departure, she had been in charge of everything at the Fengyue Tower. Little junior brother, would you like me to report your matters to her, so she can come to meet you? As Xiao Qianmei mentioned serious business, her expression turned earnest. No need. I have no interest in that. Just assist me in investigating the matter regarding the jade pendant. Su Lin shook his head and then stood up directly. Senior sister, I have completed my tasks, so I shall take my leave. Junior brother, where are you currently residing? Why not move in with me? That way, we could see each other every day. Xiao Qianmei gazed at Su Lin with eager anticipation. No, thank you. I am currently living with my wife, and it is quite comfortable. What? You have a wife? Junior brother, how could you be so inconsiderate? I have waited for you all these years, and you have entangled yourself with another woman. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Qianmei's expression darkened, and she appeared genuinely upset. Senior sister, this is an engagement arranged by Master Fourth. You cannot blame me. Su Lin innocently raised his hands in confusion. The marriage contract arranged by Master? Xiao Qianmei furrowed her brows, perplexed by her master's intentions. However, she dismissed her thoughts and declared, I don't care. Even if it is a contract set by Master, you are still my man. If necessary, I will allow you to take another wife, but I shall be the primary one. This matter could be discussed later. Not wishing to dwell on it further, Xiao Qianmei gazed at Su Lin's receding figure, recalling her master's earlier admonitions. According to what her master had said, this younger disciple possessed a unique physique that harmonized with his life force, enabling rapid cultivation advancement. With this in mind, Xiao Qianmei chuckled softly, Little junior brother, you shall not escape my grasp. Sooner or later, you will become a loyal subject beneath your elder sister's skirt. Meanwhile, outside the Fengyue building, Lin Tianba's father, Lin Heihu, finally arrived, accompanied by a large entourage of subordinates. Father, you have finally come, Lin Tianba exclaimed, rushing towards him. Brat, why were you so eager for me to come to the Fengyue building? You haven't offended anyone there, have you? Lin Heihu questioned with a stern expression. The Fengyue building held a reputation that was not to be trifled with. Should his son truly have clashed with them, he would have no choice but to uphold justice even against his own flesh and blood. Father, rest assured. How could I dare offend the Fengyue building? I merely wish for your assistance in dealing with a certain individual. Lin Tianba hurriedly recounted the events. You say that person struck you in the Fengyue building, yet the guards expelled you instead? Lin Heihu's brow furrowed, sensing something amiss. Indeed, father. You must avenge me. Lin Tianba gritted his teeth in exasperation. Brat, have you offended someone of great stature? Logically speaking, the Fengyue building would not act in such a manner. The individual you mentioned may very well be connected to them. Lin Heihu analyzed gravely. Impossible, father. According to Xia Fei, that guy is merely a country bumpkin from the mountains. How could he possibly have ties to the Fengyue building? The reason they expelled us was likely because we instigated the conflict ourselves, Lin Tianba asserted confidently. Seeing his son so resolute, Lin Heihu nodded. You make a valid point. When that fellow emerges, we shall test the waters. Regardless, he must pay a price for striking my son. Father, that's him. At that moment, Lin Tianba noticed a figure emerging from the Fengyue building and swiftly pointed. Lin Heihu turned to look, seeing only a young man before gesturing to his subordinates. Stop him. Instantly, a group of subordinates surged forward, encircling the freshly emerged Su Lin. What is happening? Su Lin furrowed his brow as he cast a glance at the person before him. Kid, you were quite arrogant at the Fengyue building just now. I wonder if you can still act so brazenly. At that moment, Lin Tianba strode over. So it is you. Upon seeing Lin Tianba, Su Lin instantly comprehended the situation. Lin Tianba scoffed and arrogantly declared, Kid, allow me to introduce you. This esteemed individual beside me is my father, the leader of the Black Tiger Gate. If you know what's good for you, you'd best kneel promptly, for my father is not accustomed to conversing with others while they stand. Chapter 18. It's more comfortable to kneel. Su Lin furrowed his brows and glanced at Lin Heihu beside him. Are you not accustomed to others speaking while standing? Lin Heihu's eyes glinted with a chilling intensity. Indeed, do you have any objections, young man? This is not a commendable habit. You should amend it in the future. Do you understand? Su Lin commanded in a tone of reproach. Are you attempting to instruct me on how to carry out my duties? Lin Heihu's expression darkened as he retorted. I am not teaching you. Rather, I am issuing you a directive. Su Lin, with utmost seriousness, corrected him. Young man, you are quite audacious. Today, I must see just how capable you are to speak to me, Lin Heihu, in such a manner. Lin Heihu was thoroughly consumed by a murderous intent. He gestured to his subordinates beside him. Eliminate him. Upon hearing this, the henchmen surrounding Su Lin moved simultaneously, wielding their iron rods and blades, launching a relentless assault towards him. Get lost. Su Lin, disinterested in wasting time on this group, waved his hand lightly forward. Instantly, an invisible wave of energy erupted, sending all of his subordinates flying. How could this be possible? Lin Heihu and Lin Tianba widened their eyes in disbelief, especially Lin Tianba, who was witnessing such a scene for the first time, felt as though his worldview had been shattered. Lin Heihu, being someone who had seen grand spectacles before, quickly regained his composure and realized the true nature of Su Lin. He turned to an emaciated elder behind him and said solemnly, Old Ho, it seems I must trouble you to take action today. Leave it to me, Elder Ho replied nonchalantly, stepping forward towards Su Lin. Lin Tianba, filled with excitement, noted that Elder Ho had been by his father's side for many years and rarely intervened. Yet whenever he did, there had never been a misstep. According to Lin Heihu, this Elder Ho was a formidable warrior. Even the most elite of ordinary special forces would appear as mere children in his presence. In that moment, Lin Tianba could almost envision Su Lin kneeling before him, singing his submission. Meanwhile, on the top floor of Fengyue Tower, Xiao Qianmei summoned Fei Shuang and instructed, Fei Shuang, keep an eye on young Master Su, the one I spoke with earlier. If he encounters any trouble, inform me immediately. Yes, elder sister, Fei Shuang replied, unable to restrain her curiosity. But sister, who exactly is that young man, to possess the Fengyue order? Fei Shuang, having been at Fengyue Tower for so many years, you should know that here, it is best to mind your own business and refrain from asking unnecessary questions. Xiao Qianmei replied with a casual glance at Fei Shuang. Fei Shuang's expression changed instantly, and she hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, elder sister. It was my impudence. Enough, you may leave now. Xiao Qianmei waved her hand, not wishing to dwell on the matter. As Fei Shuang turned to depart, her phone suddenly rang. Xiao Qianmei, dismissively shaking her head, said, "No need. Young Master Su can handle it himself. Sister, among the Black Tiger sect, there is a postnatal warrior. Can he truly?" Fei Shuang expressed her doubt. Xiao Qianmei coldly interrupted her. "Rest assured that young Master Su is far more formidable than you might think. Even if all the experts of Fengyue Tower were to mobilize, they might not be his match. Now go attend to your own affairs." "Understood." Fei Shuang refrained from saying more and left. Upon exiting the top floor, Fei Shuang approached a window, where she could clearly observe the situation outside Fengyue Tower. After so many years, it was the first time she had seen her elder sister hold such a high regard for a young man. Thus, she felt compelled to witness whether this Su Lin was indeed as remarkable as Xiao Qianmei had described. At the entrance of Fengyue Tower, Elder Ho had already arrived before Su Lin. He appeared to be in his 70s, stooped and with graying hair. Yet, his gaze was exceptionally sharp, exuding an unsettling intensity that belied his age. He resembled a sword concealed within its sheath, ready to strike lethally at any moment. It is normal for young men to be unaware of their limits. Today, I can offer you a chance. Surrender obediently, and perhaps you may have a chance to live, sparing me the need to intervene, Elder Ho remarked coolly, observing Su Lin. "You old fool, do you truly believe yourself to be formidable?" Su Lin inquired irritably, "What did you just call me?" Mr. Ho widened his eyes in disbelief, clearly taken aback by Su Lin's audacity to address him in such a manner. It seems age has indeed dulled his senses. Not only has he grown older, but his hearing has also diminished. Su Lin couldn't help but shake his head. What a fool! An overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from old Ho, causing his garments to flutter as if stirred by an unseen wind. His palm struck decisively towards Su Lin's chest, accompanied by a fierce whistling sound. This young man truly spoke without restraint. Offending me may leave him with a chance at survival, but to cross old Ho is to court certain death. Lin Heihu couldn't suppress a cold snicker. As a martial artist at the second stage of postnatal development, old Ho's palm could easily pierce through a steel plate 10 centimeters thick. Surely this lad would be unable to withstand it. Yet, as Lin Heihu contemplated these thoughts, old Ho's palm had already landed squarely on Su Lin's chest. However, contrary to expectations, the anticipated sight of Su Lin being sent flying did not occur. Su Lin stood there calmly, as if nothing was amiss. How? How could this be? How could you be unscathed? Old Ho wore an expression of astonishment, questioning whether his eyes were deceiving him. You old fool, with such feeble strength are hardly capable of even scratching my itch. This is not how one strikes. Su Lin shook his head and then struck out with a palm. This seemingly casual gesture, however, filled old Ho with an overwhelming sense of terror, as if he were shrouded in the specter of death, prompting him to hastily raise his guard. Crack! The moment their forces collided, old Ho's right arm shattered, the bone piercing through flesh, leaving it grotesquely exposed. Meanwhile, Su Lin's palm met his aged visage without any hindrance. Slap! Old Ho's body was sent hurtling sideways, landing a good 10 meters away. At that moment, one side of his face was a gruesome mess of blood and flesh, rendering him utterly motionless, akin to a lifeless dog. Lin Heihu and Lin Tianba watched in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. How could a seasoned warrior like old Ho be struck down by a mere slap? Who on earth had they offended? Top? Just then, Su Lin advanced towards the two, prompting the question, "What are you doing?" Su Lin gazed at Lin Heihu with a playful expression and inquired, "Does kneeling feel more comfortable for you now?" Lin Heihu forced a smile that was more sorrowful than a frown and replied, "Esteemed sir, I find standing rather uncomfortable at the moment. Kneeling feels more agreeable. Your father mentioned that kneeling is more pleasant. What is your opinion on that?" Su Lin turned to Lin Tianba and inquired. Thud. Su Lin smiled faintly and said, "You may find comfort in this situation, but the troubles you bring upon me render me quite uncomfortable. Young sir, we acknowledge our wrongdoing. If you could spare us, we would be willing to do anything you desire." Lin Heihu replied with a forced smile. "What can two grown men like you offer me? I believe it would be better to simply end this." Su Lin raised his hand, poised to strike Lin Heihu. Lin Heihu was utterly terrified. This was a formidable individual capable of slaying old Ho. Should that hand come crashing down upon him, it would surely spell his demise. Esteemed sir, I beseech you, spare my wretched life. From this day forth, I shall be your loyal hound, obedient to your every command. Please, I implore you, do not take my life. Lin Heihu collapsed to the ground, weeping profusely in his plea for mercy. Enough of your tears. You sound like a coward. Lin Heihu suddenly felt as though he had ascended from the depths of despair to the heights of salvation. He hastily rose and knelt once more, exclaiming, "Thank you, noble sir, for your kindness. From now on, I shall be Lin Heigu in your presence, ever ready to heed your call. Very well, take your men and depart." Su Lin waved his hand impatiently. Lin Heihu, as if granted a reprieve, left his business card and hurriedly instructed his subordinates to take old Ho's corpse away, swiftly departing from the scene. Su Lin toyed with Lin Heihu's business card, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Though Lin Heihu could hardly be deemed a formidable figure, he appeared to possess a modicum of influence in Jiang City, which might prove useful in the future. As he tucked the card away, Su Lin did not depart immediately. Instead, he turned to gaze at a window of the Fengyue building. "My dear lady," he called out, "though I am undeniably handsome, should you wish to behold me again, feel free to do so openly, without the need for such furtive glances." Su Lin called out to the visage behind the window and then turned, striding away with purpose. Behind the window, Fei Shuang watched Su Lin's departing figure, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. He had already detected my presence and could effortlessly handle a practitioner of the second tier. This individual's prowess was undoubtedly remarkable. But I wonder, what is his connection to the owner of Fengyue Tower? Chapter 19. The price must increase. At the Xia family villa, news arrived that young Master Zhang intended to come to propose. Xia Guodong wore a faint smile. "This is splendid," exclaimed Xia Fei, his face lighting up. "Young Master Zhang's strength far exceeds that of Xia Bingyu. If she marries him, the Xia group will belong to us father and son." Xia Guodong chuckled maliciously. "But the matter is not as simple as it appears. Xia Bingyu offended the president of Baihua Bank, Shang Lei, last night. It is said that Shang Lei has vowed to blacklist her, and this news has already circulated within our circles. The Zhang family is likely aware of this and seeks to leverage it against Xia Bingyu. At this point, regardless of Xia Bingyu's reluctance, she will have no choice but to comply and marry young Master Zhang. My only concern now is that country bumpkin. I hope he doesn't interfere with our plans." Xia Fei laughed in response. "Father, fret not. That fellow has offended the son of the Black Tiger sect leader at Fengyue Tower and is probably being trampled like a dead dog right now. Such news is truly delightful. After enduring for so long, father and son are finally about to rise." Xia Guodong could not contain his laughter. "Uncle, are you quite pleased?" A cold voice suddenly interrupted. Xia Bingyu slowly entered the hall. "I have already negotiated with young Master Zhang. When they arrive to propose, you need only agree. As for the wedding date, expedite the arrangements. It should be completed within the next few days." Upon seeing Xia Bingyu, Xia Guodong immediately adopted a commanding tone befitting an elder. "Xia Guodong, cease your daydreaming. I shall never marry Zhang Shiquan." Xia Bingyu retorted with a heavy snort. "Miss Xia, your words are rather absolute, are they not?" A voice filled with amusement interjected. Turning to the source, several figures entered, led by a middle-aged man and a young man. The young man wore a playful expression as he regarded Xia Bingyu, as if she were merely a toy. "Young Master Zhang, you have finally arrived." Xia Guodong hurriedly approached with a respectful demeanor. Zhang Shiquan, with a mocking tone, remarked, "Miss Xia, I have heard that Baihua Bank is preparing to blacklist you. If you agree to marry me, my father's connections with the bank could certainly resolve this issue. Are you certain you will not reconsider?" Xia Bingyu's expression shifted slightly. She was already aware of the situation but had yet to devise a solution. However, she would not yield easily, replying coldly, "Zhang Shiquan, you might as well abandon that thought. I am already married, and no matter what conditions the Xia family presents, I will not acquiesce." Zhang Shiquan scoffed. "Xia Bingyu, do not deceive yourself. I have heard from your uncle that your so-called husband, Su Lin, is merely a rustic peasant, a mere shield you procured from the mountains. He lacks the qualifications to contend for a woman against me. Xia Bingyu furrowed her brow, about to retort, when an irked voice interrupted. I believe I just heard someone speaking ill of me. Do they not understand how immoral that is? With that voice, Su Lin strode into the room. Upon seeing him, Xia Bingyu inexplicably felt a sense of relief. As if with him present, there was no issue left to worry about. Xia Fei looked at Su Lin in surprise. I'm fine, Xia Bingyu murmured, leaning into Su Lin's embrace and shaking her head. Their intimate display ignited a fiery rage within Zhang Shiquan, filling his mind with jealousy. Kid, you better release Bingyu at once, or do not blame me for being impolite. Zhang Shiquan stepped forward, his voice icy. What concern is it of yours whom I embrace? Why should I let go? Not only will I not release her, but I shall also kiss her. Su Lin gazed at Zhang Shiquan as if he were a fool. After speaking, he turned and planted a forceful kiss on Xia Bingyu, producing a resounding smooch. Xia Bingyu could not help but shoot Su Lin a disdainful glance. This fellow always seizes opportunities to take advantage of her. Zhang Shiquan was nearly driven to madness, wishing he could directly eliminate Su Lin. However, he soon recalled something, calming himself, and a playful smile crept across his lips. Young man, I must admit, you are quite fortunate to have been chosen by Xia Bingyu as a shield. But do you truly believe this is a blessing? Use your brain for a moment. Xia Bingyu keeps you around solely because you still possess some utility. Once your value has been exhausted, she will undoubtedly cast you aside. At that point, you will remain nothing. Su Lin furrowed his brow and asked, what exactly do you wish to convey? Zhang Shiquan chuckled softly, producing a card that he tossed at Su Lin's feet. It is quite simple. This card contains 1 million. As long as you depart from Bingyu, this sum shall be yours. Upon hearing this, Su Lin felt a profound sense of insult and retorted with indignation. What do you take me for? Although Bingyu and I are not childhood sweethearts, our love is genuine and unwavering. To think that I would abandon her for mere money is nothing short of a foolish dream. Zhang Shiquan, visibly displeased, furrowed his brow and replied, so, are you implying that you intend to refuse my offer? Su Lin shook his head and replied, who says I intend to refuse? Upon hearing this, Xia Bingyu and Xia Guodong were momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Su Lin's true intentions. Particularly, Xia Bingyu's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of anxiety, fearing that Su Lin might actually choose to leave her for the sake of Zhang Shiquan's money. What exactly do you mean? Zhang Shiquan inquired with some impatience. Su Lin's expression became earnest as he solemnly stated, my meaning is quite simple. Bingyu is the love of my life, and if you wish for me to part from her, it will require a greater sum. Chapter 20. Is the performance outstanding? A greater sum? The occupants of the villa's hall were taken aback, as none had anticipated Su Lin would utter such words. Xia Bingyu shot Su Lin a sharp glare. This fellow truly considers himself a mere instrument of trade. Does he? Ha ha ha. Zhang Shiquan erupted into laughter, approaching Su Lin and giving his shoulder a hearty pat. I must admit you are a clever lad. Speak up, how much more do you wish? As long as you agree to leave Bingyu, I can accommodate your request. Su Lin pondered earnestly, since you have put it that way, I am not an avaricious person. If you grant me 10 trillion, I shall depart at once. 10 trillion. Zhang Shiquan's expression instantly darkened, and he coldly replied, young man, are you certain you aren't jesting? Do I appear to be in jest?
Su Lin coldly retorted.
A trace of derision gracing his lips? Or is it that you are utterly incapable of producing 1 trillion for me? If that is the case, it merely indicates that your earlier bravado was nothing but empty words, revealing your lack of ability. How dare you pretend? You bumpkin, how can you speak to young Master Zhang like that? Do you not believe that young Master Zhang could dispose of you in an instant? Xia Fei could not help but point at Su Lin, his voice laced with reprimand. It seems you relish playing the lapdog. Does the master even need to utter a word before the dog begins to bark? Su Lin cast a scornful glance at Xia Fei. You! Xia Fei's face instantly contorted with rage, yet the thought of Su Lin's prowess quelled any impulsive actions. Kid, this is a matter of the Xia family. If you know what is good for you, it would be wise to refrain from meddling. Xia Guodong's voice was cold, imbued with a threatening undertone. Xia Bingyu's marriage to young Master Zhang would bring tremendous benefits to both father and son, and Xia Guodong would not permit this rustic to sabotage their plans. Why should I refrain from intervening? Bingyu is my wife, and without my consent, no one can compel her to do anything. Subsequently, Su Lin impatiently turned to Zhang Shiquan. So what is it? Can you muster a trillion? If not, be gone, for you are an eyesore here. Kid, you possess an audacity that is remarkable, yet regrettably, you are merely a country bumpkin come down from the mountains. You lack the qualifications to vie for a woman with me. Zhang Shiquan.
Zhang Shiquan dismissed Su Lin entirely.
Then turned to Xia Bingyu. Bingyu, I grant you one final opportunity. Agree to be my woman and cast that bumpkin aside, and I can assist you in lifting the bank's blockade. Otherwise, the Xia group may collapse within days, and at that point, no one will be able to rescue you. Xia Bingyu clenched her fists. Though she was reluctant to admit it, Zhang Shiquan spoke the undeniable truth. Bingyu, you should acquiesce to young Master Zhang. The Xia group is your grandfather's legacy, and you surely do not wish to witness its downfall? Xia Guodong advised, his tone laden with significance. Xia Fei chimed in, indeed. Young Master Zhang's merits far surpass that of this bumpkin. Your being chosen by him is entirely an honor. Smack! Before Xia Fei could finish his sentence, a sharp slap resounded through the entire hall. It was Su Lin who had suddenly struck, sending Zhang Shiquan flying. Instantly, everyone was taken aback, astonished by Su Lin's audacity. You dare to strike young Master Zhang. Xia Guodong pointed at Su Lin, a mixture of shock and fury etched on his face. I have stated it clearly. No one can coerce my wife into any action. He threatened her, and he must bear the consequences. Su Lin's expression grew increasingly cold and stern. Xia Bingyu gazed at him with a complex look in her beautiful eyes, surprised by his unwavering defense of her. You little brat, how dare you strike me? I swear you shall meet your demise, and no one will be able to save you. Furthermore, addressing Xia Bingyu, he declared, I will ensure you witness her becoming my woman, and I will degrade her to the point of worthlessness. Zhang Shiquan, regaining his composure, unleashed a thunderous roar, turning to the middle-aged man who had accompanied him. Mr. Yuan, I implore you to take action against this wretch. All that is required is to cripple his legs. Mr. Yuan nodded, placing his hands behind his back and stepping forward to confront Su Lin. Listen, boy, if you are wise, it would be in your best interest to disable your own legs, thus sparing me the trouble of doing so and avoiding unnecessary pain. Smack! Before Mr. Yuan could finish his sentence, Su Lin delivered a swift slap to his face, sending him hurtling backward to crash against the wall, where he gradually slumped to the ground, motionless like a lifeless dog. Such excessive chatter, and with such meager strength, you dare to flaunt your bravado? I truly wonder who bestowed upon you such audacity. Su Lin sarcastically remarked as he strode towards Zhang Shiquan, who at that moment was entirely immobilized. Mr. Yuan, his personal bodyguard, had retired from the most elite forces of Longxia, having single-handedly eliminated an enemy special team during a mission. Consequently, aside from a monthly salary of 100,000, Mr. Yuan had a stipulation. For each engagement, he would command an additional 200,000. Although this fee was exorbitant, Zhang Shiquan retained Mr. Yuan by his side. For over the years, Mr. Yuan had resolved countless vendettas on his behalf. Yet now it was unfathomable that Mr. Yuan could be dispatched by a mere rustic from the mountains, leaving Zhang Shiquan's psyche profoundly shaken. Hey, did you just assert that you would cripple my legs? Su Lin approached Zhang Shiquan and patted his face. Crack, crack. Accompanied by the sound of two bones shattering, Zhang Shiquan collapsed to the ground, emitting a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. This is the sensation of having one's legs rendered useless. Is it comfortable? Su Lin smiled mischievously at Zhang Shiquan and inquired, Su Lin, how audacious you are to strike young Master Zhang. Do you have any idea of his background? Xia Guodong's expression changed dramatically as he reprimanded loudly. Bingyu, you must hastily divorce the scoundrel and expel him from the Xia family. Otherwise, we shall all be dragged down by him. Xia Fei was equally terrified, his complexion paling. Xia Bingyu, however, had not anticipated that Su Lin would resort to such drastic measures against Zhang Shiquan. Yet, given the circumstances, she could only grit her teeth and respond, "Second uncle. Though the Zhang family is formidable, the Xia family is not to be trifled with. Is it truly necessary for you to be this alarmed? Moreover, the deed is done. Regardless of the outcome, I shall stand by Su Lin. You!" Xia Guodong was rendered speechless by his fury. "Darling, you are the one who truly cares for me." Su Lin wore an expression of profound emotion, then shifted his attention to Zhang Shiquan. "By the way, dear, this fellow just insulted you, and I shall assist you in teaching him a lesson. There's no need for that. This is sufficient. I believe he will not dare to trouble us again in the future." Xia Bingyu interjected hastily. Su Lin, when provoked, seemed utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. She genuinely feared that he might inadvertently harm Zhang Shiquan, which would escalate matters beyond control. "Very well, considering my wife's kindness, I shall spare him this time." Su Lin nodded slightly and, with a swift kick, sent Zhang Shiquan flying, crashing before a group of his subordinates. "What are you standing there for? Take him away," he commanded. "And don't forget that dead dog." The men, too intimidated to utter a word, hurriedly lifted Zhang Shiquan and Mr. Yuan, hastily departing from the scene. "You've landed yourself in deep trouble. The Zhang family will not let this go after you've beaten their young master to such a state." Xia Guodong glared at Su Lin, gritting his teeth. "If it weren't for this brat, matters would not have escalated to this extent. The Zhang family is nothing but a mere nuisance. Should they dare to trouble me again, I shall eradicate them directly."
Su Lin shrugged indifferently.
"You country bumpkin. You truly have a great deal of audacity to claim you could annihilate the Zhang family. Who do you think you are?" Xia Fei scoffed derisively, a sharp sound echoing in the air. Su Lin delivered a sharp slap to Xia Fei's face and retorted, "I believe I have made it abundantly clear that I do not appreciate being called a country bumpkin. It seems you either have a poor memory or are deliberately seeking trouble. Consider this your final warning. Should there be a next time, I shall not hesitate to sever your tongue." Xia Guodong's face flushed with anger. Su Lin's audacity was becoming increasingly intolerable. "What do you mean by what? If you dare utter another word, I assure you, I will not hesitate to strike you as well."
Su Lin interrupted Xia Guodong's tirade.
Xia Guodong's expression shifted dramatically. He did not doubt Su Lin's capability for such actions and, with a dismissive flick of his sleeve, proclaimed, "You have offended the Zhang family. I am eager to see just how long you can maintain this arrogance. Xia Fei, let us depart." Xia Fei remained silent, casting a venomous glance at Su Lin before departing the villa alongside Xia Guodong. The grand hall was left with only Su Lin and Xia Bingyu.
Su Lin,
exhibiting a lack of restraint, boldly approached and assertively embraced Xia Bingyu, drawing her into his arms. In that instant, their bodies were pressed closely together. Su Lin could even perceive the two remarkably elastic entities. "Su Lin, what are you doing?" Xia Bing inquired, her voice tinged with a hint of panic. Su Lin revealed a mischievous smile and said, "Oh, my dear wife, I merely wished to inquire about my performance just now. Was it commendable?" Chapter 21. Is it fair? Xia Bingyu shot him a fierce glare, fully aware that he was seizing the opportunity to tease her. However, she remained silent. Just moments ago, Su Lin had boldly intervened, forcefully driving away Zhang Shiquan and fiercely confronting the Xia Guodong father and son, instilling in her a sense of security and reliance. So this is what it feels like to be protected by another man. Ah yes, her father-in-law had been resting for several days and was now ready for a second acupuncture session. "My dear wife, I shall ascend to provide him with treatment." Suddenly, Su Lin recalled the matter and turned to ascend to the second floor. Xia Bingyu promptly followed suit, eager to ascertain her father's current condition. On the second floor, Xia Guoyang had been under the attentive care of individuals specifically arranged by Xia Bingyu for the past few days. His complexion had considerably improved, yet he remained unable to rise from his bed. This predicament was precisely why Xia Guodong was so insistent on hastily marrying off Xia Bingyu. Should Xia Guoyang make a complete recovery, their opportunity would be entirely lost. "Bingyu, what transpired downstairs just now? Did Xia Guodong and his cohorts trouble you again?" Upon seeing Xia Bingyu enter, Xia Guoyang furrowed his brow and inquired, "Father, it's like this." Xia Bingyu briefly recounted the events, omitting the troubling detail of Su Lin incapacitating Zhang Shichuan's legs in order to spare him any additional worry. This Xia Guodong is utterly outrageous. Regardless of the circumstances, you are still his niece, and yet he treats you in such a manner. Once I fully recover, he shall not escape retribution, Xia Guoliang exclaimed, his anger palpable upon hearing her account. Enough, father-in-law. There is no need for such fury. With me by your daughter's side, no one shall dare to bully her. Su Lin approached and began to offer words of comfort. If she treats you poorly, do come and tell me. I assure you, I shall reprimand her most sternly. Su Lin couldn't help but let out a sigh. Father-in-law, I must speak candidly. Your daughter possesses all admirable qualities, yet she is unwilling to bear you a grandson, leaving me to endure the desolation of an empty home. It is a profound loneliness indeed. Xia Guoliang couldn't refrain from coughing a couple of times. Such intimate matters were truly beyond her purview. Su Lin, what nonsense are you spouting? Hurry and attend to my father's treatment. Xia Bingyu shot Su Lin a glare filled with indignation. Su Lin curled his lips slightly, choosing not to utter another word as he produced silver needles to commence the treatment for Xia Guoliang. Before long, Su Lin had completed the procedure, and it was evident that Xia Guoliang's complexion had improved significantly. Young Master Su, you are truly a miraculous physician. I can feel my strength returning, and I anticipate that in just a few days, I will be able to rise from my bed and walk, Xia Guoliang exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. That seems about right. After a few more days, following your third treatment, you should be back to normal, Su Lin replied calmly. Young Master Su is indeed extraordinary, Xia Guoliang remarked with a tone of admiration. Then a look of apologetic sincerity crossed his face. Young Master Su, I have a few words I wish to share privately with Bingyu. Would you mind? Understood, father-in-law. I shall step outside for some fresh air, Su Lin responded. Su Lin nodded understandingly and turned to leave. Dad, what do you want to tell me? Xia Bingyu inquired curiously. Bingyu, this young Master Su gives me the impression of being an extraordinary individual, and this marriage was arranged by your grandfather. I believe you should genuinely accept him, Xia Guoliang advised earnestly, looking at Xia Bingyu. Xia Bingyu immediately grasped her father's intention and hurriedly replied, Dad, you don't understand that guy at all. Aside from his medical skills, he possesses no other talents, and his manner of speaking is utterly nonsensical. He's not as impressive as you think. Xia Guoliang sighed. Bingyu, I understand more than you realize. Deep down, you have yet to forget him. What I want to convey is that some people are destined to be incompatible. If you continue to wait for him, don't you think it's unfair to young Master Su? Biting her lip, Xia Bingyu softly replied, When the time comes, I will give him a substantial sum as compensation. Xia Guoliang shook his head helplessly. If that's the case, I won't press further. I hope you can think it through and refrain from making a decision you might regret. Xia Bingyu nodded and then left her father's room. Yet once outside, her heart was in turmoil. Similar to what Zhang Shichuan had said, Xia Bingyu sought Su Lin atop the mountain merely to fulfill the marriage agreement, wishing to use this identity as a shield. Deep down, she held little regard for Su Lin, who appeared frivolous and unpredictable in his actions and speech. It was precisely for this reason that Xia Guoliang's words lingered in her mind. Was this truly fair to Su Lin? At the Zhang residence, Zhang Shichuan lay in bed, seething with rage. Dad, that wretched Xia Bingyu and her wild man dared to cripple my legs. You must avenge me. Zhang Ziming regarded his son with a frigid expression. That wretched Xia Bingyu is utterly intolerable. Initially, to fulfill the orders of that influential figure, I intended for you to marry her and obtain that item. But since she is so ungrateful, do not blame the Zhang family for being ruthless. With gritted teeth, Zhang Shichuan asked, Dad, how do you plan to deal with that wretched girl? Zhang Ziming contemplated before coldly stating, Let the Black Tiger gang deal with it. First, capture Xia Bingyu, and with her as leverage, the Xia family should hand over that item. Dad, once Xia Bingyu is captured, I will thoroughly toy with her, breaking her spirit to make her my obedient pet. Zhang Shichuan's face was contorted with a pathological madness. Once the task is complete, a woman can be played with as you please. But before that, remember that the item is of utmost importance. If we fail, That influential figure will undoubtedly annihilate our Zhang family. Zhang Ziming warned sternly. I understand, Dad. Zhang Shirquan trembled at the thought of the influential figure. Zhang Ziming ceased further discussion, pulling out his phone to dial a number. Brother He Hu, I have a task for you. It's nothing difficult, merely to deal with a woman. Alright, 10 million is acceptable, but I want that woman brought to the Zhang family tonight. After hanging up, a flicker of excitement crossed Zhang Ziming's eyes. If this task could be accomplished, the Zhang family would truly soar to greatness. In a hotel suite at the same time, the Zhang family plotted against Xia Bingyu. Xia Guodong and Xia Fei were each embracing a high-end escort, their hands wandering indiscriminately over her body. Dad, why are we moving out of our perfectly good villa? Xia Fei questioned, his hands still at work. Are you foolish? That guy left Zhang Shirquan in such a state today. The Zhang family will surely retaliate. If we remain in the villa, what if we get involved? Xia Guodong scolded impatiently. Xia Fei frowned. Dad, are we going to hide in this hotel indefinitely? Rest assured, Zhang Shirquan has suffered a significant loss. He will definitely retaliate in the next few days. Moreover, with the Xia Group being jointly boycotted by Baihua Bank, Xia Bingyu will surely lose the trust of everyone in the company. At that point, it will be the perfect opportunity for you to take over. Xia Guodong wore a confident smile, exuding control over everything. Dad, I have an uneasy feeling about that country bumpkin. What if the Zhang family fails? And my uncle has already awakened. If he fully recovers, it will impact our plans. Xia Fei thought of Su Lin and couldn't help but feel concerned. Regardless, I will acquire the Xia Group. If all these plans fail, do not blame me for being ruthless. Xia Guodong's gaze turned steely. Xia Fei refrained from further comments. He believed that even if he did not become the president of the Xia Group, having money was a comfortable situation. However, Xia Guodong was deeply obsessed with the Xia Group, leaving him with no choice but to comply with his father's arrangements. Later that night,
Su Lin.
Xia Bingyu and Lin Feishuan were dining together when Xia Bingyu's phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, her expression shifted dramatically as she listened intently. What did you say? Not only Baihua Bank but also Tianda Bank and Sihai Bank have announced a blockade against the Xia Group? Alright, I understand this matter. I will find a way to address it. By the end of the call, Xia Bingyu's voice was laden with exhaustion. After hanging up, she clenched her fists, her complexion fluctuating with emotions. Sister Bingyu, is there something wrong at the company? Lin Feishuan inquired with concern. I inadvertently offended the president of Baihua Bank, Shang Lei, at a recent dinner. He has collaborated with individuals from the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce and 2 other major banks to impose a blockade on the Xia Group. It seems that this time the Xia Group may truly be unable to withstand the pressure. Xia Bingyu chuckled bitterly, deeply feeling the weight of despair. The Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce was an immense entity throughout Longxia, wielding astonishing wealth. Now that they had taken a stand against the Xia Group, it was evident that by tomorrow, no one would dare to collaborate with them. At that moment, Su Lin abruptly stood up. My dear, leave this matter to me. I shall resolve it for you. Given her already troubled mood, Xia Bingyu could not help but scoff at Su Lin's assertion. The Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce is no mere family. How do you intend to tackle this issue? Upon hearing the words, Su Lin was about to mention that the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce was the enterprise of his 6th master, when Xia Bingyu's phone rang once more. Upon seeing that the caller was Shang Lei, her expression immediately turned frosty. She answered the call, inquiring, Shang Lei, what is the purpose of your call? Miss Xia, I presume you are already aware that the Xia Group has been jointly suppressed by the 3 major banks. However, this situation is not without its turning point. If you arrive at the top floor of the Golden Dragon Hotel at precisely 9 o'clock tonight, we may discuss this matter further. Remember, opportunities are fleeting. Whether you seize it rests solely on you. Shang Lei concluded with a hint of amusement before abruptly ending the call. Xia Bingyu glanced at the time and rose without hesitation. Lin Feishuan could not contain her curiosity and asked, Sister Bingyu, where are you going? Shang Lei has summoned me to the Golden Dragon Hotel to discuss the company's suppression. I intend to see what he has to say, Xia Bingyu replied. Lin Feishuan urgently warned, Sister Bingyu, this situation may be a trap. You must remain calm. Xia Bingyu shook her head resolutely, The Xia group was established by my grandfather, cannot be destroyed on my watch. Therefore, regardless of any deception, I must go. Lin Feishuan furrowed her brow, a flicker of unidentifiable emotion crossing her eyes, as if she wished to speak further. At that moment, Su Lin also stood, grasping Xia Bingyu's hand. Wife, I will accompany you. How dare a mere golden dragon chamber of commerce bully you? I will ensure they all kneel before you in apology. Xia Bingyu frowned, clearly unconvinced by Su Lin's bravado. Sister Bingyu, let Su Lin accompany you. He possesses some skills, and if any danger arises, he can protect you. Lin Feishuan interjected. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Bingyu did not refuse and departed with Su Lin. Lin Feishuan watched their retreating figures, a look of determination flashing in her eyes. Meanwhile, once Xia Bingyu and Su Lin were in the car, they headed straight for the Golden Dragon Hotel. Throughout the journey, Xia Bingyu maintained a cold demeanor, offering no words. Su Lin discerned this and chose not to provoke trouble. Instead, he sat in the passenger seat, resting his eyes. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed. A black van collided forcefully with the side of Xia Bingyu's vehicle. Instantly, the entire car veered uncontrollably to the side, crashing into the greenery. Watch out, my dear. In an instant, Su Lin reacted, cradling Xia Bingyu in his arms to ensure she suffered no harm. Subsequently, he furrowed his brow, surveying the situation outside, where he observed a throng of individuals disembarking from a black van, each wielding thick, elongated steel pipes. Get out of the vehicle, shouted a bare-chested man, relentlessly striking the van with his pipe. Who are you? Xia Bingyu asked, striving to maintain her composure. Surely you have heard of the Black Tiger Gang? If you are wise, step down promptly and heed our words. It may spare you some bodily harm, the bare-chested man declared with an air of arrogance. Upon hearing the name Black Tiger Gang, Xia Bingyu's face drained of color, stricken with fear. Damn it, that Lin Haigu, who I just dealt with during the day, has returned to trouble me at night. It seems he truly has a death wish. Upon hearing that these individuals hailed from the Black Tiger Gate, Su Lin could no longer contain himself and promptly opened the car door, stepping out. Chapter 23. All belongs to me, Su Lin. Xia Bingyu's expression shifted dramatically, taken aback by Su Lin's audacity to confront them directly. The members of the Black Tiger Gate were seasoned fighters, and their numbers posed a significant threat. Even with Su Lin's exceptional skills, he could easily fall victim to them. Xia Bingyu had initially intended to forcefully drive through their ranks, but now she had no choice but to abandon that plan. With a resigned sigh, she followed Su Lin out of the vehicle. It seems you two are quite perceptive. Kid, you can leave now. As for this lovely lady. The bare-chested man scoffed, his gaze shifting to Xia Bingyu, a lewd grin spreading across his face as he leered. You will accompany us, and if you comply obediently, I assure you. Slap. Without waiting for the bare-chested man to finish his words, Su Lin swiftly struck him away, impatience evident in his tone. I do not have the luxury of time to engage in idle chatter with you minions. Where is your leader, Lin Haigu? Have him come and face me. You dare to insult our master? You are courting death. Brothers, let us attack him together and eliminate him first. The other subordinates, enraged by Su Lin's disdain for their leader, began to shout and prepare to confront him. Witnessing this scene, Xia Bingyu's complexion paled slightly, realizing that Su Lin's insult towards the master of the Black Tiger Gang, referring to him as Lin Haigu, had left them with no chance of salvation. Enough! Cease this at once! A thunderous voice erupted just then. Immediately, everyone turned to see a figure leap from a black van, hastily striding towards Su Lin. Ah, it is you. What is this? Are you and your father, Lin Haigu, displeased with me and seeking revenge? Upon seeing the individual, Su Lin inquired with a hint of indifference. The person in question was Lin Tianba, who, upon hearing Su Lin's words, instantly knelt down with a tear-streaked face, exclaiming, My lord, you have misunderstood. Even if we possessed 10 times the courage, we would never dare to retaliate against you. This matter was instigated by the Zhang family, who sought the assistance of the Black Tiger Gate to capture someone named Xia Bingyu. Thus, I brought my subordinates to carry out this task. However, I had no inkling that you would also be in the carriage. Otherwise, how could I have dared to engage in such an endeavor? Is that truly the case? Su Lin fixed his gaze upon Lin Tianba, seeking confirmation. My lord, I swear upon my very life that I am not deceiving you. Otherwise, my entire family shall meet with a most wretched fate. Lin Tianba fervently raised his hand in an oath, nearly on the verge of tears. Initially, he had believed that the undertaking for the evening would be a simple affair. Thus he refrained from involvement, leaving the task to his subordinates while he remained in the carriage, engrossed in watching videos of young ladies. Little did he expect, while indulging in his amusement, to hear Su Lin's voice. At first, he thought it was merely a figment of his imagination, but upon peering through the window, he was struck with sheer terror upon realizing that he had indeed encountered Su Lin once more. After all, this was the very embodiment of death who had slain old Ho with a single blow. To have inadvertently offended him again was nothing short of a catastrophic stroke of misfortune. Su Lin gazed at Lin Tianba, perceiving no deceit in his demeanor. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, considering that you do not seem to have intentionally sought to provoke me, I shall grant you your freedom, albeit under one condition. You must summon your father, Lin Haigu, along with his men, to pay a visit to the Zhang family and incapacitate them. I shall allow you but a single night to accomplish this task. Should you fail, I will personally seek the heads of both you and your father. Lin Tianba, apprehensive about making unilateral decisions, could only offer a forced smile and reply, Rest assured, my lord, I shall convey this matter to my father. Very well, Su Lin continued. There is one more thing. This woman is my wife. Should your Black Tiger clan dare to target her again, I shall not grant you a second chance. Su Lin wrapped his arms around Xia Bingyu's waist and warned, Rest assured, young master, we shall never dare again. Lin Tianba hastily nodded in agreement. By the way, I almost forgot the most important matter. Su Lin suddenly had a thought and pointed to Xia Bingyu's car. You have damaged my wife's vehicle to this extent. Do you not intend to offer compensation? Of course, I shall compensate. Lin Tianba quickly retrieved a card from his pocket and respectfully handed it over, saying, Young master, this card contains over 1 million. Consider it my compensation. The password is the last 6 digits of the card number. Su Lin accepted the card, and with a satisfied wave of his hand, he declared, You may leave now. Lin Tianba, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly stood up and, accompanied by his subordinates, exited the premises. My dear, you should keep this card. Su Lin smiled cheerfully as he handed the bank card to Xia Bingyu. It's quite simple. Their boss offended me earlier today and received a thorough reprimand from me. So naturally, his subordinates are now wary of me. Su Lin casually explained, even so, the Black Tiger Gang has no obligation to heed your words or confront the Zhang family. Xia Bingyu still seemed somewhat perplexed. Enough, my dear. You needn't concern yourself with such matters. Aren't you headed to the Golden Dragon Hotel? Let us make haste. Su Lin grasped Xia Bingyu's hand as they made their way towards the vehicle. Xia Bingyu remained silent, recognizing that the immediate priority was to address the matter of the 3 major banks collectively imposing restrictions on the Xia Group. Meanwhile, within the confines of a black van, Lin Tianba dialed his father's number to relay the recent events. Upon hearing the account, Lin Heihu erupted in anger, exclaiming, You reckless fool! How could you have offended young Master Su? His power is formidable enough to annihilate the entire Black Tiger sect. Do you understand? Dad, I can't be blamed for this. Who would have known that the woman the Zhang family wanted us to target was young Master Su's wife? Lin Tianba felt a sense of injustice. Wasn't young Master Su the one who instructed us to deal with the Zhang family? I can head over there now. You should also make your way to the Zhang family immediately. Lin Tianba's expression shifted as he responded, Dad, the Zhang family's influence in Jiang City is not to be underestimated. Are you certain you want to confront them directly? Lin Heihu scoffed with irritation, retorting, You imbecile! No matter how powerful the Zhang family may be, they pale in comparison to young Master Su. He is a genuine high-level martial artist, and he likely has connections to Fenjiula. Such an individual, regardless of his demands, we must comply with. If we can forge a relationship with him, it may elevate our standing in Jiang City. Lin Tianba was taken aback by his father's profound reverence for Su Lin, his demeanor shifting to one of understanding. Dad, I comprehend now. On the other side, Xia Bingyu maintained the vehicle at maximum speed, finally arriving at the entrance of the Golden Dragon Hotel before 9 o'clock. As she stepped out of the car, a wave of anxiety washed over her at the thought of the challenges that lay ahead. Su Lin gazed at the opulent hotel and suddenly recalled something. By the way, my dear wife, is this Golden Dragon Hotel also owned by the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce? Xia Bingyu nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce is the largest in Longxia, with numerous members and countless enterprises. This luxurious Golden Dragon Hotel is merely one facet of their vast holdings. So, how do you perceive the might of the Golden Dragon Chamber now? Upon hearing this, Su Lin chuckled nonchalantly. From what you say, it seems the Golden Dragon Chamber is indeed formidable, but after tonight, all of this will belong to me. Chapter 24. What distinguishes one from a wastrel? Xia Bingyu shot Su Lin a skeptical glance, believing he was indulging in grandiose fantasies again. As the largest chamber of commerce in Longxia, the Golden Dragon Chamber could even contend with some financial magnates. It was inconceivable that it would ever become his enterprise. Without further comment, Xia Bingyu strode into the Golden Dragon Hotel. Meanwhile, at the top of the Golden Dragon Hotel, a young man reclined in a plush executive chair, admiring the night skyline through a vast floor-to-ceiling window, holding a photograph in his hand while flanked by two stunning women. Nearby, 3 middle-aged men stood, one of whom was Shang Lei. The other 2 were Hong Chong, the president of Tianxia Bank, and Lin Feng, the head of Sihai Group. In a corner stood a gaunt old man, motionless and almost invisible. Shang Lei, is the woman you mentioned truly as beautiful as the photograph suggests? The young man in the chair suddenly inquired. Young Master Zhou, I would stake my life on it. That woman is undoubtedly exquisite. Once you catch a glimpse of her, she will be forever etched in your memory, Shang Lei assured with fervor. Hearing Shang Lei's unwavering confidence, the young man, Zhou, licked his lips, eagerly anticipating the woman depicted in the photograph. Zhou was the son of Zhou Wanhao, the president of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce's Jiang City branch. As his father had been an older parent, he doted on his son, granting his every wish. Zhou had few interests other than women. Whether they were wives, young mothers, or university students, no woman he desired ever escaped his grasp. To secure Zhou assistance against the Xia Group, Shang Lei had specifically recommended Xia Bingyu to him and orchestrated the plan to lure her here tonight. It's nearly 9 o'clock. Why hasn't Xia Bingyu arrived yet? Zhou, fixated on the enchanting visage of Xia Bingyu in the photograph, felt a growing impatience as he turned his chair around. Rest assured, young Master Zhou, with our 3 major banks collectively barring the Xia Group, she has no choice but to come, Shang Lei said with a sycophantic smile. Zhou furrowed his brow, about to utter something when a knock at the door interrupted him. Come in. Shang Lei's eyes brightened as he casually uttered the words. The door swung open, and Xia Bingyu and Su Lin entered one after the other. Upon seeing Su Lin, a flash of resentment crossed Shang Lei's eyes, quickly replaced by a cold smirk. The last time, Su Lin had humiliated him. With Zhou present now, he was determined to repay the insult tenfold. At the same time, Zhou's gaze fell upon Xia Bingyu, his eyes ablaze with desire and avarice, a blatant lust that was unmistakable. To be frank, despite his numerous conquests, he had never encountered someone of such extraordinary quality before. Her beauty was ethereal, and her demeanor exuded an aura akin to a snow lotus on a high mountain. Any man would yearn to witness such a woman being subdued by him. Xia Bingyu felt uncomfortable under Zhou's gaze and instinctively moved behind Su Lin. Miss Xia, you have finally arrived. I was beginning to think you would stand us up, Shang Lei remarked with a sardonic smile. Xia Bingyu ignored him and turned to Hong Chong and Lin Feng. Gentlemen, it seems my Xia Group has not offended you. Why then do you align yourselves with Baihua Bank in this blockade against us? Miss Xia, that is a question best directed at young Master Zhou. Hong Chong replied with a knowing smile, shifting his gaze to Zhou. Xia Bingyu frowned, feeling a strong aversion to Zhou's stare. Miss Xia, allow me to introduce this young gentleman. He is the son of the president of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce in Jiang City. Tonight, the fate of your Xia Group rests entirely in his hands, Shang Lei said with a mocking grin. Xia Bingyu's expression changed drastically. the son of the president of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. By virtue of this identity, Zhou could effortlessly bring the Xia group to ruin. Ultimately, Xia Bingyu inhaled deeply, summoning her courage to approach him. Young Master Zhou, as the president of the Xia group, I come with sincerity. I wish to understand the reasoning behind your blockade and how we might be spared. Zhou fixed his gaze upon Xia Bingyu, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Releasing the Xia group from its plight is quite simple. All you need to do is become my woman. You must be jesting. Young Master Zhou, I am already a married woman, Xia Bingyu replied, momentarily taken aback, forcing a smile. Married? What of it? Such women possess greater allure, and many matters would require less instruction on my part. Zhou licked his lips. I'm sorry, young Master Zhou, but I cannot comply, Xia Bingyu firmly rejected, turning to leave. Seeing this, Shang Lei sneered. Miss Xia, think carefully. Should you walk out now, the Xia group will face bankruptcy by tomorrow. Xia Bingyu halted, her fists clenched tightly. Miss Xia, it is a privilege for young Master Zhou to have taken an interest in you. Do not be ungrateful. Hong Chong threatened ominously. Miss Xia, consider this. Should you become young Master Zhou's woman, the Xia group will be but a minor detail, while you will enjoy a lifetime of wealth and luxury. Lin Feng tempted her. As for Zhou, he remained unperturbed, as if he had already secured his conquest of Xia Bingyu. After all, his status guaranteed that women would willingly surrender to him. After a brief pause, Zhou casually remarked, My dear, we are nearing the conclusion of this charade. I am well aware that your heart has already yielded to me. You are merely putting on a performance to project loyalty and resolve, feigning reluctance to become my woman. Your objective has nearly been achieved. Your primary task now is to serve me well. As long as I am satisfied, you shall have whatever you desire. Oh, and one thing to note, I do not favor initiative. Thus, you will need to take the lead. Upon hearing this, Shang Lei, Hong Chong, and Lin Feng regarded Xia Bingyu with mocking amusement, as if she were a mere plaything. Subsequently, Shang Lei boldly approached Su Lin, arrogantly challenging. Kid, weren't you quite the bravado last time? Why do you cower before young Master Zhou now, too afraid to stand up? Su Lin cast a fleeting glance at Shang Lei, choosing to disregard him for the moment as his attention shifted to Xia Bingyu. He was curious to observe the decision she would make in such a predicament. Sensing Su Lin's silence, Shang Lei grew increasingly arrogant, proclaiming, Listen well, kid. If you lack the capability, do not seek a wife of such exceptional caliber. Otherwise, your wife will inevitably become another man's plaything. Su Lin was utterly incensed by Shang Lei's words, a glimmer of chilling murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Just as he was about to take action, Xia Bingyu finally spoke, her icy gaze fixed directly on Zhou. Mr. Zhou, you are far too presumptuous. I have never agreed to your terms. Perhaps in your eyes, most women are mere playthings. Yet there exist many principled women in this world. Furthermore, I pose a question. If you regard us as mere objects, what distinguishes you from a worthless person without the backing of the Golden Dragon Commerce Association? Chapter 25. A person you cannot offend. The moment Xia Bingyu's words left her lips, the expressions of Shang Lei, Hong Chong, and Lin Feng shifted dramatically. This was Zhou, the son of the president of the Golden Dragon Commerce Association. In the entire Jiang city, how many would dare to speak to him in such a manner? At that instant, the three fell silent, anticipating Zhou's wrath. However, rather than becoming enraged, Zhou burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! How amusing! It has been quite some time since I encountered a woman of such character. Compared to others who merely grovel at my feet, I suppose conquering someone like you would be far more exhilarating. Just the thought of it makes me impatient. Xia Bingyu regarded Zhou's lecherous demeanor with increasing coldness. Without uttering a word, she turned to leave. Observing this, Zhou signaled to Shang Lei and the others, who promptly positioned themselves in front of Xia Bingyu. Miss Xia, do you truly intend to leave just like that? It would be rather inappropriate. Shang Lei inquired with a disingenuous smile. To be noticed by Mr. Zhou is a privilege of a lifetime. How dare you refuse? That seems somewhat ungrateful. Hong Chang's expression was icy. Miss Xia, you are an intelligent woman. I advise you to comply with Mr. Zhou's wishes, lest you face consequences beyond your capacity to bear. Lin Feng threatened openly. You! Xia Bingyu was momentarily alarmed. It was evident that they intended to resort to force. Hey, do you really think you can bully my wife as if I were non-existent? At that moment, Su Lin stepped forward towards Xia Bingyu and gave her a thumbs up. Wife, your words just now were simply magnificent, truly befitting of my Su Lin. You have not disappointed me. Xia Bingyu, exasperated, retorted, what time is it? You still have the leisure to say such things. Perhaps you should focus on how to leave instead. Su Lin cast a glance at Zhou and the others, and said nonchalantly, Wife, are you referring to these individuals? It matters not. I shall take action. Humph. Shang Lei scoffed coldly, expressing disdain. Kid, do you truly believe you hold any significance to dare utter such words before young Master Zhou? Do you not realize that with a mere word, young Master Zhou could obliterate your entire family? You old fool, still so arrogant. It seems the lesson I imparted last time was insufficiently severe. Su Lin suddenly stepped forward, gripping Shang Lei's neck with his hand and lifting him high. Instantly, Shang Lei's face flushed crimson, his limbs thrashing in midair, reflecting his immense agony. Both Hong Chong and Lin Feng's expressions shifted, astonished that Su Lin dared to act so brazenly before Zhou. Meanwhile, Zhou frowned slightly and, with an authoritative tone, commanded, Release him, you insolent wretch. Su Lin cast a glance at him and retorted, Why should I heed your words? Because I am Zhou, the son of the president of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. He declared with an air of authority. The person in your grasp is nothing more than my subordinate. You lack the right to take his life. Do you comprehend now? Zhou inquired with domineering confidence. Ah, I understand. Su Lin nodded slightly. Zhou displayed a look of satisfaction, believing that he had conceded. Yet, in the next moment, a crisp sound echoed. Shang Lei's neck was abruptly crushed, his arms falling helplessly at his sides. His eyes widened in shock, utterly unprepared for such a fate. With a swift motion of his arm, Su Lin hurled Shang Lei's lifeless body onto Zhou. I have an aversion to pretentious individuals. Your earlier demeanor irked me greatly. Thus, I have taken the liberty of eliminating your dog. Do you have anything further to utter? Zhou was instantly consumed by rage. Throughout his life, bolstered by his status as the son of the president of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, no one had ever dared to defy his commands. This Su Lin had the audacity to challenge him. It was utterly reckless. Old Zhong, incapacitate this wretch. I shall ensure he comprehends the consequences of inciting my wrath. Zhou directed his gaze towards the elder in the corner. This man was a genuine cultivator of the third level of the acquired realm, positioned by his father, Zhou Wanhao, to safeguard him, possessing formidable strength. Upon receiving the command, Old Zhong uttered not a word and began to approach Su Lin with deliberate steps. Tap, tap, tap. Though his pace was not particularly swift, it exuded an intangible sense of oppression. Hong Chong and Lin Feng quickly retreated to the sidelines, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. You boast so brazenly, yet I had presumed you possessed greater capabilities. It turns out you merely rely on a trifling third-level cultivator. Su Lin shook his head with a hint of disappointment. Young man, do you believe my strength to be lacking? Elder Zhong inquired, his expression slightly darkening upon observing Su Lin's reaction. No, please do not misunderstand. Su Lin swiftly waved his hand in protest, explaining, your strength is not weak. Rather, it is exceedingly pathetic. What did you say? Old Zhong's eyes widened in fury, radiating an invisible aura of menace. Xia Bingyu's complexion paled, her heart filled with apprehension as she leaned closer to Su Lin, whispering, This individual appears formidable. Are you confident? Fear not, my dear. In my presence. He is no more than a 2-year-old child, Su Lin replied, maintaining his playful demeanor. This insolent fool seeks his own demise. Old Zhong, thoroughly incensed, leaped forward, lunging towards Su Lin. As a practitioner of the third layer of the postnatal realm, he was revered wherever he went. Yet today, a mere greenhorn dared to look down upon him. If he did not eliminate this insolence, would he not become a laughingstock? Clearly pathetic, and yet he still bristled at a mere remark. Su Lin curled his lip in surprise at the unexpected reaction from Elder Zhong. After all, he had merely spoken the truth, with no intention of deliberately humiliating the other party. Perish. Elder Zhong, weary of further discourse with Su Lin, curled his fingers into a claw and lunged toward the top of his head. The force of that strike was potent enough to tear through steel. Thus, Elder Zhong had complete confidence in his ability to directly shatter Su Lin's crown. Get lost! Su Lin, in a fit of indifference, issued a sharp command. Instantly, a formidable aura erupted from his being, manifesting as a tumultuous wave of energy that surged outward in all directions. Bang! Old Zhong, not even brushing against Su Lin's hair, was violently propelled backward, his body crashing against the wall with tremendous force. Spurt! A copious amount of blood erupted from his mouth. How is this possible? Zhou could no longer maintain his composure, rising abruptly as if confronted by a ghost. Xia Bingyu, her crimson lips slightly parted, was equally astonished by the sheer might of Su Lin's prowess. So, do you now acknowledge your own inadequacy? Su Lin gazed at the fallen Elder Zhong and spoke. I am but a fool. I have offended you earlier. I am deeply grateful for your mercy in sparing my life. Elder Zhong, clutching his chest, responded with lingering trepidation. The prowess displayed by Su Lin has undeniably transcended the realm of ordinary capabilities. To label him as insignificant is, without question, a grave mistake. Elder Zhong, you. Zhou Ang's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that Elder Zhong would concede to a younger individual. Elder Zhong, however, gazed at Zhou Ang and solemnly advised, Young Master Zhou, for the sake of your father's reputation, I implore you to heed my counsel. This individual is not someone you can afford to offend. It would be wise to extend an apology post-haste. Chapter 26. Come here immediately. What did you say? Zhou Ang's eyes bulged in astonishment, unable to fathom that Elder Zhong would utter such words. Young Master Zhou, I am merely speaking the truth. If you do not apologize, I fear even your father may be unable to protect you. Elder Zhong offered a significant warning. Ha, is that so?
Zhou An, seemingly provoked, retorted angrily.
I refuse to believe that a mere young upstart could stand against the entirety of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. With that, he pulled out his phone and began dialing. It's over. This is truly the end. Xia Bingyu watched as Zhou Ang made the call, her face draining of color. Subsequently, with determination, she turned to Su Lin and said, He must be calling the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. You should leave at once. I will bear the consequences here. Su Lin was immediately displeased. Darling, I must express my dissatisfaction with your words. As a man, how can I allow my woman to bear the brunt of challenges? I command you to leave. Although we are legally bound, I harbor no affection for you. You have no right to interfere in my affairs. Xia Bing, enraged, retorted coldly, My dear, your sacrifice to dissuade me from this perilous situation through such deceit is truly commendable. Su Lin appeared to be profoundly moved, while Xia Bingyu was instantly filled with frustration. Is it not reasonable for Su Lin, even if feigning ignorance, to maintain a semblance of decorum? You two need not continue this futile banter. None of you shall escape today. At this moment, Zhou Ang, awaiting the call to connect, spoke coldly. Even if you manage to flee, our Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce will track you down, ensuring that your existence becomes a living nightmare. My dear, you have heard this. It is not that I wish to remain, but rather that even if I were to depart, he would not let me off so easily. Su Lin, with a resigned gesture, approached Zhou Ang. Su Lin, what are you planning to do? Xia Bingyu inquired, furrowing her brows. My dear, this individual just threatened us. I must resolve this matter promptly. Su Lin retorted. Kid, my father is the president of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. If you dare to lay a finger on me, he will undoubtedly make you pay. Zhou Ang scoffed dismissively, utterly unconvinced that Su Lin would take action. You keep mentioning the president of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. I must ask, has your father arrived yet? Su Lin gazed at Zhou Ang as if he were a fool. Zhou Ang was momentarily stunned. He had not even managed to reach his father by phone, making it impossible for the latter to arrive so swiftly. Observing Zhou Ang's expression, Su Lin's smile grew even more radiant. It appears your father has yet to arrive, and I am destined for death. In light of this, Why not seize the opportunity to end your life right now? Zhou Ang's composure shattered in an instant. Upon reflection, Su Lin's words indeed bore a certain weight. At that moment, he wished he could slap himself a few times. Had he known, he would have waited for his father to arrive before uttering such words. Now, he had transformed from a show-off into an utter fool. As Su Lin advanced closer, Zhou was utterly panic-stricken. He shouted at Hong Chong and Lin Feng, who stood nearby. "What are you two imbeciles doing? Hurry and stop him." Hong Chong and Lin Feng exchanged glances. With Shang Lei's corpse still lying there, they dared not step forward. "You two dare defy my orders." Zhou Ang's voice rose to a frantic shout upon witnessing their hesitation. Hong Chong and Lin Feng's expressions shifted drastically, and ultimately, they could only step forward, positioning themselves in front of Su Lin. "Kid, you." Before they could finish, Su Lin impatiently swung his hand, sending both of them flying. Then, Su Lin stood before Zhou. "Kid, what do you intend to do?" Zhou Ang's voice trembled with an edge of fear. "Slap." Su Lin swung a fierce slap, demanding, "Who gave you the audacity to lay your hands on my wife?" The sheer audacity of the situation left Zhou both astonished and infuriated. "Just you wait. I will not let this go," he shouted, his voice laced with rage. It was the first time he had experienced such humiliation, and in that moment, his anger erupted uncontrollably. Slap! Su Lin, with an unyielding demeanor, delivered an unreasonable slap and exclaimed, "What do you think you're barking at? Call out again, and I swear I'll end you right here." Upon hearing this, Zhou promptly sealed his lips. This Su Lin was clearly an impulsive youth. It was entirely plausible that he might indeed resort to violence. "Hello, son. What is it that you needed?" At that moment, Zhou phone, which had fallen to the ground, was finally answered. Although the voice on the other end was faint, in the stillness of the surroundings, it was distinctly audible. A radiant expression of joy blossomed on Zhou face, just as he was about to cry out for help. Su Lin picked up the phone directly and asked nonchalantly, "Old man, are you the president of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce? Who are you?" The voice on the other end of the line became bewildered. Su Lin spoke with a hint of impatience. "You dare to speak to me, Zhou Wanhao, in such a manner? What gives you the audacity?" Zhou Wanhao's voice turned chillingly cold. "Alas, I initially intended to offer your son a chance, but your demeanor has left me quite displeased. I might as well end his life directly." Su Lin let out a sigh and reached out to seize Zhou by the neck. Zhou, instantly terrified, cried out, "Dad, hurry and save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. You little brat, you dare to lay hands on my son?" On the other end of the line, Zhou Wanhao immediately grasped the situation. "Now that you know, I have no time for further conversation. You have 15 minutes to arrive at the Golden Dragon Hotel, or be prepared to collect your son's corpse." Su Lin coldly uttered his words before casting his phone onto the ground, whereupon he crushed it beneath his foot. After this display, he regarded the trembling Zhou and remarked, "I haven't even laid a finger on you, yet you appear on the verge of losing control. Fear not. I shall not take your life before your father arrives. However, I am a man of my word. Should he fail to appear within 15 minutes, I shall be compelled to fulfill my earlier promise." With that, Su Lin unceremoniously tossed Zhou onto the ground. "Well, my dear, do you not find me impressive?" At that moment, Xia Bingyu finally grasped the gravity of the situation, her body quaking as she stared at Su Lin, her teeth clenched in defiance.
Su Lin.
"You are leading our entire Xia family to ruin." "My dear wife, what do you mean by that?" Confused, Su Lin inquired. "Su Lin, if you do not confront Zhou, our Xia family may endure the shutdown of the Xia group, yet we will survive. However, your actions not only harmed Zhou but also offended Zhou Wanhao. Given his temperament, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance against the entire Xia family. You are on the brink of bringing ruin upon us all." Xia Bingyu's emotions erupted completely. "Dear, have I not mentioned that everything pertaining to the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce will belong to me after tonight? With my presence, no one in the Golden Dragon Chamber would dare retaliate against you." Su Lin patted his chest and replied dismissively, "Su Lin, can you refrain from uttering such impractical words? As someone who has just descended from the mountains, What gives you the right to claim that the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce belongs to you? Xia Bingyu was entirely out of control, her anger directed solely at Su Lin. Su Lin furrowed his brow, about to utter another word when suddenly, with a resounding bang, the grand door was forcefully kicked open. A man in his 50s or 60s strode in first, followed by a throng of subordinates. The leading man cast a sweeping glance around the room and barked, "Who possesses such audacity to lay hands on my son? Zhou Wanhao? Come forth at once." Chapter 27. Is it truly so terrifying? Zhou Wanhao has arrived. With his entrance, the entire hall was enveloped in a chilling atmosphere. The formidable presence emanating from Zhou Wanhao was enough to instill fear in the hearts of ordinary onlookers. Yet, as Xia Bingyu observed Zhou Wanhao, the terror within her heart dissipated, leaving only a sense of impending desolation. Turning to Su Lin beside her, Xia Bingyu could not suppress a smirk. "Su Lin, did you not claim that the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce belongs to you? Surely you are not afraid of Zhou Wanhao? If you possess the courage, step forward now and convey those very words to him." Su Lin furrowed his brow, taken aback by Xia Bingyu's evident distrust towards him. However, before he could utter a word, Zhouang pointed a finger in his direction, crying out in despair, "Dad, it was this brat who attacked me. You must avenge me." With a swift motion, Zhou Wanhao's gaze shifted, sharp and icy as a blade. "You, young man, are you the one who harmed my son?" "Indeed, it was I." Su Lin maintained his indifferent demeanor, prompting Xia Bingyu to let out a soft snort. She was curious to see how long Su Lin could maintain this fade. How amusing it was to discover that someone in Jiang City dared to speak to me, Zhou Wanhao, in such a manner. I am quite intrigued to know whether you are merely naive or if you truly underestimate my significance. Zhou Wanhao scrutinized Su Lin with keen interest. "What exactly are you, Zhou Wanhao, that I should regard you with any consideration?" Su Lin raised an eyebrow and retorted. The moment his words left his lips, the entire hall seemed to have been muted. Every sound vanished, leaving only the rhythmic beating of hearts echoing in the silence. All eyes were cast upon Su Lin with pity. For who in the entirety of Jiang City could possibly save him after daring to speak to Zhou Wanhao in such a manner? Even Xia Bingyu gasped in shock. Her lips parted in disbelief as she gazed at Su Lin. Did this man truly possess no understanding of fear? While the others fell into a stunned silence, Zhou Wanhao displayed no sign of anger. He leisurely produced a cigarette, lit it with a languid grace, and after inhaling deeply, exhaled a cloud of smoke before speaking. "Young man, you are quite audacious, yet such arrogance in this world requires a foundation. Without that foundation, what you possess is not audacity but folly. A person who is excessively foolish will inevitably shatter under the weight of their own words and actions." Su Lin furrowed his brows in irritation and retorted, "Old man, you've rambled on for so long. What exactly are you trying to convey?" Zhou Wanhao exhaled another plume of smoke, his face devoid of any expression, and replied, "Youngster, I offer you one final opportunity to decide. Speak up. How do you wish to meet your end? With your capabilities, you could never hope to take my life." Su Lin gently shook his head. "Is that so?" Zhou Wanhao let out a cold laugh, abruptly casting his cigarette butt to the ground and extinguishing it with a forceful stomp. As he moved, those who had been standing behind him took a step forward in unison, each exuding an overwhelming aura of lethal intent, akin to a pack of bloodthirsty beasts. Xia Bingyu gazed at Su Lin, eager to discern how this man would respond to such a dire situation. Su Lin noticed Xia Bingyu's gaze and chuckled. "My dear wife, do you believe that I need not lift a finger? These individuals, along with Zhou Wanhao, will inevitably kneel before me." His obstinate nature remained unchanged. Xia Bingyu let out a heavy huff, her disdain for Su Lin reaching its zenith. Although this man had assisted her in recent days, his brazen demeanor was genuinely infuriating. Su Lin, witnessing that Xia Bingyu remained unconvinced, decided against further discourse. He retrieved a shimmering golden card from his bosom and forcefully struck it against Zhou Wanhao's face. "Zhou Wanhao, open your eyes wide and behold what this is." Zhou Wanhao was taken aback by Su Lin's audacity to slap him, his expression darkening ominously. However, upon grasping the card and observing the engraved golden dragon, his eyes widened in astonishment. He trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by excitement. Zhou Wanhao, you ought to recognize what this is. I trust you know what steps to take next without my instruction? Su Lin's lips curled into a playful smirk as he offered a reminder, displaying not a hint of hesitation. With a resounding thud, he knelt directly before Su Lin, his forehead firmly pressed against the ground, embodying a humility that reached its zenith. This scene left Zhou Wang utterly stunned, his thoughts frozen in disbelief. The others shared a similar reaction, gazing vacantly at the unfolding spectacle, utterly perplexed by the situation. Father, what are you doing? Weren't you supposed to avenge me? Why are you kneeling? Upon hearing his son's voice, Zhou Wanhao finally lifted his head and bellowed at his subordinates. What are you all standing around for? I command you to kneel before this young master. Anyone who dares to refuse shall become my enemy, and I will annihilate their entire family. Witnessing Zhou Wanhao's frenzied demeanor, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Shortly thereafter, they uniformly knelt before Su Lin. Zhou Wang was once again taken aback, even questioning his father's sanity. Zhou Wang, did you not hear my command? I give you 3 seconds. If you do not kneel, I shall disown you as my son and take your life myself. Zhou Wanhao's fierce gaze was fixed on Zhou Wang. With a thud, Zhou Wang, now devoid of any further argument, knelt down. He had never witnessed such madness in his father before. If he did not comply, it seemed he might truly face death. Zhou Wanhao, you were quite arrogant just now, weren't you? Su Lin approached Zhou Wanhao and lightly patted his face. Typically arrogant and overbearing Zhou Wanhao, faced with such an impudent gesture, not only refrained from expressing anger but instead wore a contrite smile. Young master, this is all a misunderstanding. I was unaware of your identity when I acted so disrespectfully. I implore you to grant me another chance. Su Lin chuckled softly. You seek an opportunity, do you? I shall grant it to you. Your son has conspired with the presidents of 3 major banks to target my wife. Since you have arrived, I entrust this matter to your capable hands. If you can satisfy me, I shall overlook today's events. However, if you fail, it may be time for a change in leadership of the Jiang City Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Zhou Wanhao immediately felt a shiver run down his spine. He recognized the gravity of the situation and turned to the nearby Xia Bingyu. Miss, I sincerely apologize. It is my failure in raising my son that has led to this unfortunate incident. With that, Zhou Wanhao began to bow fervently. Thud, thud, thud. His forehead struck the ground with force, soon oozing blood. Yet, he seemed utterly oblivious to the pain, continuing his desperate gestures. Here was the distinguished president of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, prostrating himself before another, all prompted by a single remark from a rustic man. Is this seemingly inconsequential husband truly that fearsome? Chapter 28. 100-fold retribution. Miss, I beg for your forgiveness. As Xia Bingyu remained silent, Zhou Wanhao's heart raced with anxiety, compelling him to continue bowing in supplication. Seeing Zhou Wanhao's dismal state, Xia Bingyu could no longer ponder other matters and quickly responded. Mr. Zhou, there is no need for such extremes. This situation does not involve you, and I shall not hold you accountable. At last, Zhou Wanhao felt a sense of relief, ceasing his bows and rising slowly, albeit with a smile that was overshadowed by his bloodied visage, rendering it a rather macabre sight. Thank you for your magnanimity, Mississippi. I assure you, I will provide an explanation regarding this matter. Zhou Wanhao said respectfully, then turned to Hong Chong and Lin Feng. Seize these 2 fools and throw them from the building. In an instant, Hong Chong and Lin Feng turned ashen, hastily dropping to their knees in pleading, President Zhou, everything we did was instigated by Shang Lei. Please, we beg you. Before they could finish, Zhou Wanhao's subordinates grabbed them and marched them toward the window. Ah! Ah! Their screams echoed as they vanished from sight. After this grim task, Zhou Wanhao took a deep breath, his gaze falling upon Zhou Wang. Father, I am your son. You cannot kill me. I promise to stay at home and cause no more trouble. Zhou Wang trembled in fear, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded for mercy. Zhou Wanhao's heart softened momentarily, but recalling the weight of Su Lin's identity, he closed his eyes and resolutely declared, You ungrateful wretch, how dare you covet the woman of the young master? Seize him and render him powerless.
No.
Please. Zhou Wang had not anticipated such cruelty from Zhou Wanhao and turned to flee. Yet, At a mere glance from Zhou Wanhao, two subordinates apprehended him. With a faint, sorrowful crack, Zhou Ong let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig before succumbing to unconsciousness. Young master, is this resolution to your satisfaction? Zhou Wanhao inhaled deeply, anxiously glancing at Su Lin. My dear, what are your thoughts? Su Lin inquired about Xia Bingyu. That is sufficient. Let it be as it is. Xia Bingyu appeared somewhat distracted. Since my wife has spoken, I shall let you off this time, hoping you will behave more sincerely in the future. My dear, shall we depart? Su Lin grasped Xia Bingyu's hand, preparing to depart. Young master, when will you have some time? I would like to invite you to dinner and discuss a few matters. Zhou Wanhao inquired with a humble expression. We'll see. If I have some free time, I will come to find you. By the way, regarding my affairs, please refrain from disclosing them to others for the time being. Su Lin issued a faint directive and departed without hesitation. It was not until Su Lin's figure vanished from sight that Zhou Wanhao exhaled deeply, wiping the blood from his forehead. Chairman, who on earth is this young man? Could he possibly be some scion from Longdu? Zhou Wanhao's personal bodyguard finally could not restrain his curiosity and inquired. A scion from Longdu? You are underestimating the situation. Even if he were a young master from Longdu, he would likely not dare to provoke me lightly, Zhou Wanhao remarked with a complex expression. After all, the object that the young man had thrown at him was none other than the emblem of the president of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. The Golden Dragon card. Possessing this card grants one the ability to command the entire Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, along with its immense wealth. However, the Golden Dragon card had long disappeared with the former president, and now it had astonishingly appeared in the possession of this young man. Zhou Wanhao speculated that this young man was very likely the chosen successor of the former president. If this were indeed the case, the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce would likely face an unprecedented upheaval. Why are you so fearful of him, as the president of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce? Xia Bingyu directly voiced her doubts. My dear, did I not mention before that I have a total of 8 masters? My 6th master is the president of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, and before he departed, he entrusted the entire chamber to me. Thus, everything within the Golden Dragon Chamber is mine. Naturally, he would be wary of me. Su Lin explained with a faint tone. Xia Bingyu still found it somewhat hard to believe. However, it seemed there was no other explanation. After a pause, Xia Bingyu took a deep breath and said,
I am sorry, Su Lin.
I misunderstood you earlier and spoke to you in such a manner.
Su Lin nonchalantly interrupted her, darling.
Is it necessary to discuss our relationship? Come, let me steal a kiss. With that, he paid no heed to Xia Bingyu's consent and planted a kiss on her cheek. Delighting in the moment, Xia Bingyu shot him a glare, having grown accustomed to his sudden advances. Meanwhile, at the Zhang residence, Zhang Ziming and his son, Zhang Shirquan, awaited news from the Black Tiger gang in the hall. Father, it's been quite some time. Have they not yet brought Xia Bingyu over? Could it be that they have failed? Zhang Shirquan glanced at the clock, his impatience palpable. Zhang Ziming, however, remained composed, assuring him, rest easy. The Black Tiger gang is a formidable underground force in Jiang City, more than capable of handling a mere Xia family. Zhang Shirquan nodded, choosing not to press further. Just then, a loud crash reverberated through the hall as the main door was kicked open. Before Zhang Ziming and his son could react, a large group stormed in, led by none other than Lin Heihu. Brother Heihu, you have finally arrived. I am deeply troubled by this matter, and I assure you, I will reward you handsomely. Zhang Ziming stammered, momentarily taken aback, before approaching with a smile. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the hall as Lin Heihu struck Zhang Ziming across the face, knocking him to the ground. Brothers, take action. Render them incapacitated. Lin Heihu coldly commanded. What is the meaning of this, Lin Heihu? Zhang Ziming exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury on his face. Zhang Ziming, do not blame me. If there is anyone to blame, it is you and your son for crossing paths with the wrong individuals. I am merely acting out of necessity, Lin Heihu replied without an ounce of empathy. Should you dare to lay a hand on us, you will be opposing the Zhang family, and we will not let this go unpunished. Zhang Ziming snarled, his face contorted with rage. Take action. Lin Heihu dismissed his threats with two chilling words. Instantly, his subordinates surged forward, effortlessly overpowering the Zhang family's guards. Crack, crack. Soon, the hall was filled with the sounds of bones shattering and the anguished cries of Zhang Ziming and Zhang Shiquan. Having completed his grim task, Lin Heihu led his men away, leaving only the echoes of Zhang Shichuan's screams and Zhang Ziming's furious roars behind. Lin Heihu, you will pay for this. I swear I will make you suffer 100-fold for today's events. Chapter 29. Meeting the President. Lin Feishuan did not take a moment of respite. Instead, she sat on the sofa, biding her time. Fear not, it has been resolved, Xia Bingyu said with a faint smile. That is reassuring. Lin Feishuan exhaled, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Sister Bingyu, how did you manage to resolve this situation? You should direct that question to him, Xia Bingyu replied, her gaze shifting toward Su Lin. Lin Feishuan followed her gaze, astonished. Sister Bingyu, could it be that he was the one who assisted you? Xia Bingyu nodded in affirmation. Lin Feishuan's surprise deepened. Su Lin, who on earth are you? Your martial prowess is extraordinary, and you even managed to resolve matters with the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce? Su Lin raised his head and declared with pride, who I am is of no significance. You only need to understand that I am the man you shall never possess. As if I would ever covet you. Lin Feishuan retorted with a dismissive glare directed at Su Lin. Seeing that the two were about to engage in another verbal sparring match, Xia Bingyu swiftly intervened. She had no intention of reaching out to her family unless absolutely necessary. The following day, Su Lin and a few others were having breakfast in the living room as usual. After finishing their meal, Xia Bingyu prepared to go to work. Suddenly, she had a thought, took out a mobile phone from her bag, and placed it on Su Lin's table. Take this phone. It contains the numbers of Fei Xian and me, making it easier to contact us in case of any matters. All right, my dear wife. Su Lin did not hesitate and simply accepted the invitation. Xia Bingyu said nothing further and turned to head to work. That's Su Lin, if you have no plans today. Would you like to accompany me to the university once more? Lin Feishuan inquired cautiously after finishing her meal. Not going. Su Lin knew that Lin Feishuan was likely still hoping to persuade him to join the martial arts society, but he outright declined. Never mind, I won't go. Lin Feishuan did not press further, rising to leave the villa. However, just as she stepped outside the villa's entrance, her phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Who could it be? Irritated, Lin Feishuan answered the call. It's me. Su Lin's voice resonated. Lin Feixian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What? Have you changed your mind and decided to accompany me to school? You're overthinking it, he replied. I am merely testing out this new phone for the first time to see if it's functional. Farewell. After Su Lin finished speaking, he abruptly hung up the phone. That rascal. Lin Feixian was so infuriated that she began to stomp her feet in frustration. Without needing to think, she knew that this Su Lin was undoubtedly teasing her on purpose. In the villa, Su Lin leisurely finished his breakfast and prepared to head out to the Golden Dragon Hotel. Although the 8 masters had entrusted their powers to him, Su Lin was hardly interested. Therefore, it was still quite necessary to communicate certain matters to Zhou Wanhao. However, as Su Lin stepped out the door, a woman abruptly blocked his path. It is you. You must be the one Xiao Qianmei sent to follow me. Am I right? Su Lin beheld the woman before him, feeling no surprise. If memory served him correctly, her name was Fei Shuang. The last time he had visited the Fengyue Tower, they had experienced a minor altercation. Young master, someone from Fengyue Tower seeks your presence. Who is it? Is it Xiao Qianmei? Su Lin immediately became vigilant. If it were truly Xiao Qianmei seeking him, he would certainly refuse to go. After all, this senior sister was currently quite perilous, and a moment's carelessness could lead to his demise. Fei Shuang shook her head and said, It's not the elder sister. It's Lin Heihu from the Black Tiger sect. Lin Heihu? Su Lin felt somewhat perplexed, uncertain of the reason behind Lin Heihu's summons. However, as he had no pressing matters at hand, he resolved to pay a visit and see for himself. After approximately 40 minutes, Su Lin followed Fei Shuang to the entrance of Fengyue Tower. At this moment, Lin Heihu stood there, anxiously awaiting their arrival. Lin Haigu, what matters bring you to seek me? Su Lin strode forward with confidence. Upon seeing Su Lin accompanied by Fei Shuang, Lin Heihu was suddenly taken aback. The last time his son had offended Su Lin at Fengyue Tower, he had harbored suspicions regarding Su Lin's connections with that establishment. This visit to Fengyue Tower was driven by a genuine desire to seek Su Lin, as well as to validate his suspicions. Now, it was evident that Su Lin was indeed associated with Fengyue Tower. Instantly, Lin Heihu's eyes ignited with fervor. Although the Black Tiger sect had established itself as a formidable force in Jiang City, it remained entrenched in the shadows, lacking recognition. If he could align himself with Su Lin, perhaps the Black Tiger sect could ascend to new heights, and he could emerge as a true figure of significance. With this thought in mind, Lin Heihu eagerly approached. "Young Master Su, it is a pleasure to see you." "Lin Heihu, what business do you have with me?" Su Lin inquired without any pretense. "Young master, it is nothing of great significance. I merely wish to report that I have completely incapacitated Zhang Shiquan and his son. It is unlikely they will trouble you again." Lin Heihu said with a sycophantic smile, "You did not summon me merely to convey this matter, did you?" Su Lin asked with a hint of annoyance. "Of course not. Last time, my son offended you, Mr. Su, and I felt quite remorseful about it. Therefore, today I would like to invite you to dinner as a gesture of my sincere apology." Lin Heihu chuckled nervously while rubbing his hands together. "All right, please choose a time and place." Su Lin readily agreed. "Thank you, my lord, for your gracious invitation. I shall await your esteemed presence at the Imperial Grand Club at noon today," exclaimed Lin Heihu, taken aback by the honor. Su Lin nodded and refrained from saying anything further. Lin Heihu, having accomplished his objective, dared not linger any longer and turned to leave the Fengyue building. "Miss, do you have any other matters to attend to?" Su Lin turned to face Fei Shuang. "No." Seeing her disposition, Su Lin shrugged and remarked, "Since this is the case, I shall take my leave. Do remember to inform me of any matters concerning the Fengyue Tower in the future." Fei Shuang frowned slightly, displaying a hint of displeasure. Su Lin's words seemed to elevate him to the status of the master of the Fengyue Tower. However, it must be noted that the Fengyue Tower is entirely comprised of women. Although Su Lin presented the Fengyue order, Fei Shuang did not believe for a moment that he could assume the role of the master of the Fengyue Tower. Golden Dragon Hotel. Su Lin returned once more to this place. However, in contrast to the previous evening, the hotel entrance was graced by several familiar faces, those who had trailed behind Zhou Wanhao the night before. Upon noticing Su Lin's arrival, these individuals hastily dialed Zhou Wanhao to inform him. Meanwhile, Zhou Wanhao, situated within the confines of the Golden Dragon Hotel, was poised to welcome Su Lin. Upon receiving the call from his subordinates, he wasted no time and hastened outside. Upon spotting Su Lin, Zhou Wanhao prostrated himself before everyone present, declaring, "Zhou Wanhao of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce pays homage to the president." Chapter 30. A word of caution. Witnessing Zhou Wanhao kneeling on the ground, those around him averted their gazes, too intimidated to look further. "That's enough. There is no need for such formality. Let us proceed inside and converse," Su Lin remarked. Su Lin glanced at Zhou Wanhao, issued a brief directive, and then strode confidently into the Golden Dragon Hotel. 5 minutes later, within the opulent confines of a luxurious room in the Golden Dragon Hotel, Su Lin sat casually in the main seat, while Zhou Wanhao stood before him with utmost reverence, completely devoid of authority, scarcely daring to breathe. "Zhou Wanhao, you are already aware of my identity. The purpose of my visit today is to convey a few matters to you. Firstly, your knowledge of my identity is sufficient. Do not disclose it to anyone else. Secondly, I shall not interfere in the affairs of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, yet when I require it, I reserve the right to utilize all resources of the Jiang City Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce at my discretion. Do you have any objections to these 2 points? Su Lin glanced at Zhou Wanhao and casually inquired, "No objections?" "Of course, none at all." Zhou Wanhao quickly shook his head, but then seemed to hesitate, appearing as if he had something more to say. "It's just..." Su Lin, feeling impatient, interjected, "What is it? Speak plainly." Zhou Wanhao then mustered his courage and candidly replied, "It is just that ever since the former president departed from the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, the organization has gradually begun to decline." "Young master, are you certain you do not wish to take the reins?" Su Lin furrowed his brow, inquiring about the current state of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. However, the four of them were not united in purpose. After taking over, their ambition to control a greater share of power within the chamber led to both overt and covert conflicts, resulting in the division of the Golden Dragon Chamber into four major factions. Furthermore, other chambers of commerce seized the opportunity to form alliances and expand their influence. As it stands, the Golden Dragon Chamber is on the brink of turmoil. Zhou Wanhao recounted all the information he had gathered. Upon hearing this, Su Lin immediately expressed his displeasure, exclaiming, "This old fellow truly lacks decency. I initially thought that being handed the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce was a blessing, but it turns out he merely intends for me to clean up his mess. How utterly shameless." Zhou Wanhao wiped the sweat from his brow, refraining from interjecting. He understood that the old fellow Su Lin referred to was undoubtedly the former president of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. In all of Longxia, it was likely that only this individual before him would dare to speak in such a manner. After expressing his grievances, Su Lin turned his gaze to Zhou Wanhao and stated, "I am already aware of the matters concerning the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Focus on your own responsibilities. You need not concern yourself with anything else. When the time is right, I shall take action." "Yes," Zhou Wanhao replied respectfully. Having conveyed everything he needed to, Su Lin did not linger and departed directly from the Golden Dragon Hotel. Checking the time, he noted that it was nearly noon, prompting him to head straight to the Imperial Club. At that moment, at the entrance of the Imperial Club, in preparation for Su Lin's arrival, Lin Heihu had deliberately closed the establishment for the day and, alongside his son Lin Tianba, stood at the entrance awaiting his arrival. "Dad, do we really need to wait outside so early for young Master Su? We have no idea when he will arrive," Lin Tianba remarked, squinting in the glaring sun. Lin Heihu slapped him on the forehead, admonishing, "What do you know? A person of young Master Su's stature must not be treated with even the slightest negligence. Moreover, I must warn you, when young Master Su arrives, you must treat him with the utmost reverence. Should you show any hint of disrespect, I will personally deal with you as if you were nothing more than a nuisance." Lin Tianba gulped nervously and nodded hastily. "Dad, I understand." Lin Heihu nodded in acknowledgement and fell silent, focusing on the wait. Approximately 20 minutes later, Lin Heihu's eyes suddenly brightened as he spotted Su Lin approaching. He quickly strode forward, exclaiming, "Young Master Su, you have finally arrived. My son and I have been eagerly awaiting your presence." Lin Tianba followed suit, sporting an obsequious grin as he greeted, "Hello, Grandfather Su. What did you just call me?" Su Lin gazed at Lin Tianba with a look of astonishment. After all, anyone would be taken aback when first meeting someone and being addressed as grandfather.
Grandfather Su.
"My father instructed me to treat you as my own grandparent. Henceforth you shall be my dear grandfather, Lin Tianba." Lin Tianba chuckled joyfully, akin to a tail-wagging puppy. "No, I certainly do not have a grandson like you." Su Lin hurriedly shook his head. To acknowledge Lin Tianba as his grandson would be utterly disgraceful. What a disappointing fellow, spouting nonsense. "Begone at once." Lin Heihu reprimanded him with a stern expression. Lin Tianba felt somewhat aggrieved but dared not utter another word. "Young Master Su, I have prepared a feast in the private room. Let us proceed forthwith." Lin Heihu respectfully ushered Su Lin into the establishment. Soon, within a lavish private room, the three of them settled into their seats in succession. "Young Master Su, I raise this glass in your honor, as an apology for the previous offense." Lin Heihu proactively poured a drink and downed it in one gulp. "Lin Heihu, your invitation for dinner surely extends beyond just this matter, does it not?" Su Lin was skeptical. He doubted that Lin Heihu had invited him for dinner merely to express an apology. In truth, it was rather straightforward. He simply wished to convey that he found it quite agreeable to serve under young Master Su. Henceforth, should young Master Su require assistance in any endeavor, he could summon him at any time. Lin Heihu's face was adorned with obsequiousness. Su Lin understood that Lin Heihu was expressing his loyalty, yet he did not immediately acquiesce, casually remarking, "Let us consider this matter at a later time." "Very well," Lin Heihu responded, feeling somewhat disheartened by Su Lin's noncommittal reply. Just as the three were about to partake in their meal, Su Lin's phone unexpectedly rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Lin Feishuan. Su Lin pressed the connect button and spoke first. What is it that you wish to discuss? I must clarify that if you intend to invite me to join the martial arts society, please refrain from mentioning it. However, Lin Feishuan's voice conveyed a sense of urgency. Su Lin, where are you? Are you at the Emperor's Club? Has something happened? Su Lin detected something amiss. Yu Qing had been abducted, seemingly by individuals from the Red Rose Club. Could you perhaps rescue her? Lin Feishuan's tone carried an added note of desperation. What could the people from the Red Rose Club want with her? Su Lin inquired with some confusion. I'm not sure about this either. Su Lin, you are the only one who can save her now. I beg of you, if you can rescue her, I will owe you a favor, all right? Lin Feishuan was on the verge of tears. Very well, I shall go at once. Su Lin was acutely aware that this was not the moment for levity, and thus promptly acquiesced. Following this, he hung up the phone and rose to prepare for his visit to the Red Rose Club. At that instant, Lin Heihu also stood up cautiously and inquired, Young Master Su, are you heading to the Red Rose Club? Su Lin nodded slightly, indeed. Do you have something to say? Lin Heihu's expression turned grave. Young Master Su, the Red Rose Club is no ordinary establishment, especially its owner, notorious for their ruthless disposition and surrounded by numerous skilled subordinates. It would be wise for you to exercise caution. Chapter 31. One more step, and you shall perish. Su Lin expressed a certain degree of interest. Are you well acquainted with the Red Rose Club? Not entirely, came the reply, but the owner of the Red Rose Club, known as Red Rose, operates in the underworld like myself, and we do share some connections. Moreover, Red Rose has assembled a formidable group of skilled individuals, whose overall strength surpasses my own by a considerable margin, though I cannot specify the exact extent of their prowess. The Black Tiger's subordinates will disclose everything they know, he concluded. I understand. Su Lin nodded, dismissing the matter with indifference. That Red Rose, no matter how formidable, was merely a woman after all. Since she was a woman, she could be conquered directly by strength. Young Master Su, how about I accompany you? After all, we are acquainted. Perhaps he will show me some favor, Lin Heihu suggested, summoning his courage. Very well, then. Su Lin contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Subsequently, the two made their way to the Red Rose Club. Upon arriving at the venue, as soon as he alighted from the vehicle, Su Lin noticed Lin Feishuan anxiously pacing at the entrance. Upon seeing Su Lin approach, Lin Feishuan hurried over, exclaiming, Su Lin, you have finally arrived. Please, hurry and save Yu Qing. Su Lin nodded slightly and proceeded towards the Red Rose Club. Halt! This is the Red Rose Club. Please present your membership card, or entry is strictly prohibited. The two security guards at the entrance blocked Su Lin's way.
Su Lin,
Unwilling to engage in idle chatter, prepared to take decisive action against the two individuals. At that moment, Lin Heihu stepped forward, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. Esteemed gentlemen, I am Lin Heihu from the Heihu sect. I wish to meet your leader. I kindly ask for your assistance in this matter. Upon hearing the name Lin Heihu, the two security guards exchanged glances, and one of them softened his demeanor. It is Mr. Lin. Please, do wait a moment while I inform the higher authorities. Upon hearing this, Lin Heihu turned to Su Lin, seeking his approval.
Su Lin nodded slightly.
Acknowledging that if the name of Lin Heihu could resolve this matter, it would be most advantageous. Meanwhile, within a private room of the Red Rose Club, Jiang Yuqing found herself bound, facing a woman clad in a red qipao. The woman, in her 30s, exuded an alluring maturity. Her dress slit to the thigh, evoking vivid imagery. Jiang Yuqing glared at her, fury etched on her face. Who are you people? Why have you brought me here? The woman from the Red Rose replied with a nonchalant air. Our establishment merely acts on behalf of others. You will soon discover our intentions. She swirled a glass of red wine delicately. I don't believe I have offended anyone from the Red Rose. Jiang Yuqing's complexion paled slightly, clearly aware of the notorious reputation the Red Rose held in the city. At that moment, a familiar figure entered. Chun Chao, it's you. Jiang Yuqing exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing him. Jiang Yuqing, after you repeatedly spurned my advances, I never imagined you would ultimately fall into my grasp. Chun Chao approached her with a fervent gaze. Jiang Yuqing gritted her teeth. Chun Chao, if you dare to lay a hand on me, I will ensure you face the consequences. Chun Chao chuckled dismissively, turning his attention back to the woman in red. Sister Rose, I appreciate your assistance in this matter. Rising with a subtle smile, the woman responded, Young Master Chun, we have delivered the person you requested. Do not forget the terms of our agreement. Rest assured, the 10 million will be deposited into your account within half an hour. Chun Chao declared confidently, patting his chest. Very well, I shall not intrude on your affairs any longer. The woman smiled enigmatically, swaying gracefully as she exited. However, as soon as she stepped outside, her phone rang. Upon answering, she replied calmly, I understand. Let them in. I will await them in the living room. At the entrance of the club, Su Lin expressed his concern. It has been quite some time. If we delay further, will Yuqing be in danger? Lin Feishuan was visibly anxious. Su Lin, equally impatient, was about to force his way in. At that moment, the security guard at the entrance ended his phone call and said, Mr. Lin, you may enter now. Thank you. Lin Heihu replied with a fist pump, and then he and Su Lin stepped inside. They arrived at the hall of the clubhouse. Su Lin and his companions immediately spotted the striking figure of the Red Rose seated on the sofa. Indeed, her presence was impossible to overlook. Adorned in a crimson qipao, complemented by her mature and alluring visage, she could undoubtedly ignite the deepest flames of desire within a man's heart. Even Su Lin found himself stealing glances at her. However, he harbored no intentions. Though the Red Rose was indeed a captivating beauty, her seductive allure paled in comparison to that of Xiao Qianmei. Do you think I'm beautiful? The Red Rose inquired, noticing Su Lin's gaze, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Not bad, he replied. Su Lin offered his own assessment. The Red Rose continued to smile, yet a chill flickered in her eyes. Roses are always thorny, and red roses are no exception. However, this young man not only showed no fear of her, but also maintained such a frivolous demeanor. Was this not a provocation? Red Rose, it has been a while. Allow me to introduce this individual, who is a dear friend of mine. He has come to discuss a matter with you. Lin Heihu sensed the tension in the air and hurriedly attempted to mediate. Oh, what do you wish to discuss with me? The Red Rose scrutinized Su Lin from head to toe. You have someone named Jiang Yuqing in your custody, Haven to you? It would be wise for you to release her immediately. Su Lin spoke with a firm demeanor. Are you threatening me? The Red Rose could not help but chuckle softly. You misunderstand. This is not a threat, but a command. Su Lin corrected her with a serious expression. Are you ordering me? Red Rose was taken aback, unable to recall the last time someone had dared to speak to her in such a manner. Lin Heihu, aware of Su Lin's temperament, let out a bitter smile and spoke again. Red Rose, my friend here is not an ordinary person. Please do me the favor of releasing his companion. Otherwise, it will be troublesome for everyone. Red Rose took a sip of red wine and replied, Face is never something given by others, but rather something one must earn for oneself. Lin Heihu, you are also a person of the underworld. If you wish for my favor, it depends on whether your strength is sufficient. With that, Red Rose hurled her wine glass to the ground, shattering it with a loud crash. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, and within 10 seconds, a large group of people surrounded Su Lin and his companions. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from the second-floor private room. Yu Qing. Upon hearing the scream, Lin Feishuan's expression changed dramatically, and she rushed towards the second floor. However, with a mere glance from Red Rose, several of her subordinates blocked her path, reaching out to grab her. Get away. At this critical moment, Su Lin dashed forward, sending them flying with a powerful strike. He then cast a cold glance around the room and declared, From this moment on, anyone who dares to obstruct me shall face death. Chapter 32. I want to kill you with a snap of my fingers. Red Rose's subordinates stood frozen, intimidated by his presence. How audacious of this little fellow. I am curious to see just how capable you truly are, Red Rose thought, somewhat surprised by Su Lin's boldness, but quickly regained her composure, barking, Why are you all standing there? Kill. Su Lin, can you handle this? Lin Feishuan, witnessing the overwhelming scene, felt a surge of worry. A man should never claim he cannot. You will know just by watching. Su Lin uttered a brief remark before boldly advancing. With a resounding crack, he unleashed a powerful punch, sending the two individuals blocking his path hurtling backwards. Upon hitting the ground, they spat forth blood. Their chests caved in, lifeless and beyond recovery. Suddenly, a subtle disturbance rippled through the air as two gleaming blades surged towards Su Lin from behind. The tremendous force was unleashed in an instant. With a thunderous clash, the blades shattered, and the wielders were violently propelled away, crashing to the ground, their fates uncertain. The onlookers, poised to act, were rendered speechless by Su Lin's ferocity, paralyzed with fear, hesitant to make a move. Su Lin did not advance further. Instead, he turned to face the Red Rose. "You are the Red Rose, are you not? Allow me to issue one final warning. Should anyone dare to impede my progress again, it will be you who pays the price next time. Perhaps you consider yourself formidable, but I assure you, taking your life would be but a mere snap of my fingers." With that, he forcefully swung his hand, a broken blade sword, directly towards the Red Rose. Its velocity was such that the air along its path emitted a piercing shriek. The Red Rose stood transfixed, cloaked in an aura of impending doom. She was utterly immobilized. Whoosh! In the next instant, the broken blade whizzed past her ear. A few strands of hair cascaded down from her shoulder. A crimson line marred her beautiful visage. Meanwhile, the broken blade embedded itself deep into the wall behind her. "Let us advance." Su Lin ignored the Red Rose once more, leading Lin Feishuan directly towards the second floor. This time, no one dared to intervene. All the subordinates watched the Red Rose, awaiting her response. Observing the blood on her hands, the Red Rose couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. She understood all too well. Su Lin could have easily eliminated himself just now, but refrained from doing so merely to serve as a deterrent. "Sister, what shall we do next? Should we summon Master Tian?" a subordinate cautiously inquired. "No need for that. This individual possesses formidable strength. Even if Master Tian were to come, he may not necessarily be a match," Hong Meigui replied, shaking her head in refusal. She then turned her gaze towards Lin Heihu. "Lin Heihu, who exactly is he?" "Hong Meigui, I have long informed you that this young Master Su is no ordinary person. As for his true identity, I cannot say for certain, but you must understand that he is someone we both cannot afford to offend." Upon hearing this, Hong Meigui's beautiful eyes flickered with contemplation, as if she had made a decision, and she stepped towards the second floor. Lin Heihu couldn't help but furrow his brow. Meigi, do you intend to continue opposing young Master Su?" On another side, as Su Lin and Lin Feixian ascended to the second floor, they were once again greeted by the frantic cries of Jiang Yuqing. Guided by the sound, Su Lin located the private room and forcefully kicked open the door. Upon entering, his gaze immediately fell upon the bound Jiang Yuqing, who, fortunately, bore no injuries. Instead, Chun Chao lay sprawled at her feet, clutching his abdomen in agony. "Yuqing, are you all right?" Lin Feixian rushed over to untie Jiang Yuqing's restraints. "Feixian, what brings you here?" Jiang Yuqing inquired, surprise evident in her voice. "I learned of your abduction by the Red Rose Society and called Su Lin to rescue you. Are you unharmed?" Lin Feixian anxiously assessed Jiang Yuqing's condition. "I'm fine. Just now, Chun Chao attempted to assault me, but I managed to kick him away. Thankfully, you arrived in time," Jiang Yuqing explained, a hint of trepidation in her tone. At that moment, Chun Chao rose from the floor, his expression twisted with malice. "Jiang Yuqing, you wretched woman, just wait. No one will save you today. And you, Lin Feixian, time and again you oppose me. You won't escape this time. Seizing this opportunity, I intend to have both of you serve as my obedient pets." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuqing's expression shifted dramatically. "Feixian, we should leave quickly. Chun Chao has bribed the people from the Red Rose Club. When they arrive, they will certainly not let us go. Rest assured, with me here, no one dares to harm you." Su Lin confidently patted his chest and then strode towards Chun Chao, disdainfully remarking, "You truly are useless. Others have brought their prey to you, bound and ready, yet you are still incapable of facing them." Chun Chao, stung by such humiliation, felt his eyes welling up with anger. "You little brat, don't be so arrogant. Now that you are here, we shall settle the score from last time." Do you possess the strength to reckon with me? Su Lin completely disregarded Chun Chao. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed, and Red Rose appeared at the door with a group of her subordinates. Sister Red Rose, you have finally arrived. This man not only caused a disturbance in your club, but also attempted to lay hands on me. You must have your people seize them immediately. Chun Chao, feeling bolstered by the presence of his ally, pointed accusingly at Su Lin. Do not be anxious, young Master Chun. I shall certainly address this matter. However, before I do, there are a few things I wish to discuss with you. Red Rose replied with a slight smile as she gracefully approached Chun Chao. Chun Chao, somewhat perplexed, wondered what Red Rose had to say. Meanwhile, Su Lin remained entirely unconcerned. After all, Zhang Yuqing had already been rescued. If Red Rose dared to cause further trouble, he would simply eliminate her. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Red Rose struck, her right hand slicing across Chun Chao's neck. His eyes widened in shock as a distinct line of blood slowly manifested on his throat. Blood gushed forth, rapidly staining his upper body crimson. As Chun Chao came to his senses, he desperately clutched his throat in a futile attempt to halt the flow. It was utterly ineffective. With his eyes wide open, he stared intently at Red Rose, wanting to utter something, yet no sound escaped his lips. Moments later, he collapsed to the ground, eyes still wide open, devoid of any breath, a fatal strike to the throat, leaving him unable to close his eyes in death. Chapter 33. Unwanted Thoughts. Gazing at Chun Chao's lifeless body, Lin Feishuan and Zhang Yuqing's faces turned pale. They had never anticipated that Red Rose would suddenly take such lethal action against Chun Chao, her strike both decisive and ruthless. This is rather interesting. Su Lin gazed at the actions of the Red Rose with a sense of curiosity, observing her with a hint of amusement. What are you dawdling for? Drag her body out. The Red Rose snapped at her subordinate beside her. Only then did her subordinates react, hastily carrying Chun Chao's lifeless form out of the private room. Young master, I acknowledge my previous transgressions. I wronged your friend. As for the incident just now, consider it an apology. I sincerely hope for your forgiveness. The Red Rose turned to Su Lin, her icy demeanor dissipating, replaced by a graceful smile. Do you truly believe that this is sufficient for my forgiveness? Su Lin crossed his arms, playfully inquiring. Then how might this young master find it in his heart to forgive me? Whatever request you make, I shall never refuse. The words of the Red Rose were imbued with profound meaning. Is that truly so? Su Lin's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. Naturally, I am more than willing to serve a formidable figure such as yourself, young master. The Red Rose delicately licked her crimson lips, becoming even more alluring. Then I shall not hold back. Su Lin suddenly broke into a mischievous smile. Su Lin, what are you up to? You are Ice Language Sister's husband. If you dare to do anything to wrong her, I will not let you off easily. Lin Feishuan warned angrily. Yet, Su Lin seemed oblivious to her warning as he stepped forward to the Red Rose, extending a hand towards her. Upon noticing this, Red Rose's lips curled into a barely perceptible smirk. No matter how formidable Su Lin might be, in the end, he would still have to submit to her will. As long as he remained ensnared in her gentle embrace, commanding him would be as effortless as directing a dog. While Red Rose entertained these thoughts, Su Lin's hand landed on her shoulder with a pat as he nodded in satisfaction. Your physique appears quite commendable. In that case, let's see you perform 100 push-ups. What? Red Rose's eyes widened in disbelief. Here she was, an exquisite beauty, and he merely requested that she do push-ups? Was this truly polite? What? Are you unwilling? If you refuse, I must warn you that I will be very upset, and the consequences could be quite severe. A frown of displeasure crossed Su Lin's face. I will do it. Red Rose gritted her teeth, conceding to the request. She then stepped aside and began performing push-ups on the ground. It must be said that witnessing such a stunning beauty engage in physical exercise was indeed a delightful spectacle. However, Red Rose was clearly no ordinary individual, as she swiftly completed 100 repetitions. Young master, may I proceed now? Red Rose inquired, rising to her feet. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Su Lin. Her breath was labored from the intense exertion, tinged with a delicate panting. Considering your earnestness, I shall let you off this time, Su Lin replied, refraining from further complicating matters for her. Su Lin, can we leave now? Lin Feishuan asked, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. The provocative demeanor of Red Rose elicited a strong sense of aversion within her. Let us depart, Su Lin affirmed. Su Lin nodded slightly and departed the Red Rose Club with Lin Feishuan and the others. The Red Rose gazed at Su Lin's retreating figure, her beautiful eyes reflecting a deeper contemplation. Having encountered numerous men, Su Lin was among the few who remained impervious to her allure. Yet, she found herself uncertain about the true extent of Su Lin's strength and whether he was truly worth her willingness to relinquish her persistence. On the other hand, just as they exited the Red Rose Club, Lin Feishuan suddenly turned to Su Lin, her tone laced with sarcasm. Su Lin, it seems that the Red Rose has a bit of an interest in you. Are you truly willing to walk away so easily? Alas, a man as remarkable as I am inevitably attracts the attention of women wherever I go. It's simply inescapable. Su Lin let out a helpless sigh. A narcissist. Lin Feixian, observing his demeanor, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Yet, recalling Su Lin's imposing presence in the club earlier, she couldn't deny that he truly exuded masculinity. Thank you so much for today, Su Lin. If it weren't for your timely intervention, I fear my fate would have been dire. Jiang Yuqing expressed her heartfelt gratitude, gazing at Su Lin with sincerity. It was merely a trivial matter, and considering we are, in a sense, a couple for the day, it was only fitting that I assist.
Su Lin smiled nonchalantly.
Jiang Yuqing understood that Su Lin was referring to their pretense of being a couple in front of Chen Chao, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. At that moment, Su Lin suddenly recalled something and turned to Lin Feishuan, inquiring, you mentioned earlier that I came to rescue Yuqing, and thus you owe me a favor, correct? Indeed. Lin Feishuan nodded. Then how do you intend to repay this favor? Su Lin regarded Lin Feishuan with a hint of playful amusement. Why do you gaze at me in such a manner? Is it merely a favor you seek? Speak your mind. What is it that you wish for me to do? Lin Feishuan felt increasingly uncomfortable under his scrutiny. Since we are all friends, I shall not put you in a difficult position. Nevertheless, I reiterate my request. If you would simply address me as father, we shall consider the matter resolved. Su Lin, exuding an air of grandeur, patted his chest confidently. Get lost. Lin Feishuan was instantly infuriated. She even began to suspect that Su Lin harbored some peculiar inclination. Otherwise, why would he persistently urge her to call him father? If she chose not to comply, why was he so fierce about it? Su Lin pursed his lips in disappointment. Yuqing, don't pay any attention to this creep. Let's go. Lin Feishuan, unwilling to engage further with Su Lin, took Jiang Yuqing's hand and departed without hesitation. Alas, what a heartless woman. She called for me so urgently when in need, yet after her use, she lifts her skirts and disavows me. Su Lin let out a mournful sigh. Upon hearing this, Lin Feishuan nearly stumbled and fell. It was only after Lin Feishuan had walked some distance away that Su Lin turned to face Lin Heihu, who had emerged behind him. Young Master Su, is there anything else you require of me? Lin Heihu inquired, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. Su Lin waved his hand. Very well, young Master Su. Lin Heihu's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly departed. Not long ago, at the Dihao Club, Su Lin had mentioned he would consider having Lin work for him, but now he had changed his tune, stating he would reach out if needed. This indicated that the relationship between them had grown closer. Once everyone had left, and with nothing else to occupy his time, Su Lin made his way once more to the Fengyue Tower. This time he faced no obstruction. He swiftly arrived at the door of Xiao Qianmei's chamber. Upon pushing the door open and stepping inside, a rush of fragrant air enveloped him, and he immediately felt his upper body embraced by a warm softness. Su Lin looked helplessly at the alluring Xiao Qianmei before him. Senior sister, what on earth are you doing? Xiao Qianmei pressed her body closely against Su Lin, exhaling a fragrant breath. You little rascal, what do you think I'm doing? Of course, I miss you, and it's the kind of longing that is simply irresistible. Chapter 34. Reunion. Senior sister, could you possibly act a bit more serious?
Su Lin,
feeling the fervent warmth of Xiao Qianmei's body, dared not make any abrupt movements. After all, he was at an age brimming with youthful vigor, easily prone to impulsive actions. Junior brother, your words are exceedingly inappropriate. Senior sister treats you with utmost kindness, almost as if she wishes to offer herself entirely to you. How can that be deemed improper? The heat exhaled by Xiao Qianmei grew increasingly intense. Come now, senior sister. I harbor no interest in you. Su Lin took 2 steps to the side, distancing himself from Xiao Qianmei. Suddenly, Xiao Qianmei playfully grabbed him, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Junior brother, it appears that all men are indeed creatures of contradiction, but your reaction cannot deceive me, she exclaimed. What a little demon! Su Lin could not help but take a deep breath. Was Xiao Qianmei truly unafraid of the consequences of crossing him? Disciple, doing ligging me, what brings you to seek my counsel this time? Xiao Qianmei settled gracefully onto the sofa. It is nothing significant, merely a query regarding my lineage. How has the investigation progressed? Su Lin articulated the purpose of this journey. There has yet to be any news. After all, uncovering one's lineage solely through a piece of jade is no simple endeavor. Xiao Qianmei shook her head. Very well then. Su Lin did not elaborate further. Regarding his lineage, he harbored little expectation. By the way, there is something concerning your wife that I believe is imperative to discuss with you in advance. Xiao Qianmei abruptly shifted the topic. What is it? Su Lin gazed at her with curiosity. Your wife is named Xia Bingyu, correct? I looked her up. She is affiliated with the Xia group. Moreover, during her university days, she was renowned as the campus beauty, pursued by countless admirers. Xiao Qianmei replied with a calm demeanor. Isn't it only natural for someone as beautiful as my wife to attract such attention? Su Lin felt increasingly perplexed, uncertain about what Xiao Qianmei intended to convey. Do not rush, my junior brother. Allow me to finish, Xiao Qianmei said with a hint of a smile playing upon her lips. She continued, according to the information I have gathered, during her time at school, Xia Bingyu had a male friend, who could also be regarded as a boyfriend. They shared a close bond, and there were even rumors suggesting that they intended to marry shortly after graduation. However, due to arrangements made by Guo Feiheng's family, he was compelled to go abroad. Yet, before his departure, they made a pact to wait for one another. I wonder if Xia Bingyu has shared this matter with you, my junior brother? Su Lin furrowed his brow, as these matters were indeed unknown to him. Junior brother, you can't possibly be unaware, can you? Xiao Qianmei gazed at Su Lin with a provocative glint in her eyes. Senior sister, how did you come to know of these things? Su Lin did not respond directly but instead posed a question. With a playful laugh, she said, Little junior brother, have you forgotten that I am the mistress of the Fengyue Tower in Jiang City? Acquiring information about an ordinary person is a mere trifle for me. Little junior brother, based on this information, it is highly probable that that woman is merely using you. You must exercise caution. Otherwise, why not move in with your senior sister? I assure you, she will take good care of you. Su Lin cleared his throat twice and said, Perhaps we should let this matter rest. Besides, my wife has always treated me well, and I have faith in her. His repeated reference to wife seemed to suggest that there was nothing particularly admirable about that woman. Xiao Qianmei, filled with jealousy, let out a huff. All right, senior sister, I have other matters to attend to. Let's discuss this another day. Farewell. Su Lin could no longer bear to stay and took his leave. In just a few moments, he could not fathom what this senior sister might do to him. Xiao Qianmei observed Su Lin's retreating figure, her smile growing ever more pronounced. Having spent many years together on the mountain, she possessed a profound understanding of this junior brother. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, his temperament surpassed that of many seasoned tricksters. As for the matters she had just mentioned, they would undoubtedly bear no consequences. However, Xiao Qianmei gleaned from this interaction what she cherished most. Su Lin remained untouched. It appeared imperative that she act swiftly to secure him. Upon entering, Su Lin noticed Xia Bingyu engaged in conversation with Lin Feishuan, her expression one of deep concern. My dear, what are you two discussing? Su Lin strode forward. There are matters pertaining to the company that, if spoken of, would be beyond your comprehension. Xia Bingyu wearily shook her head. My dear, how can you know I do not understand if you do not share? Perhaps I could lend you my assistance. Su Lin gazed earnestly at Xia Bingyu. The situation was rather straightforward. It was merely that Bingyu's company encountered a bottleneck in the research and development of new products, making it increasingly difficult to successfully launch anything new. In contrast, the Wang Group had recently introduced a new product that was rapidly gaining popularity, resulting in a diminishing market share for Bingyu's company. Lin Feishuan spoke up to clarify the circumstances. So that is the matter at hand. I recall you mentioned it to me previously, my dear. Please wait here for a moment. I shall take care of this issue. After listening to Lin Feishuan, Su Lin patted his chest and turned to search for something in the living room. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Feishuan asked, puzzled. You will find out soon, he replied. Before long, Su Lin had found paper and a pen in the living room and began to write something. Once he finished, he placed it directly in front of Xia Bingyu's desk. Dear, I remember you run a beauty company, right? Here are 2 beauty formulas I've written down. If you produce them, they will undoubtedly outshine the products of the Wang Group. Lin Feishuan immediately became intrigued. What kind of product could be so remarkable? Don't listen to his nonsense. Beauty products are not ordinary formulas, and it's not that simple to create them. Xia Bingyu shook her head, clearly skeptical. Sister Bingyu, I think Su Lin is quite reliable. How will we know unless we give it a try? Lin Feishuan urged, glancing at Su Lin. Xia Bingyu was somewhat surprised that Lin Feishuan would speak on Su Lin's behalf. All right then, I will give it a try when I have the opportunity. I'm a bit tired, so I won't have breakfast and will go rest for now. Su Lin, do you have time tomorrow? Lin Feishuan suddenly stopped him. What is it? Su Lin regarded Lin Feishuan with a watchful gaze. Typically, when she inquired about such matters, it seldom boded well. The truth is, since you saved Yuqing today, she wishes to treat you to a meal tomorrow as a token of her gratitude. Lin Feishuan articulated, her displeasure evident as she added, why do you regard me with such eyes? Do you truly think I would harbor any intentions towards you? Who can say for certain? He retorted with a smirk. It is only natural for a striking man such as myself to inspire certain thoughts. After all, I have yet to forget the incident from last time, when you spent the night with me without settling the payment. Su Lin replied with irritation. Stop with the nonsense. Are you going or not? Lin Feishuan, suppressing her anger, inquired. Of course I'm going. If someone invites me to a meal, why would I refuse? Su Lin readily agreed. Very well, wait for me tomorrow morning, and I shall escort you there. Lin Feishuan instructed before turning on her heel and departing. She feared that, if she continued her conversation with Su Lin, she might be unable to restrain herself. The following day, when Su Lin awoke and made his way to the living room, Xia Bingyu had already left for work. After a modest breakfast, Su Lin settled in the living room to await Lin Feishuan. However, it was not until 10 o'clock that Lin Feishuan emerged from her room, stretching lazily. Didn't you say you would treat me to a meal? Why are you emerging so late? Su Lin couldn't help but mock her. Why the rush? We won't be eating until noon. Lin Feishuan shot him an annoyed glance. After a brief wash-up, she led Su Lin out the door. 20 minutes later, Lin Feishuan brought Su Lin to a restaurant named Jufu Restaurant. Upon reaching the entrance of a private room, Lin Feishuan pushed the door open and walked inside. Su Lin followed him inside and discovered that, apart from Jiang Yuqing, there sat a young man. Upon noticing Su Lin's entrance, the gentleman promptly approached with enthusiasm. Introducing himself, you must be Mr. Su. I am Jiang Yufeng, Yuqing's brother, and I also hold the position of president of the Martial Arts Society at Jiang City University. Farewell. Upon hearing that Jiang Yufeng was the president of the Martial Arts Society, Su Lin abruptly interrupted him and turned away without a shred of hesitation. Chapter 35. Do you submit? Jiang Yufeng's smile froze upon his face, clearly taken aback by Su Lin's sudden departure. Su Lin, we agreed to have a meal together. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Lin Feishuan stepped forward to block Su Lin's path. You claim it's a meal, yet you invited the president of this martial arts society for what purpose? Is it not merely an attempt to recruit me into your society? Su Lin cast an irritated glance at Lin Feishuan. Mr. Su, this matter has nothing to do with my sister and Miss Lin. I insisted on accompanying you upon hearing that you would be coming. If this has affected your dining experience, I sincerely apologize. Jiang Yufeng approached with an expression of regret. In that case, shall it be you who leaves or shall I? Su Lin inquired without any reservations. This. Jiang Yufeng was suddenly at a loss for words, caught off guard by Su Lin's overt hostility towards him. Su Lin, what is this attitude? President Jiang came here specifically because he admires you. It's rather impolite to dismiss him. Lin Feishuan expressed her discontent with Su Lin's demeanor. Very well, I consent to him dining here with us. But the matter of my joining the Martial Arts Society must not be mentioned. Su Lin pondered for a moment and put forth a request. Very well. Jiang Yufeng replied with a wry smile, acquiescing to the demand. In truth, he had indeed harbored such intentions for his visit. However, Su Lin's request effectively silenced everything he had intended to convey. Nevertheless, Jiang Yufeng understood that such matters could not be forced. He would have to contemplate alternative approaches. Su Lin observed Jiang Yufeng's agreement and refrained from mentioning his departure, settling down alongside Lin Feishuan. Mr. Su, I am profoundly grateful to you for yesterday. Had it not been for your timely rescue, I shudder to think of the consequences. She continued, I am not accustomed to drinking alcohol, so I shall raise a cup of tea in your honor instead. I hope you do not find this inappropriate. Jiang Yuqing lifted a cup of tea and drained it in one go. There is no need for such formality, Su Lin replied. We are of similar age, and it feels rather awkward to address me as Mr. Su. If you do not mind, you may simply call me Su Dage. With a radiant smile, Su Lin gazed at Jiang Yuqing. All right, brother Su. Jiang Yuqing sweetly addressed him. Subsequently, the group commenced their meal. Throughout the dining experience, Jiang Yufeng attempted several times to interject, yet ultimately refrained, fearful of leaving a poor impression on Su Lin. The meal swiftly approached its conclusion, and just as Jiang Yufeng mustered the courage to forge a closer connection with Su Lin, his phone abruptly chimed. At the sound, all eyes instinctively turned towards him. Jiang Yufeng offered an apologetic smile, retrieving his phone to answer the call. However, upon hearing the information relayed on the other end, he erupted in fury. What did you say? That group from the karate club has gone to the Martial Arts Society to cause trouble again, and they brought along 2 skilled fighters? They injured the members of the Martial Arts Society. After hanging up, disregarding any attempts to bond with Su Lin, Jiang Yufeng stood and declared, I apologize, everyone, but there's been an incident at the Martial Arts Society that I must attend to. I'll take my leave now. Brother, are those Japanese troublemakers at it again? I'll go with you. Jiang Yuqing rose to her feet as well. Very well, Jiang Yufeng nodded. Feishuan, you all continue your meal. I'll go handle the situation at the Martial Arts Society with my brother, and will contact you once it's resolved. After bidding farewell to Lin Feishuan, Jiang Yuqing hurriedly departed. Lin Feishuan watched the two leave and couldn't help but glance at the indifferent Su Lin beside her. Hey, aren't you going to help them? The Martial Arts Society is of no concern to me. Why should I lend my assistance? Su Lin replied nonchalantly. Su Lin wore a nonchalant expression. Su Lin, you must have heard that the troublemakers are those Japanese from last time. It was you who offended them, so this matter is indeed a consequence of your actions. Lin Feishuan argued persuasively. It was you who insisted that I act as a shield, which instigated those events. So it is you who should be held accountable. Su Lin retorted without hesitation. Lin Feishuan was momentarily at a loss for words. However, she soon seemed to have an epiphany, letting out a soft huff before rising abruptly and declaring, if that is the case, do as you please. I am determined to go regardless. After all, I am a citizen of Longxia and cannot stand by while my compatriots are bullied by these petty individuals. I cannot allow the martial arts that belong to Longxia to be belittled and humiliated by the people of the East, turning into their laughingstock. Su Lin couldn't help but let out a sigh, although he was aware that Xia Bingyu was employing a tactic of provocation. He had to admit that such an approach was indeed effective on him. Enough of this chatter. Was it not all merely to spur me on? Very well, I shall accompany you after all. Su Lin shook his head in helplessness. I was waiting for you to say that. Let's hurry and leave. Lin Feishuan's face brightened, and she pulled Su Lin away from the tavern. However, upon stepping outside, they found that Jiang Yuqing and Jiang Yufeng had already vanished without a trace. Therefore, Lin Feishuan could only drive Su Lin swiftly towards the Martial Arts Society. Meanwhile, within the training hall on the first floor of Jiang City University's Martial Arts Society, Nearly all the members were sprawled on the ground, moaning in agony. Their limbs had all been shattered, and some were covered in blood, clearly having endured severe torment. Inoue Yamato sat in a wheelchair, contemptuously spitting, "A bunch of useless trash. You dare to oppose us from the east? This is your fate. Don't be so arrogant, you little Japanese. When our president arrives, you will certainly pay for this." Despite their grievous injuries, the members of the Martial Arts Society did not yield, gritting their teeth and shouting defiantly. "Humph! You won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Inoue Yamato retorted coldly, "If your president is truly that formidable, why hasn't he shown up? Is he just a coward hiding away? But I suppose that's normal. After all, you Dragonxia people are all cowards. Otherwise, how could you be called the sick man of East Asia?" Ha ha ha. The words ignited a fierce spirit within the Martial Arts Society members, their eyes blazing as they shouted, "Nonsense. You little Japanese are nothing before us Dragonxia. We are not the sick men of East Asia. You Japanese are merely our defeated foes." Seeing their defiance, Inoue Yamato's anger turned into a twisted smile. "Very well, since you have such confidence in your president, I shall grant you an opportunity. If he arrives within 10 minutes, I will let you go. However, if he does not come, I shall kill one of you every 10 minutes until none of you are left." With that, Inoue Yamato pulled out his phone and began the countdown. Soon, 10 minutes passed. Time's up, and your president is still absent. It seems he is determined to remain a coward. In that case, I shall take one of you first. He pointed towards a member of the Martial Arts Society. Swish! Two black-clad figures standing behind Inoue Yamato directed their icy gazes at the designated member. Although the member felt fear under their stare, he still boldly declared, "If you have the guts, kill me. I'll still be a man after 20 years. Very well, I shall grant your wish." One of the black-clad figures on Inoue Yamato's left approached the man, holding a kunai in his hand. Just as he was about to strike, a furious roar echoed through the hall. "Stop!" Hearing that voice, the members of the Martial Arts Society were filled with joy and looked toward the entrance. "President, you Japanese are utterly arrogant, thinking our Martial Arts Society can be bullied." Jiang Yufeng entered with Jiang Yuqing and immediately saw the tragic state of his comrades, his face turning icy as he glared at Inoue Yamato. "You are the president of the Martial Arts Society? I thought you would hide like a coward." Inoue Yamato mocked. "Spare me the pleasantries. You must provide an explanation for today's events, or there will be consequences." Jiang Yufeng was completely enraged by Inoue Yamato's provocation. "You, a mere lowly Dragonxia, dare to demand an explanation from me? You lack the power." Inoue Yamato scoffed, signaling to his two black-clad subordinates. Instantly, the two figures lunged towards Jiang Yufeng, attempting to surround him. Jiang Yufeng did not dare to underestimate them and struck out with both hands, trying to fend them off. The black-clad figures exchanged disdainful glances and simultaneously countered. Bang! Their palms met and Jiang Yufeng was sent flying, spitting blood. This was not due to his weakness, but rather the overwhelming strength of his opponents. They were simply on different levels. There was no comparison. "Brother!" Jiang Yuqing rushed to check on Jiang Yufeng's condition, while the members of the Martial Arts Society turned pale, shocked that their president could not withstand even a single strike from the Japanese. Inoue Yamato reveled in the situation, wheeling himself closer to Jiang Yufeng. "Now you understand the prowess of us Japanese, don't you? I have but one question for you. Do you surrender?" "I will not yield." Jiang Yufeng gritted his teeth defiantly. "Interesting, but I wonder how long you can hold out." Inoue Yamato's lips curled into a cruel smile as he gestured to his subordinates. "Seize that woman." With a swift motion, the two black-clad figures appeared beside Jiang Yuqing, subduing her before she could react. "What are you doing? Let my sister go." Jiang Yufeng's eyes reddened with rage. "Dragonxia pig, I offer you one final chance. If you call me grandfather 3 times and admit that the Martial Arts Society is worthless, I will let you both go. Otherwise, I will strip your sister of her clothes and let the members of our empty-handed dojo take turns enjoying her. I imagine that would be quite a scene. Wouldn't you agree?" Inoue Yamato licked his lips, his expression increasingly perverse. "You dare. I, Jiang Yufeng, will haunt you even in death." Jiang Yufeng roared like a beast. Still defiant? In your dragon xia tongue, you truly are not shedding tears until you see the coffin. In that case, I add another condition. Hand over the one who crippled me last time. If you cannot do that, I will post images of your sister in our Japanese domain for all to see her in a humiliating state. Inoue Yamato's insanity grew. Brother, don't give in. We Dragon Xia people would never submit to the Japanese even in death. Jiang Yuqing, unable to endure the coercion, prepared to bite her tongue to end her life. However, before she could act, a blow from the nearby Japanese expert sent her crashing to the ground. You think you can take your own life? How naive. In front of us Japanese, you don't even have the right to die without my permission. Inoue Yamato sneered. He then turned to Jiang Yufeng. So, what is your decision? Jiang Yufeng clenched his fists tightly. To kneel and call the Japanese grandfather? He would rather die than comply. It seems you are willing to abandon your sister. In that case, we will not be polite any longer. With a flick of his gaze, Inoue Yamato signaled his two Japanese experts once more. They exchanged lewd smiles and reached for Jiang Yuqing. Stop! At that critical moment, a furious voice rang out. Lin Feishuan stormed in, her anger palpable, followed by a seemingly nonchalant Su Lin. As Su Lin stepped into the martial arts society, the sight of the member's dire condition instantly extinguished his previous nonchalance, replaced by a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. Ah, you finally arrived. My patience has worn thin waiting for you. Inoue Yamato exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, akin to a hunter who has long awaited the arrival of his prey. Today, Inoue Yamato had orchestrated such a significant commotion within the martial arts society primarily to lure Su Lin in, seeking to avenge the humiliation he had previously endured. It appears that the lesson I imparted upon you last time was insufficient, for you dare to cause trouble here once more. Su Lin cast a frigid gaze towards Inoue Yamato. You wretched creature. Last time you humiliated me in front of so many. Today I shall exact 100-fold retribution and make you my loyal dog. Inoue Yamato's expression was fraught with ferocity. How dare you, a mere band of Eastern trash, utter such words? Today, I shall reduce you all to lifeless curs. Su Lin stepped forward, exuding an aura of unrestrained ferocity. Do you not value your lives? Eliminate him. Inoue Yamato coldly commanded the two Eastern skilled warriors. In an instant, both sprang into action, brandishing kunai that glimmered ominously, poised to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. How dare these mere lower ninjas challenge me? Today, I shall demonstrate to you how utterly insignificant ninjas are in the face of the martial prowess of Longxia. Su Lin immediately discerned the true nature of the two individuals, and rather than retreating, he boldly advanced towards them. The members of the martial arts society felt their hearts race at this sight. They had personally experienced the prowess of these two formidable opponents and were uncertain whether Su Lin could withstand their assault. Under the watchful eyes of all, Su Lin swiftly approached the two lower ninjas. In an instant, the two ninjas launched their kunai with lethal intent, aiming for Su Lin's throat and heart. Clearly, their intent was to take his life, employing deadly techniques from the outset. However, Su Lin appeared utterly unfazed, neglecting any form of evasion or defense. The humble dragon summer pig must be petrified. Inoue Yamato cackled with arrogance at this scenario. The members of the martial arts society grew increasingly anxious, fearing that Su Lin had truly forgotten to dodge. Yet, in the very next moment, an astonishing event unfolded before everyone's eyes. The kunai of the two lower ninjas halted abruptly, merely a centimeter from Su Lin, as if hindered by an invisible barrier. What seemed like an inconsequential distance was, in truth, insurmountable. How is this possible? The two ninjas were filled with disbelief. Despite exerting all their strength, they could not breach that single centimeter. This is the protective vital energy. You are a congenital martial artist. The realization dawned upon the two ninjas, their faces contorting with sheer terror. They had not anticipated that their adversary would possess knowledge of congenital warriors. It was a revelation that spoke to their limited understanding. Su Lin gazed at the two with a hint of amusement. The two lower-ranked ninjas exchanged glances, both contemplating retreat. As mere fourth-level lower ninjas, they could manage against ordinary postnatal warriors, yet when faced with innate warriors, not even their most desperate efforts would inflict a scratch upon their opponents. The disparity between the two was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Only the elite shinobi from the east could stand a chance in battle against such formidable foes. Observing your expressions, it seems you are inclined to flee. However, it is regrettably too late for such an escape. Su Lin toyed with the two individuals for a considerable time before finally making his move. With a swift motion, he seized the arms of the two lower ninjas, who were wielding kunai, and began to twist them. The chilling sound of bones shattering echoed repeatedly. This was soon accompanied by agonizing wails that were utterly harrowing. The arms of the two lower ninjas were mercilessly twisted into a grotesque spiral by Su Lin. Merely witnessing this spectacle sent shivers down one's spine. You are making far too much noise. Perhaps it would be best for you to silence yourselves. Su Lin listened to the cries of the two individuals, his face a mask of impatience, as he raised his hand and struck the tops of their heads. Instantly, their voices ceased. Their eyes widened in shock before they collapsed to the ground, lifeless, without a trace of breath. Dead. The members of the Martial Arts Society were rendered speechless, including Jiang Yufeng, Jiang Yuqing, and Lin Feishuan. No one had anticipated that Su Lin would display such ferocity. The two lower ninjas of the Martial Arts Society were effortlessly dispatched, an exhilarating spectacle to behold. As realization dawned upon them, nearly everyone felt their faces flush with excitement, gazing at Su Lin as if he were an unparalleled hero. After eliminating the two lower ninjas, Su Lin did not even cast a glance back, instead striding towards Inoue Yamato. What do you intend to do? Inoue Yamato was stripped of his previous arrogance and disdain, replaced instead by a palpable sense of panic and fear. He watched in trepidation as Su Lin approached, retreating in his wheelchair, pushing himself back with frantic urgency. The last time I spared you was, in truth, an opportunity, but since you failed to cherish it, I have no choice but to transform you into a true dead dog. As Su Lin walked, he spoke. The crisp sound of his footsteps resonated in Inoue Yamato's ears, more terrifying than a bloody death knell. No, you cannot kill me. My father is a member of the Eastern Merchant Association. If you take my life, he will not let you escape unscathed. The Longxia side will also hold you accountable, and by then, there will be no one to save you. Inoue Yamato resorted to threatening with his own background. What nonsense is this Eastern Merchant Association? Is it truly formidable? Su Lin curled his lip disdainfully and forcefully overturned Inoue Yamato's wheelchair, placing his foot upon his chest. Moreover, he declared, do not speak of the Eastern Commerce Association. Even if the emperor of your island were to arrive today, he would be powerless to save you. Please, don't kill me, I beg you. Inoue Yamato, realizing the gravity of Su Lin's intent, fell silent, his pleas for mercy escaping his lips. Embrace your fate. Su Lin did not grant Yamato Inoue the chance to finish his words. He coldly uttered two words and exerted his strength. Crack! In an instant, Inoue's chest caved in, and blood mixed with his internal organs gushed from his mouth. His body convulsed incessantly, and it took half a minute for him to completely cease all movement. He was dead beyond any doubt. Chapter 37. Only I can protect him. Had Inoue truly perished? The members of the Martial Arts Society remained in a state of shock for a considerable time before finally comprehending this grim reality. It is crucial to note that although they harbored intense disdain for this Eastern man, his connections were indeed formidable, and they could not afford to offend him. Particularly, his association with the Eastern Chamber of Commerce commanded a level of respect even from the principal. Thus, while they admired Su Lin's audacity, their predominant sentiment was one of apprehension regarding the potential repercussions he would face. Su Lin, you have killed Yamato Inoue? Lin Feishuan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, equally astonished by Su Lin's reckless act. Yet what was the issue with slaying a mere dog? Su Lin shrugged indifferently. Mr. Su, the power of the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce behind Inoue Yamato is quite formidable. If you kill him, it could very well be classified as an international dispute. Leave this matter to me. I will take the blame for Inoue Yamato's death. You should leave now. Jiang Yufeng looked at Su Lin with a serious expression. Oh, so, you have a way to extricate yourself? Su Lin gazed at Jiang Yufeng with a knowing look. Jiang Yufeng, however, managed a bitter smile and said, I have not yet experienced that, but today's events unfolded because Mr. Su acted to save us siblings. Thus, the responsibility should rightfully be mine. As for that nonsensical Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce, should they dare to trouble me, I would welcome it. Furthermore, regarding Longxia, I am eager to see whether they will side with these Eastern Japanese fellows or support their own kin. Observing Su Lin's unwavering confidence, Jiang Yufeng found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Su Lin approached the members of the Martial Arts Society who had been injured by two underlings and waved his hand casually, causing several silver needles to appear on each person's body. I no longer feel any pain. My arm has healed? How can this be? My injuries have completely mended. What on earth has happened? A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted. The members of the Martial Arts Society were astonished to discover that, after the silver needles pierced their skin, their injuries had miraculously healed in an instant. Well, I have completed what I needed to do. I shall take my leave for now. Should anything arise within the Martial Arts Society, do not hesitate to inform me. After completing his tasks, Su Lin turned gracefully and departed. Observing his retreating figure, an overwhelming sense of gratitude enveloped all members of the Martial Arts Society. Miss Lin, who exactly is Mr. Su? He possesses such audacity, disregarding even the Eastern Commerce Association? Jiang Yufeng could not help but glance at Lin Feishuan, seeking insight. I have no knowledge of that either. Shortly after Su Lin's departure, news of Inoue Yamato's death spread with astonishing swiftness. Upon receiving this information, the president of Jiang City University rushed over immediately. Upon entering the Martial Arts Society and witnessing the lifeless body of Inoue Yamato on the ground, he collapsed onto the floor, appearing dazed, muttering repeatedly, "It's over, utterly over." Seeing this, Jiang Yufeng approached, intending to clarify the situation. However, before he could utter a word, a ferocious roar echoed from outside. "Baka! Who dares to kill my son?" Accompanied by the voice, several figures entered the Martial Arts Society. Leading them was a middle-aged man clad in a black suit, whose physique had become somewhat portly. Inoue Hayabusa. Jiang Yufeng's expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing the man. This was indeed the father of Inoue Yamato, rumored to have close ties with the president of the Eastern Commerce Association, and he had arrived sooner than expected. "My son." Beside Inoue Hayabusa stood a woman in a kimono, appearing to be around 30, with a voluptuous figure, embodying the essence of a mature woman. Upon seeing the corpse of Inoue Yamato, she let out a heart-wrenching cry and rushed towards him. After confirming the tragic truth of her son's death, Kikukawa Mitsuba clutched his body and glared at Inoue Hayabusa with a countenance twisted in rage, resembling a vengeful spirit. "Our son has perished at the hands of these despicable Longxia people. I demand that everyone here accompany him in death." Her words sent a shiver through those present, for it was evident that Kikukawa Mitsuba was not merely speaking in anger, but genuinely intended to exact vengeance upon them. "Mr. Inoue, allow me to explain." The president of Jiang City University attempted to make one last effort. Slap! Inoue Hayabusa struck him down with a single blow, brimming with murderous intent. "My son died here. No explanations are necessary. All of you present share the blame and must pay the price." The members of the Martial Arts Society felt a surge of anger at Inoue Hayabusa's blatant tyranny. They were all native Longxia citizens, and here was an outsider demanding their demise without even a shred of inquiry. "Take action." Inoue Hayabusa dismissed any further discussion and issued his command. Instantly, the ninjas behind him exuded a chilling aura of murder as they advanced. "I dare anyone to try," a cold voice suddenly rang out. Shortly thereafter, a large group of individuals clad in distinctive uniforms entered the Martial Arts Society, led by a woman in her mid-20s with short hair, possessing a strikingly androgynous beauty that exuded an air of elegance. The members of the Jinwu division had finally arrived. Jiang Yufeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. The Jinwu division, as the name suggests, was specifically tasked with preventing martial artists from causing disturbances and committing acts of violence. Naturally, their intervention was only warranted when martial artists committed offenses that incited widespread societal unrest. Ordinary crimes hardly garnered their attention. Jiang Yufeng was certain that Su Lin and the two lower ninjas were indeed authentic martial artists. Thus, after Su Lin's departure, he contacted the Jinwu division. Of course, Jiang Yufeng did not disclose that Su Lin had killed Inoue Yamato. Rather, he anticipated that the Eastern Commerce Association would seek retribution and reported that their ninjas were brazenly harassing the members of the Martial Arts Society at Jiang City University. At this moment, the poised woman leading the Jinwu division cast a cold glance at Inoue Hayabusa and his entourage of ninjas, questioning them in a chilling tone. Why are the Eastern Commerce Association members causing a ruckus in a Longxia university, even threatening murder? Do you truly believe you can act with impunity in Longxia? Inoue Hayabusa frowned but showed no sign of retreat. It was your people who killed my son first. I am merely avenging him. Oh, is that so? Hong Wanjun turned her gaze towards Jiang Yufeng and the others. No, it was like this. Jiang Yufeng recounted the situation in a general sense, omitting any mention of Su Lin, merely stating that Inoue Yamato had instigated trouble with his ninjas and that they had dealt with him collectively. Impossible. How could you worthless lot possibly be a match for my ninjas? Let alone kill my son. The true culprit must be someone else. Speak. Who is it? Sir, please remain calm. It is now the Jinwu Division's responsibility to handle this matter. You have no say in it. Hong Wanjun warned Inoue Hayabusa, her gaze icy. What do you Jinwu Division think you are? How dare you oppose the Eastern Commerce Association? Do you believe I can't find someone to eliminate all of you? Kakukawa Mitsuba shouted, her expression a mask of rage, consumed by her desire for vengeance. Is that so? I never anticipated the Eastern Commerce Association to be so formidable. If that's the case, I shall witness whether you can extinguish the Jinwu Division today. The members of the Jinwu Division received their orders. From this moment onward, any Easterners daring to make a move would be met with lethal force. Hong Wanjuan's voice rang out, devoid of any emotion. Swish, swish, swish. Following her command, the members of the Jinwu Division spread out, surrounding the members of the Eastern Commerce Association, poised for action. Inoue Hayabusa's complexion continuously shifted, as if weighing his options. I shall give you Eastern Commerce Association one last opportunity. Leave this place at once. As for the identity of the murderer, we will naturally investigate. Hong Wanjun issued her final warning to Inoue Hayabusa. Leave. Ultimately, Inoue Hayabusa did not dare to confront them head-on. You! Kakukawa Mitsuba was taken aback by his capitulation, her face a mask of fury directed at him. However, Inoue Hayabusa said nothing further and turned to leave. Kakukawa Mitsuba gritted her teeth, begrudgingly allowing her subordinates to carry Inoue Yamato's body away. Once the members of the Eastern Commerce Association had departed, Hong Wanjun fixed her gaze on Jiang Yufeng. Now, I hope you will tell me the truth. Who killed Inoue Yamato? What I just said is the truth. Jiang Yufeng endeavored to maintain his composure. Indeed, I can attest to that. Lin Feishuan quickly raised her hand in affirmation. I can as well. We all can. Jiang Yueying and the other members of the Martial Arts Society eagerly raised their hands. Hong Wanjun, discerning their intentions, grew serious. I understand your gratitude towards the one who killed Inoue Yamato and your desire to protect him in this manner. However, the more you do this, the more you will place him in danger. Chapter 38. A dead horse as a living horse doctor. On the other side, Kakukawa Mitsuba, having exited the Martial Arts Society, could no longer contain her frustration and vehemently questioned Inoue Asaka. That group from the Martial Arts Society is responsible for our son's death. Why have you not avenged him? Are you truly afraid of the people from the Jinwu Division? If so, I shall seek retribution myself. Inoue Asaka, confronted by her accusations, replied darkly, Do not forget, we are in Longxia. Killing those from the Jinwu Division is inconsequential, but do you truly believe that the authorities above us would simply let it pass? As for vengeance, the power of the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce is formidable enough to discreetly identify the perpetrator and bring them to justice. At that point, you could dispose of them as you see fit. Mitsuba's expression softened slightly, and she retorted, Whoever it was that took my son's life, if they fall into my hands, I will ensure they experience a fate worse than death. Meanwhile, Xia Bingyu remained at her workplace, the villa only occupied by a few servants. Su Lin ascended to the second floor, poised to administer the final treatment to Xia Guoliang. Upon seeing Su Lin approach, Xia Guoliang expressed his excitement. Young Master Su, are you here to treat me? Indeed, the toxins within you have been nearly purged. With one last treatment, you shall be completely restored, Su Lin assured him. Young Master Su, I cannot thank you enough. Were it not for your intervention, I fear I would no longer be among the living. Xia Guoyang conveyed his heartfelt gratitude. You are my father-in-law. There is no need for such formalities between us. Su Lin enthusiastically patted Xia Guoyang on the shoulder. Xia Guoyang smiled, unperturbed. Subsequently, the treatment commenced in earnest. Drawing from the experience of the previous 2 sessions, this time, Su Lin expunged the toxins from Xia Guoyang's body in a mere 10 minutes. You're all better now. How do you feel, father-in-law? Comfortable. Absolutely delightful, Xia Guoyang exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement. Indeed, in these recent treatments, I have not only eliminated the toxins from your body but also revitalized all your organs. Speaking of which, father-in-law, you can now easily manage 5 times a night. If you don't believe me, feel free to test it out at a club. Su Lin patted his chest and assured. Ahem. Xia Guoyang awkwardly cleared his throat twice. After all, he was a paragon of virtue. How could he possibly engage in such activities? If he were to do so, it would certainly be in secrecy. By the way, how is your relationship with Bingyu at present? Xia Guodong subtly shifted the topic. I had initially intended to hasten the process of giving you a grandson, but unfortunately, your daughter shows no inclination whatsoever. Su Lin let out a sigh of regret. Xia Guodong's eyes glimmered with depth as he earnestly said, Su Lin, there is something I would like you to assist me with. If Bingyu inquires about my recovery, please inform her that the treatment process has been fraught with difficulties and that I may need to remain in bed for a while longer. Is that agreeable? Why? Su Lin found it difficult to comprehend the actions of Xia Guodong. With a sigh, Xia Guodong remarked, Su Lin, do not be deceived by Xia Bingyu's seemingly assertive demeanor. It is merely a fade. The Xia family was once under my control, and she was well protected until my illness compelled her to shoulder the responsibilities. However, she has never truly faced the tempest of life and is unaware of the world's treacheries. Yet, her current circumstances are quite conducive to her growth. Su Lin nearly comprehended. Father-in-law, do you intend to use the Xia group as a means of honing her skills? Indeed, Xia Guoyang nodded in affirmation. But are you not concerned about Bingyu encountering peril? Su Lin suddenly found herself unable to fathom this man. Regarding minor dangers, she could undoubtedly navigate them on her own. However, in matters of life and death, I am convinced that with you by her side, she will be well protected. Xia Guoyang gazed at Su Lin with profound meaning. To think that you, my father-in-law, have such unwavering faith in me. Very well. I promise you, I shall ensure the safety of Bingyu.
Su Lin readily agreed.
Xia Guoyang nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. However, there was one thing he had not disclosed to Su Lin. Part of his motivation stemmed from a desire to create opportunities for the two of them to interact. After all, Xia Guoyang was aware that Xia Bingyu had been preoccupied with another individual. If he were to recover and take over the Xia group, it was highly probable that Xia Bingyu would recklessly pursue that person. Yet, Xia Guoyang understood that the connection between Xia Bingyu and that individual was largely tainted by the regrets of youth. Moreover, Su Lin was far more exceptional and suited for her. Therefore, he could not allow Xia Bingyu to miss out on this chance. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Xia group, the atmosphere was oppressively tense. Xia Bingyu sat in the president's seat, her delicate face marked by an icy demeanor. In response to the Wang Group's products, she had been rallying the development department to create new beauty products. Yet, to this day, there had been no progress whatsoever. As the survival space of the Xia Group dwindled, Xia Bingyu had completely lost her patience. Casting a glance over the senior executives present, she could not help but chastise. It has been this long, and there isn't even a hint of a new product. Are we merely nurturing a bunch of useless individuals at the Xia Group? As Xia Bingyu's fury erupted, most attendees lowered their heads, too intimidated to speak. Xia Bingyu, as the president of the Xia Group, you should be well acquainted with the intricacies of a beauty company. A beauty product, from research and development to testing and final product, is not as simple as you suggest. If we are all inept, then it reflects poorly on your leadership, does it not? Does that not imply that you are the most incompetent among us? A mocking voice suddenly cut through the tension. Li Wei looked at Xia Bingyu with a derisive expression, showing no fear. What do you mean by that, Li Wei? Xia Bingyu's authority felt challenged, and her expression grew colder. My meaning is quite straightforward. President, if you claim that creating a new product is so easy, why not concoct a new formula yourself? Li Wei retorted with a sarcastic grin. The other attendees regarded Xia Bingyu with a mix of amusement and disdain, eager to witness her humiliation. Xia Bingyu nearly lost her composure. As president, her primary responsibility was managing the company. How could she possibly grasp the nuances of product development? However, she recognized that if she failed to handle the situation effectively today, she would lose her authority in the eyes of her employees. Suddenly, Xia Bingyu recalled the formula that Su Lin had written down the previous night. Though reluctant to believe it, she had no choice but to consider it as a last resort. Chapter 39. I am the man you can never have. Are you seeking a formula? I happen to have one. Xia Bingyu retrieved the formula from her bag and slammed it onto the table, coldly challenging. Do you have any further comments? Surely, this prescription isn't something you concocted haphazardly? Li Wei expressed skepticism regarding Xia Bingyu's claim. If it is indeed random, we can have old Gu here assess its validity. Xia Bingyu pushed the formula towards an elderly gentleman present. Old Gu was a traditional Chinese medicine consultant engaged by the Xia Group and held considerable renown in Jiang City. If anyone could authenticate the formula's legitimacy, it would be him. Xia Bingyu was also gambling on this. If the formula was indeed fabricated, she would resign from her position as president. After all, she had already done all she could at the Xia Group, and now she felt cornered. Old Gu, please examine it closely. Do not let President Xia deceive you. Li Wei warned with a feigned smile. Old Gu disregarded her, casually picking up the formula for inspection. However, he soon widened his eyes, staring intently at the contents of the formula, his hands trembling with excitement. Old Gu, what is wrong? Is the formula so atrocious that it offends your sensibilities? Li Wei inquired with a smirk upon noticing Old Gu's reaction. Who dares to claim this formula is worthless? Old Gu glared fiercely at Li Wei. Standing abruptly in excitement, President Xia, where did you obtain this formula? Old Gu, is there a problem with this formula? Xia Bingyu asked, perplexed. Old Gu hastily shook his head, explaining, there is no problem at all. In fact, this formula is exceedingly precious and has been lost to time. I was merely curious. Xia Bingyu's face brightened at his words. Old Gu, does that mean this formula is indeed for beauty products? Absolutely. Old Gu confirmed emphatically. Moreover, this formula will undoubtedly surpass all beauty products currently on the market. Old Gu, please refrain from making such outlandish claims. How could a long-lost formula suddenly reappear, and how can you possibly recognize it? Li Wei protested, unwilling to accept such a conclusion. A lost formula does not imply it has vanished entirely. It may exist, but no one knows how to replicate it. I once encountered this beauty formula in an ancient text, though it lacked the detailed information found now. Thus, I can ascertain that this formula is indeed genuine. Do you have any further objections? Old Gu glared coldly at Li Wei. Li Wei was left speechless. In matters such as this, her authority could not compare to Old Gu's. The other attendees, witnessing Old Gu's demeanor, were compelled to believe that Xia Bingyu had indeed presented a legitimate and highly valuable beauty formula. Upon confirming the formula's authenticity, Xia Bingyu swiftly made a decision. From this moment forward, the company will devote all efforts to developing this new formula. Old Gu, you shall remain in the company to oversee the process, and do not leave until it is complete. Your salary will be triple what it was before. Everyone understood that Xia Bingyu's actions were to prevent the formula from leaking, yet they dared not voice their thoughts. Li Wei, do you have anything further to say? Xia Bingyu turned to face Li Wei. Li Wei huffed, unable to conjure a retort. Since no one has any further remarks, this meeting is adjourned. Xia Bingyu dismissed the attendees. Once everyone had departed, Xia Bingyu's heart remained tumultuous. She could hardly believe that the formula Su Lin had provided was genuine and so precious. If Old Gu's claims held true, the formula could easily fetch 100 million. Yet Su Lin had given it to her without a second thought. Did she truly hold such significance in his heart? Feeling a stirring within, Xia Bingyu retrieved her phone and dialed Su Lin's number. Darling, Why are you suddenly calling me? Are you missing me? A somewhat teasing voice of Su Lin drifted over. Tonight at 7, I invite you to dinner at the Aegean Sea restaurant. Just come directly. Xia Bing tried her utmost to maintain a cool tone. After speaking, she offered Su Lin no chance to respond and hung up the phone immediately. Due to that promise, she could never betray that individual and could only express her gratitude for Su Lin's efforts in this manner. 7 o'clock in the evening. Su Lin arrived at the Aegean Sea restaurant at the appointed time. However, after scanning the establishment, he found no trace of Xia Bingyu. When he attempted to call, the line indicated that there was no answer. Su Lin felt a sense of helplessness, compelled to wait at the entrance of the restaurant. As he arrived, his eyes were immediately drawn to a striking figure before him. At that moment, a woman stood at the door, a cigarette delicately held between her fingers, exhaling wisps of smoke. She appeared to be in her late 20s, clad in a professional outfit that accentuated her alluring physique. In terms of both appearance and stature, she rivaled Xia Bingyu, exuding the same aura of a formidable woman. However, unlike the latter's distant demeanor, this woman possessed an air of cleverness and mischief. Noticing Su Lin's gaze upon her, she displayed no signs of disdain or discomfort. Instead, a playful smile graced her lips as she retrieved a pack of cigarettes from her bag and offered it to him, saying, "So, would you care for one?" "Thank you, but I do not smoke," he replied. Su Lin shook his head in refusal. As a man, he did not even smoke, and judging by his appearance, he seemed to lack ambition. A hint of mockery appeared on the woman's face. Su Lin raised an eyebrow, perceiving that the woman was deliberately provoking him. In light of this, he decided to forego any semblance of courtesy, striding over to snatch the cigarette from her hand. He inhaled deeply before exhaling the smoke directly into her face. "I apologize for my earlier lack of clarity. It is not that I abstain from smoking, but rather that I do not indulge in women's cigarettes, as they lack potency. However, I find myself quite intrigued by the cigarette you have smoked, as it carries your lingering essence." Qin Zian was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for Su Lin's audacious gesture. Was he attempting to flirt with her? "Young man, do you not know who I am?" She felt a flicker of interest. "Are you truly that well known?" Su Lin responded with a dismissive retort. "Is that so?" Qin Zian replied unabashedly. "Indeed. So what? Even if you are beautiful and renowned, to me, you remain inconsequential. Why is that? Is your background particularly formidable?" Qin Zian found herself increasingly intrigued by this man. "Certainly not." Su Lin shook his head. "What gives you the right to say that?" Qin Zian's curiosity deepened. Su Lin smiled, raising his head with an air of pride, and declared, "The reason is quite simple. No matter how exceptional you may be, I shall always remain the man you can never possess." Chapter 40. Anyone who stands in my way shall perish. Qin Zian was rendered speechless by Su Lin's audacity. Where did this man derive such confidence? Moreover, when had she ever expressed a desire to obtain him? However, before Qin Zian could utter another word, a graceful figure hurriedly approached. "Apologies, Su Lin. There was a sudden issue at the company, and my phone died while I was hailing a taxi, so I arrived a bit late." "Xia Bingyu, is it really you?" Qin Zian exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the newcomer. "Qin Zian, what brings you here?" Xia Bingyu's expression mirrored her surprise. "Wife, do you two know each other?" Upon witnessing this situation, Su Lin could not help but inquire. Qin Zian's expression grew increasingly captivating as she gazed at Su Lin and asked, "What do you call Xia Bingyu?" Su Lin naturally wrapped his arm around Xia Bingyu's waist and asked, "My dear, do you have any objections?" Qin Zian still found it hard to believe and turned to Xia Bingyu. "Are you two truly married?" "Indeed, what do you wish to convey?" Xia Bingyu's expression returned to calmness. Upon receiving Xia Bingyu's confirmation, Qin Zian reluctantly accepted this reality and remarked, "Xia Bingyu, you were once the belle of the school. How did you end up with such a husband? Furthermore, I recall your relationship with Guo Feiheng was quite close. Why didn't you end up together after graduation?" Upon hearing Qin Zian mention Guo Feiheng, a flicker of unease crossed Xia Bingyu's face as she quickly responded, "Qin Zian, my affairs are of no concern to you, and let us not dwell on the past." Su Lin, seemingly indifferent to the words of Qin Zian regarding Guo Feiheng, replied with displeasure, "Hey, you need to clarify your words. What's wrong with having me as a husband? Am I not exceptional enough?" Qin Zian responded with a playful smile. "Whether you are exceptional or not, only Bingyu knows. How could I possibly ascertain?" Su Lin raised his head with an air of pride. "If you wish to know, I can certainly oblige you. However, perhaps we should refrain, as I fear Bingyu might become envious." Qin Zian revealed a knowing smile, reminiscent of one well-versed in life's intricacies. "Qin Zian, we still have a meal to enjoy, so I shall not engage further with you. Farewell." Summer Bingyu, unable to bear the conversation any longer, interrupted the two and led Su Lin directly into the restaurant. Qin Zian, observing their retreating figures, reignited a cigarette and chuckled softly. "How intriguing. The once discerning Summer Bingyu has chosen such a man. Yet, this gentleman possesses a certain charm. Should the opportunity arise, I must delve deeper into his character." Inside the Aegean Sea restaurant, Summer Bingyu guided Su Lin to a random table and took a seat. "What shall we eat?" she inquired casually. "I am open to anything. Whatever pleases you, my dear wife." Su Lin maintained his usual playful demeanor. Xia Bingyu, without further inquiry, summoned a waiter and ordered 2 servings of steak. While awaiting their meal, Su Lin casually inquired, "By the way, my dear, who is that woman outside? It seems you are not on very good terms with her." Xia Bingyu, not giving it much thought, replied nonchalantly, "That woman is Qin Zian, a former university classmate of mine, one of the 3 campus beauties at our school. Since we were in the same class, she always sought to outshine me in everything. After graduating, we lost all contact, so this is our first encounter since then." Su Lin nodded in understanding, choosing not to inquire further. However, Xia Bingyu gazed intently at Su Lin and asked, "Why are you so concerned about her? Do you find her more beautiful than me?" "Of course not," he replied. "I merely noticed her pallor. She seems to be afflicted by some ailment. If not addressed properly, it could pose a serious threat to her life."
Su Lin earnestly explained.
"Is it true or not?" Xia Bingyu expressed a hint of skepticism. "Of course it is true. I have treated many patients and have never made a mistake," Su Lin earnestly pledged. "Then why did you not inform her just now?" Xia Bing inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. Su Lin wore an innocent expression. "My dear wife, if she is aware of her circumstances, then my words would be in vain. If she is unaware, she simply would not believe me." Xia Bingyu had no further retorts, for Su Lin's assertion held a certain truth. Qin Zian was not acquainted with Su Lin. Should he dare to voice such sentiments, he would likely be perceived as casting intentional curses. At that moment, the steak that Xia Bingyu had ordered was served. Su Lin was quite unreserved, indulging heartily. Xia Bingyu gazed at Su Lin, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking. "Su Lin, I sincerely thank you." "What?" Su Lin did not comprehend the meaning behind Xia Bingyu's words. Taking a deep breath, Xia Bingyu replied, "I am referring to the beauty formula. I appreciate the formulation you provided, as it has resolved the crisis faced by the Xia Corporation." Su Lin chuckled nonchalantly. "My dear, you are far too courteous. This is merely a trifle. Should you have any needs in the future, do not hesitate to speak up. I assure you I shall fulfill them all." Xia Bingyu offered a faint smile, choosing not to respond further, and quietly began to enjoy her steak. They dined together, and Lin Feishuan was somewhat astonished to see Xia Bingyu dining alone with Su Lin, suggesting that their relationship had indeed progressed. But why? Su Lin was utterly bewildered. "Today, at the Martial Arts Society, just after your departure, individuals from the Eastern Merchant Association arrived." Lin Feishuan recounted the events in broad strokes and added, "Although the personnel from the Jinwu division professed their intention to safeguard you, we cannot ascertain their true motives. Thus, we refrained from disclosing any details regarding your situation. However, the influence of the Jinwu division will inevitably reach you sooner or later, so it would be prudent for you to exercise caution." Upon learning the circumstances, Su Lin nonchalantly remarked, "Is that all? A mere town guard, even if they were to come for me, I would not be intimidated." Lin Feishuan, perceiving Su Lin's lack of understanding regarding the gravity of the situation, cautioned him, "Do not speak so recklessly. The town guard is an organization serving the Dragon Xia, and it is not something that an individual can contend with." Su Lin maintained his indifferent demeanor, asserting, "You needn't worry about this. I will handle it myself." Lin Feichuan observed Su Lin's retreating figure, her beautiful eyes brimming with curiosity. Such confidence in Su Lin. Could it be that he harbored secrets unbeknownst to her? Contemplating this, she felt as if her heart were being clawed by a cat, an insatiable desire to comprehend Su Lin thoroughly stirring within her. When he saw that it was Lin Heihu calling, Su Lin answered with irritation, "Lin Black Dog, what brings you to call me at this late hour?" Lin Heihu responded with a respectful smile, "Mr. Su, I wonder if you are free tomorrow. The Red Rose has asked me to invite you to dinner, wishing to apologize for the incident involving the abduction of your friend." "A dinner invitation, you say? That is certainly agreeable."
Su Lin readily agreed.
After all, when someone offers a meal, why not accept the invitation? "Very well. I shall inform her that the two of us will await you at the Red Rose Club tomorrow at noon." Lin Heihu breathed a sigh of relief. Once the call ended, Su Lin did not dwell on it further and proceeded to wash up and rest. Meanwhile, in a hotel room in Jiang City. Damn it! How could Xia Bingyu possibly possess a lost beauty formula? What on earth is happening? Xia Guodong erupted in fury after receiving a phone call, wreaking havoc in the room as items were sent crashing to the floor. "Dad, even if Xia Bingyu does have a beauty formula, what's the big deal? As long as we seize control of the company, won't it still belong to us?" Xia Fei timidly inquired from the side. Xia Guodong, nearly losing his temper, retorted, "Are you completely daft? If the beauty formula is indeed effective and boosts the profits of the Xia Corporation, do you think those board members would still side with us?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xia Fei responded urgently, "Then what shall we do now?" Xia Guodong regained his composure, a chilling glint flickering in his eyes. "I had initially intended for the Zhang family to deal with Xia Bingyu while we reaped the rewards, but given the time that has passed without any action from them, it is clear that something has changed. To avoid prolonged complications, we must devise a way to eliminate Xia Bingyu." Xia Fei stared in shock, his eyes wide. "Dad, you can't be serious. Regardless of everything, we are still family." Xia Guodong lowered his head, his expression fierce. "Family? What does that matter? They have forced my hand. The Xia Corporation is mine to claim, and anyone who stands in my way must be eradicated." Chapter 41. Could it possibly be him? The following noon, Su Lin arrived at the Red Rose Club at the agreed-upon time. Lin Heihu and the Red Rose were standing at the entrance, eagerly awaiting his arrival. "Mr. Su, you have finally come. I was worried that you might be upset with me and would refuse to honor our appointment." The Red Rose displayed a gracious smile. "Do I truly appear to be that petty?" Su Lin inquired with a hint of irritation. Have I mistakenly judged your intentions, Mr. Su? Let us proceed inside." The Red Rose offered an apologetic smile, inviting Su Lin into the private room. Upon entering the suite, Su Lin found that the Red Rose had already arranged a sumptuous feast. Su Lin, unreservedly, took a seat and began to indulge in his meal, entirely disregarding both Red Rose and Lin Heihu. Red Rose, however, paid no mind to this, instead selecting several bottles of wine from the table and commencing her meticulous blending. Su Lin was captivated by her actions and inquired with curiosity, "What are you doing?" "Mr. Su, you may not be aware that the cocktail crafting skills of the Red Rose are quite renowned throughout the entire Jiang City. Particularly, her personally concocted mandala has garnered immense admiration from a diverse array of patrons. On occasion, prominent figures come specifically to indulge in a glass of the mandala she has meticulously prepared. However, to my knowledge, the Red Rose has seldom taken to mixing drinks lately. So Mr. Su, you are indeed fortunate today," Lin Heihu remarked with a tone of nostalgia. Seeing the earnestness in his words, Su Lin felt a surge of interest and directed his gaze towards the glass in the Red Rose's hand. Moments later, a glass of mandala was completed. The translucent crimson liquid shimmered with a resplendent glow, accentuated by a single, enchanting purple flower floating atop, exuding an irresistible allure. Without further ado, the mere appearance of this exquisite drink was enough to mesmerize anyone. "Mr. Su, please have a taste," the Red Rose said with a gentle smile, placing the glass before Su Lin. Su Lin raised his wine glass and brought it to his lips for a delicate sip. As the liquid entered his stomach, he was immediately enveloped by an indescribable sensation of euphoria that surged through his mind, exhilarating his senses and igniting his intellect. Mr. Su, how do you find it? Inquired the red rose with a smile. Both the flavor and hue are quite exquisite. It is indeed a fine wine.
Sulinoufer da candy de Prasel.
Thank you for your kind words, Sir Su. Today, this drink is a toast to you, an apology for my earlier disrespect. In addition, I have prepared a special gift for you, Mr. Su, and I hope you will graciously accept it. Upon finishing her words, the red rose gently clapped her hands. In the next moment, the door to the private room swung open, and an elderly gentleman entered, holding a box in his hands. The man appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, yet his complexion was rosy, and he exuded vitality, clearly not an ordinary individual. Mr. Su, this is Elder Tian, a senior of mine and also a practitioner of the 5th level of martial arts. The red rose introduced nonchalantly, her gaze fixed intently on Su Lin, eager to observe his reaction. Oh! Su Lin nodded slightly, his expression remaining unchanged. At that moment, Tian Bo approached Su Lin and opened the box, saying, Mr. Su, this is a century-old ginseng cherished by my young lady. I hope you will graciously accept it. Su Lin could not help but curl his lips in disdain. During his time on the mountain, he had consumed various spiritual herbs as if they were mere meals. This century-old ginseng, which appeared to be a treasure in the eyes of others, seemed no different from the wild grass lining the roadside to him. Nevertheless, as it was a gift from another, Su Lin did not refuse and reached out to accept it. However, the moment his fingers brushed against the box, he felt a surge of force attempting to repel him. Su Lin realized that it was Tian Bo who was orchestrating this mischief. Without hesitation, he unleashed a terrifying surge of energy through his palm. Bang! Upon contact with this formidable force, Tian Bo found himself utterly defenseless, hurtling backwards and crashing violently against the wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood before slowly sliding downwards.
Tian Bo.
The red rose was immediately struck with astonishment. How dare you lay a hand on me? Are you seeking your own demise? Su Lin cast a frigid gaze upon Tian Bo. I beg your pardon, Mr. Su. I heard from the young lady that you are a formidable martial artist, which emboldened me to test you in this manner. I did not anticipate my clumsy attempt would be so misplaced. I hope you will not hold it against me. Tian Bo spoke with his head bowed, adopting a submissive demeanor. This time, I shall spare you for the sake of your young lady and her cup of mandrake. However, should you dare to offend me again, there will be no one to come to your rescue. Su Lin warned with an icy expression. You should promptly express your gratitude to Mr. Su. The red rose scolded Tian Bo sharply, clearly infuriated by his actions. I am profoundly grateful for Mr. Su's mercy. I shall never dare to act so again. Tian Bo trembled as he knelt on the ground. Enough, you may leave. The red rose dismissed him with a wave of her hand.
Turning to Su Lin.
She then expressed her sincere apologies. Mr. Su, I truly apologize. I never anticipated that Tian Bo would behave in such a manner. Su Lin unceremoniously interrupted the red rose, saying, Are you truly unaware? I can't help but feel that this is a deliberate act on your part. How could that be? Mr. Su, I have witnessed your prowess firsthand. How could I ever dare to engage in such actions? The red rose hastily refuted, seemingly anxious to dispel any misunderstanding on Su Lin's part. That is indeed for the best. Su Lin smiled enigmatically, choosing not to pursue the matter further. However, the sight of his smile stirred a sense of unease within the red rose, as if all her thoughts had been laid bare before him. Well, let us leave it at that for today. Since you did not sincerely invite me to dinner, I see no reason to linger any longer. Su Lin lost his appetite and stood up to leave. Mr. Su, wait! Lin Heihu sensed the unusual atmosphere and hurried after him. The red rose watched the two depart, her beautiful eyes shifting with emotion. Moments later, Tian Bo entered, his complexion pale and appearing somewhat weak. The red rose looked at him and apologetically said, Thank you for your efforts, Tian Bo. Have you discerned the results? Tian Bo's face was grave as he responded, Miss, from my probing, I can only ascertain that the young man possesses formidable strength, but the extent of his power remains unclear. The red rose narrowed her eyes slightly. So, you mean to say that his strength surpasses yours by no small margin? Tian Bo bitterly nodded. One could say that if he wished to take my life, it would likely require but a mere snap of his fingers. Hearing such an evaluation from Tianbo, the red rose bit her crimson lip. Then, Tianbo, do you believe he can assist me in accomplishing that task? After contemplating for a moment, Tianbo replied solemnly, I cannot say for certain, but it is worth a try. Meanwhile, as they exited the Red Rose's establishment, Lin Heihu spoke with trepidation. Mr. Su, that Red Rose truly only mentioned inviting you to dinner and asked me to accompany her. I had no inkling she would resort to such actions. Su Lin nonchalantly shook his head, saying, It's nothing. She must be testing me. Lin Heihu breathed a sigh of relief but then, with a frosty expression, remarked, This Red Rose is exceedingly bold to dare to test Mr. Su. Lin Heigu, how well do you know Red Rose? Su Lin suddenly turned to Lin Heihu and inquired. It wasn't much. He only knew she was an outsider who had arrived in Jiang City a few years ago to establish the Red Rose Club. As for her origins and background, he was rather uninformed. Mr. Su, why the sudden curiosity? Have you taken an interest in her? Lin Heihu revealed a knowing smile shared among men. Perhaps this woman is not simple. She is certainly probing me for a reason. We shall see. As Lin Heihu watched Su Lin depart, he lamented that he was not a woman. Despite his efforts to please, Su Lin remained indifferent. The Red Rose had merely tested the waters yet had successfully piqued his interest. Who could he turn to for reason in this matter? However, just as he reached the entrance, Su Lin noticed a figure lurking there, craning their neck to peer inside. Hey, what are you doing? Su Lin strode forward with purpose. The figure was taken aback, but upon turning around and seeing Su Lin, a smile immediately graced their face. Ah, young sir, it is a pleasure to see you once more. I wonder if you still remember me? I have a vague recollection.
Su Lin nodded gently.
If memory serves correctly, this individual was a private physician of Xia Guoliang when he first arrived at the Xia family's villa after descending the mountain. His name was Li Jimin. Young master, allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Jimin, a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. I have come specifically to seek you out. Li Jimin adopted a very humble demeanor. We are not acquainted. What is it that you require of me? Su Lin looked at Li Jimin with a puzzled expression. You see, young Master Su, despite your tender age, your medical skills have reached an extraordinary level, which fills me with great admiration. Li Jimin's face flushed slightly with embarrassment. However, before he could continue, Su Lin interjected, I am not a physician, nor do I have any interest in treating others. You should seek assistance elsewhere. Mr. Su, a true healer possesses a compassionate heart. Can you truly bear to witness the suffering of that patient? Li Jimin attempted to persuade him further. Su Lin exhibited no patience to hear him out, interrupting once more, what nonsense about the healer's benevolence. My motivation to save lives has always relied on my mood and destiny. The lives of others are of no concern to me. These words were imparted to Su Lin by his master, the sage of medicine from Gigu, and they now constituted his guiding principles. After all, with so many patients in the world, he could not possibly attend to them all. If everyone were to use such moral coercion to hold him accountable, would he not be destined to bear shackles for a lifetime? However, upon hearing Su Lin's declaration, Li Jimin stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Su Lin's gaze suddenly sharpened. How do you know the name of my third master? So you are a disciple of that esteemed individual. No wonder your medical skills are so remarkable. Li Jimin could not help but exclaim in admiration. Su Lin's gaze was fixed intently on Li Jimin. A reminiscent glimmer appeared in Li Jimin's eyes as he recounted. In my youth, I had the fortune of encountering that extraordinary individual. At that time, he performed a miraculous act, saving a person afflicted with a terminal illness, astonishing everyone present. As he was about to depart, many implored him to assist their ailing family members, to which he replied with the very words you just uttered. I too pursued him, hoping to become his disciple, yet I was met with refusal. He merely offered me a few words of guidance before taking his leave. Su Lin then understood and nodded slightly, saying, I did not expect you to have such a connection with my master. Li Jimin cleared his throat twice and, with a bold demeanor, replied, Indeed, young master. Given the bond we share, could you possibly assist me this once and take a look at my friend? Very well, I shall accompany you to see him. Su Lin nodded in agreement. Thank you, young master. Li Jimin immediately displayed a look of delight, then ushered Su Lin into his vehicle. As they settled into the car, an idea struck Li Jimin, and he chuckled awkwardly. "Young master, I have yet to inquire about your name. You may call me Su Lin," came the reply.
Su Lin.
Embodying the essence of the Qilin. What a splendid name, indeed, Li Jimin could not help but exclaim. Su Lin completely disregarded his flattery and inquired calmly, "What is the condition of the patient you wish me to examine?" When the conversation turned serious, Li Jimin's expression grew solemn. "Mr. Su, the patient is a woman who has suffered from chronic insomnia. Even when she manages to fall asleep, she is plagued by nightmares. She has consulted Western doctors, yet to no avail. Given that you were able to revive the nearly lifeless Xia Guoyang, I trust that treating such a minor ailment will pose no challenge for you." Su Lin replied with irritation, "Do you take me for a deity? Whether I can help or not, let's first see the situation." "Understood, Mr. Su," Li Jimin responded, not daring to say more, and focused on driving. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at a villa. Upon exiting the vehicle, Su Lin and Li Jimin approached the entrance of the villa. Instead of ringing the bell, Li Jimin took out his phone and made a call. "Miss Qin, there may be a solution to your ailment. I have brought a miraculous healer with me, and we have just arrived at your doorstep. All right, I will wait for you at the entrance." After hanging up, Li Jimin turned to Su Lin and said, "Mr. Su, please bear with me for a moment. She will be out shortly."
Su Lin nodded silently.
In less than a minute, the grand entrance of the villa swung open, revealing a figure at the threshold. "It was you." Upon seeing the visage of the individual before him, Su Lin's expression transformed into one of intrigue. How is it that you are here?" Qin Zian, equally surprised at the sight of Su Lin, inquired. "Miss Qin, do you know Mr. Su?" Li Jiming, somewhat perplexed by the situation, interjected. Upon hearing Li Jiming's address, Qin Zian immediately surmised something and, with a hint of suspicion, asked, "Old Li, the miraculous doctor you mentioned earlier, could it possibly be him?" "Indeed,"
Li Jiming affirmed.
"However, Miss Qin, what is the nature of your relationship with Mr. Su?" His curious gaze swept over the two. "There is no particular relationship. He is merely the husband of a classmate of mine. We happened to cross paths yesterday." Qin Zian explained nonchalantly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Lin, her interest in him deepening. Who would have thought that Miss Qin and Mr. Su share such a connection? "This certainly simplifies matters," Li Jiming remarked. "Miss Qin, Mr. Su has come specifically to attend to your health. Shall we proceed inside to converse?" Qin Zian nodded in agreement, inviting both men into the villa, where they settled in the living room. "Mr. Su, I must admit, I did not anticipate that you are a physician. I am curious about your proposed treatment for me," Qin Zian inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Su Lin's response was rather indifferent. "We should examine this matter before proceeding." Qin Zian smiled slightly at the corner of her mouth. "How shall we conduct this examination?" Li Jiming couldn't help but be taken aback. He sensed that something was amiss with Qin Zian today. In the past, although she was warm and welcoming, she had never exhibited such demeanor. How to describe it? It was as if her speech was laced with a certain alluring charm. Could it be that she has developed an interest in Mr. Su? Su Lin appeared to have little interest in Qin Zian. "Just a pulse check will suffice, although I wouldn't mind if you wish to undergo a full examination. Mr. Su certainly has a sense of humor. Then let us proceed with the pulse check." Qin Zian chuckled softly and extended her right hand. Although Su Lin discerned yesterday that Qin Zian was afflicted by an ailment, the precise cause remained elusive. He extended 2 fingers to rest upon Qin Zian's wrist. The skin was warm and smooth, akin to exquisite warm jade. However, Su Lin harbored no other thoughts. After a moment of examination, he discovered that a sinister, cold black energy coiled within Qin Zian's body, evidently the source of the affliction. Su Lin continued to inquire, "Have you visited any temples or similar places in Taigua and participated in worship? However, how does your question relate to my condition?" Su Lin explained calmly, "Of course it is relevant. I have heard from my master that in Taigua, there are many malevolent deities that should not be worshipped casually. Your situation appears to stem from the veneration of these dark entities, which has led to malevolent energy invading your being, resulting in insomnia and nightmares. Upon hearing Su Lin's words, Qin Zian turned to Li Jiming and remarked, "Old Li, did you not claim he was a divine physician? How has he transformed into a charlatan?" "Miss Qin, Mr. Su surely has his reasons for saying this. Why not allow him to demonstrate?" Although Li Jiming found Su Lin's assertions perplexing, he chose to trust him, considering he was a disciple of the revered Gigu medical sage. Qin Zian was increasingly astonished by Li Jiming's unwavering faith in Su Lin. Could this young man truly possess such remarkable abilities? "Hey, have you made up your mind? I am here to treat you out of respect for old Li. If you do not believe in me, I shall take my leave," Su Lin urged impatiently, "Of course. I have no objections to your treatment, but could you first elaborate on the method you intend to use?" Qin Zian inquired with a hint of curiosity. "Acupuncture." Su Lin slowly uttered 2 words. Qin Zian furrowed her brow slightly. "But did you not just say that traditional medicine cannot cure me?" Su Lin nodded and said, "Indeed, I have mentioned this, but the treatment I offer is not conventional medicine. I shall utilize silver needles to inject the pure yang energy from within me into your body, thereby effortlessly dispelling the malevolent forces." Qin Zian, perplexed, inquired, "Pure yang energy, what exactly is that?"
Su Lin, feeling somewhat exasperated, queried,
"What is the purpose of your extensive knowledge? Will we proceed with the treatment or not? Can you provide a definitive answer?" "Of course we shall proceed," Qin Zian responded. "Is there anything I need to prepare?" "No need for that," Su Lin replied. "Simply find a place to lie down." Su Lin shook his head. "Then let us proceed to my room." Qin Zian turned and walked towards her chamber. Li Jimin initially intended to follow and observe Su Lin's medical expertise, but his phone suddenly rang. "Very well, Mr. Li, please take your time." Qin Zian nodded slightly. After Li Jimin departed, Qin Zian led Su Lin into her room. The interior was exquisitely arranged, enveloped in a gentle, fragrant aroma. Qin Zian gracefully reclined on the bed and said, "All right, you may begin."
Su Lin spoke no further.
His hand sweeping through the air as several silver needles precisely pierced the acupoints on Qin Zian's body. Following this, he gently flicked each needle. A resonant hum filled the room as the tips of the needles vibrated violently. Meanwhile, lying on the bed, Qin Zian distinctly felt torrents of warmth surging within her, cleansing every corner of her being. In the next moment, she was astonished to witness faint wisps of dark energy emanating from her skin, ultimately dissipating into the atmosphere. As this dark energy expelled itself, an unprecedented sense of comfort enveloped Qin Zian, and the oppressive weight upon her vanished in an instant, as if invisible shackles had been effortlessly cast aside. It was only at this juncture that she truly began to believe Su Lin's earlier assertions. Yet, her curiosity soon deepened. Who exactly was this unexpectedly emerging husband of Xia Bingyu? Was it truly that simple? Qin Zian sat up, astonished. Of course, this trace of malevolent energy was but a mere drizzle to me. If it required Herculean efforts to remedy, my master would surely find it laughable. Su Lin shrugged his shoulders. "So, according to your words, your master is quite formidable?" Qin Zian's beautiful eyes sparkled as if she had stumbled upon a treasure. "Indeed, without a hint of modesty, I can say that all of my master's associates are exceptional individuals, and my own prowess is merely a slight notch above theirs." Su Lin patted his chest with unabashed confidence. "No wonder, I thought, how could someone with such high standards as Xia Bingyu choose you as her husband?" Qin Zian's tone turned slightly envious. During their university days, Qin Zian had an intense desire to compete, and Xia Bingyu, in terms of beauty and other attributes, was her equal. Thus, she constantly sought to prove her superiority to satisfy her own psyche. Yet, unexpectedly, when it came to finding a partner, she ultimately faced defeat. Years after graduation, Qin Zian remained single, while Xia Bingyu had secured such an exceptional husband. Suddenly, a bold idea struck Qin Zian. What if she could steal Su Lin away? Would that not infuriate Xia Bingyu to the point of despair? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Qin Zian sensed something amiss within her. A wave of warmth surged through her body, as if a fire ignited in her lower abdomen, prompting her thighs to involuntarily rub against each other. "Hey, didn't you say you cured me? Why am I suddenly feeling this heat and impulse?" Qin Zian's face flushed with an unnatural crimson. "This, well, is likely due to the residual pure yang energy within you. Fear not, it poses no harm to your body. It merely amplifies certain desires. If it becomes unbearable, a cold shower followed by a good night's sleep should suffice. Su Lin explained with an untroubled demeanor. Qin Zian immediately gritted her teeth in frustration. Such a crucial matter was withheld from her by Su Lin, and she was certain it was intentional. The fire within her grew increasingly fervent, making her breath increasingly labored. With a tone of resentment, she declared, "I feel utterly miserable right now. Even a bath won't bring me any solace. I will not tolerate this. Your actions have led to my current predicament, and you must find a resolution." Upon hearing this, Su Lin revealed a mischievous smile. "Are you certain you wish for my assistance in resolving this?" Qin Zian scoffed. "How naive of you. What I mean is, you must not lay a finger on me. Find another way to solve it. Is that so? That indeed presents quite a challenge." Su Lin furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment, when suddenly an idea illuminated his mind. He retrieved the century-old ginseng gifted to him along with the red roses and tossed it over. This century-old ginseng was a present from someone else. It should suffice for your needs. Use it to resolve your issue. Chapter 43. The Unplaceable Charisma. Qin Zian nearly spewed a mouthful of blood. Asking her to utilize century-old ginseng to solve her problems? Is this even a reasonable request? In that instant, Qin Zian's gaze could have devoured Su Lin whole. "What are you staring at me for?" he inquired. "The worth of this century-old ginseng is exceptionally high. I am only parting with it after much reluctance. Furthermore, once you have used it, you can prepare soup with it, so nothing will go to waste." Su Lin cast a discontented glance at Qin Zian. "Just you wait." Qin Zian, filled with indignation, felt her body growing increasingly weak, leaving her with no choice but to utter a harsh remark before hastily retreating into the bathroom. A cascade of water from the shower soon echoed, intertwined with the faintest sounds of soft murmurs. "No need to calculate, I'll keep it to myself." After approximately half an hour, Qin Zian emerged from the bathroom, enveloped in a bathrobe, her hair damp, with droplets of water glistening on her exposed shoulder. She exuded an alluring fragrance, and within her beautiful eyes lingered a hint of haze and enchantment, rendering her irresistibly captivating. Finally resolved, even with the influence of pure yang energy, it shouldn't have taken this long. "It seems you've been harboring an excess of pent-up energy." Su Lin watched as Qin Zian emerged and could not help but speak. Qin Zian shot him a fierce glare. "Do you speak to Xia Bingyu like this at home?" "Not at all," Su Lin replied, shaking his head. "My wife has a cold temperament. We hardly even spend time together, let alone chat." Qin Zian's beautiful eyes sparkled with interest. "Then how long have you been together?" Su Lin carefully calculated. After all considerations, it would be roughly about a week. "I am referring to the time spent together, not the duration of marriage." Qin Zian assumed Su Lin had misspoken. "Indeed, it is precisely this length of time. Our betrothal was arranged by my master, and once he brought me down from the mountain, the two of us were wed." Su Lin revealed the reasons behind the matter. Qin Zian, however, had not anticipated that the true relationship between Su Lin and Xia Bingyu would unfold in such a manner. Yet soon she comprehended everything, and with a hint of amusement, she remarked, "Have you ever considered that Xia Bingyu may not actually harbor feelings for you, but rather is using you? Why ponder so much? The betrothal was arranged by my master, and I shall simply fulfill it." Su Lin shrugged nonchalantly, his gaze taking on an odd quality. "Why do you ask me these things? Do you perhaps have an interest in me?" "Indeed," Qin Zian confessed outright, enveloped in a bathrobe, as she settled beside Su Lin, her voice sweetly playful. "Am I not more beautiful than Xia Bingyu?" Su Lin furrowed his brow and said, "Do not act this way. I am not a frivolous person." He chuckled lightly. "Are you afraid that Bingyu will find out?" "Rest assured, as long as we remain silent about this matter, no one will ever know." Qin Zian boldly continued, inching her body closer to Su Lin. "Very well then." Su Lin acquiesced, reclining directly on the bed. "I am ready. Come to me." Qin Zian was momentarily taken aback, her lips twitching slightly. "Did you not proclaim that you are not a frivolous person?" "I am not frivolous," he replied, "yet I also cherish and protect the delicate. You spoke with such sincerity just now. If I were to refuse you, it would surely cause you distress, wouldn't it?" Su Lin explained with utmost seriousness. "All right, Qin Zian admits defeat. It appears that I cannot gain any advantage from this young man. I was merely jesting. You may rise now, Qin Zian remarked with a hint of resignation. What? A joke? Miss Qin, that seems rather ungracious of you. I was prepared to comply with your request, even to the extent of removing my trousers, only for you to declare it a jest. Isn't that rather mischievous? Su Lin was immediately displeased. How could one be so bullied? If it is my fault, how about this? I will treat you to dinner later, all right? Qin Zian could only concede. This is more acceptable. Su Lin chose not to pursue the matter any further. Qin Zian finally exhaled in relief, saying, You may leave for now. I will change my clothes, and then we can go out for dinner. No problem, he replied. Su Lin rose from his seat and exited the room, casually closing the door behind him. This fellow at least knew his place. Qin Zian let out a soft huff and began to unfasten her bathrobe. Instantly, her pure white form was embraced by the air. Just as Qin Zian was preparing to change her attire, a sudden sound interrupted her. The door swung open with a click, and Su Lin's head peeked in. I was wondering if you needed any assistance with changing? Get out. 10 minutes later, having donned her new outfit, Qin Zian emerged from the room, her expression as cold as ice. Su Lin gazed at her blue dress and remarked, Indeed, this dress suits you remarkably well. It perfectly accentuates both your figure and temperament. Qin Zian bit her lip and inquired, What did you see while I was changing just now? To which he replied, Oh, I saw nothing at all. Su Lin shook his head vigorously. Did he truly not see it? Qin Zian's gaze was as lethal as a weapon. Su Lin nodded slightly, of course. It's all dark. What can one possibly see? Qin Zian was so infuriated that she nearly choked on her breath. Dark? What utter nonsense. I am perfectly clean. Aren't you inviting me to dinner? Are we going or not? Su Lin, seemingly oblivious to Qin Zian's displeasure, continued to inquire. Yes, of course we are. Qin Zian gritted her teeth, determined not to be outdone by Su Lin. Half an hour later, in a high-end restaurant, Qin Zian watched Su Lin devour his food voraciously, unable to resist the urge to cradle her forehead in embarrassment. How utterly disgraceful. Does the Su Lin have no concept of table manners?
Su Lin.
Can't you eat a bit slower? Observing the curious gazes of those around them, Qin Zian finally spoke up. This is my habit. When I was on missions with my master, eating slowly could lead to peril. What kind of mission is it that poses danger even during meals? Qin Zian's interest was piqued. Sun Tianming, do you have something to discuss? Qin Zian furrowed her brow, clearly unimpressed with Sun Tianming. Zian, since we are so fated, why not share a meal together today? Sun Tianming extended a warm invitation. Just as Qin Zian was about to decline, Su Lin interjected, I say, if you're going to flirt, at least find a better excuse. With so many people around, why not tell the cleaning lady that you're fated? Only then did Sun Tianming notice Su Lin, frowning. Who are you? What is your relationship with Zian? I am her doctor. A doctor? Sun Tianming scrutinized Su Lin for a moment before letting out a derisive laugh. You look barely 20. How can you claim to be a doctor? He is indeed my doctor and my personal physician at that, Qin Zian interjected to defend him. Sun Tianming's expression darkened immediately. Personal? And a dedicated physician no less. The implications here are quite clear. Zian, this kid is so young. How could he possibly possess medical skills? You must not be deceived. Sun Tianming shot a cold glance at Su Lin. Are you questioning my medical abilities? Su Lin furrowed his brows. Indeed, if you truly possess medical skills, then demonstrate them. Sun Tianming deliberately raised his voice, aiming to publicly humiliate Su Lin. If you wish for proof, very well. Allow me to offer you a complimentary diagnosis. Observing your pallid complexion and unsteady gait, it is evident that you suffer from severe kidney deficiency. To put it bluntly, even a gentle breeze could leave you in a state of incontinence, which is clearly a consequence of your excessive indulgence in carnal pleasures. Furthermore, your lips appear parched and show signs of ulceration, indicating recent contact with unclean women, particularly through intimate means, resulting in your lips being tainted with a venereal disease. I advise you to seek treatment post-haste. Su Lin observed Sun Tianming while formulating his diagnosis. His voice resonated loudly, ensuring that every patron in the restaurant could hear him distinctly. upon hearing that someone had contracted a condition known as plum blossom poison. All eyes in the vicinity turned toward them, stifling laughter. Sun Tianming, confronted by these gazes, felt his face flush with embarrassment. Yet his predominant emotion was one of panic. However, in front of such a crowd, he could not possibly admit to anything. Instead, he retorted coldly, "You're spouting nonsense. I have none of the symptoms you described. Is that so? If you are indeed symptom-free, would you dare to open your mouth and let everyone see if you have any sores?" Su Lin inquired with a mischievous gleam in his eyes. "You. Just wait. This matter is far from over," Sun Tianming exclaimed defiantly, although he lacked the courage to follow through. He glared at Su Lin for a moment before ultimately uttering a threat and departing. The surrounding crowd could no longer contain their laughter, as it was evident to all that Su Lin had spoken the truth.
Su Lin.
Does that mean Sun Tianming is truly suffering from kidney deficiency, and has he really contracted that affliction? Qin Zian whispered, unable to suppress her curiosity. If he truly has that condition, it would be utterly revolting. The kidney deficiency is indeed genuine, but the plum blossom poison is a fabrication. He merely has a slight case of oral heat, Su Lin explained. Qin Zian paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "You are truly wicked. I fear that Sun Tianming might be terrified beyond measure." Su Lin chuckled with a mischievous grin. "A man must possess a hint of wickedness for a woman to fall in love. This is what my master has imparted to me." Qin Zian narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. "Are you suggesting that I should develop feelings for you?" Su Lin replied, "I made no such claim. However, it would not be surprising if you found yourself enamored with me, considering the undeniable charm I exude. How many can truly resist it?" Su Lin shook his head. "There exists a profound solitude in invincibility." The smile at the corner of Qin Zian's lips grew increasingly vibrant. This man is becoming ever more intriguing. Initially, she merely entertained the thought, yet now she genuinely felt an impulse to wrest him away from Xia Bingyu's side. Chapter 44. What caliber? To drink the same wine as me? A meal was swiftly concluded. Su Lin rose to his feet, wiping his mouth, and prepared to depart. "Hey, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Qin Zian stepped forward to obstruct his path. "Your illness has been cured. I've had my meal. There is no reason for you to rush away." Su Lin shrugged his shoulders. Qin Zian, however, was unwilling to let him depart so easily and seized his arm, saying, "I plan to go shopping this afternoon. Will you accompany me? On what grounds?"
Su Lin rimane datterlian fast.
"Is my beauty not sufficient?" Qin Zian lifted her chin, exuding a profound confidence in her appearance. Su Lin scoffed, "No matter how beautiful you are not my wife. At most, I could merely admire you from afar. Why should I accompany you on a shopping spree?" Qin Zian's lips curled into a subtle yet enchanting smile. "If you do not accompany me, how will you ever know that I might not become your wife? Here's the deal. As long as you agree to accompany me shopping, I shall fulfill any one of your desires. What do you say?" Su Lin pondered for a moment and realized that he would not be at a disadvantage. Thus he nodded in agreement. Very well. With her objective achieved, Qin Zian immediately broke into a smile, linking her arm with Su Lin's as they exited. The other patrons in the restaurant were left in a state of astonishment. A stunning beauty had taken the initiative to invite him for a stroll, and yet she had demands. What a stroke of fortune. After leaving the restaurant, Qin Zian strolled leisurely down the street with Su Lin. She was genuinely interested in this man and wished to delve deeper into his character. The afternoon swiftly passed, and Su Lin accompanied Qin Zian through an innumerable array of shopping malls. "Is Xia Bingyu truly that significant to you?" Qin Zian expressed her discontent. In terms of beauty and grace, did she not measure up to Xia Bingyu? Yet this Su Lin seemed utterly indifferent to her. Had her allure truly diminished? "Of course she is important. We are bound by a marriage contract." "Oh really? Then why do I sense that you hold less significance in Xia Bingyu's heart? If that were not the case, why has she not even bothered to call you during your timeout?" A playful smirk graced Qin Zian's lips. "Those matters concerning us as a couple are not for you to worry about." Su Lin was reluctant to engage in a discussion on this topic with Qin Zian. "Humph, I don't care. You cannot leave." Realizing that words were futile, Qin Zian simply embraced Su Lin's arm, choosing to forgo further reasoning. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Su Lin felt a sense of helplessness. After all, he could not possibly lay a hand on such a stunning beauty. Could he? Qin Zian pondered for a moment, her enchanting eyes sparkling with amusement. How about this? I know of a delightful place. Accompany me there for a few drinks, and I shall let you go. What do you say? All right, but this is your promise. Su Lin could only acquiesce. Rest assured. My word is my bond. Qin Zian chuckled, pulling Su Lin into the car. 20 minutes later, the vehicle came to a halt. Upon disembarking, Su Lin was momentarily taken aback. Before him stood the renowned Red Rose Club. This establishment held considerable fame in Jiang City, and its proprietor was a striking beauty. Encountering her might leave one utterly speechless. Qin Zian, with evident interest, began to elaborate. It's merely the Red Rose, isn't it? We met this morning. She even crafted a cocktail for me personally. What was it called again? It seems to be Mandragora.
Su Lin replied nonchalantly.
Qin Zian looked at him in astonishment. Su Lin, surely you jest. Mandala is the signature creation of the Red Rose. Many in Jiang City take great pride in having tasted her personally crafted cocktails. However, the Red Rose has seldom made public appearances lately, let alone mix drinks for anyone. In fact, she doesn't even extend her favors to certain wealthy young masters. How could she possibly prepare a drink for you? Su Lin, disinclined to offer an explanation, merely smirked and said, "Believe it or not." Qin Zian was greatly incensed by Su Lin's demeanor. However, upon further reflection, she recognized the enigma surrounding him and pondered the possibility that he might indeed be speaking the truth. Since you are acquainted with the Red Rose, would it be possible for her to prepare a drink for me later? Qin Zian sought to probe Su Lin further. Anxious with anticipation, she grasped Su Lin's hand and led him into the Red Rose Club. Upon entering the first floor of the establishment, they found it bustling with patrons, most of whom were seated in booths engaged in lively conversations. Qin Zian spotted an unoccupied booth and was about to take a seat when a familiar figure approached. Well, didn't expect to see you again. It was Sun Tianming, casting a cold and piercing gaze at Su Lin. Is it you? Have you been to the hospital for an examination? Su Lin's reaction was remarkably composed. How can you still say that? Sun Tianming felt a surge of anger. After leaving the restaurant at noon, he had rushed to the hospital for a dental checkup, only to be told it was merely a case of excessive heat in his body. In that moment, he realized he had been played by Su Lin. Feeling dejected, Sun Tianming decided to visit a bar to drown his sorrows in alcohol and perhaps vent his frustration with a lovely lady. To his dismay, fate had other plans, and he unexpectedly encountered Su Lin there once more. Why are you being so fierce? I helped you with a diagnosis, and you ought to be grateful. Moreover, my diagnosis is not without cost. You left in such haste earlier that we didn't settle the payment, so let's rectify that now. I don't require much, just 200 will suffice. Su Lin spoke as he extended a hand towards Sun Tianming. Enraged, Sun Tianming thought to himself, what a dog! To play me for a fool and still ask for money. Is there no limit to shamelessness? Xiang, don't listen to this brat-ass nonsense. I've already been to the hospital, and the doctor said it's just a minor heat issue in my mouth. Definitely not any kind of plum blossom poison. Sun Tianming explained to Qin Xiang. If you're not feeling guilty, then why go to the hospital for a checkup? Qin Xiang retorted sharply. Sun Tianming was momentarily at a loss for words, his face turning as unattractive as a liver. Su Lin, let us sit. Qin Xiang disregarded him and led Su Lin to a booth. After a while, Sun Tianming regained his composure but did not leave. Instead, he shamelessly leaned over, boasting, Xiang, you must frequent this place, so you surely know of the renowned liquor, Mandala? I know. What of it? Qin Xiang replied coolly. To be honest, I have a bit of a connection with the proprietress here, and I've heard she will be present tonight. I could arrange for her to prepare a special drink just for you. Sun Tianming's expression brimmed with pride, attempting to win Qin Xiang's favor through this means. Qin Xiang's beautiful eyes flickered before she lightly laughed. Thank you for your kind offer, but there's no need. My personal physician has already promised that the Red Rose will mix a drink for me. Just him? Sun Tianming glanced at Su Lin with disdain. Xiang, even if he is skilled in medicine, only the Red Rose can concoct Mandala. You know her temperament. She rarely gives face to anyone. What makes this brat worthy of her attention? Qin Ziang shook her head. There's no need for you to concern yourself with this. Young Master Sunday Sun Tianming frowned, ready to say more when suddenly a chorus of gasps erupted. Following the sound, Sun Tianming's eyes widened in disbelief. At the top of the staircase on the first floor, the red rose descended gracefully in a stunning red cheongsam. As she walked, her thighs subtly revealed themselves through the slit, and under the glow of the lights, her fair skin was captivatingly alluring. Coupled with her enchanting visage, many men could not help but swallow hard. Sun Tianming was particularly transfixed, nearly drooling as he gazed, looking utterly lecherous. "Buddy, you're drooling," came a teasing remark. Su Lin spoke up. "Kid, are you trying to fool me?" Sun Tianming shot a fierce glare in his direction. "Don't speak carelessly. I am merely giving you a heads up. If I hadn't warned you just now, I dare say your drool would have already pooled on the ground." Su Lin wore an expression of righteous indignation. Qin Zian could not help but laugh at Su Lin's ability to argue so persuasively. Witnessing this scene, Sun Tianming felt the sting of mockery and gritted his teeth in anger. "You shall wait," he exclaimed, leaving behind a bitter remark before turning his attention away from Su Lin and striding toward the red rose. At that moment, the red rose had also descended to the first floor and, upon recognizing Sun Tianming, greeted him with a slight smile. "Young Master Sun, welcome to the Red Rose Club. I hope you enjoy your evening here." Those around them were taken aback by the Red Rose's initiative to greet Sun Tianming, their expressions filled with envy. Sun Tianming, brimming with pride, replied, "Miss Red Rose, thank you for your hospitality. I shall indulge myself tonight." Yet, he added, "I have a rather bold request. May I speak?" The Red Rose nodded gently, encouraging him to continue. Sun Tianming cleared his throat, intentionally raising his voice. "I would like to savor a mandragora personally crafted by Miss Red Rose. Would that be possible?" The Red Rose furrowed her brows, internally declining his request. In an instant, the atmosphere on the first floor became charged with excitement. It had been ages since the Red Rose had personally mixed drinks, let alone a signature cocktail like the mandragora. At that moment, Sun Tianming became the object of envy for all present. Many gazed at him with jealousy. In the face of such attention, Sun Tianming reveled in his triumph, wishing he could elevate his head to the heavens. Little did anyone expect that Sun Tianming would possess such remarkable influence. Qin Zian's expression darkened as she nudged Su Lin. "Did you not claim to have a connection with the Red Rose? Hurry and ask her to prepare a mandragora." Su Lin shrugged nonchalantly. "Why the rush? It would be far less interesting to simply have her adjust it directly." "What do you mean?" Qin Zian's curiosity was piqued. "Just wait and see." A hint of mystery graced Su Lin's face, instantly piquing Qin Zian's curiosity. What trickery could Su Lin possibly be up to? After approximately 10 minutes, the Red Rose expertly concocted a glass of mandrake. The patrons on the first floor, upon beholding the drink, instinctively licked their lips, yearning to seize it for a taste. However, recalling the Red Rose's fierce reputation, they quickly dismissed the thought. "Young Master Sun, please," the Red Rose said, presenting the prepared mandrake to Sun Tianming. Overcome with excitement, Sun Tianming reached out eagerly to accept it. Yet, at that moment, Su Lin rose to his feet and called out calmly, "Wait a moment, Red Rose. May I inquire about this individual's standing? Why should he partake in the same drink as I?" Chapter 45. "You must accompany us. What is happening?" As Su Lin began to speak, all eyes were drawn to him. The majority of the crowd wore expressions of confusion, uncertain of Su Lin's intentions. The Red Rose, too, was taken aback by Su Lin's unexpected presence, a flicker of surprise crossing her beautiful eyes. "Young man, are you merely seeking to attract attention?" Sun Tianming regarded Su Lin with a mocking smile. Su Lin completely disregarded him, continuing to gaze at the Red Rose. "You must think carefully. If he drinks the same caliber of wine as I do, it would greatly displease me." "Humph, what are you, anyway? What does it matter if you're unhappy?" Sun Tianming dismissed Su Lin with a sneer, cheerfully reaching for the wine glass in the Red Rose's hand. "Miss Red Rose, this fellow is nothing more than a buffoon. Let us enjoy our drinks and pay him no mind. Is that so?" The Red Rose chuckled, her hand tilting downward. With a clatter, the coveted mandragora, desired by so many, spilled onto the ground, leaving not a single drop behind. Sun Tianming's expression froze in disbelief. Miss Red Rose, what do you mean by this? The Red Rose replied coolly, oh, nothing at all. I merely felt that this wine, even if spilled upon the ground, is far better than allowing you to consume it. Sun Tianming's face flushed crimson. He had never anticipated that the Red Rose, who had treated him with courtesy moments ago, would so swiftly change her demeanor. The onlookers were equally astonished. However, it soon dawned on them that it was indeed Su Lin's words that had prompted this shift in the Red Rose's attitude. What connection could this fellow possibly have with the Red Rose? Red Rose? What do you truly mean? Do you think I, Sun Tianming, am easily bullied? Sun Tianming's emotions finally erupted as he coldly questioned her. Young Master Sun, are you seeking to trouble me? The Red Rose showed no sign of fear. It's not trouble I seek, merely an explanation. If I find it unsatisfactory, I won't hesitate to have my father discuss this with you. Sun Tianming's stance grew increasingly firm. The Red Rose frowned slightly, about to say something more when Su Lin approached with Qin Zian. Why waste words with him? Instead of this idle chatter, why not fetch me a drink? Certainly, Mr. Su. I shall do so immediately, the Red Rose replied obediently, turning away to prepare the drink. The surrounding crowd was once again left in stunned silence. When had the Red Rose become so compliant?
Su Lin frowned in displeasure, remarking,
Did you not notice my friend standing beside me? Prepare another drink. One for each of us. My apologies, Mr. Su. I shall attend to it immediately. The Red Rose replied with an apology before hastily returning to her task. The onlookers stood in bewilderment, unsure of what to say. They began to question whether this was truly the proud and haughty Red Rose they were familiar with. Miss Qin, the second drink will require some time. Please enjoy the first one in the meantime. Su Lin extended the mandala in his hand to Qin Zian. Thank you, she said as she accepted it. Her heart began to race uncontrollably. This was the first time she had witnessed Su Lin's gentlemanly demeanor, and in such a setting, it was undeniably charming. Filled with excitement, Qin Zian took a delicate sip of the mandala, her expression instantly transforming into one of rapture. This exquisite drink evoked a sense of enchantment, as if she were lost in a dream. No wonder so many were eager to indulge in its allure. At that moment, the Red Rose had already prepared the second cup and presented it to Su Lin. Su Lin did not partake in a drink, but turned to Sun Tianming and remarked, My friend, seeing you standing there appears rather pitiful. How about I treat you to a drink? You are simply crossing the line. Sun Tianming could no longer contain his indignation. The audacity of the Red Rose to conspire with this fellow and publicly humiliate him was utterly contemptible. Someone, please escort young Master Sun out, lest he create a disturbance here. The Red Rose cast a fleeting glance at Sun Tianming, her voice indifferent. Instantly, several subordinates approached, surrounding Sun Tianming. Red Rose, you dare lay a hand on me? Are you not afraid of my father causing you trouble? Sun Tianming threatened loudly. Ha! I show your father respect by addressing him as Mr. Sun. Without that deference before me, he is utterly insignificant. Seize him. The Red Rose's expression was frigid, reminiscent of a domineering queen. Meanwhile, Sun Tianming was forcibly restrained and dragged outside. Red Rose, and you too, you wretched fellow. Just wait. I shall not let this go. Sun Tianming could only howl impotently. The Red Rose paid him no mind, her gaze brightening as she turned to Su Lin. Mr. Su, is there anything else you require of me? None at all. Please attend to your own affairs, he replied. Su Lin waved his hand. The Red Rose nodded, said nothing more and turned to leave. As she departed, she cast a furtive glance at Qin Zian. This woman seems to share a complex relationship with Su Lin. Su Lin, why does that Red Rose obey your every command? Surely, the two of you do not harbor any unspeakable connection? Qin Zian regarded Su Lin with a peculiar expression. As for me, I cannot say. Perhaps she genuinely admires me, after all. It is rare for someone of my exceptional caliber to go unnoticed. Su Lin helplessly shrugged his shoulders. You call me fat, yet you're panting. Qin Zian cast a charming glance at Su Lin. After the recent events, she was increasingly convinced that Su Lin was no ordinary man. This man was truly becoming more and more captivating to her. After spending some more time at the Red Rose Club, it was getting late and Su Lin, along with Qin Zian, stood to leave. I accompanied you for a stroll. I shared a drink with you. Can I leave now? As they stepped outside.
Su Lin inquired directly.
Do you really dislike me that much? Qin Zian revealed a mischievous smile. Not at all. We haven't even lived together yet.
Su Lin replied lightly.
How is that possible? Haven't you already tied the knot? Qin Zian expressed her disbelief. It's a long story. My wife may be rather reserved, so we must take our time. Su Lin let out a helpless sigh. Upon hearing his words, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Qin Zian's eyes. Based on her understanding of Xia Bingyu and through Su Lin's narration, it became evident that Xia Bingyu's marriage to Su Lin was merely a facade. Deep down, she had certainly not completely moved on from Guo Feiheng. Oh, Xia Bingyu, why would you forsake such a wonderful husband for that worthless individual? It appears your judgment pales in comparison to mine. Furthermore, since you fail to recognize true worth, I cannot be blamed for my lack of courtesy. As these thoughts crossed Qin Zian's mind, a sly smile crept onto her lips. What are you thinking, grinning so deviously? Su Lin gazed at Qin Zian's smile and couldn't help but inquire, Ah, is there? Qin Zian promptly composed herself. Then, a thought crossed her mind, and she teasingly remarked, Su Lin, if you accompany me on a shopping spree, do you think Bingyu would be upset? And, should she discover that we are here drinking, might she feel jealous? Most importantly, if she learns that you have seen me in such a manner, would she come over to give me a beating? Su Lin was utterly bewildered. His mind a tangled mess of confusion. What on earth was going on? Su Lin turned to leave. Qin Zian did not stop him. Instead, she spoke with a hint of profundity. Su Lin, Xia Bingyu, as a woman, shows no regard for your feelings. It is truly excessive. If you find it unbearable, do not hesitate to come to me for assistance. Alas, I am the one who truly understands and cares for you. Su Lin raised an eyebrow, sensing that Qin Zian's words seemed increasingly aimed at inciting discord between them. However, he chose not to engage further, striding purposefully down the street ahead. Suddenly, a group of individuals emerged from the shadows, encircling him with an air of menace. Clad in identical uniforms, their chests prominently displayed a striking emblem of a martial character. Each person exuded a palpable aura of intimidation. At the forefront stood a tall woman, her gaze sharp and commanding, exuding an air of formidable grace. Su Lin halted his steps, discerning that the individuals were approaching him with intent. He furrowed his brow and scrutinized them closely. Soon, the encircling group had constricted to a mere 2 meters, ceasing their advance. Only the woman at the forefront gradually approached Su Lin, her icy demeanor evident as she spoke. You must be Su Lin. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hong Wanjun, a member of the Town Martial Division. You are required to accompany us at once. Chapter 46. Hurry up and clear things up. Accompany you? On what grounds? Su Lin showed no regard for Hong Wanjun's feelings. You have slain Inoue Yamato. His father will undoubtedly wield the power of the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce to seek retribution against you. Hong Wanjun explained with a grave expression. No need for concern. They are merely a pack of Eastern dogs. I shall slay as many as dare to approach. Su Lin shrugged dismissively. Hong Wanjun was taken aback, astonished by Su Lin's audacity. Did he truly regard the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce as mere clay to be molded? Hong Wanjun emphasized her words, declaring, This is my own affair. There is no need for your concern. Su Lin began to exhibit signs of impatience. Young man, how do you speak? Our leader is acting in your best interest, wishing to prevent you from perishing at the hands of those Easterners. Do you truly believe we desire to interfere? A member of the Jinwu division could no longer tolerate it. Su Lin maintained an air of nonchalance. The aggrieved member grew increasingly incensed, but before he could utter another word, he was interrupted by Hong Wanjun's outstretched hand. This gentleman appears to possess considerable confidence in himself. Thus, we at the Jinwu division shall refrain from further interference. Let us depart. With that, Hong Wanjun turned and left. The other members, witnessing this, had no choice but to follow suit. It's nothing much, just that some individuals from the Eastern Japan Business Association bullied my friend, and seeing him so arrogant, I dealt with it decisively. Goodness, you are truly formidable. Qin Zian was genuinely astonished. If he dares to take on even those from the Eastern Japan Business Association, what is there that this man would shy away from? Let us go. Su Lin said no more, merely waved his hand and prepared to leave. Wait, Qin Zian suddenly thought of something and stopped him. Is there anything else? Su Lin furrowed his brow slightly and said, Have you forgotten? You accompanied me on a shopping trip, and I promised to fulfill one of your requests, which you have yet to mention. Qin Zian reminded him with a hint of significance. Su Lin also recalled this matter, savoring the thought. Is there any request that can be fulfilled? Of course, whatever it may be, I shall satisfy you. Qin Zian's gaze transformed into one of alluring charm. She extracted a cigarette, placed it between her crimson lips, and ignited it. The cigarette, the red lips, the beauty. Qin Zian was convinced that such temptation was one no man could resist. Yet, in the next moment, Su Lin abruptly reached out and snatched the cigarette from Qin Zian's lips, placing it in his own mouth. He remarked nonchalantly, I am not fond of the scent of smoke on women, thus my request is quite simple. I wish for you to quit smoking. Qin Zian was taken aback, not anticipating such a demand from Su Lin. What, is that too much to ask? Su Lin raised an eyebrow at her silence. Who said that? I, Qin Zian, have never encountered a task I could not accomplish. Since I have promised you this, rest assured it shall be done. Just wait and see. Very well. It is settled then. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Su Lin refrained from uttering another word and turned to leave. This man, Qin Zian, was determined to have him. Meanwhile, Hong Wanjun and a group of individuals from the Jinwu division remained concealed, observing Su Lin. The leader remarked that Su Lin is utterly intolerable. He disregards our Jinwu division completely. Why not simply apprehend him? A member who had just argued with Su Lin furrowed his brow. Hong Wanjun cast a profound glance at him and replied, Dejun, I understand your perspective, but do not forget he is a martial artist, and he has taken lives of those from the East. If we were to forcefully seize him, how would it reflect on our Jinwu division if other martial artists learned of it? They might see us as mere lackeys aiding the East, which would surely dishearten us. Dejun comprehended this, his frown deepening. So, are we to remain in the shadows, guarding this fellow? Certainly not. Hong Wanjun shook her head, a hint of amusement gracing her lips. According to my sources, Inoue Hayabusa has already uncovered his identity and will likely act soon. By himself, he cannot contend with those formidable Eastern masters. Upon hearing this, Dejun burst into laughter. Your insight is remarkable, leader. Let us hope he remains as audacious as he is now and does not find himself on his knees begging us. Due to the exclusivity of the upscale residential area, taxis were prohibited from entering the villa district, leaving Su Lin with no choice but to walk. At this hour, approaching midnight, the villa enclave was enveloped in tranquility, with scarcely a soul in sight. Su Lin walked for a while, when suddenly he sensed an anomaly and came to a halt. Swish, swish, swish. At that very moment, the air around him rippled, and 6 dark figures leaped from the shadows, encircling him in an instant. Clad entirely in black, their chilling gazes were the only features visible. Among them, forbore the unmistakable silhouette of Japanese samurai swords on their backs, exuding an aura of frigid menace. It seems your keen noses, you dogs of the East, have led you here with remarkable swiftness. Su Lin was not taken aback by the appearance of these individuals, and he swiftly discerned their identities. You have offended our master, and it would be wise for you to accompany us now, spoke one man, coldly, as he brandished a katana on his back. If the dog master wishes to see me, let him come himself. I have no desire to visit.
Su Lin replied nonchalantly.
In that case, we shall have to employ other means to escort you. The speaker slowly drew the katana from his back. The other 3 men mirrored this action, and the 4 blades unsheathed simultaneously, causing the surrounding air to chill significantly. As for the remaining 2 individuals, they slightly crouched, prepared to spring into action. So, you wish to engage in combat? By all means, I welcome the opportunity to dispatch a few more Eastern dogs. Su Lin regarded these individuals with utter disdain. Baka! Kill! Shouted the Japanese man conversing with Su Lin as he charged forward wielding a katana. Simultaneously, the remaining 5 launched their assault, encircling Su Lin with impenetrable force. "Chief, should we take action now?" inquired the hidden army, observing the scene with a glimmer of schadenfreude, seeking guidance from Hong Wanjun beside them. "Let us wait and see." Hong Wanjun hesitated for a few seconds before refraining from intervening. Although Su Lin had slain Inoue Yamato, confirming his status as a martial artist, she was curious to ascertain the extent of his prowess. With 6 formidable opponents attacking simultaneously, it presented an opportunity to gauge Su Lin's capabilities. Naturally, if he could not endure even for a second, it would only be a testament to his inadequacy, leaving no time for her to offer assistance. Su Lin observed the assault of the 6 Easterners and could not help but chuckle. To him, this group was exceedingly feeble. Moreover, he felt no need to intervene, as assistance would undoubtedly come forth. Hong Wanjun, seeing that the Easterners had already approached Su Lin without eliciting any response from him, could not help but express a hint of disappointment. Initially, she had believed that Su Lin possessed some merit. Who could have imagined he was merely a fade of strength? This young man, so arrogant before us, now falters in the face of these Easterners. Truly bewildering. Dejun could not suppress his derision. Yet, before he could finish his words, a lithe figure in white suddenly appeared behind the group of Easterners. In a flurry of swift movements, the short blade in the woman's hand danced with remarkable agility. A dazzling shimmer sliced through the darkness, tracing a clear arc. In the next moment, the bodies of the 6 Easterners became rigid. Behind their necks, a line of crimson appeared. Initially, it was but a shallow mark, which gradually expanded. Finally, with a series of splatters, blood erupted from their necks like a fountain. Their heads, in unison, tumbled to the ground, rolling ominously. How could this be possible? Witnessing this scene, Hong Wanjun and the personnel from the town guard, hiding in the shadows, gaped in astonishment. It was too swift. They scarcely had time to comprehend the actions of the sudden apparition before the 6 Easterners were instantaneously dispatched. They had no opportunity to react. Such prowess was utterly chilling. Su Lin observed the scene before him with no trace of surprise, gazing at the graceful Miss Feishuang with a smile. "Miss Feishuang, I knew you would certainly take action." Feishuang cast a blank glance at Su Lin, remaining silent. Su Lin continued to inquire, exhibiting an air of familiarity. "You mentioned that they are the most fundamental members. I belong to the guards of the Fengyue Pavilion and have been learning these skills since my youth." "I see."
Su Lin nodded gently.
Gaining a deeper understanding of the Fengyue Tower. Subsequently, he inquired, "Aside from instructing you to protect me, did Xiao Qianmei give you any other directives regarding me?" Su Lin curled his lips, ceasing to make himself ridiculous. Instead, he cast a glance at the hiding place of Hong Wanjun and her companions behind him. "You are not from the Jinwu Division, are you? No need to cower. Come forth and clear your names." Chapter 47. "So you might as well perish. When did you realize we were here?" Hong Wanjun stepped forward, her brow furrowed as she regarded Su Lin. "I became aware of your presence the moment you began to follow me. Did you truly believe you were concealing yourselves effectively?" Su Lin retorted with irritation. "You?" Hong Wanjun immediately felt a surge of anger. Su Lin's demeanor is rather dismissive towards the Jinwu Division. What purpose do the members of the Jinwu Division serve here? Fei Shuang furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Hong Wanjun and her entourage, clearly possessing some knowledge about the Jinwu Division. What more needs to be asked? They are undoubtedly here to apprehend me.
Su Lin shrugged indifferently.
"You two have slain so many from the east. Regardless of the circumstances, you must accompany us. I can assure you, it will not be difficult." Hong Wanjun's piercing gaze fixated on the 2 of them. "We will not go with you." Fei Shuang resolutely shook her head in refusal. "You two truly consider the Jinwu Division as mere decoration." Hong Wanjun was utterly enraged. It was one thing for Su Lin to defy her, but this unknown woman, who had suddenly appeared, dared to disregard the Jinwu Division as well. If she did not assert her authority soon, the Jinwu Division might indeed be reduced to merely a name. "We are from the Fengyue Tower. Are you certain you wish to apprehend us?" Fei Shuang declared her identity, meeting Hong Wanjun's gaze. "Fengyue Tower." Upon hearing these 3 words, Hong Wanjun's expression changed dramatically. To outsiders, the Fengyue Tower might appear as a mere establishment of revelry, Yet the Jinwu division was acutely aware of the true and terrifying power it wielded. Even if the Jinwu division desired to act, it would not be a simple matter. After a moment of hesitation, Hong Wanjun refrained from taking a hard stance and coldly remarked, "Since you are individuals from the Fengyue Tower, the Jinwu division will not pursue this matter further this time. I hope you will conduct yourselves accordingly." With that, Hong Wanjun turned to lead her team away. "Wait a moment, you have yet to deal with the bodies." Su Lin hastily called out to them, urging the cleanup of the bodies. Hong Wanjun took a deep breath, gritting her teeth as she issued her orders. After all, the deceased were indeed members of the martial community. Thus it was the responsibility of their Jinwu division to handle the matter. However, it was her first experience dealing with such a situation, especially when they had yet to capture any suspects, and now they were required to manage the aftermath. The sense of frustration was palpable. Once the personnel from the Jinwu division had departed, Fei Shuang could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "How did you attract the attention of these Japanese individuals?" "By eliminating one of their kind, a swarm of others inevitably followed," came the retort. Su Lin shrugged, suddenly struck by a thought. "By the way, could you contact Fengyue Tower and help me investigate a person named Inoue Yamado? I need to ascertain the whereabouts of his parents." Fei Shuang furrowed her brows, somewhat perplexed by Su Lin's intentions, yet complied nonetheless. Merely 5 minutes had elapsed when Fei Shuang received the information and spoke up. "I found it. Inoue Yamado's father is named Inoue Hayadori, a senior member of the Eastern Dawn Commercial Association. His mother is named Kikukawa Mitsuba, and they reside in a villa on the outskirts of Jiang City. The specific location is..." "Thank you." With the precise location in hand, Su Lin turned and strode toward the exit. "What are you planning to do?" Fei Shuang inquired, her brow knitted in concern. "To take a life." Su Lin uttered 2 words softly, and his figure vanished into the depths of the night. Fei Shuang intended to pursue him, yet soon realized that Su Lin's presence had completely eluded her. This caused Fei Shuang's expression to shift dramatically, to disappear right before her eyes in an instant. Such mastery of movement was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, on the side of the Jinwu division, the departing army felt increasingly stifled, unable to contain their frustration. "Leader, are we truly going to let those 2 escape? When have the people of Jinwu division ever endured such humiliation?" Hong Wanjun retorted with irritation, "Do you think I desire this? I am merely a minor leader. The people of Fengyue Tower cannot be trifled with. Then what shall we do next?" The army scratched their head in annoyance. "How about this? You take a few men and keep watch on Jingshang Fei Niao. See if they make any further moves." Hong Wanjun contemplated briefly before giving the order. "Understood." The army acknowledged and departed with their comrades. In the early hours of dawn, Su Lin arrived before a villa, conducting a brief observation that granted him a general understanding of its condition. Subsequently, he casually plucked a few leaves from the roadside greenery and gently tossed them aside. Whoosh! In an instant, the surveillance around the villa was utterly obliterated. The Easterners lurking in the shadows of the villa, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, collapsed lifeless to the ground, each adorned with a single emerald leaf embedded in their necks. Having dealt with the external threats, Su Lin gracefully leaped into the villa's courtyard. Before the guard stationed there could react, he flicked his wrist, sending forth several vibrant green leaves from his hand. Whoosh! Accompanied by the faint sound of slicing air, the guards in the courtyard were silently dispatched. After completing these tasks, Su Lin entered the villa with measured calmness, intending to locate Inoue Tsubame's chamber. Just then, a woman's cry pierced the air, resonating with a certain pleasurable quality. Alongside the outcry, he discerned snippets of Japanese, predominantly phrases such as "yay, yay, yame die, dead dog." How absurd. Su Lin couldn't help but curse under his breath. How could Jingshang Fei Niao send someone to assassinate him while he leisurely enjoyed himself at home? It was truly despicable. Filled with anger, Su Lin strode directly upstairs. Meanwhile, in a bedroom on the 2nd floor, Inoue Hinata, after 3 arduous minutes of struggle, was compelled to end the confrontation. Useless fool. Kikukawa Mitsuba cursed irritably, feeling unsatisfied. "I apologize. I'm not in good form today." "What? You found that person? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Kikukawa Mitsuba couldn't help but shout. "I wanted to find him first and then surprise you," Inoue Hinata explained with righteous indignation. Kikukawa Mitsuba chose not to pursue the matter further, gritting her teeth as she said, "Once we catch that brat, I will make him suffer dearly and use his head to honor my son." Inoue Hinata nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a scornful voice echoed from outside. "I must say, just a moment ago you were all fired up downstairs, and now, within a minute, there is complete silence. Isn't that a rather efficient way of handling things?" "Who is it?" Both Inoue Hinata and Kikukawa Mitsuba's expressions changed simultaneously as they instinctively turned to the door. In the next moment, the locked door was easily pushed open from the outside, and Su Lin sauntered in. "Baka, who are you? How dare you appear in my villa?" Inoue Hinata exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before launching into a tirade. Su Lin paid him no mind and instead turned his gaze towards the utterly unclad Miku Kawakawa, who maintained a posture tinged with a hint of embarrassment. "Perhaps you should put on some clothes first?" she suggested tentatively. Miku Kawakawa let out a dismissive hum, and rather than retreating, she grew bolder in her actions. "It's unnecessary. It's merely a few glances from a corpse. What of it?"
Su Lin hastily clarified. No.
"I believe you have misunderstood. What I meant was that your lack of attire is rather disconcerting, and I fear I may be plagued by nightmares tonight." "Baka, how dare you insult me?" Kikukawa Mitsuba instantly seethed with rage. Her beauty was renowned even in the East, rivaling that of the most exquisite women. Yet this man had the audacity to demean her in such a manner. It was utterly intolerable. "Enough of your theatrics. Today, regardless of who you are, anyone who dares to confront me, Inoue Hinata, shall meet their demise." With a frigid demeanor, Inoue Hinata rose to her feet. Su Lin felt a wave of nausea surge within him. With a swift motion, he unleashed a formidable burst of energy that sent Inoue Hinata hurtling backward, crashing violently against the wall. With a gasp, she expelled a mouthful of blood. "You, a grown man, stand there bare-skinned, conversing with others without a shred of shame. Do you not find it repulsive? Aren't you the least bit embarrassed?" Su Lin vehemently criticized. "How dare you strike me? Someone, come here. You fool." In response, Inoue Yamato shouted like a mad dog, yet after a while, no one paid him any heed, and his cries transformed into vitriolic insults. "Are you out of your mind? If I am here, do you truly believe that the others in your villa are still alive?" Su Lin regarded Jingshang Fei Niao with a gaze that conveyed utter incredulity. It was only then that Jingshang Fei Niao grasped the gravity of the situation, beads of cold sweat cascading down her face, her eyes now betraying a hint of panic. Who exactly are you? Didn't you send someone to kill me in order to avenge your son? How can you not recognize me?" Su Lin spoke with a playful expression. "It is indeed you." Inoue Asuka's face was filled with astonishment. Tasked with investigating her son's murderer, including sending people to capture the culprit, Inoue Asuka had delegated all these responsibilities to her subordinates. Thus she was genuinely unfamiliar with Su Lin. However, she could never have anticipated that Su Lin would come to find her. "Do you have any further inquiries? If not, I shall escort you on your way." Su Lin had no desire to engage in further discourse with Inoue Asuka. "Baka, you audacious Longsha person. I am a member of the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce." Inoue Asuka attempted to intimidate Su Lin with the influence of the chamber. However, Su Lin was utterly disinterested in hearing him out. With a flick of his finger, a leaf shot forth. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced reverberated. Inoue Asuka tilted his head back and collapsed to the ground. A small puncture appeared at his brow, while a leaf was embedded in the wall behind him, dripping with fresh blood. "Do you have anything else to say?" Su Lin cast another glance at Jukawa Mitsuba. Her body trembled uncontrollably, her face etched with terror. To her, Su Lin's mere finger snap had resulted in the death of Inoue Hinata. Such power could only be rivaled by the elite shinobi of the East. "Sir, I implore you, do not take my life. If only you would spare me, I would be willing to do anything." Jukawa Mitsuba knelt on the bed, her upper body bowed low, adopting a posture that even the most seasoned veterans would recognize. "I have killed your husband. Do you not harbor any hatred towards me?" Su Lin inquired with great interest. That worthless individual couldn't even last 3 minutes. I have long wished for his demise. How could I harbor any hatred towards you, my lord? This is sufficient. However, are you truly willing to do anything? Su Lin's lips curled into a mocking smile. Indeed, if you release me, from this moment forth, I shall be your loyal hound. Woof woof. Kakukawa Mitsuba, while mimicking a dog's bark, knelt there swaying, resembling a rather convincing depiction of a female dog. Su Lin nodded in appreciation and remarked, "You are quite a well-behaved dog, but it is unfortunate that you are a Japanese dog, and my fifth master has stated that all Japanese dogs deserve to perish. Thus, you might as well embrace death." Chapter 48. Cherishing the fragrant and precious? What? You? Kakuchiwa Mitsuba's eyes widened in disbelief. She had lowered herself to such a degree, yet Su Lin still intended to end her life. However, Su Lin did not grant her the opportunity to finish her words. With a casual flick of his hand, he severed her throat with a green leaf. Kakuchiwa Mitsuba's expression froze on her face, and a gurgling sound emanated from her throat. Moments later, she collapsed onto the bed, devoid of any breath. All was accomplished. Su Lin clapped his hands, contemplating the fact that Inoue Asuka had dispatched someone to deal with him today. If left unresolved, she would undoubtedly continue to cause trouble in the future. An hour later, after just lying on the bed for a moment, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from outside. After a moment's thought, Su Lin rose from the bed and concealed himself beside the door, preparing to surprise her. Click! Before long, the door was gently pushed open. However, before the person outside could enter, Su Lin suddenly emerged and enveloped her in his embrace, planting a fervent kiss on her cheek. "Darling, are you surprised? Was it unexpected?"
Su Lin.
"Who is your darling? Let go of me at once." A voice filled with a mix of embarrassment and anger echoed through the room. Su Lin was momentarily taken aback, for the voice unmistakably belonged to Lin Feishuan. Releasing his grip, he illuminated the room. Indeed, standing at the doorway was Lin Feishuan, her cheeks flushed, her beautiful eyes betraying a mixture of anger and other complex emotions. A distinct lip print adorned her fair visage. "What are you doing here? I thought it was my wife." Lin Feishuan, caught off guard by the situation, never anticipated that her visit to check on Su Lin would lead to such an awkward predicament. "Su Lin, if you dare take advantage of me, just wait. I will definitely inform Sister Bingyu. Please don't say such things. It was merely a misunderstanding. Who could have foreseen that you would come to my room in the middle of the night with ill intentions?" Su Lin retorted sharply, "Who has ill intentions towards you?" Lin Feishuan was so enraged that her teeth clenched in anger. "If you harbor no thoughts about me, why did you come here in the dead of night? Is it not your desire for my beauty that drives you? You wish to take advantage of my slumber to engage in such acts, for you have done so before." Su Lin provided a well-reasoned analysis, while Lin Feishuan endeavored to prove her innocence. Su Lin felt a twinge of impatience. "Fine, I suppose it is my fault. I shall endure a little hardship. Just come here and kiss me, will you?" As he spoke, Su Lin tilted half of his face upwards, urging, "Hurry up, so I can sleep after this. You must be dreaming." Lin Feishuan did not anticipate Su Lin's brazen words and shot him a fierce glare before turning on her heel and walking away. "To pass up such an opportunity, I truly cannot fathom your thoughts." Meanwhile, outside the villa of Inoue Hayabusa, Dejun, accompanied by several members of the Jinwu division, arrived and immediately sensed something amiss. "This villa seems unusually quiet. You lot investigate the vicinity," Dejun instructed. Instantly, the members dispersed, searching the area. "Brother Jun, there's something wrong here. Over here too. The East Asian guards nearby appear to have been slaughtered." "Same situation here," several members exclaimed simultaneously. Dejun hurried over, and upon seeing the East Asian guards, his face filled with shock. All of them lay dead, each with a single leaf lodged in their throats. Dejun's pupils contracted as he speculated that a grave incident had likely transpired at the villa. "Let us go inside and investigate." The group swiftly entered the villa, and upon witnessing the interior scene, they were once again taken aback. The East Asian guards in the courtyard had been similarly dispatched by leaves, and their expressions indicated they had been caught utterly unaware. Could it be that Inoue Hayabusa also, Dejun pondered a dreadful possibility and quickly led his team upstairs, finding Inoue Hayabusa and Kikukawa Mitsuba both murdered. Dejun's expression turned grave. As a pivotal figure in the East Asian Chamber of Commerce, Inoue Hayabusa's death demanded serious attention. Taking out his phone, Dejun dialed Hong Wanjun to inform her of the incident. Upon receiving the call, Hong Wanjun was equally astonished and rushed over post-haste. Upon seeing the bodies of Inoue Hayabusa and others, her face grew serious. All had succumbed to a leaf sealing their throats, and Inoue Hayabusa had a leaf penetrating his skull, even piercing through the wall. The assailant's strength was undeniably terrifying. Hong Wanjun was deeply unsettled. Chief, who do you think could be responsible? Could it be an enemy of Inoue Hayabusa? Dejun inquired curiously. An enemy? Hong Wanjun contemplated, a figure suddenly surfacing in her mind. Yet, she found it somewhat implausible. After all, that individual was so young. How could they possess such formidable power? Very well. Da Junyu, I need you to inform the East Asian Chamber of Commerce about this incident and let them know that we, the Jinwu Division, will take over the investigation. As for the perpetrator, first gather all useful evidence from the surroundings, and we shall investigate further, Hong Wanjun decisively commanded. Understood, Dejun affirmed, immediately setting to work. Hong Wanjun did not utter another word, her beautiful eyes reflecting a profound intensity. Although somewhat incredulous, the individual in question certainly bore significant suspicion, and she resolved to probe further the following day. The next day, when Su Lin arrived in the living room for breakfast, Xia Bingyu and Lin Feishuan were already seated there. Upon spotting Su Lin, Lin Feishuan immediately began to lodge a complaint. This is his own affair, and it has nothing to do with me. Xia Bingyu's response was notably indifferent. Sister Bingyu, are you not afraid of him wandering off with other women? Lin Feishuan was taken aback by Xia Bingyu's reaction. What is there to be afraid of? Xia Bingyu inquired nonchalantly. Lin Feishuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Xia Bingyu's demeanor seemed to suggest an utter disregard for Su Lin. My wife still believes in me. Su Lin broke into a smile and took a seat at the table to enjoy his breakfast. Before long, Xia Bingyu and Lin Feishuan finished their meal and each departed. Su Lin sat leisurely at the table, savoring his meal without a hint of haste. Suddenly, a figure entered quietly and unobtrusively. Miss Feishuan, what brings you here this time? Su Lin turned his head and asked with a cheerful smile. That woman from the town military division came again yesterday and insisted on seeing you. Feishuan maintained her expressionless demeanor. This woman is relentless, isn't she? Where is she now? Su Lin inquired with a hint of irritation. Right outside the villa in the park. Su Lin said no more, placing down his chopsticks and striding directly outside. Upon arriving at the park, he immediately spotted Hong Wanjun standing there. Instead of donning the uniform of the town martial division, she was clad in a sleek black outfit, exuding an aura of femininity that rivaled that of her male counterparts. You finally made it out, Hong Wanjun remarked, a hint of a smile gracing her face upon seeing Su Lin. What brings you to seek me? Su Lin directly addressed the issue. Do you know that Inoue Asaka has died? Hong Wanjun asked bluntly. Of course I know. It was I who killed her.
Su Lin shrugged nonchalantly.
Hong Wanjun was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Su Lin to acknowledge it so straightforwardly. This rendered all her prepared questions futile. Did you come to see me for anything other than these inquiries? Or perhaps to arrest me? Su Lin gazed at Hong Wanjun and continued to inquire. I am primarily curious. How exactly did you accomplish this? Su Lin feigned ignorance and inquired. What do you mean by that? Hong Wanjun stepped forward. Intending to exert pressure on Su Lin, you mean to say you killed that group of Eastern Islanders with mere leaves? How did you manage that? To which Su Lin responded nonchalantly, it's quite simple, really. Just pluck a few leaves and toss them away.
Su Lin casually explained.
You know, I did not mean it that way. Hong Wanjun, no longer mincing words, pressed, speak plainly, what level of martial artist are you? To which Su Lin replied, that is confidential. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Su Lin completely disregarded Hong Wanjun's question and turned to leave. As she gazed at Su Lin's retreating figure, she suddenly stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch aimed at the back of his head. The strike was swift, fierce, and utterly unexpected, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to evade. However, just as her fist was about to connect with Su Lin, it unexpectedly missed its mark. Su Lin's figure abruptly vanished from sight. "Woman, I am aware of your curiosity, but you ought not to test me." A haunting voice resounded from behind Hong Wanjun. Her expression shifted dramatically, yet before she could react, an immense force surged from beneath her waist. Caught off guard, Hong Wanjun found herself uncontrollably propelled forward, collapsing onto the ground in a most undignified manner. You! Hong Wanjun stammered, utterly speechless with indignation. This rogue had actually used his foot to strike that area. How could he still have the audacity to claim he cherished delicate women? Chapter 49. The obedient and gentle little cat. What do you mean? Is there something else? If not, I shall take my leave. Su Lin cast an impatient glance at Hong Wanjun. Hong Wanjun rose, rubbing the spot where she had been kicked, and lamented, "Su Lin, do not be so arrogant. You have killed Jingshang Fei Niao, and the Eastern Dawn Chamber of Commerce will inevitably trace it back to you. If you wish to survive, you will eventually have to seek assistance from our Jinwu division." Su Lin couldn't care less. "In fact, I have an even better alternative, which is to eliminate all the members of the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce." Hong Wanjun couldn't help but chuckle derisively, shaking her head. "Su Lin, you are far too naive. Do not be misled into thinking that by killing Inoue Fania, you would achieve something remarkable. He merely holds a slight position within the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce. The true upper echelons of that organization, along with the president of the chamber, wield a power beyond your wildest imagination." Su Lin, weary of the conversation, interjected, "My life and death seem to have no bearing on you, so spare me your unsolicited concern. Farewell." What an ungrateful soul. Hong Wanjun stomped her foot in frustration. If it weren't for Su Lin's youth and his formidable martial prowess, which made him a promising asset for Longxia, she would not have bothered to say so much in an effort to protect him. Yet, not only did Su Lin fail to appreciate her concern, but he also accused her of meddling. Did he truly believe himself invincible? Watching Su Lin's figure fade into the distance, Hong Wanjun left in a huff. She was confident that once the retribution from the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce arrived, Su Lin would undoubtedly seek her assistance. Upon checking her phone, she discovered it was a call from that woman, Qin Zian. What business could she possibly have? Su Lin murmured softly and pressed the call button. "Hihi, Su Lin, haven't seen you for an entire evening. Did you miss me?" came the cheerful voice of Qin Zian. "Just get straight to the point if there's something on your mind." Su Lin, lacking the inclination for idle chatter, got straight to the point. "There's nothing urgent. I merely miss you. Where are you? I shall come find you." Qin Zian inquired with a soft tone. "Perhaps it's best not to, for I fear my wife may misconstrue the situation." Su Lin rejected without hesitation. "Is that Xia Bingyu truly that remarkable?" Qin Zian felt a tinge of jealousy. "If you have nothing else, I shall take my leave." Su Lin was reluctant to prolong the conversation and was about to hang up. "You dare?" Qin Zian interjected firmly, her mind racing. "Let me be honest with you. I am still feeling a bit unwell. I suspect that the treatment you provided yesterday was not thorough, so I would like you to come and take another look. Is that true?" Su Lin maintained a skeptical attitude. "Whether it is true or false, you shall see for yourself." Qin Zian feigned weakness, coughing softly twice. "Very well then." Su Lin contemplated for a moment before ultimately deciding to pay a visit. After hanging up the phone, he summoned a taxi and arrived at Qin Zian's villa in approximately an hour. Qin Zian had been waiting at the entrance, and she had evidently made a considerable effort in her appearance, radiating vitality. "Did you not mention feeling unwell? Judging by your demeanor, you seem perfectly fine." Su Lin furrowed his brows as he scrutinized Qin Zian. "Of course, it was imperceptible. I am plagued by a heartache. The mere thought of not seeing you for a moment leaves me feeling utterly desolate, an unbearable discomfort." Qin Zian cast a flirtatious glance at Su Lin. "Miss Qin, are you attempting to seduce me?" Su Lin gazed at her actions and could not help but inquire. "Indeed, I have made up my mind to take you away from Bingyu. Do you believe I stand a chance?" Qin Zian looked at Su Lin with an air of confidence. "That depends on your performance." "That is certainly not a problem. but you must provide me with the opportunity to showcase it. How about this? Today, I will take you to my company for a visit, and we can deepen our understanding of each other. Without waiting for a response, Qin Zian stepped forward and embraced Su Lin's arm, leading him to her car. Su Lin, you must not underestimate me. My company, in terms of scale and other aspects, far surpasses Xia Bingyu's. Moreover, the business we engage in meets a greater market demand and holds far more promise than hers. As Qin Zian drove, she proudly elaborated, what exactly does your company do? Su Lin inquired in response to her words, a pharmaceutical company, which provides certain merchants with the agency to produce medications. However, I am currently developing a proprietary drug unique to my company, distinctly different from external products. If successful, my company will gradually reduce its agency work and transition towards operating its own pharmaceutical brand. As Qin Zian spoke, her enthusiasm was palpable, clearly reflecting her immense optimism for the future of her company. Su Lin nodded gently. You are involved in drug research, correct? I possess numerous pharmaceutical formulas. I shall jot down a few for you shortly. Really? Qin Zian's beautiful eyes instantly sparkled with interest. Why would I deceive you? Su Lin cast her a disgruntled glance. Qin Zian couldn't help but chuckle. Su Lin, why are you helping me? Have you started to develop feelings for me? Su Lin casually shook his head, saying, that's not the case. I merely see your enthusiasm and thought I might lend a hand, as it's hardly a significant matter. Qin Zian's smile broadened. Then allow me to thank you in advance. If your prescription becomes popular, I shall share the company profits with you. Half an hour later, Su Lin followed Qin Zian to the office of the Zixin Group. The interior was simply decorated, featuring a vast floor-to-ceiling window that offered a clear view of the scenery outside. What do you think? My office is quite nice, isn't it? Qin Zian looked up at Su Lin, resembling a child showcasing a prize toy. Indeed, it is rather impressive. Su Lin nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Qin Zian unexpectedly stepped forward, her body pressing closely against Su Lin's, as she exhaled a warm breath and said, the windows in my office are made of special materials, rendering the interior completely invisible from the outside. Therefore, you are free to do as you wish here. Su Lin was unperturbed by such teasing, grinning as he remarked, is that so? If given the chance, I shall certainly give it a try. And isn't this an opportunity? Qin Zian boldly leaned in once more, their noses nearly touching, allowing them to feel each other's fervent heartbeat. Su Lin raised an eyebrow, bemused by the audacity of the young woman before him, who seemed to believe he was impervious to temptation. Just as he prepared to make his move, a sudden rapping on the door interrupted the moment. Who could be so oblivious? Qin Zian's burgeoning mood was shattered, and she expressed her displeasure, stating, I'm quite occupied at the moment. Please hold any matters until later. Ms. Qin, it's regarding the pharmaceutical research and development, came a timid voice from outside. Qin Zian's expression shifted slightly as she distanced herself from Su Lin and revised her tone. Please come in. The research being conducted by the Zixin Group was pivotal to the company's future, and she regarded this matter with utmost seriousness. In the next moment, the office door swung open, revealing a bespectacled man in his 40s, clad in a white lab coat. Upon noticing Su Lin standing there, he momentarily froze, but swiftly grasped the reason behind Qin Zian's earlier claim of being busy. I apologize, Miss Qin. I was unaware you had company. Dr. Han, let us skip the pleasantries and discuss the pharmaceutical research, Qin Zian interjected decisively. At that moment, she shed the bold and open demeanor she had displayed towards Su Lin, adopting an air of authority instead. Of course, Miss Qin, Dr. Han acquiesced, nodding before he began his report. At the laboratory, after a series of comparative experiments, we discovered that the previous synthesis method for the drug is utterly ineffective. The latest experiment has failed. I have come not only to report this but also to consult whether we should proceed with another trial. Upon hearing this, Qin Zian furrowed her brow. Developing pharmaceuticals, particularly new products, is a daunting task. This explains why many formulas, while not inherently costly, are sold at exorbitant prices. Pharmaceutical companies factor in their research and development expenses. Qin Zian was acutely aware of these realities. Yet the challenges of development had far exceeded her expectations. Over the years, All of Zixin Group's profits had been funneled into research, but with each successive failure, her available funds were dwindling. She could only afford a couple more attempts. And should they fail, Zixin Pharmaceuticals could very well face the threat of bankruptcy. Thus, Qin Zian found herself in a predicament. At that moment, Su Lin appeared to sense her distress. He approached the desk, seized a pen and paper, and began writing fervently. 10 minutes later, he handed a fully written sheet to Dr. Han, stating, "Have the laboratory conduct experiments based on the ratios and methods outlined in this prescription.
Yes, sur you.
Success will be achieved on the first attempt." Dr. Jiang, uncertain of Su Lin's credentials, sought Qin Zian's approval. "Proceed with her instructions." Qin Zian replied without a moment's hesitation. "Understood." Dr. Jiang accepted the prescription and exited without further comment. Once the door closed, Su Lin, with a hint of intrigue, queried, "Ms. Qin, your funds must be running low. Are you not afraid of another failure, given your unwavering trust in me?" The authoritative demeanor of Qin Zian dissipated, revealing a sweet smile. "Oh, how could you say such a thing? You are the man I have chosen. Of course, I must believe in you unconditionally." Su Lin chose not to pursue the topic further and remarked playfully, "Miss Qin, I initially presumed that you would exhibit the same audacious demeanor while at work, but to my surprise, you resemble Bing Yu, exuding an icy demeanor instead." Qin Zian shot him a glare, retorting, "Do not make unfounded assertions. I am nothing like her. That woman is perpetually frigid, as if the world owes her something. My demeanor at work is merely a strategy to maintain authority over those beneath me." What were those two words again? Ah yes, contrast. Don't you men find such a quality appealing? In the eyes of others, I am the formidable and coveted female CEO, while before you, I am merely a docile and charming little cat. Chapter 50. I still prefer your untamed spirit. Contrast, a docile and charming little cat? Su Linton was momentarily unable to maintain his composure. Qin Zian possessed an uncanny ability to manipulate the male psyche with precision. What? Could he not resist the stirrings within? As I have said before, you are free to pursue whatever you desire here. Qin Zian blinked her eyes, reminiscent of spring water. Su Lin could no longer endure it. This woman had teased him repeatedly in such a manner, and it was high time to teach her a lesson. However, just as Su Lin was poised to take action, the office phone rang unexpectedly. "Miss Qin, your work seems quite demanding, doesn't it?" Su Lin, somewhat disheartened, curled his lip. Qin Zian, equally displeased, picked up the phone and coldly inquired, "What is it? Speak." "That Sun Tianming is back again. Is he like an adhesive plaster that won't come off? Tell him to scram." "What?" "He has brought someone from the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce and specifically requested to see me." "Very well, let them come up." After hanging up the phone, Qin Zian couldn't help but murmur, "How could this Sun Tianming possibly know someone from the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce?" "Are you wary of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce?" Su Lin casually inquired. Qin Zian nodded earnestly, "Of course. The Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce wields significant influence in Longxia. Offending their interests would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences."
Su Lin remained silent.
Curious to discern the identity of the visitors from the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. After approximately 5 minutes, the office door was abruptly thrust open, and 2 men strode in with confidence. One of them was Sun Tianming. The other, clad in a sharp suit, appeared impeccably dressed, yet his elevated head exuded an air of arrogance. "Oh, is that not him? After experiencing such a significant loss yesterday, what brings him back? Has he not yet endured enough humiliation?" Su Lin regarded Sun Tianming with an amused expression. Sun Tianming's countenance darkened as he recalled the events of the previous day, and with a disdainful snort, he retorted, "You'd best not be arrogant. Today will not favor you. What brings you to me, Sun Tianming?" Qin Zian inquired with evident impatience. "Qin Zian, mind your tone. The gentleman beside me is none other than the son of Manager Feng from the Golden Dragon Commerce Association. Master Feng Jun," Sun Tianming declared, attempting to display his superiority. Qin Zian furrowed her brow and turned to Feng Jun. "Master Feng, I believe we are not acquainted?" Feng Jun crossed his arms, exuding an air of superiority. "Sun Tianming and I share a close friendship. I have heard that you humiliated him yesterday. Is that true? As Qin Zian sought to respond, her words were abruptly cut off by Feng Jun's icy interruption. Enough. I have no desire to hear your explanations. I am here to stand up for my friend. You two should apologize to him at once. Master Feng, your demands seem rather unreasonable. Qin Zian's expression darkened. What a joke. When have we, of the Golden Dragon Commerce Association, ever needed to be reasonable? Feng Jun sneered, his arrogance palpable. Of course, if you refuse to apologize, it matters not. I can simply impose a ban on the Zixin Group through the Golden Dragon Commerce Association. Qin Zian's expression shifted slightly. The prospect of Feng Jun actually enacting a ban on the Zixin Group would indeed spell trouble. Ha! Qin Zian, now you understand my power, don't you? Sun Tianming could not suppress his laughter. Su Lin raised an eyebrow, surprised that the son of a mere manager from the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce dared to be so arrogant. Yet, before she could take action to teach him a lesson, Feng Jun abruptly shifted his tone. Of course, aside from that, there might still be a glimmer of hope. With a hint of amusement on his face and an unmistakable fire in his eyes, he continued, Miss Qin, I see you possess some charm. If you could make my evening enjoyable, not only would I refrain from blacklisting the Qin Group, but I would also be willing to invest. Miss Qin is undoubtedly a clever individual. I trust you understand what choice to make, correct? Qin Zian's expression turned cold, realizing that Feng Jun's true intentions were of this nature. Sun Tianming was even more bewildered. Young Master Feng, didn't we agree beforehand that Qin Zian would be for my enjoyment, and in return, I would introduce you to some fresh models? Slap. Feng Jun delivered a resounding slap. Do you think I am a fool? What mere models could possibly compare to her? I want her. You can find your own models. Sun Tianming clutched his face, feeling an immense sense of humiliation, yet he dared not utter a word against Feng Jun's authority. Impatient, Feng Jun turned to Qin Zian, urging, Miss Qin, have you given my proposition any thought? Young Master Feng, I cannot agree to your terms. Qin Zian resolutely shook her head. Feng Jun's expression darkened immediately. Very well, that is your choice. Starting tomorrow, the Zixin Group will be blacklisted. I hope you do not come to regret this decision. Qin Zian was not a weak individual. After being threatened repeatedly by Feng Jun, she felt a surge of anger. Just as she was about to speak, Su Lin stepped out, lazily surveying Feng Jun. Are you quite impressive in the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce? Feng Jun shot a sidelong glance at Su Lin. My father is the manager of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce in Jiang City. His position only second to the president. What do you think? A sharp sound echoed through the air. Su Lin delivered a resounding slap across Feng Jun's face with a contemptuous sneer. The son of some petty official. How dare you put on airs before me? How utterly preposterous. Smack. Su Lin struck again with a resounding slap, declaring, I am precisely targeting you. If you are dissatisfied, then endure it. Furiously, Feng Jun lost all composure, shouting, you better wait. Kid, by offending the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, there will be no one to save you today. Such grandiose claims. One might mistakenly believe you are the president of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. By the way, your father oversees matters for the Golden Dragon Chamber. Does he not? Do you believe that with a single phone call, your father would have you kneeling before me, pleading for my forgiveness?
Su Lin disregarded Feng Jun entirely.
You, young man, should choose your words wisely. What makes you think you possess the authority to compel my father in such a manner? Feng Jun was utterly unconvinced. Do you truly believe you hold any significance, akin to the president of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce? I scoff at that. Sun Tianming also unleashed his fury upon Su Lin. Doubt it, do you? Then just wait and see. Su Lin, uninterested in idle chatter, dialed Zhou Wanhao's number.
Moments later.
The call connected. Mr. Su, what can I do for you? Came Zhou Wanhao's respectful voice. Zhou Wanhao, is there a son of a manager from the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce in Jiang City named Feng Jun? He had the audacity to show off in front of me. What do you suggest I do about this? Su Lin inquired casually. Is it truly the case? Zhou Wanhao was taken aback and quickly responded. Mr. Su, please hand him the phone. I shall have him apologize to you immediately.
Su Lin implied.
Your identity is rather inappropriate. When a son errs, should it not be the father's duty to educate him? Zhou Wanhao instantly grasped Su Lin's meaning. As long as you understand, proceed as you see fit. After Su Lin finished speaking, he hung up the phone abruptly. Zhou Wanhao, not daring to exhibit even the slightest negligence, hastily retrieved his phone and dialed a number. The moment the call connected, Zhou Wanhao erupted in a torrent of curses. Feng Jingshan, how dare you? Do you have any idea whom your son has offended? If you fail to handle this matter appropriately today, I swear I will flay both you and your son alive. Meanwhile, Feng Jun remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama. Upon witnessing Su Lin hang up, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Kid, it seems you possess some knowledge about our Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, recognizing the name of the president. However, your acting skills are woefully inadequate. How could someone of your standing possibly have his number? Moreover, it appeared you were attempting to command him just now? The status of our president is such that not even the 4 great families would dare. Before he could finish his thought, Feng Jun's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he was astonished to see that it was a call from his father, Feng Jingshan. What the?
Feng Yun gasped, instinctively glancing at SU Lineal.
Could it be that this kid truly knows the president of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce? Yet, upon reflecting on Su Lin's age and attire, he dismissed the notion. It must be a coincidence. Certainly just a coincidence. Steadying himself, Feng Jun answered the call. But before he could utter a word, a barrage of curses erupted from the other end. Feng Jun, what on earth have you done? The president just called me, saying you've offended a major figure. If you cannot obtain his forgiveness, we are both finished. You must immediately kneel and apologize to this individual, or I swear I will personally end your life. Holding the phone, Feng Jun couldn't help but tremble. At that moment, even he, despite his previous ignorance, began to grasp a chilling reality. Su Lin is indeed a person of great stature, capable of wielding authority over the president of the Jiang City Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. In the presence of such a figure, one feels utterly insignificant. Sun Tianming noticed Feng Jun's tremors and couldn't help but chuckle, casting a knowing glance at Su Lin. Young man, your fate is sealed. Do you see how Mr. Feng's body is shaking? This is a manifestation of his extreme fury. Those who provoke him rarely meet a good end. Given how you toyed with him, it would be a light punishment if you were to have your limbs broken. Fool. Su Lin offered a succinct appraisal of Sun Tianming. Observing Su Lin's audacity even in such dire circumstances, Sun Tianming couldn't resist nudging Feng Jun. Mr. Feng, this brat shows you such blatant disrespect. What are you waiting for? Have him eliminated at once. Get lost. Feng Jun retaliated, sending Sun Tianming flying with a swift kick. After all, if it weren't for him, how could Feng Jun have incurred Su Lin's ire? However, now was not the time for settling scores. Feng Jun abruptly knelt before Su Lin, exclaiming, Esteemed sir, I acknowledge my mistakes. I beseech you, grant me your forgiveness. Su Lin gazed at Feng Jun, who knelt before him, and gently patted his face. Why have you knelt so quickly? It truly lacks excitement. I much prefer your earlier defiance. Chapter 51. That woman doesn't seem to be a good person. Mr. Su, I was foolish before. I beg you to spare me this once. I assure you I shall never dare to repeat my mistakes. Feng Jun pleaded, his face a portrait of desperation, on the verge of tears. The arrogance he once displayed had vanished entirely. While I may consider sparing you, it ultimately hinges upon whether you can handle matters to my satisfaction. Su Lin cast a pointed glance at Sun Tianming. Feng Jun instantly understood, and began to berate Sun Tianming vehemently. Sun Tianming, how dare you use me to target Mr. Su? I will not let you off easily. Prepare for your family's bankruptcy. Young Master Feng, you cannot do this. Sun Tianming exclaimed, panic-stricken, never having anticipated that matters would unfold in such a manner. Yet, Feng Jun would not relent. He immediately made a phone call. Within 5 minutes, Sun Tianming's phone rang. It was a call from his father. With trembling hands, Sun Tianming answered. But before he could utter a word, an enraged voice erupted from the other end. You ungrateful wretch, how could you offend the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce? My business has been entirely sabotaged by them. Just wait. I will surely end your life today. With a thud, Sun Tianming's phone slipped from his grasp, and he collapsed helplessly to the ground. From that moment forth, his fate was sealed. Mr. Su, are you satisfied with this outcome? Feng Jun inquired with a sycophantic expression directed at Su Lin. I recall you mentioning an intention to invest in the Zixin Group, correct?
Su Lin casually inquired.
Feng Jun was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, Indeed, investment. It is imperative to invest. Whether it is 100 million or 1 billion, Mr. Su, with just a word from you, I shall have the funds transferred immediately. Su Lin shook his head. Investing involves the funds of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, which is of no concern to you. Since you hold such high regard for Zixin Group, why not contribute 10 billion yourself? Note that it is a contribution, not an investment.
Feng Yunes kondenangse dockend.
To be asked to part with his own money, and as a contribution no less, felt akin to giving away 10 billion to Zixin Group without return. Despite his father being an official of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, such a colossal sum would still sting considerably. It appears you are quite reluctant. If that is the case, I shall have another discussion with Zhou Wanhao. Su Lin observed Feng Jun's hesitation and promptly took out his phone. I am willing. I am willing.
Feng Yun hastily acquiesced.
Since you are willing, let us proceed with the transfer. The funds may require a moment. 10 billion is no trifling sum, and I must secure my father's consent before proceeding, Feng Jun explained, a hint of unease in his voice. Such a hassle. Very well, I shall grant you 10 minutes. Should the transfer fail to materialize, the consequences shall be yours to bear. Su Lin expressed his impatience. Feng Jun, not daring to delay, promptly called his father. To his astonishment, upon hearing the request for 10 billion, his father did not hesitate in the slightest and readily agreed. After a swift operation, within less than 5 minutes, the 10 billion had been transferred to Qin Xian's account. Mr. Su, the money has been transferred by my father. May I leave now?
Feng Yun inquired cautiously.
Miss Qin, have you received the funds? Su Lin turned to Qin Xian for confirmation. It had already arrived. Qin Xian nodded, her expression somewhat dazed. You may proceed to climb. Su Lin waved his hand at Feng Jun. Feng Jun finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly crawled away. As for Sun Tianming, Qin Xian summoned the security personnel and had him forcibly removed. Su Lin shrugged dismissively. You needn't concern yourself with that. I've assisted you once more. How do you intend to express your gratitude? How to show my gratitude? Qin Xian pondered for a few moments before suddenly leaning in, her crimson lips firmly pressed against his cheek. A crisp sound resonated through the air. Su Lin's cheek bore a distinct imprint of a kiss. Qin Xian chuckled softly and inquired, Is this not my first kiss? A gesture of gratitude towards you? Su Lin felt a surge of annoyance. It was evident that you were taking advantage of him. If this was permissible, would it not mean that, in the future, when seeking assistance from beautiful women, he could freely kiss them? Qin Xian sensed something amiss in Su Lin's words, yet she could not pinpoint what exactly was wrong. After pondering for a considerable time, Qin Xian could only concede, saying, Then please tell me what you wish me to do. Su Lin pondered for a moment. You have nothing of value to offer me. Just a meal would suffice, as I am quite hungry. Is it merely a meal? Regardless of your request, I shall acquiesce. Qin Xian licked her crimson lips. Perhaps it would be best to refrain. I fear that someone may intrude. Su Lin reflected on the earlier events, shaking his head. Very well then. Qin Xian chose not to elaborate further and departed the company with Su Lin.
Concurrently, Feng Yun,
having exited the Zixin Group, dialed his father's number. Dad, that person has already forgiven me. Upon hearing this, a sigh of relief was audible on the other end, followed by Feng Jingshan's cold voice. No matter what, being forgiven is sufficient. If you ever create such a situation again, consider yourself as if you are no longer my son. Dad, who exactly is that person? Is it possible that even the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce cannot afford to offend him? Feng Jun could not refrain from inquiring. Feng Jingshan fell silent for a few seconds before replying in a grave tone. This is a question I also posed to the president. Do you know what he said? The entire Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce belongs to that individual. What do you possess to offend him? Do you now comprehend? Feng Jun's mouth fell agape, utterly astonished. rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Qin Zian fulfilled her promise and treated Su Lin to lunch. Miss Qin, the meal is finished. I shall take my leave now. After finishing his meal, Su Lin wiped his mouth and prepared to leave. Why are you in such a hurry to go? Am I truly that unpleasant? Qin Zian gazed at Su Lin with a look of deep sorrow. There's nothing in particular, so of course I must depart. I cannot possibly linger here by your side indefinitely. Can I? Su Lin shrugged nonchalantly. Who said it's nothing? Qin Zian's mind raced, and she suddenly seized Su Lin's shoulder. I'm attending a soiree tonight, and I happen to be without a male companion. You shall accompany me. This doesn't seem to concern me, does it? Su Lin was somewhat reluctant. I don't care. If you don't accompany me, I won't let you go. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Qin Zian resolutely began to act stubbornly. Very well, just this once. With a sense of resignation, Su Lin acquiesced to Qin Zian's relentless persistence, feeling quite powerless against her tenacious nature. Having resolved to attend the soiree, Qin Zian chose not to return to work that afternoon, instead guiding Su Lin through the bustling streets. The entire afternoon was spent perusing countless boutiques as Qin Zian meticulously selected an outfit for the evening's event. Each time she tried on a dress that caught her eye, she would solicit Su Lin's opinion, allowing him to indulge in the visual feast. It was not until dusk that Qin Zian finally settled on a regal purple gown, which, while exuding an air of sophistication and elegance, avoided any semblance of gaudiness, bestowing upon her an aristocratic allure. While en route to the banquet, Qin Zian took the initiative to inquire, Su Lin, do you know why I chose this particular gown? Why? Su Lin subconsciously inquired, to which Qin Zian responded with a slight curve of her crimson lips. This gown is rather modest. Aside from you, I prefer not to reveal my figure to anyone else. I have also purchased other garments, and if you desire, I can don them exclusively for you when you visit my home. Su Lin nodded readily. Sure, but this seems rather trivial. Is there something particularly special about it? What do you mean by special? Qin Zian responded with a puzzled expression. You know, like the blood droplet, the fishing net, or the opening of a file. Things of that nature. Su Lin explained with utmost seriousness, causing Qin Zian to fall silent at once. A faint blush appeared on her delicate face. Although she spoke boldly, there were limits to her audacity, which had yet to reach the extent of what Su Lin was suggesting. Su Lin gazed at Qin Zian's expression and feigned confusion, saying, Miss Qin, why have you fallen silent? Qin Zian cleared her throat twice and deftly shifted the subject. In the future, do refrain from addressing me as Miss Qin. You may call Bingyu wife. So surely it is acceptable to refer to me simply as Zian? Su Lin nodded in agreement. Of course, that is quite feasible. Approximately half an hour later, Qin Zian's vehicle came to a halt in front of a villa. Beside it, an array of luxury cars was parked, clearly indicating that the attendees were either affluent or distinguished individuals. It appeared that this evening's gathering would attract a considerable number of guests. Su Lin surveyed his surroundings with keen interest. Indeed, this soiree was hosted by the young master of the Yuan family, one of the 4 prominent clans, and many notable figures from the Jiang city were expected to attend. Qin Zian began to elucidate this to Su Lin. Subsequently, the two of them entered the grand hall of the villa. At that moment, a considerable number of guests had already arrived, each adorned in splendid attire, mingling in various small circles engaged in conversation. Mr. Su, I see you have also come. A familiar voice suddenly resonated. Su Lin turned his gaze and beheld a figure clad in crimson, a red rose gracefully approaching him, a glass of red wine in hand, her swaying silhouette captivating the attention of countless admirers. Su Lin merely nodded upon seeing the red rose, acknowledging her presence with a subtle gesture. Mr. Su, if I am not mistaken, the young lady beside you is the one who accompanied you to my club for drinks last time. What is the nature of your relationship? The red rose scrutinized Qin Zian with a hint of intrigue. Qin Zian wrapped her arms around Su Lin's, pressing her body closely against him, and remarked, There is no need for further elaboration regarding our relationship. Is there? I see. The red rose replied with a smile and a nod. Is there something you wish to discuss? Red rose? Su Lin casually inquired. Is everything all right? Oh, it's nothing. I merely came to extend my greetings. I won't disturb you any longer, Mr. Su. The red rose replied with a faint smile before turning to walk inside. Qin Zian observed her retreating figure and scoffed. Su Lin, you must exercise caution in the future. I sense that woman is far from benevolent. Chapter 52. A heroic rescue? How can she appear anything but virtuous? Su Lin regarded Qin Zian with a hint of perplexity. Did you not notice her alluring demeanor directed at you? It is quite evident that she is attempting to entice you. Qin Zian retorted with a degree of annoyance. Isn't this rather commonplace? Are you not guilty of the same? Su Lin looked at Qin Zian with a peculiar expression. It's different. My love for you is genuine, while her intentions are clearly impure. You must not be deceived by her. Qin Zian admonished with a grave demeanor. Su Lin curled his lips in disdain. Despite Qin Zian's lofty proclamations of righteousness, it was clear she was merely fearful of being usurped by the red rose. As the banquet unfolded, several gentlemen took note of Qin Zian, unable to resist the temptation to engage her in conversation. Su Lin, did you see that? This so-called red rose is nothing but a social butterfly. You must keep your distance from her. Qin Zian seized the moment to sow discord. She is trapped in this situation, you know. Su Lin was completely unimpressed by her antics. Qin Zian furrowed her brow, about to retort, when a sudden chorus of exclamations erupted. Is that young Master Yuan? How incredibly handsome. Needless to say, young Master Yuan hails from the esteemed Yuan family. He is undoubtedly distinguished. To be invited to a soiree hosted by young Master Yuan is an immense honor for us. Listening to this flurry of flattery, both Su Lin and Qin Zian turned their gazes in that direction. A young man descended from the second floor of the villa, appearing to be around 24 or 25 years of age, clad in a tailored suit that exuded an air of elegance and courtesy. Who is this person?
Su Lin mused.
He seems quite ordinary, not even as handsome as I am. Do these people truly find him worthy of such adulation? Su Lin could not help but shake his head. Could it be the same? This individual was none other than Yuan Xiaohua, the scion of the Yuan family. Naturally, they had to engage in some polite conversation. Qin Zian offered a brief explanation. At that moment, Yuan Xiaohua had already descended to the first floor, his voice resonating with enthusiasm. I express my gratitude to all of you for gracing my event with your presence today. Please do not mind me. Enjoy yourselves to the fullest. Upon his utterance, a chorus of flattery arose from the surrounding guests. Yuan Xiaohua paid no heed, merely smiling as his gaze swept across the gathering. As the heir of the Yuan family, he relished hosting such soirees. His intentions were straightforward: to pursue beauty. Each of these gatherings attracted an array of exquisite women he had never encountered before. These individuals were his quarry. Suddenly, Yuan Xiaohua's gaze fixated on Qin Zian, his eyes gradually igniting with fervor. A gem, truly a remarkable gem. Despite his encounters with numerous women, this was the first time he beheld such an extraordinary beauty. He swallowed hard and strode toward her, eager to claim this woman for himself. Hey, it seems that Master Yuan is approaching us. Do you know her?
Su Lin gently nudged Zian.
Unfamiliar with his intentions, Qin Zian grew vigilant. Miss, I perceive a certain affinity between us. Might you accompany me upstairs for a couple of drinks? Yuan Xiaohua approached Qin Zian, presenting himself as a gentleman with an invitation. The onlookers cast envious glances, well aware that Yuan Xiaohua had taken a liking to her. This was an opportunity to connect with the Yuan family, a chance that some could only dream of. Apologies, Mr. Yuan, but I already have a partner. Perhaps you should seek someone else. Qin Zian rejected without a moment's hesitation. The crowd was immediately taken aback. This was an invitation from Mr. Yuan. Regardless of her true feelings, it was unthinkable to refuse such an offer in front of so many witnesses. Such an action was a blatant disregard for Yuan Xiaohua's prestige. Indeed, the smile on Yuan Xiaohua's face vanished, his tone turning somber. Miss, I, Yuan Xiaohua, a scion of the Yuan family, request your company upstairs for a drink. Are you certain you wish to decline? Absolutely, and even if I were to agree, my boyfriend would never permit it, Qin Zian affirmed, leaning against Su Lin. Observing their intimate demeanor, Yuan Xiaohua's expression darkened further, his gaze icy as he addressed Su Lin. You there, I intend to take this woman upstairs. Do you have any objections? Su Lin's demeanor towards Yuan Xiaohua was far from pleasant as he held Qin Zian even tighter. She is my woman. What right do you have to take her away? Who do you think you are? The surrounding onlookers were rendered speechless, astonished that anyone would dare speak to Yuan Xiaohua in such a manner in this setting. Was he courting death? You dare to speak to me like that? Do you have any idea of the Yuan family's influence in Jiang City? Yuan Xiaohua's voice carried a hint of menace. No matter how formidable the Yuan family may be, in my eyes, they remain inconsequential. And you lack the standing to act so arrogantly before me. Su Lin showed no regard for Yuan Xiaohua whatsoever. Well, you are quite something. Yuan Xiaohua chuckled in rage. After so many years in Jiang City, it was his first encounter with such a blind fool. If he did not eliminate this person today, how could the Yuan family maintain their intimidation over others? Young Master Yuan, do not be so enraged. Just as Yuan Xiaohua was about to summon his men to take action, a figure suddenly approached with brisk strides. It is you? Su Lin was somewhat taken aback, for the individual before him was none other than Feng Jun, whom he had reprimanded earlier that day at the Zixin group. Greetings, Mr. Su, Feng Jun said with a respectful smile. He then turned to Yuan Xiaohua and clasped his fists, saying, Young Master Yuan, this Mr. Su is a friend of mine. Would it be possible to let this matter slide for my sake? Are you intending to advocate for him? Yuan Xiaohua's brow furrowed. Advocating would be an exaggeration. However, this Mr. Su holds considerable significance to the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce in Jiang City. Thus, I kindly request that you extend me this favor, Feng Jun explained, maintaining a composed demeanor. Yuan Xiaohua's expression shifted subtly. The Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce had an extensive presence throughout Longxia and was as wealthy as a nation. Even the Yuan family, one of the four great clans, would hesitate to provoke them lightly. Very well, for the sake of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, I shall let this matter go, but consider this a one-time concession. Yuan Xiaohua relented, albeit begrudgingly, adding a sharp remark for the sake of his pride. Thank you, young Master Yuan, Feng Jun replied with a slight smile, offering him an opportunity to save face. Yuan Xiaohua chose not to pursue the matter further and turned to seek other prospects. Mr. Su, are you unscathed? Are you well acquainted with that Yuan Xiaohua? Su Lin unexpectedly asked. Not familiar. Not familiar at all. We can at most be regarded as acquaintances. Today, I merely came to this soiree with other friends and happened to encounter the recent incident, which is why I stepped forward.
Feng Yun hastily clarified.
Fearful that Su Lin might misinterpret the situation, Su Lin nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, Qin Zian unexpectedly nudged Su Lin, gesturing for him to glance in another direction. It appeared that the Red Rose was about to encounter some trouble. Su Lin glanced over and noticed that Yuan Xiaohua, who had just left, had already approached the Red Rose. This was to be expected, as apart from Qin Zian, the most captivating presence at the event was indeed the Red Rose. After the recent incident, Yuan Xiaohua was engulfed in a simmering rage. His demeanor towards the Red Rose was devoid of any gentleness as he coldly inquired, Miss, I would like to invite you upstairs for a drink. Surely, you would not dare to decline my invitation? The Red Rose, aware of the precariousness of her situation, offered an apologetic smile and replied, I would never dream of refusing young Master Yuan's invitation, but I must confess that I am somewhat indisposed today. Might we perhaps reschedule? Before she could finish her sentence, Yuan Xiaohua struck her sharply across the face, exclaiming, Damn it, I extend an invitation to you as a courtesy, and you think you can refuse? Do you truly believe I have no temper left? Onlookers exchanged glances, fully aware that Yuan Xiaohua was unleashing his pent-up frustration, and they feared incurring his wrath. Su Lin, witnessing such an unjust act against her, could you not consider intervening as a hero to save the damsel in distress? Qin Zian, relishing the unfolding drama, mused, This has nothing to do with me. Why should I intervene? Su Lin exhibited no intention of offering assistance. At that moment, Hong Meigui regained her composure, touched her cheek, and her expression turned cold. Young Master Yuan, you are being rather excessive, wouldn't you agree? Excessive? This is my territory. I invited you to the second floor out of respect. If you dare to be ungrateful, do you believe I won't have someone strip you bare right here? Yuan Xiaohua's arrogance reached its peak. Young Master Yuan, I acknowledge your prowess, but no one can coerce me into doing something I refuse. Release me now, and we shall consider the earlier incident settled. I will not pursue it further. Unfazed, Hong Meigui coldly stated this before turning to leave. Someone, stop her. No one leaves here without my command today, Yuan Xiaohua bellowed angrily. Instantly, bodyguards hidden around the vicinity emerged, blocking the villa's entrance. Yuan Xiaohua stepped forward, coldly gazing at Hong Meigui. In Jiang City, any woman I, Yuan Xiaohua, desire will ultimately belong to me without exception. Therefore, I present you with two choices. First, obediently accompany me upstairs and serve me like a dog. Second, I will strip you of your garments and expose your disgrace to all. The opportunity has been offered. How you choose is entirely up to you. Upon the completion of his words, the eyes of everyone present turned towards Hong Meigui. Most believed she would surely capitulate, as this appeared to be the most prudent choice. However, Hong Meigui made no choice at all, instead calling out coldly, Tianbo, I am here. A figure emerged from the crowd at the banquet. It was Tianbo, the one who had previously attempted to test Su Lin by delivering an aged ginseng and had been sent flying instead. Make your move.
Hong Meigui coldly uttered.
Without hesitation, Tianbo charged towards the bodyguards at the entrance. Seeking death, Yuan Xiaohua had not anticipated that Hong Meigui would dare to confront him directly, and his expression turned to one of disdain. The onlookers similarly shook their heads, believing Hong Meigui was somewhat ungrateful. Yet, this thought lasted only seconds before their expressions froze in shock, their pupils widening in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. With all eyes fixed in astonishment, Tianbo executed his moves rapidly. In less than 5 seconds, he dispatched the bodyguards at the entrance. The bystanders were dumbfounded, never imagining Tianbo could be so formidable. Tianbo, let's go, Hong Meigui stated calmly, preparing to leave. Just then, Yuan Xiaohua, regaining his composure, suddenly laughed. No wonder you have such confidence. You have a martial artist by your side. Yet, you underestimate the Yuan family. We have plenty of martial artists. With a clap of his hands, 2 middle-aged men emerged from the crowd, exuding an invisible aura that instilled an unspoken pressure on those nearby. Upon seeing them, Tianbo's expression changed. He lowered his voice to Hong Meigui. Miss, you should leave. I will handle this. If we are to leave, we leave together. I will not abandon you.
Hong Meigui firmly replié.
Yuan Xiaohua, no longer wishing to waste time, coldly commanded. Make your move. Let this old fool understand what a true martial artist is. Understood. The 2 middle-aged men responded, their bodies shooting forth in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they were before Tianbo. Boom! 2 fists struck simultaneously, causing the air to explode with a deafening sound. Tianbo's expression changed dramatically as he could only retaliate. However, he was no match for the 2, and upon impact, his body was sent flying. Before Tianbo's form could even hit the ground, one of the middle-aged men swiftly moved behind him and delivered a severe kick. Instantly, Tianbo was propelled towards the other middle-aged man. A cold smile appeared on the latter's face as he raised his right leg high, preparing to strike down as Tianbo approached. Boom! Tianbo's body slammed into the ground, and he spat a mouthful of blood. The middle-aged man did not relent, viciously stepping on Tianbo's head.
Tianbo.
Hong Meigui's face was filled with concern as she attempted to check on his condition. Miss, it seems our business is not yet resolved. Yuan Xiaohua sneered, obstructing her path. Hong Meigui gritted her teeth. Release Tianbo, and I will agree to your previous terms. Wanting to agree now? It's too late. The previous terms are null and void. However, if you wish for that old fool to survive, it is not impossible. I have but one condition. You must obediently comply with my every command henceforth. Yuan Xiaohua gazed at Hong Meigui with amusement. So, what will it be? Taking a deep breath, Hong Meigui asked. What do you want me to do? Yuan Xiaohua grinned. Quite simple. I want you to remove your clothes, piece by piece, in front of everyone. What did you say? Anger filled Hong Meigui's beautiful eyes. Meanwhile, many onlookers' gazes turned heated. Who wouldn't want to see the true form of such a stunning beauty? Yuan Xiaohua was displeased with Hong Meigui's reaction. Shaking his head, It seems you are unwilling. In that case, I shall give this old fool a lesson." Upon saying this, the middle-aged man standing on Tian Boa's head let out a sinister laugh, his toes beginning to spin mercilessly. The intense pain surged through Tian Bo, eliciting a pained scream. Hong Meigua's face turned pale, engulfed in despair. Suddenly, she thought of someone, her gaze scanning the crowd until it landed on Su Lin, revealing a pleading expression. "Su Lin, will you not intervene to save her?" Qin Zian noticed Hong Meigua's eyes and could no longer bear to watch. As a woman herself, she understood how desperate Hong Meigua felt at that moment. Yet, Su Lin remained unmoved. "I am not so noble. She wishes for my help yet does not even utter a word of request. Why should I intervene? Solely based on her beauty?" Qin Zian pondered for a moment, acknowledging the validity of Su Lin's point, and thus refrained from further comment. "Hong Meigua, have you made your decision? If this drags on, that old fool may truly lose his life." Yuan Xiaohua grew impatient. Suddenly, Hong Meigua dropped to her knees. Witnessing this, everyone assumed she was about to beg Yuan Xiaohua for mercy. Yuan Xiaohua sneered. "What? Are you attempting to plead for your life?" However, Hong Meigua ignored him, instead looking directly at Su Lin. "Mr. Su, I know you are not an ordinary person. I implore you to lend me your aid just this once." Su Lin remained unmoved, remarking, "This matter seems to have no bearing on me. Does it?" The red rose bit her lip, as if resolutely making up her mind. "Mr. Su, as long as you are willing to assist me, I, Red Rose, shall be yours from this moment forth. I will do whatever you ask." Witnessing Red Rose seeking help from Su Lin with such unwavering faith, all eyes inevitably turned towards him. Yuan Xiaohua's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Red Rose would have any connection to Su Lin. Reflecting on the earlier events, Yuan Xiaohua could not help but threaten Su Lin, saying, "You, young man, were spared my wrath earlier for the sake of young Master Feng. If you know what is good for you, it would be best not to meddle in this affair, or I shall ensure you regret it. Is that so?" Su Lin could not help but chuckle as he slowly approached. "I had yet to decide whether to intervene, but since you have dared to threaten me, I shall take charge of this matter today." Seeking demise, Yuan Xiaohua was thoroughly consumed by murderous intent. "Young Master Yuan, please remain calm." Feng Jun attempted to mediate further. However, he was coldly interrupted by Yuan Xiaohua. "Feng Jun, I have already shown you courtesy, but this brat has repeatedly slapped my face. Today he is doomed. Not even Jesus could save him, mark my words." As he spoke, Yuan Xiaohua turned his gaze towards the Red Rose, sneering, "You believe this man can rescue you? Ha! Soon you shall realize that he cannot save you, nor can he save himself." In conclusion, Yuan Xiaohua signaled to the two middle-aged men and bellowed, "Attack!" With a swish, the two men charged towards Su Lin like vengeful specters. Yuan Xiaohua appeared utterly confident in his victory, taunting, "You need not worry, young man. Once you are gone, that woman by your side will be mine as well. The mere thought of being attended by two exquisite beauties excites me. You must be a fool. I have yet to make my move, and already you are lost in delusions." Su Lin could not contain his expletive. Then, as he gazed at the two middle-aged men rushing towards him, he took a sudden step forward, his hands darting out with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the two men, who appeared overwhelmingly formidable to outsiders, found themselves effortlessly seized by Su Lin's grip around their throats. With a crack of bone, he exerted a gentle pressure, shattering their necks. Their legs kicked out, and they breathed their last. How is this even possible?" Yuan Xiaohua exclaimed in shock, his face a canvas of disbelief. It is worth noting that these two middle-aged men were genuine practitioners of the fifth layer of postnatal cultivation. In the entire Jiang city, they were indeed formidable figures. Yet now they had been dispatched in an instant. What kind of terrifying power could accomplish such a feat? Not only Yuan Xiaohua, but the onlookers around were also awestruck by Su Lin's prowess, their mouths agape in astonishment. "Do you have anything more to say?" Su Lin appeared to have performed a trivial act, casually discarding the bodies of the two individuals onto the ground before striding towards Yuan Xiaohua. What do you intend to do?" Yuan Xiaohua instinctively took a step back. "It is nothing. I simply detest being threatened by others, which is why I am prepared to end your life." Su Lin nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders. Yuan Xiaohua, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke, responded with a bitter laugh. Do you dare to kill me? I am the scion of the Yuan family. If I were to perish, the Yuan family would spare no effort in seeking vengeance. To be precise, even if you merely laid a finger upon me, the Yuan family would never let you off easily. Su Lin feigned surprise. Is your Yuan family truly that formidable? Yuan Xiaohua, believing Su Lin was intimidated, revealed a hint of smugness. However, before he could finish his sentence, Su Lin delivered a resounding slap to his face. Instantly, Yuan Xiaohua's body spun through the air and crashed violently onto the ground. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were taken aback, their eyelids twitching with disbelief. They even questioned whether Su Lin had lost his senses. After all, this was the scion of the Yuan family. To strike him was akin to delivering a slap to the entire Yuan family's visage. Who in the entire Jiang city could withstand the wrath of the Yuan family? Yuan Xiaohua lay on the ground, dazed for a considerable time before finally regaining his composure. Clutching half of his face, he roared with a sinister intensity. You dare to strike me? You truly dare to strike me? Just wait, the Yuan family will not let this go. I will have you groveling before me like a dog, begging for mercy. Su Lin strode over and placed his foot upon the man's head, declaring, What are you barking like a dog for? If the Yuan family is truly that formidable, then summon the courage to end my life right now. This was the first time Yuan Xiaohua had ever endured such humiliation. His gaze fixated on Su Lin, he maniacally repeated, You're finished, kid, utterly finished. Today, no one can save you. Such empty threats, Su Lin retorted. Allow me to escort you on your final journey. Su Lin had grown weary of the threats, gradually exerting force beneath his feet, preparing to eliminate Yuan Xiaohua. Yuan Xiaohua's face contorted in agony as he felt the mounting pressure on his skull, which began to emit a distressing creaking sound under the strain. The imminent threat of death sent Yuan Xiaohua into a complete panic. He could no longer consider anything else and, in tears, pleaded for mercy. No. Please don't kill me. I beg you, I do not wish to die, truly, I do not wish to die. Su Lin, with a hint of disappointment, pouted and remarked, You spoke so confidently just now. I had thought you were a tough nut to crack. I never anticipated you would turn out to be so feeble. However, your plea for mercy comes rather too late. Remember to be more cautious in your next life. With a resounding thud, as Su Lin's final words echoed, Yuan Xiaohua's head exploded.
Chapter 54, Mutuelle Destruction.
Yuan Xiaohua is dead. At the scene of the event, nearly everyone stared in disbelief. No one could have anticipated that Su Lin would truly dare to kill Yuan Xiaohua. Even Qin Zian stood there, her lips agape in shock, profoundly affected by Su Lin's actions, unlike anyone else present. Su Lin, as if having slain a stray dog by the roadside, carelessly kicked Yuan Xiaohua's lifeless body aside and turned to face the Red Rose. From this moment forth, you belong to me. I understand, and I am grateful for your rescue. My lord, the Red Rose replied, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions as she nodded. Do you have any further matters to attend to? If not, I shall take my leave. Su Lin turned to Qin Zian and inquired, Is everything all right? After the two departed, the entire hall erupted into chaos. Everyone was acutely aware that turmoil was imminent in the city. With Yuan Xiaohua's demise, the Yuan family would undoubtedly retaliate with unrestrained ferocity. Feng Jun gazed at the headless corpse of Yuan Xiaohua, unable to suppress a gulp, and took out his phone to call his father. Dad, we're in serious trouble. Su Lin, you have killed Yuan Xiaohua. What are your plans moving forward? Leaving the gala, Qin Zian curiously looked at Su Lin and asked, What are you going to do? Su Lin did not quite comprehend her meaning. Regarding the Yuan family, are you not afraid of their retaliation? Qin Zian inquired, her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Lin. What is there to fear? If they dare to seek revenge, we shall simply eliminate them all. Su Lin appeared to be at ease, as if unfazed by the world. Very well then, Qin Zian chose to remain silent. Su Lin glanced at the time and, having no desire to linger further with Qin Zian, took his leave. This man is becoming increasingly intriguing, Qin Zian mused, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance as she watched Su Lin's retreating figure. possessing unparalleled medical and martial prowess, as well as control over the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. It is likely that few of the young scions of the great families in Longdu could rival him. More crucially, Su Lin's impulsive nature, his readiness to kill at a whim, aligns perfectly with her tastes. Clenching her fist, she resolved to take action. At the same time, in Jiang City, at the headquarters of the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce, Baka, the people of Longxia have become increasingly arrogant, daring to slay our Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce members. This is utterly intolerable. A middle-aged man slammed his fist heavily onto the table. This man was none other than the president of the Jiang City Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce, Saito Haruka. President, the Ministry of Defense has stated they will take over the investigation of the murderer. Should we wait for their news? A subordinate respectfully inquired. Saito Haruka scoffed disdainfully. Are you a fool? Do you honestly believe the words of the Longxia people? Their assurances are merely a ploy to placate our Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce and dissuade us from pursuing the culprit. Pausing for a moment, Saito Haruka made a decisive declaration. Kato, take a few chunin with you and investigate the murderer responsible for the death of Inoue Hyoko and his family. Inform me at once if you uncover any leads. The death of one Inoue Hyoko is of little consequence, but it represents a blow to our Eastern Japan's dignity. I will make Longxia understand that our esteemed Eastern Japanese people are not the sort that can be easily slain by their swine. Kato nodded in agreement. Hi. He then turned to leave, preparing to undertake the investigation. Saito Haruka, reflecting on the matter, couldn't help but shake his head in regret. The demise of an incompetent Inoue Hyoko is one thing, but the loss of his wife, Kiku Chuanmia, is truly lamentable. I shall never again savor her exquisite charms. Why are you still awake at this late hour?
Su Lin casually inquired.
Lin Feishuan remained silent, slowly rising to her feet. With her gaze fixed intently upon him, she took a step forward. What do you intend to do? If you take another step closer, I shall call for help.
Su Lin, startled,
covered his chest with both hands. Lin Feishuan paid no heed to this amusing character and approached Su Lin, leaning in close to inhale his scent. Su Lin felt somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend Lin Feishuan's intentions. At that moment, Lin Feishuan let out a chilling laugh and finally spoke. You bear the scent of a woman's perfume. Now confess, what have you truly been up to? Turned out that Lin Feishuan was in search of evidence all along.
Su Lin replied somewhat speechlessly.
I merely accompanied a friend to an evening gathering and happened to take a life. Accompanying a friend to a soiree and killing someone in the process? Can you utter a single truthful statement? Lin Feishuan retorted with a roll of her eyes. What I said is indeed the truth. Su Lin felt unjustly accused, a wave of grievance washing over him. Very well, let me inquire. Who is your friend, and who is the one that was slain? Lin Feishuan resolved to pursue the matter relentlessly. My friend is Qin Zian, and the deceased is Yuan Xiaohua. But tell me, why do you ask me so many questions? Seems we have little connection, do we not? Su Lin replied with a hint of impatience. Who said it doesn't matter? You frolic with other women every day. Naturally, I must look out for Sister Bingyu. Wait a moment, did you say the person you killed is Yuan Xiaohua? The Yuan family from the four great families? Lin Feishuan, halfway through her words, suddenly realized something and looked at Su Lin with an expression of disbelief. Indeed.
Su Lin nodded.
Surely you jest. The Yuan family is one of the four great clans. How could you possibly know Yuan Xiaohua, let alone have killed him? Lin Feishuan remained somewhat skeptical. It seems I have no obligation to explain myself to you. Su Lin was utterly exasperated. Lin Feishuan was simply a relentless cascade of inquiries. Wait, you cannot leave. You must clarify this matter. Lin Feishuan chased Su Lin into the room. Hey, what exactly do you intend to do? I wish to rest, so please exit immediately. Su Lin gazed at Lin Feishuan with evident displeasure. If you do not clarify, I shall not step outside. Lin Feishuan met his gaze with unwavering resolve. Oh, do as you wish. Su Lin nodded lightly, then removed his shirt, revealing an impressive set of 8 abdominal muscles and 2 well-defined yet modest pectorals, exuding an aura of masculinity. What are you doing? Lin Feishuan stammered. Of course, one must undress to sleep, and I prefer to slumber in the nude. Consider it a favor to you. Su Lin spoke as he began to remove his clothing. You scoundrel! Lin Feishuan's face flushed crimson. This is my room. Who is the real rogue here, watching me undress? Don't take advantage of me and then pretend to be innocent. Su Lin corrected him with utmost seriousness. Meanwhile, he was left with but a single garment which, rather than being a proper piece of clothing, was merely a thin fabric that revealed his imposing silhouette. Are you not leaving? I must continue. Su Lin gazed at Lin Feishuan, affirming his challenge. If you possess the courage, then continue. Lin Feishuan's face flushed crimson, as if it might drip with water. Yet, she harbored no intention of departing. She could not believe that Su Lin would truly dare to remove the final veil of modesty in her presence. Alas, you have triumphed. You feigned inquiries, yet your true aim was merely to covet my form. After safeguarding my virtue for so many days, I ultimately succumbed to you today. Su Lin let out a sigh and removed his final article of clothing. Lin Feishuan's eyes widened in astonishment. It was not, of course, for the sake of clarity. Rather, Su Lin's actions had completely surpassed her expectations. Most significantly, Lin Feishuan had not anticipated the extent of Su Lin's resources. Well, have you had your fill of the sight? Su Lin initially intended to frighten Lin Feishuan away, yet to his surprise, she remained fixedly gazing at him. At this moment, even he felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, one must maintain a semblance of dignity. Indeed, if this situation were to attract Xia Bingyu's attention, no amount of explanation would suffice. Su Lin, how dare you? Just wait. I shall not let you off so easily, Lin Feishuan exclaimed, covering her eyes, a mixture of shame and indignation washing over her. Su Lin couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. Clearly, you have taken advantage, yet you act as if you've suffered a tremendous loss. How about this? You can retaliate against me in kind, and we shall inflict mutual harm upon one another. Chapter 55. What else could it be but audacity? Rogue, who would want to engage in mutual harm with you? Lin Feishuan exclaimed, her teeth clenched in frustration. If that's the case, then there is no helping it. I need to rest now. You surely do not intend to join me, do you?
Su Lin Staifel Dayaun.
Just wait for me, you scoundrel. Lin Feishuan, thoroughly defeated by Su Lin's shamelessness, uttered a curse and swiftly exited. At last, she is gone. This woman truly is quite troublesome. Su Lin let out a sigh of relief as he finally donned his clothing. To deal with this woman, he felt he had sacrificed all semblance of charm. The moment he closed his eyes, the image of Su Lin's robust physique involuntarily surfaced in his mind. His well-defined pectorals, complemented by the enticing 8-pack abs, exuded a primal allure. The scars adorning his body only served to enhance the magnetic appeal of this man. More crucially, the most significant asset of a man was almost exaggeratedly abundant. As these thoughts consumed her, Lin Feishuan felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, her thighs instinctively clenching together. This is disastrous. Lin Feishuan, what on earth are you thinking? This is utterly scandalous. That insufferable Su Lin has made me feel sullied. She clutched her head, shaking it vigorously, desperate to banish the images from her mind. Yet, the more she fought it, the less control she had over herself. This night was destined to be sleepless. Meanwhile, the entire Yuan family was shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. In the courtyard, a middle-aged man gazed at the lifeless body of Yuan Xiaohua on the ground, his eyes gleaming with a crimson fury. The palpable aura of murderous intent surrounding him evoked a sense of being in a hellish realm. This man was none other than Yuan Xiaohua's father, Yuan Pengcheng, the current head of the Yuan family. Who could have slain my son? Suddenly, a woman rushed over, crying out. Upon seeing the body of Yuan Xiaohua, she descended into a frenzied rage, striking Yuan Pengcheng across the face. Yuan Pengcheng, what have you been doing? You couldn't even protect our son. Yuan Pengcheng's face darkened as he finally spoke. No amount of your tantrums will change the fact that our son is dead. Our priority now is to find the murderer and exact revenge. The woman was none other than Yuan Pengcheng's wife, Shun Meihua. After slapping Yuan Pengcheng, she gradually regained her composure. Who is the murderer? I have already dispatched people to investigate. We should receive news shortly. A cold glint flickered in Yuan Pengcheng's eyes. At that moment, an elderly man approached briskly, respectfully stating, "Master, we have discovered that the death of your son is related to the Red Rose Club in Jiang City. Initially, he had a conflict there, and then a young man intervened, ultimately killing your son. According to our findings, that man is named Su Lin. Furthermore, Su Lin is a formidable martial artist, easily dispatching 2 of your son's bodyguards, who were at the 5th level of postnatal training." Shen Meihua coldly commanded, "I do not care if he is a martial arts expert. He must pay with his life for killing my son." Yuan Pengsheng decisively declared, "Fu Bo, tomorrow, take all the family's experts and capture that Red Rose and Su Lin at all costs." Fu Bo nodded, about to respond, when Yuan Pengsheng's phone rang. On the verge of losing control due to the death of his son, he nearly hung up immediately. "President Zhou, what business do you have calling me?" The caller was Zhou Wanhao. "President Zhou, are you calling merely about this matter?" Yuan Pengsheng questioned, puzzled. He and Zhou Wanhao, from the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, had no significant collaboration. They were merely acquaintances. Why would he call to offer condolences? In truth, there is another matter. I am sure the Yuan family has already identified the killer of your son. To be frank, that Su Lin is affiliated with the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. I kindly ask the head of the Yuan family to spare him from retaliation. Zhou Wanhao finally revealed his purpose. "Head of the Yuan family, are you joking? If this were any other matter, perhaps I could overlook it, but this is a matter of my son's murder. You expect me to let it go?" Yuan Pengsheng struggled to suppress his fury. Zhou Wanhao sighed. "Head of the Yuan family, I understand your feelings, but I am powerless. Let me make this clear. Should the Zhou family retaliate, the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce will undoubtedly intervene." With that, the call ended abruptly. Yuan Pengsheng clenched his fists. Zhou Wanhao was clearly threatening the Yuan family. However, the Yuan family could not afford to provoke the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Pengsheng reluctantly instructed Fu Bo, "Fu Bo, do not act against Su Lin for the time being. Capture the Red Rose first." "Yuan Pengsheng, what do you mean? Are you truly going to let the murderer of our son go free?" Shun Meihua could not help but scream. "Do you think I wish to let him go?" The call I received was from the president of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, who threatened that if I moved against him, he would retaliate against the Shin family. What am I supposed to do? Yuan Pengsheng could no longer contain his anger, roaring loudly. Upon hearing the name of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, Shin Meihua immediately fell silent, afraid to utter another word. At the same time, inside the office of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, Zhou Wanhao hung up the phone and turned to the father-son duo, Feng Jingshan and Feng Jun. "I have handled this matter. You two may leave now." "President, that Mr. Su has killed the son of the Yuan family. Do you truly believe he will let this go so easily?" Feng Jingshan asked, filled with concern. In Jiang City, or rather throughout Longxia, who would dare to disregard the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce? If the Yuan family dares to take action, they would no longer have a place in Jiang City, Zhou Wanhao exclaimed with an air of dominance. Feng Jingshan's eyes flickered as he realized that Zhou Wanhao was willing to go so far as to obliterate the Yuan family for Su Lin. Clearly, this man's identity was far more extraordinary than he had initially thought. Not daring to say more, Feng Jingshan took Feng Jun and left the chamber. Once they departed, Zhou Wanhao couldn't help but shake his head. This president truly knows how to stir up trouble, but fortunately, it's just in Jiang City. Otherwise, even I might not be able to contain the fallout. The following day, Su Lin arrived at the hall as usual and encountered Xia Bingyu and Lin Feishuan, who were indulging in breakfast. Should they succeed, the Xia Corporation would not only weather its crisis but also ascend to become a titan in the beauty industry. Thus, Xia Bingyu was utterly preoccupied with company matters, her mind elsewhere. Meanwhile, Lin Feishuan, upon seeing Su Lin, could not help but envision his robust physique. "Sister Bingyu, I've had my fill. I must head to school now." With a flushed countenance, Lin Feishuan shot a glare at Su Lin and hastily took her leave. Su Lin paid her no mind and sat down, smiling as he said, "My dear, has anyone troubled you these past few days?" "No." Xia Bingyu replied with a gentle shake of her head. "That's good to hear. If anyone dares to bully you, my love, do let me know, and I shall ensure they are taught a lesson." Su Lin vigorously waved his fist. Xia Bingyu responded with a faint acknowledgement, appearing somewhat distracted. After a simple breakfast, she rose to prepare for work. However, as she reached the doorway, Xia Bingyu suddenly recalled something and paused to inquire of Su Lin. By the way, how is my father's condition? Didn't you mention that he would recover after 3 treatments? I've visited him several times, and while his complexion has improved, he still needs to remain in bed. Xia Bingyu did not express any blame. After all, she had never held absolute hope in Su Lin from the beginning. Just as she departed, Su Lin's phone rang. It was Zhou Wanhao calling. He answered casually, and Zhou Wanhao's respectful voice came through. Mr. Su, I heard that you dealt with the Yuan family's son yesterday. Rest assured, I have already spoken with the Yuan family. They would never dare to retaliate against you. Upon hearing this, Su Lin expressed his discontent, saying, Who authorized you to meddle in my affairs? I am perfectly capable of resolving my own matters. If the Yuan family dares to trouble me, I shall simply eradicate them. There is no need for such complications.
Mr. Su, E.
Zhou Wanhao initially sought to take credit for his actions, only to find Su Lin's attitude unexpectedly dismissive, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Very well. Let this matter pass for now. Just be more cautious next time. Su Lin chose not to dwell on the matter any further. Very well, Mr. Su, I understand. Zhou Wanhao readily replied. After ending the call, Su Lin rose to prepare for a visit to the Red Rose Club. After all, the Red Rose had promised yesterday to be on his side, and he felt it necessary to assess this commitment. However, just as he stepped outside, he noticed Fei Shuang standing there with a stern expression. Miss Fei, is there something you need? Su Lin asked with a cheerful smile. The person from the town military division is here again, waiting for you up ahead. What does that woman want this time? Su Lin furrowed his brow in irritation. However, he did not dwell on it for long. He strolled over and pinched Fei Shuang's cheek, saying, Miss Fei Shuang, with your beauty, why do you always wear such a lifeless expression? A smile would enhance your allure. With that, he strode ahead, leaving Fei Shuang in a state of surprise. Was Su Lin just teasing himself? On the other side, after walking for a while, Su Lin encountered Hong Wanjun, who was standing there waiting.
Su Lin.
You truly possess a remarkable audacity, Hong Wanjun remarked coldly upon seeing him approach. I believe your audacity is even greater, wouldn't you agree?
Su Lin responded.
Why do you say that? Hong Wanjun inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. Su Lin displayed a wicked smile. I have already taught you a lesson last time. How dare you come to challenge me again? Is this not sheer audacity? Chapter 56. I am my own greatest support. You. Upon hearing Su Lin mention the previous incident, Hong Wanjun felt a burning sensation in her lower back, leaving her momentarily speechless. What exactly do you want? Speak quickly. I have no time to waste with you.
Su Lin erid impatiently.
Hong Yanjun, regaining her composure, coldi replied, Su Lin.
It may be one thing to have killed a member of the Eastern Japan Merchants Association, but how dare you also take the life of a young master from the Yuan family? Do you truly believe that the Jinwu Division is powerless to act against you? Are you not weary of this? If the Jinwu Division wishes to apprehend me, they could simply do so without all this unnecessary discourse. Su Lin asked with an air of irritation. I intend to offer you an opportunity. If you obediently accompany me to the Town Martial Division, not only can we provide you with protection, but we can also extend an invitation for you to join us. Hong Wanjun gazed at Su Lin with utmost seriousness. Despite his somewhat reckless demeanor, his formidable strength was undeniable. Should such a person join the Town Martial Division, he would undoubtedly become a significant asset to her. This was precisely why Hong Wanjun persistently sought him out. Thank you, but I have no interest in the Town Martial Division, so I do not require your opportunity. As she watched his retreating figure, Hong Wanjun could not suppress her frustration. Su Lin, do not be so arrogant. The Yuan family will certainly not let you off the hook, and the Eastern Dawn Chamber of Commerce is also closing in on you. Even with the backing of the Fenjiula, you may not escape this predicament. Hong Wanjun fumed, stamping her foot in anger, yet found herself with no other recourse.
Su Lin.
I shall observe how you intend to extricate yourself from these troubles. The Red Rose Club was closed for business today. As Su Lin reached the entrance, he was halted by 2 security guards who extended their hands. Apologies, sir, but entry to the Red Rose Club is prohibited for all today.
Su Lin wastid no time.
Stating directly, call Red Rose and inform her that her master, Su Lin, has arrived. I trust she will come down to greet me personally. Both individuals displayed visible anger, yet upon witnessing Su Lin's unwavering confidence, one of them retrieved their phone to relay this message to Red Rose. To their astonishment, upon hearing the news, Red Rose instructed them to adopt a more respectful demeanor and indicated that she would descend shortly. In that moment, their perception of Su Lin shifted dramatically. It was the first time they had witnessed their elder sister treating a man with such deference. Within less than 5 minutes, Red Rose emerged, approaching with utmost respect and saying, "Mr. Su, why did you not notify me of your arrival in advance? Do I have your number?" Su Lin cast a displeased glance at the Red Rose and remarked, "Moreover, it seems you agreed to be my person last night. Is it appropriate for you to call me Mr. Su?" The Red Rose bit her crimson lip and corrected herself. "Master, that's more like it. Let us proceed inside and discuss," he replied. Su Lin strode into the Red Rose Club, leaving behind 2 astonished security guards at the entrance. Upon entering the establishment, Su Lin could not help but inquire, "Red Rose, what prompted the sudden closure?" The response came, "It is as follows, my lord. Tianbo has sustained grave injuries, and I am in search of someone to provide him with treatment. Moreover, the Yuan family may likely seek retribution. Thus I need to prepare in advance."
Su Lin replied,
"What is there to fear from merely the Yuan family? Attend to your duties as usual. Should they dare to retaliate, they need only come to me directly." Su Lin declared with an air of dominance. "Very well, my master." The Red Rose nodded in agreement. "By the way, what about your Tianbo? Since I am here, it would be an opportune moment to provide him with some treatment." Su Lin inquired lightly, "Master, do you possess medical skills?" The Red Rose responded with a hint of surprise, "You will find out if you take me there." Su Lin, disinclined to offer any explanations, followed silently as Hong Meiguei led him to Tianbo's room. The previous night, Tianbo had suffered severe injuries at the hands of 2 martial artists from the Yuan family. Despite receiving treatment, he lay there, appearing almost lifeless. "Mr. Su." Upon seeing Su Lin enter, Tianbo attempted to greet him, but his weakness rendered him unable to articulate his words fully. "Enough," Su Lin interjected. "You should conserve your energy. Any conversation can wait until I have restored your health." Su Lin interrupted Tianbo with a casual wave of his hand. In an instant, several silver needles shot forth, striking precisely at various acupoints on Tianbo's body. In that moment, Tianbo felt a mysterious energy surge within him, swiftly mending his injuries. Within 5 minutes, he was completely revitalized. Tianbo was momentarily stunned into silence. "How do you feel?" Red Rose inquired with genuine concern. It was only then that Tianbo regained his composure, stepping down from the bed and solemnly clasping his fists. He declared, "I am deeply grateful for your life-saving assistance, Mr. Su, as well as your aid to Miss yesterday. My life is now yours to command. What would I do with the life of an old fool like you?" Su Lin shook his head in exasperation. Hong Meiguei, upon witnessing Tianbo's recovery, was taken aback. Yet, just as she was about to utter a word, a sudden commotion of violence erupted from downstairs. "This is bad. It must be the Yuan family seeking vengeance." Hong Meigui's expression changed instantly. Tianbo Guang's demeanor also grew serious. "Is the Yuan family truly capable of instilling such fear in you? Fear not, for as long as I am here today, no one shall harm you." Su Lin spoke as he strode directly towards the hall. Hong Meigui exchanged a glance with Tianbo Guang and promptly followed suit. In the grand hall, the floor was already strewn with the lifeless bodies of Hong Meigui's subordinates. In the midst of these corpses stood a group of individuals, with the leader being none other than Fu Bo from the Yuan family. How naive of a mere Hong Meigui to presume that a modicum of underground influence made her formidable enough to challenge the Yuan family. Such ignorance of one's mortality. Fu Bo gazed disdainfully at the fallen bodies. At that moment, Su Lin and Hong Meigui descended the stairs. Upon witnessing the slaughter of her subordinates, Hong Meigui could no longer contain her emotions and exclaimed, "It is I who have offended your Yuan family. If there is a grievance, let it be directed at me. What sort of prowess is this to harm my subordinates?" Fu Bo's gaze shifted towards her, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Ah, so you are Hong Meigui. What do you take our Yuan family for? Young Master Yuan perished because of you. Thus, it is not only you who shall pay the price, but all associated with you must accompany you to the grave. This is the rule of our Yuan family. Hong Meigui clenched her fists, fury surging within her. Yet, before the overwhelming might of the Yuan family, she found herself utterly powerless to resist. Is the Yuan family truly this tyrannical? Upon witnessing the arrogance of Master Fu, Su Lin could no longer restrain himself and interjected. It was I who took the life of your young master. Do you intend to send me to the grave as well? Master Fu's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated Su Lin's presence here. Contemplating his background, Master Fu could only reluctantly concede, our master has decreed that this matter will not be pursued with you for the time being. If you are wise, you may leave. At this, both Hong Meigui and Tian Boguang displayed expressions of bewilderment. If one were to consider the facts, Su Lin was indeed the one responsible for the death of Yuan Xiaohua, and he should be the primary target of the Yuan family's vengeance. Yet, from Master Fu's words, it appeared that the Yuan family was not inclined to hold him accountable. You may allow me to leave, but Hong Meigui is now under my protection, and you must ensure that no harm comes to her. Moreover, having taken the lives of so many here, all but you must pay the price. Su Lin calmly articulated two conditions to Uncle Fu. Young man, are you certain you are not jesting?
Uncle Fu gazed at Su Lin in disbelief.
The Yuan family had already ceased their grievances with him. Should he not humbly retreat with his tail tucked between his legs? Yet, to dare propose such conditions was utterly audacious. Do I appear to you as one who is joking? Su Lin's expression took on a hint of coldness. Just wait, he said. After a brief silence, Fu Bo uttered 3 words and took out his phone to dial Yuan Pengcheng's number. Su Lin's identity was extraordinary, and Fu Bo dared not act without permission. He had to make a phone call for consultation. Soon the call was connected. Fu Bo quickly relayed the situation at hand. Upon hearing it, Yuan Pengcheng erupted in furious indignation. This is outrageous. Simply intolerable. What does this young man take the Yuan family for? A mere 3-year-old child to be manipulated at will? Fu Bo, keep a close watch on him. I will call Zhou Wanhao immediately. If he insists on protecting this individual, I shall have no choice but to declare war on the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. After hanging up, Fu Bo cast a cold smile at Su Lin. Young man, you still have time to leave. Delay any longer, and it may be too late for anyone to save you. Is that so? I am eager to see if the Yuan family possesses such capability. Su Lin exhibited no signs of trepidation as he casually took a seat, crossing his legs nonchalantly. Unaware of the peril,
Fu Bo coldly remarked.
Meanwhile, Yuan Pengcheng had already dialed Zhou Wanhao's number, directly stating, President Zhou, I initially intended to show you some courtesy by letting Su Lin go. However, he has audaciously provoked the Yuan family once more, not only obstructing our pursuit of vengeance against another individual but also demanding sacrifices from our ranks. This is rather dismissive of our Yuan family. Wouldn't you agree? Zhou Wanhao was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a couple of coughs. Is that so? Well, you may handle this matter as you see fit. The Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce will refrain from intervening. Yuan Pengcheng was equally astonished by Zhou Wanhao's swift change in stance, especially considering the latter's previously resolute demeanor. Before he could fully process the shift, Zhou Wanhao had already ended the call. Earlier that morning, he had contacted Su Lin to report on matters concerning the Yuan family, only to be reprimanded for his lack of contribution. Having learned from this experience, Zhou Wanhao was understandably hesitant to involve himself again. However, he was also curious about how Su Lin would navigate this predicament without the support of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. At the Red Rose Club, as soon as the call connected, Yuan Pengcheng's indifferent voice resonated. The Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce has abandoned that brat. Break his limbs and bring him to the Yuan residence. I shall deal with him personally. Understood. Fu Bo replied, glancing towards Su Lin's position with a sinister grin. Kid, the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce has forsaken you. Without a safety net, I am eager to see how you will manage from here on. Su Lin furrowed his brow slightly and slowly rose to his feet. Old man, Have you misunderstood? I have never relied on anyone, for I am my own greatest support. Chapter 57. What did you say? Such audacity. Fu Bo let out a cold snort, ceasing any further banter, and with a swift motion of his hand commanded, "Seize them all." In an instant, the individuals behind Fu Bo surged forward with remarkable speed. Each of them was a genuine postnatal warrior, their prowess surpassing that of the two bodyguards flanking Yuan Xiaohua. As they launched their assault together, a tumultuous wave of air erupted, sending everything in the hall flying. With such ineptitude, how dare you be so arrogant? The Yuan family certainly harbors an excess of misplaced confidence. Subsequently, Su Lin refrained from engaging directly. Instead, with a mere flick of his wrist, a flurry of silver needles soared through the air. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp sounds echoed throughout the atmosphere. In the next moment, those rushing towards Su Lin fell to the ground almost simultaneously, their eyes wide open, devoid of life. Each of them bore a slender silver needle embedded in their necks, one needle to seal the throat. Fu Bo's face was a portrait of astonishment. How is this possible? Su Lin gazed at him with a playful expression. Old man, are you also going to make a move? Uncle Fu, regaining his composure, let out a heavy snort. Kid, I underestimated you earlier, but do not become too arrogant. Those individuals just now were merely at the 7th level of the acquired realm. Even I could easily dispatch them. Soon you will understand what true strength entails. With that, Uncle Fu stepped forward. Boom!
Un violent aura érupted.
A terrifying presence enveloped the entire private room. In that moment, both Hong Meigui and Tian Boguang felt a suffocating pressure. This is bad. The man's martial prowess has likely reached the 9th level of the acquired realm, just a step away from innate mastery. Tian Boguang's expression turned grave. Hong Meigui's countenance also shifted in response. Martial artists are categorized into acquired and innate. Acquired martial artists possess formidable physical strength, and upon reaching the 9th level, they can even withstand conventional firearms. However, once one attains innate status, their power undergoes a qualitative transformation. An innate master can condense an innate energy within their body. This innate energy, when unleashed, is capable of decapitating a target from 100 meters away and can even manipulate the wind as a blade. Though Uncle Fu has yet to reach innate mastery, he has clearly brushed against its threshold, making him nearly unparalleled among those below that level. While Su Lin's strength is formidable, the specifics of his prowess remain shrouded in mystery. At that moment, Uncle Fu decisively launched his attack. He leaped into the air, positioning himself above Su Lin. His fingers curled into claws, viciously aiming for Su Lin's forehead. Uncle Fu's fingers, honed through years of practice, were now stronger than steel, instilling him with absolute confidence that he could tear open Su Lin's crown. Such grandiose claims only to result in this? Su Lin gazed at Uncle Fu as he approached, disappointment evident in his demeanor. Growing weary of wasting time on such a worthless opponent, Su Lin lifted his fist and struck with tremendous force. A sharp crack echoed through the air, followed by Uncle Fu's agonizing scream. His entire arm was grotesquely bent at a right angle, the bones piercing through flesh and exposing raw sinew. Unable to withstand the overwhelming force, his body was propelled backward, crashing violently against the wall. Both the Red Rose and Tian Boguang were left utterly astonished. A martial artist at the 9th level of the acquired realm had been effortlessly sent flying by Su Lin's single blow. Such terrifying strength could only be wielded by a practitioner of innate prowess. You are indeed an innate master? Uncle Fu's body slumped to the ground, clutching his chest, his face a mask of terror as he stared at Su Lin. What do you intend to do? Panic flickered across Uncle Fu's features. I have no inclination to hold the Yuan family accountable for today's events, but should there be a next time, I shall come personally to annihilate the entire Yuan clan. Now you may leave. Su Lin kicked Uncle Fu to the entrance of the club. Although Uncle Fu harbored resentment, he understood that any further action would lead to his demise, so he could only grit his teeth and crawl away from the Red Rose Club. With this matter resolved, the Yuan family should no longer dare to trouble us. Su Lin clapped his hands and gazed at the Crimson Rose. Master, what exactly is your strength? The Crimson Rose could not help but inquire. That is something you need not concern yourself with. All you must know is that as long as you follow me, no one shall lay a finger on you. Su Lin's words exuded unwavering confidence. The Red Rose remained silent, for Su Lin had already proven this with his prowess. By the way, there is something I wish to inquire of you. Previously, you have repeatedly tested me. What exactly were your intentions?
Su Lin's gaze suddenly sharpened.
Throughout his several encounters with the Red Rose, he could distinctly perceive her incessant attempts to probe him. Her actions undoubtedly concealed a certain intention. Master, to speak frankly, I previously tested you to gauge your strength and determine whether I should pledge my allegiance to you. Now that she had become one of Su Lin's own, the Red Rose no longer concealed her motives and openly expressed her intentions. Allegiance to me? Su Lin gazed at her with intrigue. It seems you have not encountered any peril before. Why then do you seek to ally with me? Because I carry a deep-seated vendetta, yet I cannot exact my revenge alone. Thus, I desire to find someone capable of aiding me in this pursuit. Of course, this individual must not only resonate with me aesthetically but also possess sufficient strength. The Red Rose recounted candidly. Ah, so that is the case. Su Lin nodded in understanding. He then tentatively inquired, Are you asking me to avenge you? The Red Rose shook her head. No, for you have saved me. I am willing to become yours in gratitude, and thus I have no right to impose conditions upon you.
Su Lin smiled.
This Red Rose could be described as a beacon of clarity in the world. He patted the shoulder of the Red Rose and said with a hint of profundity, If you desire my assistance in seeking vengeance, it is certainly within the realm of possibility, provided you demonstrate commendable conduct. I may indeed extend my hand. Thank you, Master. The Red Rose revealed a glimmer of joy. Su Lin's promise rekindled her hope for revenge. Just then, a commotion arose outside the Red Rose Club. Shortly thereafter, a large group of people entered, and at the forefront stood the unmistakable figure of Lin Heihu. Little black dog, what brings you here? Su Lin, upon seeing him, couldn't help but inquire, Mr. Su, I have heard that you had a confrontation with the Yuan family and the Red Rose last night. It seems that the Yuan family has brought people to seek revenge, so I have prepared to bring some assistance. Lin Heihu pounded his chest vigorously, exuding an air of camaraderie. Is that true? Su Lin regarded him with a playful expression. Of course. I, Lin Heihu, am utterly loyal to you, Mr. Su. How could I ever deceive you? Lin Heihu earnestly vowed. Yet, deep within, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. In truth, after receiving the news, he had hesitated for a considerable time, uncertain whether Yuan's family or Su Lin held greater power, before finally deciding to bring his men to assess the situation. Upon arriving at the entrance, he fortuitously encountered the disheveled Fu Bo. Fu Bo was renowned in Jiang City as one of the foremost experts and served as the steward of the Yuan family. Thus Lin Heihu was well acquainted with him. Witnessing Fu Bo being beaten like a ragged dog not only shocked Lin Heihu but also solidified his resolve to follow Su Lin, prompting him to step inside with his entourage. Su Lin could easily discern Lin Heihu's intentions, but he chose not to dwell on them. Very well, since you are here, have your men promptly handle the disposal of the body. Understood. Lin Heihu readily agreed, and then he issued the necessary orders. Su Lin procured a piece of paper and inscribed his phone number upon it, which he then tucked amidst the towering red roses. This is my number. Feel free to call me at any time should you require assistance. Yes, Master. The Red Rose replied with a slight nod. Beside them, Lin Heihu's eyes widened in astonishment. Red Rose, how do you address Mr. Su? Master, she explained calmly. Last night, Mr. Su saved me, and I have already pledged myself to him. Upon hearing this, Lin Heihu was taken aback, pounding his chest in frustration. It was he who had been acquainted with Su Lin first. Yet the Red Rose had swiftly claimed her allegiance to him. Instantly, Lin Heihu felt compelled to kneel before Su Lin in recognition of his master. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now. Su Lin, however, did not grant Lin Heihu the opportunity, turning directly to leave. Lin Heihu could only awkwardly rub his hands together, then suddenly thought of something and smiled at the Red Rose. Red Rose, after so many years of open and covert rivalry, who would have thought we would both submit to Mr. Su now? From now on, we are in the same boat. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall certainly not refuse. Red Rose, unreserved, replied. Since you have said so, I do have something that requires your assistance. My skilled personnel have been nearly annihilated by the Yuan family. Could you lend me half of yours? Lin Heihu's expression suddenly stiffened. What? I was merely being polite. Who would have thought Red Rose would truly ask for so much? Mr. Lin seems rather unwilling. If that is the case, I shall have to seek assistance from my master, Red Rose said with a hint of amusement at the corners of her mouth. Who said I am unwilling? I am more than willing, Lin Heihu replied, feigning bravado. Red Rose, my subordinates are right here. Feel free to choose any you fancy. In the Yuan family's hall, Yuan Pengcheng and Shin Meihua awaited news from Uncle Fu. However, as time passed, both grew increasingly impatient. This Uncle Fu. How can it take so long to deal with a group of useless individuals? He is becoming less effective with age. Shin Meihua could not help but scold. Yuan Pengcheng frowned and attempted to soothe her. Suddenly, he stood up, excitement flooding his features. Quick! Have him come to see me. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Yuan Pengcheng and Shin Meihua's faces changed dramatically. Chapter 58. Not an ordinary person. Approximately half an hour later, Uncle Fu finally regained consciousness. Yuan Pengcheng, who had been waiting anxiously beside him, asked with a grim expression, Master, it is my fault for being inept. The one who killed our young master is a congenital expert. I was no match for him. The other strong members of the family have also been nearly slaughtered. Uncle Fu spoke through gritted teeth, filled with self-reproach. A congenital expert. Both Yuan Pengcheng and Shin Meihua were shocked by this news. They naturally understood what a congenital expert represented. Even the Yuan family, one of the four great families, could not attract a congenital expert. Families that possessed such individuals would hold them in high regard, not daring to offend them in the slightest. After all, a congenital expert could easily annihilate an entire family. This is impossible. That young man is merely a youth. How could he possibly be a congenital expert? Shin Meihua refused to accept this reality. It seems that planning for revenge for Xiaohua would require a more long-term strategy. Yuan Pengcheng remained silent for a moment before speaking again. Yuan Pengcheng, what do you mean? Are you backing down, unwilling to avenge our son? Shin Meihua glared at him coldly. Certainly not. Our son's vengeance must be exacted. But do you think we can contend with a congenital expert? Yuan Pengcheng retorted coldly. Then what do you intend to do? Shin Meihua asked with a frown. Yuan Pengcheng's tone took on a note of confidence. Well then. Shin Meihua nodded reluctantly, clenching her fists. If it truly comes to that, I shall apologize to my family and ask them to assist. Xia Corporation. The new product from Xia Corporation was officially produced yesterday, and today it underwent formal testing. Xia Bingyu awaited the results, which were pivotal to the future of Xia Corporation. Consequently, Xia Bingyu felt unprecedented anxiety, experiencing time as if it were stretching into eternity. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and a figure entered. How is it? Has the experimental result come out? Upon hearing the commotion, Xia Bingyu quickly turned her gaze. However, disappointment washed over her swiftly, for the newcomer was not a company employee, but Su Lin. Surprised, my dear. Did you expect me to drop by? Are you thrilled or shocked? Su Lin approached Xia Bingyu with a cheerful smile. What brings you here? Xia Bingyu's response was rather indifferent. I had some free time, so I thought I would come and see my dear wife. Su Lin inquired with curiosity. Xia Bingyu did not withhold any information and revealed the beauty formula. So that's what it is. My dear, rest assured, the beauty formula I provided will undoubtedly pose no issues. Upon hearing this, Su Lin confidently patted his chest and assured, It's hard to say. As a publicly listed product, we must ensure absolute perfection. Let's wait for the experimental results to be revealed. Xia Bingyu gently shook her head. President, the experimental results have arrived. At that moment, a staff member clad in a white lab coat appeared at the office door. Hearing his voice, Xia Bingyu, filled with excitement, pushed Su Lin aside and approached him, inquiring, how did the product fare? Were there any issues? Observing Xia Bingyu's demeanor, Su Lin couldn't help but frown, yet he chose to remain silent. President, the product not only exhibited no issues whatsoever, but its efficacy far surpasses that of other beauty products, and it carries no side effects. Should it be launched, it is bound to become a bestseller, the staff member reported with utmost respect. Wonderful, Xia Bingyu exclaimed, unable to contain her exhilaration. President, shall we disclose the experimental results? The staff member asked once more. In an instant, Xia Bingyu regained her composure and replied solemnly, no, this result must not be shared with anyone outside of the laboratory personnel, not even with other senior executives in the company. Furthermore, instruct the production line to halt the manufacturing of other products starting today and to devote all efforts to the new product. Once the inventory is sufficient, I will hold a press conference to thoroughly elevate the reputation of the Xia Group. The staff member nodded in agreement and then turned to leave. What do you think? Dear wife, I told you my formula was flawless, didn't I? Su Lin stepped forward, deliberately seeking recognition. Xia Bingyu glanced at Su Lin and remarked, regardless of the circumstances, we owe a great deal to your formula this time. I won't take advantage of your contribution. How much do you wish to receive? I can transfer it to you right now. Su Lin was immediately displeased. Darling, such words feel rather distant. I am your husband. It is my duty to assist you. How could I possibly take what is yours? No, I cannot stand being indebted to others. Please, name your price. Xia Bingyu's demeanor was resolute. Very well, since you insist. I shall not be modest. A kiss from you shall suffice as compensation. Su Lin smiled and pointed to the corner of his mouth. Could you be a bit more serious? Acting so frivolously every day, do you still possess any semblance of masculinity? Xia Bing's expression suddenly turned to one of anger, and it seemed clear that he was not merely pretending. Su Lin noticed her unusual demeanor and furrowed his brow slightly. My dear, your emotions have been somewhat off these past few days. Have you encountered any troubles? Xia Bingyu's eyes flashed with a hint of panic as she hastily shook her head. What could possibly trouble me? It's merely your demeanor that I find displeasing. How about this? Your beauty formula has been beneficial to me. Once I have managed my affairs, I shall transfer 5 million to you as a token of gratitude. I have other matters to attend to, so you may choose to stay here or leave as you wish. With that, Xia Bingyu strode out without another word. Su Lin did not pursue her. Given Xia Bingyu's current state, even if he were to catch up, it would merely be a futile endeavor. Just then, Su Lin's phone rang, displaying a call from Qin Zian. Su Lin directly pressed the connection button. What is it? Su Lin, did the Yuan family retaliate against you after you killed Yuan Xiaohua yesterday? Qin Zian inquired with genuine concern. The Yuan family sent people to seek revenge, but I dealt with them, Su Lin replied. That's a relief. Upon hearing that Su Lin was unharmed, Qin Zian felt a wave of relief wash over her. Then, she recalled something else. By the way, Su Lin, the prescription you provided me is truly remarkable. Just now, my company produced several samples, and after evaluation, they outclassed the majority of health supplements and tonics available on the market. If all goes well, it is bound to become a life-saving elixir upon its release, garnering immense acclaim from countless individuals. Su Lin responded with a faint "oh," displaying little reaction. After all, whether it was the beauty formula provided to Xia Bingyu or the medicinal prescription given to Qin Zian, these were merely rudimentary items in Su Lin's possession. It was entirely commonplace to surpass what was available in the market. As for her appearance of naivety, Qin Zian's tone suddenly turned alluring as she remarked, Su Lin, you have bestowed upon me such a precious gift. How do you expect me to repay you? Su Lin recalled Xia Bingyu's earlier words and replied nonchalantly, if you wish to repay me, simply transfer 5 million. How could that possibly be acceptable? Perhaps you could visit my sister's home. The bed there is large and soft, and as for the black silk, the open crotch, and the blood dripper you mentioned last time, my sister has procured them all. As long as you come, I shall indulge your every whim. What do you say? Suddenly, Su Lin's eyes brightened. How could he resist such an enticing opportunity? I shall head over right away. However, a voice interrupted, not now, dear brother. I still have company matters to attend to. Let's wait until evening. I shall keep the door open for you. Qin Zian's voice was both sweet and intoxicating, nearly penetrating to the very marrow of one's bones. After hanging up, images of Qin Zian in her alluring garments flooded Su Lin's mind. Damn, Does this woman truly believe I would shy away from her? In a hotel room within Jiang City, Xia Guodong's expression darkened after his phone call. He never anticipated that Xia Bingyu would produce the new product so swiftly and pass the tests. It seems the time left for us, father and son, is dwindling. Father, when do you plan to take action? Xia Fei inquired timidly from the side. There's no better day than today. Xia Guodong's face hardened with a chilling resolve. The contacts I've made are prepared. Today marks Xia Bingyu's demise, and the new product she developed is merely a stepping stone for me. Upon entering the car, Xia Bingyu wore an impassive expression, showing no intention of speaking. Su Lin was not the type to impose himself upon others, and he chose to ignore the situation, quietly resting with his eyes closed in the passenger seat. This behavior caught Xia Bingyu's attention, prompting her to cast a glance his way. Given Su Lin's usual demeanor, one would expect him to engage in idle chatter and take advantage of the moment, yet he appeared transformed. Nevertheless, Xia Bingyu dismissed her curiosity and focused intently on the road ahead. Suddenly, with a jolt, the car veered to one side and collided with the roadside greenery, coming to a halt. Fortunately, the impact was not severe, and Xia Bingyu emerged relatively unscathed. Before she could exit the vehicle to address the incident, two masked figures emerged from the van. Frustrated, Xia Bingyu was prepared to confront them, but Su Lin interjected, urging her not to step out. You would be wise to remain inside. They are not ordinary individuals. Chapter 59. Uncharacteristic behavior. What could this mean? Xia Bingyu was perplexed. The two figures appeared slender yet moved with a confident gait, their broad shoulders indicating a background in martial arts. Furthermore, an unmistakable aura of menace surrounded them, clearly directed at her.
Su Lin explained softly.
Xia Bingyu's expression changed immediately. Are you saying that this accident was not a coincidence? Soon we will know the truth. Su Lin refrained from uttering another word, opening the car door and stepping out. Su Lin, you. Xia Bingyu instinctively wished to follow him. Yet after speaking, she promptly shut the car door. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately decided against pursuing him. After all, she was merely a woman. Her presence might not only prove futile, but could also jeopardize Su Lin's safety. Kid, our target is the woman in the car. If you step aside now, we might spare your life. The two men outside the vehicle began to threaten as they observed Su Lin emerge. Su Lin chose to disregard them, his impatience evident as he remarked, Gentlemen, I have no desire to squander time. Speak. Who sent you here? Seeking confrontation, the two men, clearly no ordinary foes, recognized Su Lin's reluctance to retreat and simultaneously launched their attack. In a flash, they flanked him on either side, their fists propelled forward with a piercing whoosh, aimed directly at Su Lin's temples. To be so feeble yet daring to assume the role of an assassin is a testament to their utter recklessness. Su Lin curled his lips and took a slight step aside. In an instant, the fists of the two individuals struck nothing but air, ultimately colliding with one another uncontrollably. With a resounding thud, both figures staggered backward several paces, their faces etched with expressions of agony. Lacking strength, what folly it is to put on a show. Su Lin spoke up with a sarcastic remark. In an instant, his body appeared before one of the individuals like a phantom. He seized the person's throat and lifted him high. I'll give you one more chance. Who sent you here? The man struggled incessantly, declaring, even if it means death, I will not reveal anything. You wish to die? Very well, I shall grant you that. Su Lin spoke not a word, his palm exerting tremendous force. Crack! The man's neck was instantly crushed, his arms falling limply to his sides. Su Lin casually waved his hand, casting the lifeless body at the feet of the other man. I offer him a chance, yet he proves unworthy. It remains uncertain whether you truly value this opportunity. The other man's eyes were filled with astonishment. Who exactly are you, kid? Su Lin slowly approached him. You little brat, we are under the protection of Lord Dujio. If you kill us, he will not let you off easily. The assassin, terrified, immediately revealed his identity. What nonsense about Lord Dujio? I do not know him. However, now that I am aware you are one of his men, it matters not whether you disclose who sent you. I shall send you on your way. Su Lin assumed a posture indicative of impending action.
No.
Please, don't, I implored. It was Xia Guodong who offered us 10 million to eliminate Xia Bingyu, the president of the Xia Corporation. The assassin was thoroughly taken aback and hastily divulged everything he knew. Turned out to be him. Su Lin was taken aback. After all, Xia Guodong and Xia Bingyu were bound by blood, and to act in such a manner was utterly inhumane. Very well, you may leave now, but do remember to take your companion's corpse with you. Su Lin waved his hand dismissively at the assassin. This gesture was not born of compassion. Rather, he recognized that a killer of such caliber posed no real threat. Eliminating them all would only lead to the hassle of disposing of their bodies, which was far too troublesome. Did you just kill someone? Xia Bingyu inquired, her voice tinged with uncertainty. She had just witnessed Su Lin grasping a man's throat, after which the individual fell silent. However, due to the considerable distance, she had not heard any sounds, leaving her hesitant to draw conclusions. How could that be possible? I am a person of such kindness. How could I take a life? I merely rendered him unconscious. Su Lin patted his chest and assured her, "That's good." Xia Bing let out a slight sigh of relief. By the way, my dear, do you know who sent these two individuals? Su Lin suddenly asked with a mysterious expression. Who? Xia Bingyu, equally intrigued, inquired, "Can you guess?" Su Lin deliberately kept them in suspense. "I'm just a child, and yet I still have to guess." Xia Bingyu replied with an exasperated roll of her eyes. "Fine, they were sent by Xia Guodong." Su Lin ceased to tease her any further. Indeed, it was Xia Guodong. Xia Bingyu felt no surprise. Instead, her fists clenched in fury. "My dear, are you not taken aback?" Su Lin inquired with a hint of curiosity. It was evident that he was aware of the new product, which is why he was so eager to confront me. Such a person, regardless of how unsavory their actions may be, is quite commonplace. Su Lin nodded thoughtfully and asked with a hint of intrigue, "Then, my dear wife, would you like me to assist you in dealing with him?" Xia Bing, with a touch of exasperation, replied, "How would you deal with him? You could merely give him a beating, but what would that truly change? Unless you were to eliminate him entirely. This, however, is not entirely out of the question." Su Lin deliberately spoke in a joking tone. "Come on. Really?" Meanwhile, in the hotel room, Xia Guodong and Xia Fei wore expressions of acute anxiety. Xia Fei glanced at the time. It has been such a long while, and there's still no news from those two. "Dad, could something have gone wrong?" Xia Guodong shot him a fierce glare. "Don't say such things. I have hired someone from Dujiu, spending 1 million. There is no way it could fail." Xia Fei opened his mouth, wanting to say more, when suddenly, the phone rang. Xia Guodong looked at it and his face brightened. He hastily answered, "How did it go? Was it successful?" To his surprise, a furious voice erupted from the other end. "Xia Guodong, you nearly got me killed this time. You told me that Xia Bingyu is just an ordinary person with no formidable protectors. But what is this? There is a martial artist by her side. And not just any ordinary one." The voice continued, "Considering the 1 million, I won't hold this against you for now, but you better take care of yourself." Xia Fei also heard the voice on the phone and questioned, "Dad, a martial artist? Such individuals can only be recruited by prominent families. How could someone like Xia Bingyu possibly have such a powerful ally?" Smack! Enraged, Xia Guodong slapped him hard across the face. "How could I possibly know such things? Do you think I'm a walking encyclopedia?" Xia Fei covered his face, not daring to speak further. "Damn it, I couldn't defeat Xia Guoliang back then. But I refuse to believe I can't even contend with his daughter now." The more Xia Guodong thought about it, the angrier he became, and he smashed the phone onto the ground, his expression growing increasingly sinister. Just then, Xia Fei suddenly recalled something and cautiously suggested, "Dad, do you think the martial artist besides Xia Bingyu could be that brat she brought from the mountain? I always felt something was off about him." Upon hearing this, Xia Guodong's expression shifted slightly, as he, too, considered this possibility. Yet, he quickly scoffed, "Regardless of whether it's true or not, it no longer matters. Since I cannot obtain the Xia group, I shall utterly destroy it." "Dad, you." Xia Fei saw the madness in his father's demeanor and wished to persuade him, but ultimately refrained from speaking. Meanwhile, Su Lin and Xia Bingyu tacitly avoided mentioning the assassin, merely attributing the incident to an accident. Lin Feixuan clearly doubted this explanation but chose not to press further. That evening, the three gathered for dinner. As Lin Feixuan shared amusing anecdotes from school, Xia Bingyu appeared distracted. Sister Bingyu, what's wrong with you these days? You seem disinterested in everything. Is something troubling you? Lin Feixuan noticed her unusual demeanor. Is that so? Perhaps I'm just tired from work, Xia Bingyu replied, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. Well then, Sister Bingyu, please make sure to rest and don't overwork yourself. Lin Feixuan expressed her concern. Xia Bingyu nodded, and just as she was about to speak, her phone suddenly buzzed with a message. Upon checking, an uncontrollable smile spread across her face. Su Lin could not help but feel a surge of curiosity. It was the first time he had witnessed such unrestrained joy on Xia Bingyu's face since their initial encounter. Sister Bingyu, what has prompted such a delightful smile? Have you received some good news? Lin Feixuan, equally intrigued, who shared a closer bond with Xia Bingyu, seized the moment to draw her attention by snatching her phone. However, a mere glance at the screen transformed Lin Feixuan's expression, prompting her to instinctively cast a glance toward Su Lin. Why are you looking at me like that? Su Lin found it difficult to comprehend Lin Feixuan's reaction. I apologize, Sister Bingyu, it was not intentional, Lin Feixuan said, her voice tinged with guilt as she returned the phone to Xia Bingyu. Darling, is it really necessary to be so furious just because Feixuan glanced at your phone? This is the first time Su Lin has witnessed Xia Bingyu express such intense anger. It's none of your business. Su Lin found it increasingly peculiar. Xia Bingyu's behavior was rather excessive. Without a doubt, there must be some secrets hidden on her phone. Su Lin was immediately filled with curiosity and turned to Lin Feixuan, asking, Hey, what did you actually see on my wife's phone just now? Lin Feixuan stammered, and finally let out a sigh. I didn't see anything. You shouldn't read too much into it. Just leave it at that. With that, Lin Feixuan did not allow Su Lin any further opportunity to inquire and stood up to leave. Chapter 60. The Secret of the Phone. Su Lin scratched her head, intrigued by Lin Feixuan's reaction, wondering what news Xia Bingyu had just received. However, it was evident that Lin Feixuan had no intention of revealing it, so it seemed she would have to find an opportunity to extract the information from her. Just as she was contemplating this, Su Lin's phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, the delicate voice of Qin Zian came through. Su Lin, I have changed my clothes and am just waiting for you. When will you come over? Su Lin found himself increasingly exasperated. This woman persistently attempted to entice him in such a manner. Did she truly consider him a paragon of virtue? Without hesitation, he uttered 3 curt words. I'm on my way, and rose to discern what schemes Qin Zian was concocting. However, just as he stepped outside, Fei Shuang appeared before him, declaring, My elder sister wishes to see you. Su Lin felt a sense of curiosity. Why did Xiao Qianmei suddenly seek me out? Fei Shuang shook her head. I am not privy to that information. Very well, let us proceed. Su Lin nodded in agreement, for after all, Xiao Qianmei was his senior sister. Soon, he boarded Fei Shuang's vehicle and departed from the villa district. However, it wasn't long before Su Lin sensed something amiss. This route did not appear to lead to Fengyue Building. Elder sister is not at Fengyue Building. She is waiting for you at home, Fei Shuang explained nonchalantly. Su Linton was instantly filled with apprehension. Meeting at such a late hour, particularly in the confines of his own home, set his nerves on edge. Could it be that his senior sister intended to devour him? After all, she had long harbored an insatiable desire for him. Today, he must exercise utmost caution and fiercely protect his virtue at all costs. Approximately 40 minutes later, Fei Shuang escorted Su Lin to the entrance of a villa and said, rather nonchalantly, your elder sister is inside. You may enter on your own. Su Lin alighted from the vehicle and strode into the villa. However, upon entering the living room, he discovered an eerie silence enveloping the space, suggesting that no one was present. Senior sister, are you here? Your handsome and charming junior brother has come to see you. Su Lin shouted loudly, Junior brother? She is taking a bath. Please wait a moment. If you find yourself bored, you may wait for me in my room, located at the innermost part on the west side of the first floor. A sultry voice drifted from the bathroom. Having just arrived, Xiao Qianmei had already begun her bath, evidently making her intentions towards him quite clear. Su Lin sighed, realizing that if all else failed, he could only feign resistance before ultimately yielding to her. There was little choice. After all, she was his senior sister. Upon entering Xiao Qianmei's room, he found it exquisitely adorned, suffused with a delightful and subtle fragrance. Moreover, several intimate garments on the bedside stood out prominently. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, Xiao Qianmei finally made her entrance. At that moment, she was clad solely in a white bathrobe, revealing her delicate collarbone and slender calves. In addition, her feet were equally captivating, smooth as jade, with well-defined contours and elegantly elongated lines. For those with certain peculiar inclinations, they exuded an irresistible allure. "Apologies, junior brother, for keeping you waiting," Xiao Qianmei said as she gracefully approached, her enchanting scent wafting towards Su Lin. "Senior sister, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Su Lin sat up straight, his expression turning serious. "Junior brother, why are you so anxious?" "I assure you, I have no intention of devouring you," said Xiao Qianmei with a captivating smile as she settled beside Su Lin, intentionally drawing close. Wearing short sleeves, Su Lin could distinctly feel the warmth and smoothness of her skin as they were in close proximity. "Senior sister, I have come to discuss important matters with you." Su Lin exhibited a demeanor that suggested his indifference towards women. "Oh really? To be frank, my dear senior sister, I am completely devoid within, wearing nothing at all. Are you certain you do not wish to experience that?" Xiao Qianmei whispered close to Su Lin's ear, her sweet breath brushing against his face, creating a tantalizing, ticklish sensation. "Senior sister, should you continue like this, I might genuinely take my leave." Su Lin could hardly contain himself. This Xiao Qianmei was becoming increasingly enchanting. It was utterly irresistible. Xiao Qianmei couldn't help but laugh, and then she ceased to tease Su Lin. "All right, little junior brother, since you're so eager, let us discuss the matter at hand. This concerns your wife Xia Bingyu. What has happened to her?" Su Lin was immediately intrigued. Xiao Qianmei asked with a meaningful tone. "Indeed, there is a hint of it." Su Lin pondered over Xia Bingyu's various behaviors today and nodded, then inquired, "Senior sister, how did you come to know?" "Of course I am aware, and not only that, I also comprehend the reasons behind her transformation," Xiao Qianmei replied, her expression tinged with a hint of pride. Su Lin's curiosity was entirely piqued. "Junior brother, are you not eager to know? Just give me a kiss, and I shall reveal it to you." Xiao Qianmei playfully tapped her crimson lips. "Whether I choose to speak or not." Su Lin rose to his feet, feigning a desire to depart. "All right, junior brother, I shall cease my jesting. You may examine it yourself." Su Lin glanced at his phone, momentarily taken aback. The screen displayed an exchange between two individuals. "Junior brother, these chat records were obtained by hacking into your wife's phone," she explained. "The messages above were sent by her, while those below belong to the individual we discussed, Guo Feiheng. These two have been in contact for a week now, and their communication has become increasingly frequent. Judging by Xia Bingyu's demeanor, it appears she still harbors lingering feelings for him," Xiao Qianmei elucidated calmly. Su Lin furrowed his brows slightly as he perused the chat history. Initially, the conversation comprised merely of simple exchanges, with both parties inquiring about each other's lives over the years. However, as the dialogue progressed, Guo Feiheng revealed his ulterior motives, expressing that he had never forgotten Xia Bingyu and desired to rekindle their relationship. To his surprise, Xia Bingyu did not outright reject him. Instead, she maintained an ambiguous stance. Furthermore, their conversation grew increasingly profound, leading Guo Feiheng to confront her about her marriage, questioning her reasons for such a decision. Xia Bingyu's explanation was that she had been coerced into it, having never harbored any affection for her spouse, who had never even touched her. As he contemplated the timeline, it coincided precisely with dinner time, and Su Lin suddenly comprehended everything. It was no wonder Xia Bingyu had seemed so joyful at that moment. It was no wonder Lin Feishuan had been reluctant to disclose what she had witnessed. It was no wonder Xia Bingyu's reaction had been so intense. "Junior brother, I suppose you've seen enough by now? Alas, I know you must be quite upset, but fear not. Your senior sister will always be here for you." Xiao Qianmei approached and enveloped Su Lin in a comforting embrace. At that moment, Su Lin affirmed yet another realization. Indeed, Xiao Qianmei was genuinely vacant within. Senior sister, perhaps you could let me go now? Do I appear to be angry to you?
Su Lin, somewhat speechless, remarked.
Xiao Qianmei released him and gazed at him in astonishment. Are you truly not angry? What is there to be angry about? He replied. I call her my wife purely because of the betrothal arranged by my fourth master. Given his character, how could he possibly act without reason? Therefore, my fourth master must have a purpose, and I am merely cooperating with her. Su Lin maintained his usual demeanor, calm and carefree. Xiao Qianmei couldn't help but chuckle. She understood that this was her true junior brother. While outsiders might perceive Su Lin as frivolous, lacking seriousness in his words and actions, Xiao Qianmei was acutely aware that he possessed a clarity of life that surpassed anyone else's. His outward appearance was merely a guise. So, junior brother, what will you do next? Will you confront her directly? Xiao Qianmei's curiosity took on a distinctly feminine tone. Not for now. Let us see how she ultimately chooses. This way, I am not violating the marriage contract set by our fourth master. Su Lin shook his head nonchalantly. Xiao Qianmei nodded. Based on her understanding of Su Lin, it was certain that he would one day stand among the world's elite. Such a man would undoubtedly be surrounded by women and would hardly concern himself with a mere Xia Bingyu. Putting the matter aside, Xiao Qianmei once more nestled Su Lin's head into her embrace. Little junior brother, now that we have concluded our discussion, might we delve into matters of a more personal nature? Su Lin felt as though his entire head was enveloped in a warm, soft embrace, the fragrance penetrating to the very marrow of his bones, causing his body temperature to rise rapidly. Yet, just when he was on the verge of action, his phone rang at the most inopportune moment. Senior sister, I must take this call. Su Lin awakened abruptly, forcefully pushing away Xiao Qianmei. With a look of deep resentment, Xiao Qianmei gazed at Su Lin's phone, lamenting how close she had come to success, only to have her plans thwarted by this person's call. In the next moment, as Su Lin answered the phone, Qin Xian's voice resonated through the line. Su Lin, I've changed into my outfit and have been waiting for you for such a long time. Why haven't you arrived yet?
Su Lin replied apologetically. I am sorry.
Something unexpected has come up this evening. It seems I won't be able to make it.
Su Lin explained softly. Oh.
At that moment, Qin Xian felt a twinge of disappointment. Just then, Xiao Qianmei beside her suddenly smiled playfully and, in a teasing tone, said, Su Lin, dear brother, didn't you promise to accompany me tonight? Who is this woman? Su Lin nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This Xiao Qianmei was evidently playing a trick on him. Sure enough, the next moment, his phone erupted with the furious voice of Qin Xian. So, it is you, Su Lin. I wondered why you hadn't come to see me. Turns out you were frolicking with another woman. You are nothing but a scoundrel. Although he had no substantial relationship with Qin Xian, the misunderstanding compelled Su Lin to instinctively seek to clarify. Yet, before he could utter a word, Xiao Qianmei interjected. Oh, Su Lin, why bother explaining to this fierce tigress? Let us not concern ourselves with her. We must continue. I am feeling utterly distressed. Ah,
Su Lin.
I want to let you off the hook. Qin Xian, incensed, shouted before abruptly ending the call. Chapter 61. Never inferior to others. Senior sister, you are truly wicked. Su Lin put away his phone and cast a reproachful glance at Xiao Qianmei. Is that so? I can't help but feel that you are the worst of all. You already have a wife, yet you still indulge in flirtations outside.
Xiao Yanmei gently lifted Su Lin's chin.
What does that matter? As my masters have often said, my wife, Su Lin, is like Han Xian gathering troops. More is always better. Besides, it is that woman who clings to me. What does that have to do with me? With a playful wink, Xiao Qianmei continued, if that is the case, your wife surely wouldn't mind having a sister like me. Would she? That depends on your performance. Dear sister, if you know how to serve well, then of course it's entirely possible. Su Lin struck a pose, his legs crossed high. Look at you acting all impressive. Xiao Qianmei shot Su Lin a disdainful glance and spoke without mercy. Su Lin's dissatisfaction was palpable. Sister, your demeanor has changed far too swiftly. I haven't even removed my trousers yet, and you are already turning your back on me. If you refuse to leave, Then I shall retire for the night. As Xiao Qianmei spoke, she began to remove her bathrobe. Leave. Depart at once. Su Lin departed the villa as if fleeing from a phantom. Could it be that I am truly so terrifying? Xiao Qianmei stamped her foot in frustration. She acknowledged that her former self was rather crude and ferocious, yet that was a long-ago chapter of her life. Now, she was a veritable goddess adored by multitudes, yet, this Su Lin still harbored such fear towards her. Surely the psychological shadows she cast were somewhat exaggerated? Meanwhile, having exited the villa, Su Lin finally exhaled in relief. He recalled that just yesterday, he had employed the same tactic to frighten Lin Feishuan from her room, and now the tables had turned. At that moment, Qin Zian, adorned in her distinctive attire, was furiously shouting within the villa. That insufferable Su Lin, after I have waited for him so long, he dares to seek the company of other women. It infuriates me. Am I truly devoid of allure? While her anger simmered, Qin Zian found herself engulfed in self-doubt. Although she would not dare claim to be the epitome of beauty, she considered herself at least of goddess caliber. With her advances so bold, how could Su Lin remain indifferent? With this thought, her ire gradually morphed into a fierce desire for victory as she ground her teeth, declaring, I refuse to believe that my charm cannot captivate a single man. Wait for it, Su Lin. I shall ensure you fall at the feet of this lady. On the other side, at the Eastern Japanese Business Association, President Saito Chiwa sat calmly in his chair, listening intently to his subordinate's report. President, our investigation indicates that the death of Inoue Asaka is likely connected to her own son. On the day of her demise, all those ninjas went missing as well. It seems they failed in their quest for vengeance and met their own demise at the hands of the true culprit. Upon hearing this, Saito Chiwa's expression turned frigid. Have we identified the perpetrator? While specifics remain uncertain, two individuals appear most likely. The president of the Martial Arts Society, Zhang Yufeng, and a certain Su Lin, who is not a member of the society. In that case, let us apprehend both of them. Regardless of their guilt, a life was lost among our people, and someone from Longxia must pay the price. Saito Chiwa let out a domineering snort. The following day, I have finished my meal and am off to school. At the dining table, Lin Feishuan hastily completed her breakfast before pivoting to leave. Her demeanor was evidently somewhat unnatural. Su Lin was well aware of the reason but chose not to speak of it. Soon, Xia Bingyu rose to her feet and said calmly, I will head to work now. Very well, Miss Xia.
Su Lin merely nodded nonchalantly.
What do you call me? Xia Bing was momentarily taken aback. Miss Xia, of course. Is there an issue with that? You have often expressed your disdain for me calling you wife. Su Lin gazed at Xia Bingyu and inquired. It's nothing, she replied, yet a peculiar feeling stirred within her. This Su Lin, who typically exuded a carefree and nonchalant demeanor, always ready with flirtatious remarks at any opportunity, seemed to have undergone a remarkable transformation. Moreover, Xia Bingyu could distinctly sense a marked chill in Su Lin's attitude towards her. Such a shift left her feeling somewhat unsettled. However, with numerous matters demanding her attention at the company, Xia Bingyu chose not to dwell on it and turned to leave. Su Lin finished his meal alone, wiped his mouth, and prepared to head to the Red Rose Club for another look. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he noticed a figure outside the villa, peering around curiously. What brings you here? Su Lin was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Qin Zian to locate him here. Su Lin, you have finally emerged. I have come today specifically to settle accounts with you. Qin Zian stormed over, her anger palpable. Last night, did you not promise me that you would come? Why did you stand me up? Su Lin explained helplessly. Haven't I already mentioned that I encountered some unexpected matters? Qin Zian gritted her teeth and retorted fiercely. Do you still have the audacity to speak? The matter you refer to is nothing but your escapades with another woman. Isn't it? Regardless, I have done nothing wrong. Believe it or not, Su Lin could no longer be bothered to offer any further explanations. I don't care. You stood me up yesterday, and you must compensate me. Qin Zian embraced Su Lin, seemingly fearful that he might escape. Very well then, what form of compensation do you desire? Su Lin asked with a hint of helplessness. I haven't quite thought it through yet. How about you agree to fulfill one of my requests, and I will bring it up once I have made up my mind. After pondering for a moment, Qin Zian replied, very well.
Su Lin readily agreed.
Humph, you are quite perceptive. I shall let this matter go today. Only then did Qin Zian release Su Lin. Subsequently, an idea struck her, and with a hint of jealousy, she inquired, Su Lin, who was the person you were with last night? Is she more beautiful and charming than I am? Well, you both should be comparable. Then why did you choose her? Is it possible that her skills surpass mine? Qin Zian asked, unwilling to concede. Su Lin was nearly at a loss for words. Qin Zian's imagination was simply boundless. How would I know if you excel in that regard? I have not experienced either of you. He continued with a hint of sarcasm. Perhaps I should make a sacrifice and arrange a time for both of you to come over for a fair competition? It was evident that Su Lin was mocking Qin Zian. Yet, to his surprise, Qin Zian readily agreed, saying, all right, I refuse to believe that I cannot surpass other women. I shall prove to you that I, Qin Zian, will never be inferior to anyone in my lifetime. Very well then. Su Lin was utterly defeated. But just imagine if Xiao Qianmei and Qin Zian were to join forces simultaneously. Who could possibly withstand such a force? Just as Su Lin contemplated this, he suddenly sensed something, and his brow furrowed. In the next moment, a subtle ripple in the air announced the arrival of Fei Shuang. Fei Shuang, you sensed it too, didn't you? Su Lin inquired with a penetrating gaze, assessing the individuals before him, recognizing their complexity. Shall I intervene? He asked. Fei Shuang, maintaining her impassive demeanor, replied, no need. Let us first ascertain their identities. Su Lin shook his head. Qin Zian, utterly bewildered, inquired, Su Lin, what are you two discussing, and who is this woman? Is she the troublemaker? Qin Zian was completely at a loss regarding Su Lin's words. However, before she could pose another question, a series of figures cloaked in shadows emerged around them, exuding a chilling aura. It turned out to be the agents from the Eastern Isles. Su Lin immediately discerned the origins of these individuals. It appeared that the Eastern Dawn Chamber of Commerce had already traced this location and dispatched agents for retribution. You must be Su Lin. One of the Eastern ninjas stepped forward, his slanted eyes glinting with a frigid menace. Since you Eastern dogs have already uncovered the truth, why bother with further inquiries? Tack. With that command, the ninja ceased any further chatter, and in an instant, all the ninjas surged towards Su Lin. Let us engage. Spare not a single one. Su Lin exhibited no intention to intervene, merely offering a faint admonition to Fei Shuang. Meanwhile, the ninjas widened their eyes in terror, desperately clutching their throats, blood seeping incessantly through their fingers. Thud, thud. Before long, they collapsed one by one, lifeless on the ground. This was the first time Qin Zian had witnessed such a gruesome spectacle, unable to suppress a gulp of saliva. Although these Eastern dogs posed little threat, their relentless pursuit was undeniably bothersome. It seemed imperative to allocate time to eradicate them completely. Su Lin gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, deep in contemplation. It was nothing more than a group of Eastern dogs seeking vengeance against me. Su Lin explained lightly and then turned to Fei Shuang. I have other matters to attend to, so I leave the handling of the bodies to you. As he spoke, Su Lin glanced at Qin Zian with a hint of amusement. What's the matter? Are you frightened? Upon hearing this, Qin Zian's pride was ignited. Who said that? This young lady has seen it all. How could I be afraid of such a trivial scene? Su Lin smiled lightly, just about to speak when his phone suddenly rang. To his surprise, it was a call from Lin Feishuan. Did this girl call him to discuss Xia Bingyu? Su Lin muttered to himself before pressing the answer button. However, the next moment, a panicked voice emanated from his phone. Hello, are you Su Lin? Mei Xian and my brother have just been captured by people from the East Japan. Chapter 62. I'll give you 10 minutes. What? When I arrived at the martial arts club at school today, I found all the members lying on the ground. Upon inquiring, I learned that a group of East Japanese came and assaulted them all. My brother and Mei Xian attempted to intervene but were directly seized and taken away. I discovered Mei Xian's phone on the ground. It must have fallen during the struggle. I saw your number on it and called you. Zhang Yuqing recounted the situation in general terms. All right, I understand. I will find a way, Su Lin replied.
Su Lin.
Those East Japanese must be from the East Japan Chamber of Commerce. Do you think Mei Xian and my brother will be all right? Jiang Yuqing asked, her voice tinged with tears. Rest assured, I will go and rescue them. Su Lin offered a comforting word before abruptly ending the call. Subsequently, he took out his phone and dialed Xiao Qianmei's number. Little Junior, we just met yesterday, and now you're calling me again. Are you already missing your senior sister? Xiao Qianmei's delicate voice resonated through the line. Su Lin had no time for idle chatter and directly stated, Senior sister, 2 of my friends have been captured by the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce. Do you know where they are located? The Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce? Junior brother, would you like me to utilize the influence of the Fengyue Tower to assist you in rescuing your friends?
Su Lin decisively declined, stating, no need.
I can manage on my own. This visit is merely to familiarize myself with the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce, preventing any future troubles. After hanging up the phone, Su Lin prepared to head to Guishan. Su Lin, who is that enchantress you mentioned on the phone? Were you with her last night? Qin Zian suddenly inquired, recognizing the voice of Xiao Qianmei. However, as soon as the words escaped her lips, Qin Zian felt an icy chill envelop her entire being. Fei Shuang's gaze was fixed upon her intensely. What did you just call my elder sister? A twinge of fear gripped Qin Zian, as she had witnessed Fei Shuang's merciless demeanor firsthand. Yet, unwilling to concede, she huffed defiantly. Why are you being so hostile? I don't even know who your elder sister is. When did I mention her? My elder sister is the head of the Fengyula in Jiang City. The one you were speaking to on the phone was indeed her, Fei Shuang retorted coldly. Qin Zian's eyes widened in astonishment. The head of Fengyula was indeed a prominent figure in Jiang City, reputed to be alluring and captivating. No wonder Su Lin was ensnared in her tender embrace. Enough of your squabbling. I have pressing matters to attend to. I must visit Guishan. Which of you will drive me there? Su Lin impatiently interrupted the quarrel between the two. I will take you. Qin Zian quickly came to her senses and extended her hand. Then let us set off at once.
Su Lin no longer dilad.
Taking Qin Zian's hand and leaving without hesitation. Qin Zian's car was parked outside the villa. Once inside, she pressed down on the accelerator, and the vehicle sped towards Gui Mountain. Along the way, Qin Zian could not help but inquire, Su Lin, how are you connected to the head of Fengyue Tower? She is my senior sister. Su Lin did not conceal anything. Senior sister. Qin Zian was thoroughly astonished. After a considerable pause, she finally regained her composure and, with a hint of jealousy, remarked, No wonder you look down on me. It turns out you have a captivating senior sister. Are you referring to Xiao Qianmei? Su Lin inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Of course, who in Jiang City is unaware that the head of Fengyue Tower is an extraordinarily beautiful woman? Furthermore, it is said that she possesses an innate charm. Any man who lays eyes upon her is utterly captivated. As her junior disciple, you are indeed fortunate, for you enjoy the company of a goddess whom others can only dream of, reveling in nightly festivities. Qin Zian's tone gradually turned sardonic. Oh, please. That is merely the current visage of Xiao Qianmei. You have no inkling of how fierce she was in her youth. Back in the mountains, she could take down a bear in mere 3 seconds, far more formidable than a tigress. Su Lin could not help but voice his frustration. Really? Qin Zian questioned, somewhat incredulous. Why would I deceive you? This woman, in her current demeanor, might very well be feigning her true self. Marrying her would undoubtedly lead to misfortune. So, does that mean you no longer harbor any affection for her? Qin Zian's eyes suddenly sparkled with a newfound brightness. All right then. Her spirits lifted instantly, and she pressed the accelerator with even greater fervor. In less than an hour, the two arrived at the territory of the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce. Although situated within the Dragon Summer Realm, it had been purchased at a hefty price by the Easterners, transformed into a landscape adorned with Japanese architectural style. Furthermore, the security surrounding the entire establishment was exceptionally stringent. Aside from the entrance, guards were stationed throughout the premises. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Su Lin made his way directly toward the main gate. Yet, before he could reach it, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking his path. What are you doing here? Su Lin's brows furrowed in an instant. He had not anticipated encountering Hong Wanjun here. With a serious expression, Hong Wanjun stated, Su Lin, I am already aware of the matters on your side. You must not go to the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce. Why? Su Lin inquired with a hint of displeasure. This is the headquarters of the Eastern Dawn Chamber of Commerce. If you create a scene here, it will be exceedingly difficult to manage. Hong Wanjun earnestly explained. Are you suggesting that I stand by and watch as my friend is slaughtered by these Eastern curs? Furthermore, since you are aware of the kidnapping, why did you not intervene sooner to rescue them? Shouldn't the Jinmu division be safeguarding the citizens of Longxia? Or do you fear these Easterners, rendering you incapable of taking action? Su Lin gazed at Hong Wanjun, posing a profound inquiry. As for your friend's abduction, I am aware of it due to the constant surveillance maintained by the Town Marshal Division over the Eastern Yamato Chamber of Commerce. Furthermore, as members of the Town Marshal Division and as citizens of Longxia, how could we possibly fear the mere Eastern Yamato Chamber of Commerce? It is merely that the opportune moment to act has yet to arrive. Su Lin, unwilling to ponder further, stepped forward decisively. I don't care. Regardless of the circumstances, I must rescue my friend today. Hong Wanjun also advanced, obstructing Su Lin's path. I hope you can trust our Town Marshal Division. The Eastern Dawn Chamber of Commerce is unlike anything outside. They boast numerous formidable experts. If you venture in alone, you will find yourself in peril. Upon hearing of the danger, Qin Zian promptly advised, Su Lin, why not allow her to attempt it first? After all, the Town Marshal Division still holds a degree of influence over the Eastern Dawn Chamber of Commerce. Su Lin furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before nodding. Very well, you may proceed, but I shall grant you only 10 minutes. If my friend does not emerge, I will storm in without hesitation. Mark my words. Hong Wanjun refrained from further discussion and turned to stride toward the entrance of the East Japan Chamber of Commerce. Upon reaching the door, she exchanged a few words with the guards outside and was promptly allowed entry. Meanwhile, within the main hall of the East Japan Chamber of Commerce, two figures were violently thrown to the ground. They were Lin Feishuan and Jiang Yufeng, who had been captured. Standing before them was the imposing figure of the chamber's president, Saito Haruka. Report to the president. These two are from the Jiang City University Martial Arts Society. A boy named Su Lin has already been dispatched for apprehension. We expect news shortly, one of his subordinates reported respectfully. Saito Haruka nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the two captives. Speak. Are you in any way connected to the death of Inoue Asaka? At this, Jiang Yufeng and Lin Feishuan were taken aback. They were entirely unaware of Inoue Asaka's demise. However, Lin Feishuan quickly deduced that Su Lin was likely involved. I warn you, this is my territory in East Japan. If you do not cooperate, no one will be able to save you today. Saito Haruka threatened coldly when he noticed their silence. What audacity! This is the land of Longxia. Do you East Japanese not fear the wrath of Longxia? Lin Feishuan retorted defiantly. Ha! The East Japan Chamber of Commerce is not only powerful here but also possesses vast wealth, providing countless jobs for you Longxia people. Do not deceive yourselves. Even if I were to kill you here and now, Longxia would not dare retaliate. Saito Haruka laughed derisively. Jiang Yufeng, unable to tolerate Saito Haruka's arrogance, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, You East Japanese scum! If you have the capability, kill me. I would rather die than divulge what you wish to know. Very well, as you wish. Saito Haruka sneered, ordering his subordinates, sever his arms, and if he continues to resist, take his tongue. In an instant, two black-clad warriors unsheathed their swords and advanced toward the captives. Jiang Yufeng, alarmed, shouted, East Japanese dog, if you have the guts, come at me. Bullying a woman is no feat. Fine as you desire. Saito Haruka coldly commanded his men, break his arms, and if he dares to shout again, remove his tongue. As the two warriors moved to comply, Lin Feishuan was ready to reveal her identity to prevent Jiang Yufeng from being harmed. However, at that moment, a servant rushed in. President, someone from the Jinmu division has arrived and requests to see you. Saito Haruka's expression shifted slightly. He stood up abruptly. What business do they have here at this hour? After a brief pause, he instructed, Let her in. President, should we hide these two? A subordinate glanced at Lin Feishuan and Jiang Yufeng, inquiring. Saito Haruka scoffed dismissively, no need for that. Even if someone from the Jinwu division arrives, they will not be able to save them. The servant retreated, and Lin Feishuan chose not to speak further. With someone from the Jinwu division arriving, she doubted Saito Haruka would dare to harm them. Soon, Hong Wanjun entered, her gaze instantly falling on Zhang Yufeng and Lin Feishuan, her expression frigid. Feigning ignorance, Saito Haruka smirked. To what do we owe the visit of the Jinwu division today? This is, after all, Longxia territory. Is it not too brazen for your East Japan Chamber of Commerce to seize our people in broad daylight? Hong Wanjun's voice was icy as she questioned. Are you not showing enough regard for Longxia by apprehending our people here? Saito Haruka maintained his nonchalant demeanor. They are merely two insignificant ants from Longxia. Their capture is inconsequential. Besides, they may have vital information regarding the death of one of our members. Hence my investigation. Hong Wanjun was taken aback by Saito Haruka's audacity and retorted angrily, You may let me leave, but you must release them.
Impossible.
Saito Haruka sneered. Do you dare suggest that the East Japan Chamber of Commerce is declaring war on the Jinwu division?
Va?
Killing two ants is hardly a declaration of war. I do not believe your Jinwu division possesses the courage to confront the East Japan Chamber of Commerce. Saito Haruka replied with disdain, then waved his hand at his subordinates. What are you waiting for? Do not waste time. Kill them both. There's still a murderer to interrogate later. You dare. Hong Wanjun was taken aback by Saito Haruka's blatant threat to kill them in her presence. Her aura surged as she prepared to intervene. In the next moment, dozens of black-clad ninjas appeared, surrounding Hong Wanjun entirely. How dare a single person come to the East Japan Chamber of Commerce to demand our people? Do you think I fear your Jinwu division? Saito Haruka scoffed. Today, I will claim these two lives and see what your Jinwu division can do about the East Japan Chamber of Commerce. Feeling a surge of anxiety, Hong Wanjun clenched her fists. With so many ninjas obstructing her, there was no possibility of breaking through to rescue Lin Feishuan and Zhang Yufeng. She regretted underestimating Saito Haruka's arrogance and not bringing more members with her. Seeing that Hong Wanjun could not save them, Lin Feishuan coldly fixed her gaze on Saito Haruka. You had better not harm me. Otherwise, you will surely regret it. Regret? You think the East Japan Chamber of Commerce would feel remorse? You are mistaken. Saito Haruka dismissed her threat with a shake of his head. Is that so? My identity is... Lin Feishuan began to reveal her identity, but her words were abruptly cut off by a sudden cry of distress from outside. Saito Haruka's expression changed as several guards were sent flying into the hall, crashing to the ground, lifeless. Who dares? He exclaimed, his demeanor shifting to one of wariness as he turned to the entrance. Before he could investigate further, two figures strode in, clearly impatient. Su Lin had arrived, accompanied by Qin Zian. How dare you? Who are you to trespass into the East Japan Chamber of Commerce? Saito Haruka bellowed in anger. East Japanese dog, did you not send people to capture me? I have come to take your heads, Su Lin declared, and in that instant, Saito Haruka realized, so you are the one who killed Inoue Asuka. Su Lin, with a look of astonishment, exclaimed, I never anticipated that you, this Eastern dog, possess a degree of intelligence, but alas, you are soon to become a lifeless hound. Baka, in our Eastern Chamber of Commerce, you dare to be so audacious? Everyone, heed my command. Let us advance together and reduce this brat to mere fragments to be discarded as fodder for dogs. Saito Harukazu shouted with a murderous glint in his eyes. Instantly, the assassins disregarded Lin Feishuan and Hong Wanjun, charging towards Su Lin in unison.
Su Lin becautos.
Lin Feishuan cried out anxiously upon witnessing the unfolding chaos. Su Lin remained unperturbed as he extended his hand to push Qin Zian back slightly. Keep your distance. Be cautious, or you might end up splattered with blood, he warned. With that, Su Lin charged toward the group of Japanese ninjas. Crack, crack. In the blink of an eye, two adversaries had their necks snapped. Su Lin seized a samurai sword from one of his adversaries and swept it through the air. With a swift motion, the cold blade traced a deadly arc, cleaving several ninjas in half. Without a moment's pause, Su Lin continued to wield the sword with relentless ferocity. The Eastern ninjas, before him, found themselves utterly powerless to resist, merely standing by as they were mercilessly slaughtered. In less than 3 minutes, Dozens of ninjas had been reduced to a mere 6. At that moment, Su Lin embodied the essence of a reaper, indiscriminately harvesting lives. How formidable! Saito Haruka, witnessing this scene, felt his pupils constrict in shock. Even he could not deny the terrifying prowess of Su Lin. A few minutes later, the remaining ninjas met their end at Su Lin's hands, leaving only Saito Haruka and one other Eastern man standing. Eastern dog, your subordinates are rather lacking. How many more are left in the Eastern Chamber of Commerce? Call them out, and I shall deal with them all today. Su Lin gazed at Saito Haru with a hint of disappointment. He hadn't even begun to take things seriously. Yet these Eastern dogs were utterly pathetic. However, Saito Haru exhibited no fear. Instead, he let out a sinister laugh. Long Xia, you indeed possess considerable strength. No wonder you were able to eliminate Inoue Asaka and the others. But today, the greatest mistake you made was trespassing into our Eastern Commerce Association. It has been far too long since I last displayed my prowess, so I shall use your head to demonstrate the might of our association. With that, a formidable aura erupted from Saito Haru, creating a terrifying wave of energy that surged outward in all directions. Lin Feishuan and Jiang Yufeng were both pushed back repeatedly by this overwhelming force. Even Hong Wanjun struggled to maintain her footing. You possess the strength of a Jonin, Hong Wanjun exclaimed in shock as she looked at Saito Haru. In the East, there exists a stringent hierarchy of power: Genin, Chunin, and Jonin. Genin are the most ordinary beings, possessing abilities slightly above those of average individuals, akin to some special forces in Longxia. The Chunin level corresponds to the postnatal martial artists of Longxia, whose strength should not be underestimated. As for the Jonin, they are equivalent to innate martial artists in Longxia, impervious to conventional weaponry. Their power transcends the mere notion of terror. Hong Wanjun could hardly fathom that Saito Haru, who appeared so unremarkable, actually possessed Jonin-level strength. To boast so grandly yet possess such limited power, do these Eastern dogs not understand the concept of disgrace? Su Lin disdainfully curled his lip, dismissing Saito Haruka's meager prowess entirely. Without further ado, he declared, "Prepare to meet your end." Saito Haruka, no longer inclined to engage in idle chatter, swiftly unsheathed the katana at his side and aimed a direct strike at the crown of Su Lin's head. This blow was imbued with formidable force, generating a terrifying blade aura that cleaved the very air in its path asunder. "What are you waiting for, you fool? Dodge!" Hong Wanjun exclaimed in desperation. In her eyes, even if Su Lin were to withstand this strike, he would surely suffer grave injuries. Yet, with such a display, was there really any need to evade? Su Lin was indeed utterly unconcerned. Not only did he not evade, but he also cast his katana to the ground. "Ha ha ha, kid, have you surrendered?" Saito Haru could not help but burst into laughter, believing that Su Lin was rendered dumbfounded by his own intimidating presence. "Fool, I need no weapon to deal with you." Su Lin, with a hint of irritation, uttered a curse and launched into action like lightning. 2 fingers extended effortlessly, capturing Saito Haru's katana with ease. How could this be possible? Saito Haru's smile froze upon his face, his eyes wide with disbelief as if he had seen a ghost. Regaining his composure, he let out an enraged roar, unleashing the full force of his power into the katana. Instantly, the entire blade began to tremble, emitting a resonant hum. Yet even so, the katana remained firmly pinched between Su Lin's fingers, unable to budge an inch. Before long, Saito Haru's face turned crimson, and his aura began to wane. The Eastern dog, faltering so soon. "If that is the case, it is now my turn to strike." Su Lin let out a faint smile, his fingers suddenly exerting force. Crack! The samurai sword in Saito Haruka's hand shattered instantaneously. Following that, he delivered a powerful kick. Saito Haruka's expression shifted dramatically as he realized that Su Lin was far from the simple adversary he had anticipated, prompting him to swiftly retreat in an attempt to create distance. However, Su Lin's figure moved like a specter, relentlessly pursuing him. Bang! Ultimately, the kick landed squarely on Saito Haruka. In an instant, he was propelled backward, crashing against the wall as if glued to it, only to plummet to the ground moments later with a resounding thud. Yet, being a seasoned shinobi, Saito Haruka's life was spared. He struggled to rise. Whoosh! At that moment, Su Lin reappeared before him, delivering a forceful stomp. Ah! Saito Haruka let out a cry of anguish, pinned to the ground, utterly immobilized. Eastern dog, do you have anything left to say? Su Lin looked down at him and asked, young man, you would do well to release me swiftly. Otherwise, the consequences shall undoubtedly be dire. Saito Haruka threatened with a tone laced with malice. Having said that, may you meet your demise. Su Lin had grown weary of the threats, channeling his strength to prepare for the imminent act of crushing Saito Haruka beneath his feet. Chapter 64. A perilous relationship? Wait, at that critical moment, Hong Wanjun called out to Su Lin. Is there anything else? Su Lin inquired with a hint of impatience. Given the unique status of Saito Harakazu, taking his life could lead to significant complications, potentially straining relations between the two nations. Therefore, I advise you to hand him over to the Jinwu division for appropriate handling. This would be the most prudent course of action. Hong Wanjun gazed earnestly at Su Lin. Su Lin raised an eyebrow and inquired, if entrusted to the Jinwu division, how would you handle him? Is this all there is to it? Su Lin was instantly displeased. The identity of Saito Harakazu loomed heavily over him, serving as a grave punishment. Upon repatriation, he would be barred from stepping foot in Longxia for the rest of his life. Hong Wanjun spoke in a low voice,
attempting to persuade Su Lin.
Meanwhile, Saito Harakazu, who was being trampled beneath, could not suppress a laugh. Kid, did you hear me? You cannot kill me. In the end, no matter how formidable you are, you will perish at the hands of us Easterners. Ha 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 ha. Silence.
Hong Wanjun scolded fiercely.
Was Saito Harakazu a fool? Did he not see that Su Lin was not yet finished with him, uttering such bold words? Indeed, upon hearing Saito Harakazu's taunt, Su Lin helplessly shrugged. Miss, you heard him. It is not that I wish to spare him, but rather that he has no intention of sparing me. Thus, in order to avoid future troubles, I must eliminate him. With that, he exerted tremendous force with his foot. Boo! Saito Harakazu didn't even have time to scream. His skull was crushed underfoot, splattering crimson and ivory across the ground. You actually killed Saito Harakazu? Hong Wanjun stared at Su Lin in shock, utterly unprepared for his audacity. However, Su Lin paid her no heed and approached Zhang Yufeng and Lin Feishuan. Are you two all right? He inquired. No, we are fine, Zhang Yufeng replied, his expression vacant as he shook his head. Lin Feishuan gazed at Su Lin with a complex expression, lost in her thoughts. Since all is well, let us take our leave. Su Lin turned around, preparing to lead the two away. However, Hong Wanjun obstructed his path, lamenting, Su Lin, do you comprehend the magnitude of the calamity you have unleashed? You have taken the life of Saotang Zai, and the East will undoubtedly rise in uproar. When that time comes, this matter will no longer be within the purview of our Jianwu division to manage.
Su Lin remained nonchalant,
pondering how much commotion a mere little island could stir. It seemed that no matter the chaos, he would welcome it, provided one could best him in combat. Hong Wanjun gritted her teeth in frustration. This fellow was utterly insufferable, yet she had to concede that she was no match for him. Though I, Hong Wanjun, belong to the Jinwu division, I disdain the idea of achieving merit at the expense of my own kin. Of course, this is the best-case scenario. Should those above choose to disbelieve and conduct a thorough investigation, I would find myself at a loss. Hong Wanjun took a deep breath and spoke. Su Lin was momentarily taken aback. Why are you helping me? Hong Wanjun shot him an exasperated glance. Stop being so self-absorbed. I am not assisting you. Rather, I am aiding my fellow compatriots from Longxia. With that, Hong Wanjun turned gracefully and departed. All right, let us take our leave as well. Su Lin paid her no further attention and beckoned Qin Zian and Lin Feishuan to depart from the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce. Upon witnessing this, Su Lin could not help but furrow his brow. What are you doing? He inquired. Zhang Yufeng looked at Su Lin with gratitude and said, Mr. Su, considering the circumstances, you have saved me twice now. I truly do not know how to repay your life-saving grace. Su Lin shook his head dismissively. However, Zhang Yufeng remained kneeling there, as if he had something to express. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously spoke. Mr. Su, there is one more matter. I wish to be your disciple and hope you might grant me this opportunity. To be my disciple? Su Lin was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Mr. Su, your prowess is remarkable. I wish to become your disciple and learn from your esteemed self. Zhang Yufeng bowed deeply in reverence. Su Lin could naturally discern that Zhang Yufeng was sincere, yet he still shook his head. You should rise. I do not currently intend to accept a disciple. Zhang Yufeng, unwilling to concede, continued to bow fervently. Mr. Su, I am truly earnest. I beseech you, grant me this opportunity. Observing his demeanor, Su Lin could see his genuine intent. Why not agree to him? Qin Zian couldn't help but interject. Indeed, Zhang Yufeng is the president of our martial arts society. Having him as your disciple would not tarnish your reputation. Lin Feishuan also chimed in with support. Su Lin, however, remained indifferent, stating, regardless of the circumstances, I truly have no intention of accepting a disciple. Nonetheless, I can spare some time to offer you guidance, so please rise. Very well, thank you, Mr. Su. Zhang Yufeng acknowledged, aware that this was the most favorable outcome possible. After slowly standing up, she expressed her gratitude. Su Lin, who is she? Lin Feishuan then realized that the relationship between Qin Zian and Su Lin seemed rather complex, and she scrutinized them with a frown. Hello, I am looking for Qin Zian. He is a friend of mine, Qin Zian introduced himself. I doubt that your relationship is merely that of ordinary friends. Lin Feishuan retorted sharply. I too do not wish to be just an ordinary friend. However, he has yet to grant me that opportunity, he replied, casting a lingering glance of longing towards Su Lin. Lin Feishuan's expression darkened immediately as she turned to Su Lin, demanding, come here. I have something to discuss with you privately. What is it? Su Lin inquired with curiosity. You'll find out once you come over. Lin Feishuan turned and walked aside. Su Lin was eager to discern what she had to convey, so she took a step forward and followed her. Before long, the two arrived at a secluded spot. What is it you wish to express? Now is the time to speak. Su Lin halted his steps and asked straightforwardly. Lin Feishuan appeared somewhat hesitant, as if caught between words. After a considerable pause, she finally mustered the courage to speak. Su Lin, I believe you ought to keep a vigilant eye on Bingyu. Otherwise, your relationship may become perilous. Chapter 65. Do not trust them to sever ties. Is this all you summoned me for? Su Lin cast an exasperated glance at Lin Feishuan, seemingly indifferent to her concerns. What do you mean by just this? Are you not afraid that he might stop loving you and seek a divorce? Lin Feishuan asked, her voice tinged with frustration. It is worth noting that she had mustered considerable courage to voice this matter after Su Lin had rescued her. Yet, Su Lin's nonchalant demeanor left her feeling utterly disheartened. Upon observing Lin Feishuan's demeanor, Su Lin inquired directly, do you believe I have erred in any way? Lin Feishuan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. If I have committed no wrong, then there is no necessity for alteration. Thus, what can one do in such circumstances? Those who wish to depart cannot be retained. If she truly harbors disdain for me, I shall, of course, refrain from persisting. Su Lin spoke in one breath, dismissing any further discussion on the matter as he turned to leave. Lin Feixian gazed at Su Lin's retreating figure and suddenly realized that his usual careless demeanor was but a fade. The true essence of him was far more perceptive than anyone else. Who exactly are you, Su Lin? Lin Feixian murmured softly to herself. 40 minutes later, Qin Zian accompanied Lin Feixian and Zhang Yufeng to the Jiang City University. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuqing had already learned from Zhang Yufeng about their rescue and was waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing them descend, Zhang Yuqing hurried over, exclaiming, Feixian, brother, are you both all right? We're fine. Thanks to Mr. Su who saved us. Zhang Yufeng replied gratefully, casting a thankful glance at Su Lin. Mr. Su, I cannot express my gratitude enough. I truly do not know how to repay you, Zhang Yuqing said as she stepped forward to address Su Lin. That is quite simple. Do you recall the request I made the first time?
Su Lin revealed a mischievous smile.
Zhang Yuqing was momentarily taken aback. Yet, she quickly recalled that after Su Lin had assisted in resolving the issues with the karate club, she had promised to express her gratitude, to which he had playfully suggested a kiss in return. Of course I remember, Mr. Su, you asked me to prepare for this. Jiang Yuqing took a deep breath, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue. Then, astonishingly, she closed her eyes, her lips slightly pouting as she leaned closer towards Su Lin. Su Lin was taken aback by the fact that the girl took him seriously. He quickly sidestepped, chuckling, "Sister, I was merely jesting, but I appreciate your sentiment." With that, Jiang Yuqing opened her eyes, feeling a sudden pang of disappointment. "Well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb your studies any longer. Farewell." Lin Feishuan, noticing Su Lin's return to his mischievous demeanor, could not help but let out a little huff. "Feishuan, is this Su Lin truly the husband of your friend?" Jiang Yuqing suddenly inquired. "Yuqing, why do you ask that out of the blue? You can't possibly have developed feelings for Su Lin, can you?" Lin Feishuan looked at Jiang Yuqing in astonishment. Jiang Yuqing remained silent, yet her expression spoke volumes. After all, it was hard not to be enamored by a man as handsome, capable, and charming as Su Lin. Meanwhile, in Qin Xian's car, she remarked, "I never would have guessed you were so popular with women." Her tone carried a hint of jealousy as she glanced at Su Lin. "What can I say? With a man of such irresistible charm as myself, who could possibly turn me down?" Su Lin let out a helpless sigh. Qin Xian rolled her eyes in exasperation. This guy certainly knows how to take advantage of every opportunity. Glancing at the time, which was nearing evening, Qin Xian shifted the subject. "Dinner time is approaching. Why not come to my house? I can prepare a meal for you." "Oh, what can you cook?" Su Lin gazed at Qin Xian with curiosity. "Let me put it this way. My culinary skills are such that there is nothing I cannot prepare, should you desire it." Qin Xian proudly lifted her chin, and suddenly an idea struck her, causing a playful smile to grace her lips. "Moreover, I assure you, once you have tasted my creations, you shall never forget them." This woman is at it again. Su Lin was momentarily rendered speechless. Qin Xian seemed to perpetually harbor the desire to entice him.
Consequently, Su Lin feigned ignorance. Sign.
"Miss Qin, I am still but a child. Your speed is too swift for me to comprehend your words." "Not to worry," she replied. "I find your childlike innocence quite endearing. I assure you, if you accompany me for just one evening, you shall be transformed into an adult." Qin Xian's words grew increasingly audacious. Su Lin was momentarily unable to restrain himself, preparing to teach this woman a lesson, lest she mistakenly believe he was intimidated by her. However, before he could utter a word, Qin Xian's phone suddenly rang. "All right, I understand." With that, Qin Xian answered the call, and after listening impatiently, she hung up and looked at Su Lin with a hint of regret. "Little brother, I sincerely apologize, but something urgent has arisen at my company that requires my immediate attention. It seems I shall have to postpone your transformation into an adult for a while. I'm not in a hurry. Please attend to your matters first." Following this, Qin Xian found a corner to let Su Lin out of the car and proceeded to her company. Meanwhile, at the Jinwu division, "What? Saito Tomohiro has been killed." Upon hearing this news, the members of the Jinwu division were engulfed in shock. This was the president of the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce. His death could lead to significant repercussions. "I did it," Hong Wanjun stated flatly. "Impossible." Dejun shook his head vehemently. "Captain, we all know your character. Even if Saito Tomohiro had acted out of line, you would never resort to killing him for the greater good. The true culprit must be someone else." As Dejun spoke, a thought struck him. "Captain, I recall that a subordinate of mine recently reported that a friend of that Su fellow was captured by the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce. Could it be him?" Silence. Dejun's expression shifted, and he refrained from continuing the previous topic. Instead, he inquired, "Captain, what shall we do if the Eastern Japan Embassy seeks accountability for this?" Hong Wanjun responded domineeringly with a cold snort. "This is Longxia. Saito Tomohiro broke the law here. I have the right to eliminate him. No matter how furious the Eastern Japan Embassy might be, I refuse to believe they would dare to confront Longxia directly." Chapter 66. They will certainly come. Eastern Japan Embassy. Soon, the news of Saito Tomohiro's assassination in Longxia spread like wildfire within the embassy. Consequently, the head of the Eastern Japan Embassy was seething with rage. His blood boiled in his veins, and every muscle in his body seemed to quiver with agitation. The president of the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce had met his demise in Longxia. Those damned Longsha people were utterly trampling upon the dignity of Eastern Japan. The embassy head slammed his fist heavily onto the table. At that moment, a staff member approached hesitantly and said, "Sir, as far as I know, President Sato's death is closely related to the Jinwu division. I am concerned that Longsha may not readily surrender the perpetrator before he could finish." The embassy head waved his hand dismissively and took a deep breath. "Not cooperating. Then we shall take matters into our own hands. Longsha should not blame us for being merciless." "Understood." The staff member quickly withdrew upon receiving the directive. On the other side, at the Xia family villa. At this moment, Su Lin found herself idle, gazing at the dinner that had been prepared on the table, yet she felt as though something was missing. After speaking, she couldn't resist stealing a glance at Su Lin, her beautiful eyes holding a captivating depth. Su Lin did not dwell on it much and continued to eat. After finishing his meal, Su Lin prepared to rest when Qin Zian called, inviting him to a class reunion. Su Lin wore a look of deep dejection. What relevance did this gathering of Qin's stunning classmates hold for him? "Alas, I am merely waiting outside the Xia family's villa. If you do not come out, I shall have no choice but to enter," Qin Zian playfully threatened with a hint of endearment. Upon hearing this, Su Lin felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It seemed he had no choice but to yield to this persistent young woman, Qin. Outside the villa, Qin Zian was dressed even more dazzlingly than during the day. Her form-fitting skirt accentuated her slender, elongated legs, and she stood gracefully in 7-centimeter high heels. She leaned alluringly against the car door. As soon as she spotted Su Lin emerging from the Xia family villa, the tense expression on her face melted away. "Finally, you have come out," she exclaimed. "But why did you drag me into your classmates' gathering?" Su Lin expressed his helplessness with a slight pout. As Qin Zian spoke, her face radiated charm. She was single and merely wished to invite him to bolster her presence. With that, she gracefully looped her delicate arms around Su Lin's, exclaiming, "Let us go." Faced with the enthusiastic embrace of the stunning beauty, Su Lin found no reason to decline. Once in the car, she swiftly pressed the accelerator, heading toward the gathering. By the way, he wondered if Xia Bingyu would attend the event. Should she show up, her plans would surely be thwarted. A flicker of barely perceptible concern crossed Qin Zian's eyes, but it quickly vanished in the dim light of the vehicle. She won tea. She's still working late, she reassured herself. Su Lin was quite certain that her best friend would never deceive her. Qin Zian fell silent, then focused intently on driving. The journey was devoid of conversation. Before long, the car arrived at a splendid edifice, resplendent with its golden facade. The entrance was adorned with the words Buckingham Club. Inside a lavish private room of the club, Qin Zian led Su Lin directly in. At that moment, the room was already bustling with a number of guests. Upon Qin Zian's arrival, she instantly captivated the attention of everyone present, as if she radiated an aura of her own. Once a renowned beauty during her university days, she was indeed the goddess acknowledged by all her male classmates. "Qin Zian, you truly deserve to be revered as our goddess. It has been years, yet you grow ever more enchanting. Classmate Qin, as the belle of the university with such high standards, might you have found your ideal partner by now." Numerous gentlemen, clad in suits and bow ties, raised their glasses and approached Qin Zian with eager attentiveness, their intentions glaringly apparent. However, to everyone's astonishment, Qin Zian let out a gentle laugh, wrapping her arm around the neck of an unfamiliar man behind her. She then formally announced, "Allow me to introduce this gentleman. He is my boyfriend." The room fell into stunned silence, followed by a chorus of incredulous laughter from many of the men. In their eyes, the prevailing sentiment was one of disappointment. They had never anticipated that the once aloof university beauty, Qin Zian, would have a boyfriend. Instantly, all eyes shifted to Su Lin, for surely, any man who could capture the heart of the illustrious Qin must be extraordinary. Su Lin was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Qin Zian with confusion. When did he ever agree to be her boyfriend? Let us not forget that he is still a married man. Nevertheless, Qin Zian completely disregarded the peculiar gazes around them and directly pulled Su Lin to take a seat. Before long, the atmosphere of the gathering gradually returned to normal, although a few male classmates still lamented the fact that the campus beauty had a boyfriend. Their eyes upon Su Lin were filled with resentment and jealousy. Fortunately, the class monitor intervened to ease the tension, standing up and expressing with a hint of nostalgia, "With our two campus beauties present, Qin Zian is here, but we are still missing Xia Bingyu." Upon uttering these words, a wave of eager anticipation swept through the crowd. It is well known that Xia Bingyu possesses a charm that rivals that of Qin Zian. In their prime, the two renowned beauties were each exceptional in their own right, and their admirers could easily form a line from the classroom all the way to the school gate. However, it seems that the crowd may be disappointed, as Xia Bingyu was still working overtime at the company and likely could not make it. Qin Zian, of course, noticed the restlessness of the male classmates and, with a slight smile, commented on the situation. Unexpectedly, the class monitor's expression turned resolute as he reassured everyone. "Don't worry, Xia Bingyu will definitely come." This statement stirred the crowd into further excitement. Qin Zian, however, furrowed her brows, pondering what gave the class monitor such unwavering confidence. As Su Lin, the husband of Xia Bingyu, listened to the class monitor's confident assertion that she would not be coming, he couldn't help but wonder where such information had been gleaned. Qin Zian furrowed her brow at the remark, instinctively glancing at Su Lin. Observing his composed demeanor, she felt a subtle sense of relief wash over her. At that moment, a commotion arose at the door of the private room. Indeed, Xia Bingyu arrived as anticipated, accompanied by a dashing young man. The handsome gentleman, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, exuded an air of sophistication. Standing alongside Xia Bingyu, Guo Feiheng appeared remarkably well-matched. Their simultaneous entrance sparked a flurry of excitement within the room. Once a golden couple during their university days, they had reunited after many years apart. Inside the private room, many attendees, recognizing the significance of the moment, graciously vacated their seats to respectfully invite Guo Feiheng to sit. "Mr. Guo, please take a seat." Who would have thought that the once-renowned couple from Jiang City University could rekindle their romance after all these years? Despite the passage of time, you both remain a stunning pair, truly a match made in heaven. Seeing you two together again, we can only wish you everlasting happiness. The atmosphere buzzed with lively chatter, each voice adding to the jubilance of the occasion. Bathed in the envious gazes of those around him, Guo Feiheng smiled, attributing their reunion to the goodwill of their classmates. With a beaming expression, he gazed affectionately at Xia Bingyu, who, upon meeting his gaze, briefly lifted her eyes before lowering them again, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. At that moment, Su Lin had already perceived the undercurrents of the situation. Just as Xia Bingyu prepared to take her seat, she turned to find Su Lin beside her, her expression shifting in surprise as the color drained from her face. How did Su Lin come to be at their class reunion? How could you possibly be here? Xia Bingyu asked, a flicker of panic evident in her eyes. Su Lin curled his lips in disdain. Shouldn't she be the one to inquire about this? "Miss Xia, are you not working overtime at the company?" Su Lin regarded her with a bemused expression. Xia Bingyu was instantly rendered speechless, lowering her head in a manner that inexplicably evoked a sense of being caught in an indiscretion. At that moment, those around them began to sense the subtle tension, raising questions. "So, Xia Bingyu is acquainted with Qin Zian's boyfriend?" Upon hearing this, Xia Bingyu's heart skipped a beat. Qin Zian's boyfriend? Her expression finally regained its composure as she redirected her scrutinizing gaze towards Su Lin and Qin Zian. Is Su Lin really Qin Zian's boyfriend? Xia Bingyu's brows knitted tightly in concern. To her dismay, the surrounding individuals responded with emphatic nods. Yes, indeed. This was even confirmed by Qin Zian herself. Xia Bingyu's countenance darkened, her eyes shimmering with uncertainty as she fixed her gaze upon Qin Zian, overwhelmed by an indescribable sensation. Su Lin is indeed the legitimate husband of Xia Bingyu. When did he become the boyfriend of Qin Zian? Qin Zian met his gaze fearlessly, her aura matching Xia Bingyu's in intensity. What are you looking at me for? Aren't you also with another man? The moment those words escaped her lips, the atmosphere at the gathering became palpably tense. Guo Feiheng sensed the shift and cast a disdainful glance at Su Lin. Bingyu, is this the man you told me about? Xia Bingyu nodded slowly. Guo Feiheng understood and approached, placing a hand on Su Lin's shoulder, and with a knowing tone remarked, "Young man, I've heard a lot about you. I understand that you took advantage of Bingyu before, but from now on, I shall take care of her. Su Lin's expression darkened instantly as he coldly uttered two words. Get lost. This young man seemingly had no intention of retreating, daring to covet Su Lin's woman. Guo Feiheng felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. When had the esteemed young master of the Guo family in Jiang City ever faced such an affront? Xia Bingyu promptly stepped forward, her delicate features marred by displeasure, admonishing, Su Lin, mind your attitude. The one who should mind their attitude is you. How dare you speak to my man like that? It was evident that Guo Feiheng had instigated the confrontation with Su Lin, and he had no one to blame but himself for his lack of awareness. Qin Zian furrowed her brows tightly and interjected. Xia Bingyu found herself momentarily at a loss for words, and the atmosphere at the gathering became palpably tense. At that moment, the class monitor hastily stood up, awkwardly attempting to ease the situation. Everyone, the food is getting cold. Please take your seats and enjoy your meal. Yet, silence enveloped the room. Everyone sensed the palpable tension between the two parties and chose to remain silent. Thus, the gathering ended on an unhappy note. Afterward, a group exited the Buckingham private room. Su Lin and Qin Zian walked together, with Qin Zian striding proudly and skillfully linking her arm with Su Lin's. Observing this, Xia Bingyu felt a deep-seated resentment gnawing at her. Following closely behind was Guo Feiheng, who sought to grasp Xia Bingyu's delicate hand, as pure as jade. However, Xia Bingyu, her face etched with displeasure, decisively pulled away, her thoughts entirely consumed by the pair of Su Lin and Qin Zian. Without hesitation, Su Lin took a seat inside Qin Zian's car, and they departed in silence. Bingyu, how could you obtain a marriage certificate with such a person? In my view, he is nothing more than a crude peasant, utterly unworthy of you, Guo Feiheng exclaimed, his eyes fixed on Xia Bingyu outside the entrance of the Baijinhan Club, his heart filled with indignation. Noticing Xia Bingyu's indifference, he pressed on. Bingyu, it was that scoundrel who wronged you first, secretly consorting with Qin Zian. Therefore, there is no need for you to feel any pressure in being with me now. Faced with Xia Bingyu's frosty demeanor, Guo Feiheng's resentment towards Su Lin seemed to intensify. Meanwhile, after leaving the Baijinhan Club, Qin Zian remained agitated about the events of the gathering. Su Lin, Xia Bingyu has deceived you, Qin Zian remarked, tapping her fingers on the steering wheel, her expression one of discontent. She is nothing but an unchaste woman. Why not divorce her and be with me? Qin Zian boldly proposed. Su Lin rolled her eyes, clearly recognizing that it was you, Qin Zian, who had concocted this foolish idea, leading Bingyu to misunderstand herself. From beginning to end, it was Qin Zian who had been scheming for her own advantage. Su Lin said irritably. Before long, the car arrived at the entrance of the Xia family's villa. Su Lin opened the car door, and Qin Zian gazed at him with a reluctant look from within the vehicle, sweetly imploring, if you truly decide to part ways with the Xia family, do not forget to keep in touch with me. Su Linyun was enveloped in confusion, paying her no heed. After a considerable time, the roar of Qin Zian's car echoed as it departed from the villa area. The two women heard the sound of the door opening and turned their gazes simultaneously.
Su Lin entered nonchalantly.
Chapter 68. It's still no challenge to manipulate you. Upon seeing Su Lin step inside, Xia Bingyu couldn't help but cast an irritated glare in his direction. Hey, stop right there. She called out immediately as he attempted to leave. What's the matter? Su Lin turned his head. In the past, he had always addressed Xia Bingyu with affectionate terms, treating her with great warmth. However, his sudden indifference left Xia Bingyu feeling somewhat disheartened. Aren't you going to explain what just happened? It seems the one who should be explaining is not me, right? Su Lin retorted. Xia Bing understood that he was referring to her relationship with Guo Feiheng and calmly replied, Feiheng and I are merely ordinary friends. Ordinary friends do not attend gatherings together, nor do they fabricate excuses about working late beforehand. I assure you, she is just a friend to me. Su Lin deliberately mimicked the tone of Xia Bingyu from earlier. Upon hearing this, Xia Bingyu was instantly filled with indignation. Did ordinary friends need to be so intimate? Just moments ago, she had indeed linked her arm with yours. Whether you believe it or not, it was she who insisted on dragging me along. Had it not been for her relentless pulling, I would never have attended your wretched class reunion, nor would I have discovered that you were not working overtime. Su Lin shrugged his shoulders, adopting a tone that suggested he was indifferent to belief. You! Xia Bingyu seemed poised to articulate her thoughts, yet she found herself utterly speechless. Su Lin, you scoundrel! As she stormed away, Su Lin experienced a tumult of emotions that he could scarcely articulate. Although his marriage to Xia Bingyu was merely a fulfillment of a commitment arranged by his master, it was undeniable that after spending so much time together, some feelings had inevitably developed. Nevertheless, he was not one to be ensnared by the trivialities of romance. If Xia Bingyu were truly to choose her former beloved, he would unhesitatingly pursue a divorce, without a moment's doubt. Su Lin, what on earth is going on between you and Sister Bingyu? At that moment, Lin Feishuan inquired with curiosity. Su Lin did not conceal anything and elaborated on the events of the recent class reunion. Just think, if she truly intended to choose Guofei, she would not have been so upset with you. Her anger clearly indicates that she cares for you. Upon hearing this, Su Lin found some merit in the reasoning. However, given the circumstances, he did not wish to dwell excessively on the matter. He decided to let things unfold naturally. If they could make it work, then so be it. If not, it was of little consequence. After all, he had heeded his master's guidance and had come to obtain a marriage certificate with Xia Bingyu. Even if they were to pursue a divorce, he would have already fulfilled his master's directive. Su Lin did not dwell on it for long and turned to Lin Feishuan, asking, "What brings you to our school?" Lin Feishuan inquired with curiosity. "I am going to assist Jiang Yufeng with his training. We are individuals of our word. Having promised to guide him, it is only fitting to show some consideration." The following morning, as Su Lin entered the hall for breakfast, he coincidentally encountered Xia Bingyu, who was preparing to leave. Still harboring her displeasure from the events of the previous night, she did not utter a single word to Su Lin before walking out. Su Lin paid little attention, casually finishing a few bites before heading to Jiang City University with Lin Feishuan. Brother Su Lin, Jiang Yuqing, who was also at the Martial Arts Society, excitedly rushed over upon seeing Su Lin. "I apologize, Mr. Su. My sister insisted on coming along, and I couldn't dissuade her," Jiang Yufeng said somewhat sheepishly. "It matters not. Whether teaching one or two, the essence remains the same." Su Lin waved his hand. Noticing that there was no hint of reproach in his demeanor, Jiang Yufeng finally felt a sense of relief. After all, it was a rare opportunity for him to learn from Su Lin and to incur Mr. Su's displeasure would mean losing this invaluable chance. "Mr. Su, shall we begin now?" Jiang Yufeng inquired eagerly. "Let us find another place. The confines of this martial arts society are too stifling. I cannot concentrate on my practice in such an environment." Su Lin expressed her disdain, suggesting, "Why not go to the school park? The open space is ample, and the surroundings are quite refreshing." Jiang Yuqing proposed. Su Lin nodded in agreement, not declining the invitation. Before long, the trio arrived at the school park. The park was indeed well constructed, with sprawling greenery and a small artificial lake. Practicing in such an expansive outdoor setting could elevate one's spirits. "You two, please demonstrate a set of your martial arts for me to observe." Upon arrival, Su Lin swiftly transitioned into teaching mode. Jiang Yufeng and her brother exchanged glances before showcasing their respective skills in boxing and kicking. It must be said, the foundation of this sibling duo was quite commendable. Although Su Lin perceived it as rudimentary, it was undeniably impressive among ordinary practitioners, likely the result of dedicated training from a young age. "Your forms are commendable, yet your strikes lack decisiveness, rendering them somewhat feeble. Allow me to demonstrate my approach." Su Lin first pointed out the issues faced by the siblings. After stating his observations, he proceeded to demonstrate the techniques himself. The siblings were left utterly astonished, both at Su Lin's ability to discern their problems at a glance, and at how the same martial arts seemed to transform into an extraordinary skill under his demonstration, exhibiting a power that was simply incomparable. "Sister, it appears we have indeed encountered a benefactor." Indeed, not just a benefactor, but a master. The siblings were filled with excitement, genuinely feeling honored to receive guidance from Su Lin. They felt they had struck a remarkable fortune. Subsequently, Su Lin began to offer meticulous instruction on martial arts to the Jiang siblings. At that moment, a voice filled with mockery echoed from behind. "Oh, practicing your flashy moves so early in the morning? It seems this pair of bastards is quite diligent." Upon seeing this person, the siblings frowned in unison. "Jiang Li, what brings you here?" Jiang Yufeng inquired, her expression unfriendly. "What a joke. This Jiang City University doesn't belong to you. I can come and go as I please. Who are you to dictate my actions?" The young man named Jiang Li replied with disdain. As he spoke, he scrutinized Su Lin, sneering, "So this kid is your martial arts instructor? Our Jiang family is renowned for martial arts. How foolish of you two to disregard our esteemed masters and choose to learn from this mediocre teacher. Are you seeking further embarrassment? Be quiet, Mr. Su." Jiang Yufeng was about to defend him when Su Lin raised his hand to interrupt her. "Whether it's merely flashy or not, I cannot say, but handling you is certainly within my capabilities." Chapter 69. Stand straight to take the beating. At these words, Jiang Li's expression darkened instantly. "Kid, you sure have a lot of nerve. Huh? Not convinced? Why don't you come and give it a try?" Su Lin provocatively curled his finger, taunting, "Damn it, you dare. Jiang Li, this is Jiang City University. Do not act recklessly." Infuriated and ready to strike, Jiang Li was intercepted by Jiang Yufeng, who stood protectively in front of Su Lin. "This is none of your concern. You, a bastard, should get lost." Jiang Li roared, his gaze towards Jiang Yufeng filled with scorn. "Mr. Su is my friend. I will never allow you to offend him," Jiang Yufeng declared resolutely, assuming a combative stance. Seeing Jiang Yufeng defend Su Lin so fervently, Jiang Li's expression darkened further. "What's the matter? You, an illegitimate child, wish to challenge me for the sake of an outsider? Do you think you, a mere bastard, can compete with me? Say what you will regardless. I will never permit you to insult Mr. Su." Jiang Yufeng showed no sign of retreat. "Damn it, it seems you've been itching for a beating after not being hit for days." Jiang Li shouted in fury, no longer holding back, and swung his fist violently at Jiang Yufeng. Jiang Yufeng immediately responded to the attack. Without further ado, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. Though Jiang Li's words were foul, his martial skills were commendable. Brother Jiang Yuqing hurried over to support her brother. "Are you all right? Did you get hurt?" Jiang Yufeng remained silent. The previous punch had struck him squarely in the chest, visibly injuring him, his complexion turning pale. "You foolish wretch. My skills were honed under the tutelage of esteemed family masters. Do you think you can challenge me just because you learned a few flashy moves from a mediocre instructor?" Jiang Li spat disdainfully onto the ground. "Jiang Li, what do you want? My brother and I have severed all ties with the Jiang family. What more do you seek?" Jiang Yuqing exclaimed angrily, her beautiful eyes filled with fury and unutterable grievance. "Your brother foolishly chose to confront me. What does that have to do with me?" Jiang Yufeng, clutching his chest, stood shakily yet undaunted. "You seem to have misunderstood. I am not here to negotiate, merely to inform you."
Jiang Li assertà dominant-li.
"If you wish to leave, you shall not pass." He seized Jiang Yuqing by the arm. "Release me. Let go." Jiang Yuqing struggled relentlessly. "You ignorant little bastard. It appears you need a lesson as well." Jiang Li cursed, raising his hand to slap Jiang Yuqing. Just as his palm was about to land on her face, Su Lin intervened, grasping Jiang Li's wrist. "You dare strike a woman? How shameless can you be? What are you to lecture me?"
Jiang Li shouta,
attempting to wrench his hand free to strike Su Lin. However, he soon realized that his wrist felt as if it were glued to Su Lin's grip. No matter how forcefully he struggled, he could not break free. "Damn, how does this kid possess such strength?" Jiang Li's face turned sour with frustration. "You now have two choices. Either apologize to them, or I will compel you to apologize through force." Su Lin regarded Jiang Li with a subtle menace. "Apologize to these illegitimate offspring? You must be dreaming." Jiang Li scoffed, hardly considering Su Lin worthy of his attention. Finding his hand trapped, he attempted to kick Su Lin, aiming squarely at the most vulnerable part of the man's anatomy, a display of sheer malice. However, to Su Lin, Jiang Li's movements appeared to unfold in slow motion. Before Jiang Li's foot could make contact, Su Lin swiftly delivered a resounding slap to his face. The sound echoed sharply as Zhang Li was propelled backward by the force of the blow. "Ah! That hurts like hell," he cried, collapsing to the ground in agony, rolling about in distress. While the description of this moment may seem drawn out, it transpired in the blink of an eye. The Jiang siblings stood in stunned disbelief. Though they were aware of Su Lin's prowess, Zhang Li was a new generation fighter, trained by the formidable members of the Jiang family. How could he be dispatched so effortlessly? "Damn it, you dare strike me? I will make you pay," Zhang Li suddenly bellowed, charging forward once more. Slap! Su Lin did not even cast a glance, delivering yet another slap that sent him sprawling. "I shall fight you to the bitter end. Smack! You little rascal! Smack! I! Smack!" It was only when his face had swollen to the size of a steamed bun that he finally recognized the vast chasm that lay between him and Su Lin. How infuriating! How utterly frustrating! Why has it come to this? I am the foremost expert of the new generation from the Jiang family, yet I cannot even best a mere lowlife, he screamed inwardly, brimming with indignation. Meanwhile, the Jiang siblings stood in stunned silence, their jaws nearly touching the ground. That was Zhang Li, a new generation expert trained by the formidable Jiang family, yet he appeared as feeble as a chick before Su Lin. "Have you made your decision? Will you apologize voluntarily? Or will it be a reluctant apology?" Before Zhang Li could gather his wits, Su Lin had already approached him. Gulp! He instinctively swallowed, sweat beading on his forehead. "What do you want?" "I am from the Jiang family." Smack! Just as he attempted to speak, Su Lin's palm struck him forcefully, cutting him off. "I require an apology, not your empty words." Zhang Li's face was etched with resentment, yet he found himself powerless against Su Lin's overwhelming might. "Brother Su, perhaps it would be best to let this go and not stoop to his level." "Indeed, Mr. Su, it is not worth your time to engage with such a person. Let him go." At that moment, Zhang Yufeng and his sister stepped forward to intercede. They were acutely aware of Zhang Li's background, fearing that Su Lin might offend him irreparably, inviting retaliation. That simply cannot be. One must stand tall when struck. If one is wrong, one must admit it. To not apologize would only serve to indulge him. Su Lin shook his head in refusal. This individual dared to put on airs before him, and he must pay the price. The Jiang siblings initially wished to keep the matter subdued, but Su Lin insisted that Zhang Li apologize, leaving them with little choice but to remain silent. At that moment, Zhang Li also realized that this young man was clearly not one to shy away from confrontation. If he did not apologize today, he would likely be carried out of Jiang City University. Chapter 70. Punishing a child on a rainy day, idleness breeds idleness. Zhang Yufeng, quickly tell this fellow to step aside. I am your cousin.
Zhang Li, unwilling to confront Su Lin directly,
resorted to commanding Zhang Yufeng using his cousin's status. However, Zhang Yufeng wore a face of disdain. "We siblings have long severed ties with the Jiang family. We have no affiliation with you whatsoever. You!"
Zhang Li Zhangje flarat.
He wanted to lash out but was wary of Su Lin beside him. After a moment's contemplation, a cold smile crept across his lips. "Very well, let him strike me. At worst, I shall endure some hardship, but your deceased mother will surely suffer the consequences." Upon hearing Zhang Li invoke their mother, the expressions of the Jiang siblings darkened immediately.
Zhang Li.
"What do you mean by that?" "Ha, let me make it abundantly clear. I am here today on behalf of the family's command," Zhang Li threatened coldly. Mentioning their deceased mother evidently struck a nerve with the Jiang siblings. Even the usually good-natured Zhang Yuqing could not contain her fury. "Zhang Li, you beast! What exactly do you want?" With a smug expression, Zhang Li was about to unleash more venomous words when Su Lin delivered a solid kick to him. "Enough of your prattle. I instructed you to apologize, not to ramble on about other matters. It seems you have no intention of apologizing. Perhaps it would be better to end this once and for all." Su Lin cast a cold glance, and Zhang Li broke out in a cold sweat. He had no doubt about the veracity of those words. If he did not apologize soon, this fellow might truly take his life. Apologize. Surely an apology would suffice. "I am sorry. I did not ask you to apologize to me, but to those two." Su Lin pointed to Zhang Yufeng and the other person. It was evident that Zhang Li's face was filled with reluctance. However, under Su Lin's pressure, he dared not resist. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and bowed in apology to the Zhang siblings. "Yes, I apologize." "Louder, haven't you eaten?" Su Lin exclaimed, "I apologize. I was wrong. I should not have brought up your mother." Zhang Li, fearful of retorting, repeatedly nodded and bowed. "If only it had been this way from the start. I am quite a gentleman. Why must you force my hand?" Su Lin nodded in satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "You consider yourself refined? If you seek refinement, then there are no ruthless individuals left in this world." Having already expressed his apologies, Su Lin could not be bothered to engage further with this fellow. "Just leave." Zhang Li, fearing further confrontation, hurriedly scurried away. Although the matter had been resolved, there was not a trace of joy on the faces of Zhang Yufeng and his sister. Instead, they appeared troubled, deep in thought. "Yuqing, who was that person just now? Is he truly your cousin?" Lin Feishuan inquired with curiosity. Not only was she intrigued, but Su Lin also harbored doubts. From the words of that individual, it was evident that he and Zhang Yufeng were indeed cousins. However, it was perplexing to understand the reason behind their strained relationship. It felt less like familial ties and more akin to enmity. "At this point, I shall no longer conceal the truth from you. In fact, our siblings are members of the Zhang family. The current head of the Zhang family, Zhang Jintian, is our biological father," Zhang Yuqing said, her head lowered. Upon hearing this, Lin Feishuan was taken aback. "Are you referring to the ancient martial arts Zhang family?" "Indeed." Zhang Yuqing nodded. With her confirmation, Lin Feishuan was even more astonished. The ancient martial arts families are not like ordinary affluent families. They are usually steeped in tradition and possess profound martial foundations. It is said that such families are filled with masters, rivaling even the Jinwu division. Having known Zhang Yuqing for some time, she had always assumed they were merely from an ordinary household. Little did she realize the magnitude of their lineage. "If he is indeed your cousin, why is the relationship so fraught with animosity?" Su Lin, intrigued, inquired further. At this, Zhang Yufeng's face twisted with resentment. "Cousin? That beast Zhang Li is unworthy. From a biological standpoint, we are indeed members of the Zhang family, but from a personal perspective, we share no connection with them. Zhang Li is not our cousin, and Zhang Jintian is certainly not our father." He uttered these words through gritted teeth, and anyone could sense the deep-seated loathing he harbored for the Zhang family, and even for their biological father. Lin Feishuan furrowed her brows and asked, "What happened?" "Our birth mother was a servant in the Zhang household. Our father, inebriated, assaulted her, resulting in our birth. Due to our mother's humble origins, my brother and I were never treated well in the Zhang family. When our mother fell gravely ill at the age of 12, our father offered no concern until her death. After that, we siblings left the Zhang family. My brother and I learned martial arts merely to prove to the family that we could thrive independently, without relying on the Zhang name." Zhang Yuqing explained, her voice choked with emotion. Upon hearing this, Su Lin and the others finally comprehended the tragic circumstances surrounding the siblings. Lin Feishuan pressed further, "Do you have any idea why they suddenly sought you out?" "We do not know. For years, my brother and I have had no contact with the Zhang family and cannot fathom their sudden interest in us." Zhang Yuqing shook her head. Zhang Yufeng's brow furrowed deeply, and he was about to rush after them. "You've lost your mind. You are no match for him. Have you forgotten how he bested you earlier?" Lin Feishuan quickly intervened. "If we cannot win, then so be it. At worst, it would mean death. Regardless, I cannot stand idly by while those from the Zhang family desecrate my mother's peace." The siblings were resolute in their determination. "This is also an opportunity to relocate our mother's grave and sever all ties with the Zhang family once and for all." "Calm down, you two. Don't be so impulsive." Lin Feishuan gestured towards Su Lin. Suddenly called upon, Su Lin was momentarily taken aback. In truth, Zhang Yufeng had hoped to include Su Lin. After all, with Mr. Su's formidable strength, their safety would be considerably enhanced. However, he believed this was a personal matter and did not wish to burden Su Lin. Moreover, The Jiang family was a clan steeped in ancient martial arts, distinct from mere social elites. Even someone as powerful as Mr. Su would likely hesitate to provoke them. Thus, he dismissed the thought of seeking assistance. Unexpectedly, to their astonishment, Su Lin readily agreed. Mr. Su is truly willing to accompany us? The Jiang siblings exclaimed in disbelief. Su Lin shrugged indifferently. If they want to go, let them go. It's just a rainy day. Beating some kids is better than idling around. In Chapter 71, Grass on the Grave, 2 meters high. Within the grand hall of the Jiang family, the senior members of the clan were gathered. At the head of the table sat a middle-aged man with a distinctive mustache, exuding an air of authority that spoke of his long-standing position of power. He was Jiang Jintian, the current head of the Jiang family. Kneeling on the floor, Jiang Li recounted the incident of his recent chastisement. However, he refrained from telling the whole truth, instead claiming that he had fallen victim to a cunning ambush. His intention was clear. He sought to maintain his pride and avoid humiliation in front of his kin. Jiang Jintian squinted, his voice deep and resonant. I warned them, yet those unruly brats refused to listen. They boldly declared that they have no ties to the Jiang family and even insulted you, claiming you are unworthy of being their father. Jiang Li embellished the tale with fervor. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jintian's expression darkened further. How outrageous! These disobedient wretches are as contemptible as their unworthy mother. Immediately, 4 or 5 Jiang family elites stood up in response. Jiang Li felt a surge of satisfaction and eagerly volunteered. Uncle, allow me to lead the charge. I am familiar with Jiang City University. Excellent, Jiang Jintian replied coldly. If those rebellious children dare to resist again, break their legs. Just ensure they remain breathing. There was no trace of paternal compassion in Jiang Jintian's demeanor. Rather, he regarded his children as a source of shame. Had he not been intoxicated years ago, he would never have taken advantage of a maid, nor would he have fathered these 2 disgraceful offspring who were the subject of ridicule. Just then, a Jiang family servant rushed into the hall.
Jiang Li exclaimed.
Are you certain you Haven Tea made a mistake? Yes, I have confirmed repeatedly. It is indeed young Master Yu Feng and young Miss Yu Qing, accompanied by 2 friends, a male and a female. Jiang Li's eyes narrowed with intrigue. What a clever boy. I didn't seek you out, yet you've come to me. Jiang Jintian gestured for the servant to leave promptly. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Jiang family estate, Su Lin and his companions were waiting. During the wait, Jiang Yuqing glanced at her brother in confusion. Jiang Yufeng shared her bewilderment. The siblings had not been in contact with the Jiang family for many years. The family's sudden interest in seeking them out must surely harbor a significant motive, though he couldn't discern what it might be. Regardless of the reason, they were resolute about severing ties with the Jiang family today and relocating their mother's grave. Once and for all, Jiang Yufeng's eyes were filled with determination. Jiang Yuqing shared his sentiment, nodding firmly in agreement. Do not worry, you two. Su Lin is with us. He is formidable and will surely keep us safe. Lin Feishuan reassured them. Yet, both siblings understood that the Jiang family was not an ordinary clan. Even someone as powerful as Su Lin might not emerge unscathed in their presence. Jiang Yufeng had invited Su Lin along, considering that should negotiations fail and conflict arise, he could protect his sister while he himself was willing to face any consequence. Esteemed guests, the head of the family requests your presence, the servant announced, leading them into the hall. Inside, the Jiang family's elite were assembled, including Jiang Li, who had recently stirred trouble at Jiang City University. Truly, as a family steeped in ancient martial traditions, they possessed a certain gravitas. Su Lin muttered to himself silently. The moment he stepped inside, he sensed several formidable auras, especially the man with the mustache seated at the head of the table. His presence was the most overwhelming. According to Su Lin's perception, this man had already reached the innate realm of martial arts. Not bad at all for such strength. You little brat, I didn't come looking for you, yet you delivered yourself right to my doorstep. As soon as the group entered, Jiang Li pointed at Su Lin and roared. Jiang Yufeng immediately stepped in front of Su Lin. Jiang Li, don't push your luck, mister. Su already spared you once at Jiang City University. Get out of my way. I'm here for him, not some bastard like you.
Jiang Li Baluba.
If you want to lay a finger on Mr. Su, You'll have to go through me first.
Jeanne Yufeng assumait la combattance.
Though he knew he was no match for Zhang Li, he refused to show weakness, nor would he tolerate any disrespect toward Su Lin in his presence. Yufeng, no need to be so agitated. If he insists on courting death, we wouldn't mind teaching him another lesson. Su Lin, with a frosty smile, gestured for Zhang Yufeng to step aside. Damn it, you.
Jiang Li.
Just as Zhang Li was about to explode in anger, Zhang Jintian's voice suddenly intervened from above, halting him. Second uncle, it was this brat who plotted against me. I must eliminate him today. Zhang Li glared fiercely at Su Lin, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. You should withdraw for now. With your second uncle here, I shall take care of this matter. Zhang Jintian waved his hand dismissively. So it was you who harmed my nephew, was it? Zhang Jintian narrowed his eyes.
Confronting Su Lin.
Indeed, it was I who struck him. What of it? Su Lin shrugged nonchalantly, his demeanor exuding an air of calm indifference. Zhang Jintian, taken aback by his unflappable composure, couldn't help but feel a tinge of astonishment. Humph! What an audacious youth. It seems you remain oblivious to your current predicament. You are the first to dare speak to me in such a tone. Zhang Jintian deliberately unleashed the oppressive aura of a congenital master, a psychological assault of overwhelming magnitude that could terrify the faint-hearted into submission. He intended to instill a sense of fear in Su Lin, but to his surprise, Su Lin remained unfazed, even managing a composed smile. You two are the first to address me in such a manner. Those who spoke before. Their graves must be 2 meters high by now. Chapter 72. Why don't you take a turn? Boom! The words reverberated like thunder in the ears of the onlookers. Has this fellow lost his mind, provoking the head of the Zhang family right from the start? Lin Feishuan was instantly alarmed. She had merely suggested that Su Lin accompany the Zhang siblings for support, hoping he would serve as a backup for Zhang Yufeng and Zhang Yuqing. In the event of a confrontation, his presence would at least provide assistance. Yet, this man chose to provoke the head of the Zhang family upon entering. This was hardly helpful. It was a monumental blunder. Uncle, you two have seen it. This brat is utterly arrogant, showing blatant disregard for you. Allow me to cripple his legs so he can kneel before you and offer a proper apology. Zhang Li leapt forward, gesturing as 7 or 8 masters of the Zhang family stepped out in unison. What do you intend to do? If you wish to harm Mr. Su, you must first eliminate me. Zhang Yufeng and his sister simultaneously positioned themselves in front of Su Lin. Outrageous! You traitorous scoundrels! Do you intend to assist an outsider in betraying your own kin? Zhang Jintian slammed his hand against the back of his chair in fury. The Zhang siblings were momentarily taken aback by his roar, but they quickly regained their composure, resolutely shielding Su Lin. Mr. Su is not an outsider. He is my friend. Moreover, my sister and I have never considered ourselves part of the Zhang family, Zhang Yufeng declared with righteous indignation. The more they resisted, the darker Zhang Jintian's expression became. You ungrateful children, how dare you defy your father? Father? Ha! When my mother passed away, why did you not claim to be our father? When Zhang Li and his ilk bullied my sister and me, where were you then? Have you ever regarded us as your children? Zhang Yufeng retorted vehemently. In that moment, Zhang Jintian found himself at a loss for words. We did not come here to argue with you. We are here to conclude matters. I intend to relocate my mother's grave and sever all ties with the Zhang family from this day forth, Zhang Yufeng stated, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Humph! Such audacity! You think you can simply relocate a grave? As the head of this family, I hold the final say in the Zhang household. Zhang Jintian scoffed coldly. Zhang Yuqing, overwhelmed with emotion, could no longer hold back her tears. What do you want from us? Our mother is already gone, and neither my brother nor I wish to have any further dealings with you. Why do you persist in tormenting us? Seeing the helplessness of the Zhang siblings, both Su Lin and Lin Feishuan couldn't help but feel a deep sorrow. They were clearly descendants of a prestigious family, yet their lives were marked by such tragedy. Devoid of the privileges typically afforded to the elite, they lived in a manner lesser than that of a servant. To be burdened with such a father was indeed unfortunate. As long as the matter is resolved, I have no objection to where you choose to relocate that wretched woman's grave. Zhang Jintian's tone softened. What do you wish us to do? Jiang Yuqing asked, furrowing her brow. Jiang Huai is gravely ill and requires a blood transfusion from someone with the same blood type. He is, after all, your brother. If you are willing to donate blood to save him, you may relocate that wretched woman's grave wherever you please. Jiang Jintian stated plainly. Jiang Huai was, as Su Lin had heard on their way there, the half-brother of Jiang Yufeng and Jiang Yuqing. Jiang Jintian had fathered them with their mother during a drunken indiscretion, while he had a legitimate wife and a younger son named Jiang Huai. Despite being siblings, the treatment they received was worlds apart. Jiang Huai was the true heir of the Jiang family, while they were viewed as mere illegitimate offspring, unworthy even of a servant's respect.
Impossible.
If blood is to be donated, you should do it yourself. Jiang Yufeng flatly rejected the proposal without a moment's hesitation. This lad seems to possess quite the shrewdness. In his heart, Su Lin mused that if it were merely a routine blood donation, Jiang Jintian, as the biological father, could easily suffice with his own blood, without necessitating the presence of the Jiang Yufeng siblings. The summons of the siblings indicated that the situation was far from ordinary. It likely required a substantial volume of blood, potentially jeopardizing the health of the donor. In essence, the Jiang family intended to utilize the Jiang Yufeng siblings as a reservoir of blood, sacrificing their well-being to ensure Jiang Huai's health. Jiang Yufeng was acutely aware of this, which prompted his forthright refusal. After all, Jiang Huai is your brother. Can you truly bear to watch him suffer without extending help? Jiang Zhentian's expression darkened, his demeanor becoming ominous. I have no brother, only a sister, Yuqing. Your young master's illness is of no concern to my sister and me. Jiang Yufeng replied coldly. Despite his outward bravado, uttering such words caused him inner turmoil. As a son, the disparity in treatment he received was starkly evident. Anyone in his position would likely find the situation absurd. Very well, if you refuse to donate blood, then be gone. Jiang Jintian threatened with a scowl. Jiang Jintian, you. Jiang Yufeng angrily addressed his father by name. At this, even Su Lin could no longer remain indifferent. Upon hearing this, a chilling aura emanated from Jiang Jintian. You insolent boy! It seems you have a death wish. Seize him. With a command from Jiang Jintian, Jiang Li surged forward, followed closely by 7 or 8 skilled fighters from the Jiang family. Aware that he could not match Su Lin in a one-on-one confrontation, he took solace in the fact that this was the Jiang family, where formidable fighters abounded. He had no fear of a single individual. You, surnamed Su, are choosing a path to hell when there is a road to heaven before you. Soon you shall learn the meaning of suffering. Jiang Li initiated the attack. Simultaneously, the other Jiang family fighters sprang into action. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Lin met them head-on. Sister, let us join in. We shall fight alongside them. All right. The Jiang Yufeng siblings prepared to assist. However, before they could make a move, the scene that unfolded next left them and the other onlookers utterly astonished. Su Lin charged into the fray like a tiger among sheep, and wherever he passed, Jiang Li and his comrades fell. A chorus of wails and cries erupted throughout the hall, all emanating from the Jiang family members, while Su Lin remained utterly composed, his hair unruffled. The atmosphere was charged with disbelief. The Jiang Yufeng trio, as well as Jiang Jintian and the rest of the Jiang family, stood agape in shock. How could the formidable Jiang family fighters be dispatched so swiftly? Yet, this was merely the beginning. Even more astonishing events were yet to unfold. After Su Lin dealt with Jiang Li and the others, he stepped forward and pointed at Jiang Jintian, the head of the Jiang family. There isn't a capable fighter among you. Why don't you step up? Chapter 73. I promise you. No wonder you two ungrateful children dare to defy your father. It turns out you have a backing. However, do you truly believe that this young man can stand against me? Jiang Zhentian's expression darkened, his tone chilling to the core. We have no intention of opposing you, nor any interest in doing so. We are here solely to relocate my mother's grave and sever ties with the Jiang family. Jiang Yufeng replied coldly. You presumptuous fool. What right do you have to negotiate with me? Jiang Jintian bellowed. The Jiang Yufeng siblings, being youthful and inexperienced, found themselves at a loss for words, especially under the bloodline pressure exerted by their father Jiang Jintian. Why all this unnecessary talk? I simply ask whether you agree to the relocation of the grave. Su Lin responded, and upon hearing his words, Zhang Jintian was utterly enraged. Preposterous! He exclaimed as he abruptly rose, launching himself from above. Ha! The master has made his move. You might as well await your demise. Witnessing Zhang Jintian's action, the senior members of the Zhang family within the hall swelled with pride. It must be said that a master of the innate realm stood in an entirely different league compared to Zhang Li and his companions. The moment Zhang Jintian stood, Su Lin felt the sharpness of his aura. However, such an aura might intimidate others, but against him it was utterly ineffectual. Su Lin launched a punch to meet Zhang Jintian's palm strike midair. The collision produced a resonant thud that reverberated through the hall. A powerful wave of energy rippled outward, engulfing the entire space. Witnessing the sheer force of their confrontation, everyone present was left in awe. This young man managed to withstand the patriarch's assault? The members of the Zhang family, who had just moments ago worn expressions of smug satisfaction, now found themselves utterly dumbfounded. Yet, they were not alone in their astonishment. Even Zhang Jintian himself was taken aback. As a practitioner of innate martial arts, he could scarcely believe that his full-force attack had been so effortlessly countered by this youth. Was this truly all there was to it? Su Lin sneered, "You reckless child. You seek your own demise." Zhang Jintian's body twisted midair, followed by a second strike. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Su Lin effortlessly deflected the attack once more. How could this be possible? At that moment, even Zhang Jintian was no longer composed. Twice in succession, he had exerted himself without holding back. His full-force assault was casually countered by Su Lin, which suddenly alerted him to a perilous signal. "You have finished your strike. Now it is my turn." Before Zhang Jintian could react, Su Lin's other fist surged forward. Bang! This punch landed solidly on Zhang Jintian's chest. Poof! With no power to resist, he spat out blood and was sent flying. Hiss! Instantly, the room echoed with gasps of astonishment. A monster. This young man is simply a monster. The head of the family is a master of innate skills, yet he was struck down by this youth in a single blow. What kind of prodigy is this? Everyone present was in shock. The only one who remained somewhat composed was Lin Feishuan. She had long suspected that Su Lin might possess strength rivaling that of the Zhang family patriarch. However, this had been mere speculation before, lacking complete certainty. Now, Su Lin had substantiated her hypothesis through action. This fellow truly is as formidable as a monster. Now, speak. Do you agree to allow Yufeng and the others to relocate the graves? Or do you intend to resist stubbornly? Su Lin approached Zhang Jintian with measured steps. Observing him threaten the family patriarch, the senior members of the Zhang family dared not utter a single word. Who exactly are you? Zhang Jintian stammered, visibly anxious. That depends on the choice you make, Su Lin replied. If you agree to relocate the grave, I will be merely the one who strikes you. If you refuse, I shall become the harbinger of your demise. Su Lin's lips curled into a smile. Upon witnessing the grin that graced his face, Zhang Jintian's heart tightened with unease. However, this momentary panic was fleeting, and soon he regained his composure. I do not believe you would truly dare to kill me. Is that so? Are you certain? Su Lin's smile vanished, and his gaze suddenly turned icy and piercing. At that moment, Zhang Jintian felt a bone-chilling cold wash over him, as if he were standing in a realm of ice and snow, so frigid that even his very soul trembled in fear. It was a terrifying realization. This young man was not merely posturing. He genuinely intended to kill him. Brother Su, please don't. Just as Zhang Jintian was about to capitulate and plead for mercy, Zhang Yuqing hurriedly interjected. Her expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, tinged with resentment towards her biological father, yet also imbued with a sense of compassion as his daughter. She harbored deep-seated animosity towards Zhang Jintian for his indifference to their mother and his coldness towards his children. However, as she stood there, witnessing the impending doom of her father, her heart ached with reluctance. Brother Su, perhaps we should reconsider. After all, he is our biological father. Su Lin discerned that Zhang Yufeng and her brother were still reluctant to act, which prompted him to temper his murderous intent. Simultaneously, Zhang Jintian felt the chilling aura dissipate, and he breathed a sigh of relief. For the sake of your daughter, I shall spare your life for now. However, while you may escape death, the punishment shall still be severe. I will render you powerless, allowing you to experience the bitter taste of disdain from others in the future. Su Lin's palm hovered in the air, poised to eradicate Zhang Zhentian's cultivation. Panic-stricken, Zhang Zhentian hastily pleaded for mercy. Please, I beg you, do not strip me of my powers. Su Lin remained indifferent, poised to deliver a strike when he suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance in Zhang Zhentian's lower abdomen. He instinctively halted. Zhang Zhentian, perplexed, dared not even breathe. When did this beast tarnish your mother? Su Lin turned to inquire of Zhang Yufeng and the other. The siblings were momentarily taken aback by the question. So, when exactly did he take a concubine and father the child known as Zhang Huai? Su Lin inquired again. 20 years ago, I was precisely 5 years old, and Zhang Huai was born when I turned 6. Zhang Yufeng added. Upon absorbing this information, Su Lin immediately began to murmur something while counting on his fingers. The crowd was left utterly bewildered by his actions. A few moments later, Su Lin exhibited a look of sudden realization. He withdrew his hand and gradually rose to his feet. Observing that he no longer intended to forfeit his cultivation, the weight that had burdened Zhang Zhentian's heart was finally lifted. Su Lin gazed coldly at Zhang Zhentian and, upon hearing his words, Zhang Zhentian was immediately taken aback. Zhang Yufeng and her brother were equally surprised by Su Lin's sudden declaration. What was happening? Can you truly cure my son? Zhang Zhentian asked, his brow furrowed in concern. Su Lin discerned the skepticism in the other's words, yet he remained unfazed. You have no alternative. Either you comply with my commands, or I shall render you powerless. Zhang Zhentian was acutely aware of the implications of being under someone else's roof. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Very well, I consent to your terms. Chapter 74. Is there a possibility that he is not your son at all? In a certain chamber, Zhang's matriarch, Chen Ting, and the second heir, Zhang Zhenan, were present. Beside the sickbed lay a youth of 17 or 18, currently in a state of unconsciousness due to a severe illness. He was Zhang's cherished young master, Zhang Huai. Zhenan, do you think Huaier will be all right? Chen Ting gazed sorrowfully at her son, still in a deep slumber. My dear, do not despair. I have heard that elder brother has sent someone to locate the 2 illegitimate children, Yufeng and Yuqing. As long as we use their blood to transfuse Huaier, our son will surely recover. Zhang Zhenan reassured her, resting a hand on Chen Ting's shoulder, who leaned her head against his chest. Fortunately, they were alone in the room. Otherwise, the scene would have left many astonished. As the matriarch of the Zhang family, Chen Ting was the legitimate wife of the family head, Zhang Zhentian, while Zhang Zhenan was his younger brother. The predicament was dire, considering the intimacy between the wife and brother. Little did Zhang Zhentian know he was unwittingly at the center of such a scandal. Mr. Su, this way please. Just as the couple shared a moment of tenderness, Zhang Zhentian's voice resonated from outside. Zhentian, you have finally arrived. Chen Ting exclaimed, hastily extricating herself from Zhang Zhenan's embrace. Coincidentally, as they parted, Zhang Zhentian entered with Su Lin and others. Upon seeing Zhang Zhenan and Chen Ting, Su Lin instantly grasped the situation. He had already discerned that Zhang Zhentian bore internal injuries that rendered him incapable of fathering children, injuries that had persisted for 2 decades, while his son, Zhang Huai, was merely 17 or 18. This implied that Zhang Huai was not his biological son. Previously, Su Lin had only speculated, but upon seeing Zhang Zhenan, everything became clear. Zhentian, you have finally come. Chen Ting approached him with a sway of her waist. My dear, how is Huaier? Zhang Zhentian inquired. Chen Ting wiped her tears, her voice trembling. It's not good. Our son has yet to awaken. Zhang Zhenan offered comfort, exchanging a furtive glance with Chen Ting. He then turned to the family doctor present. What are you standing there for? Hurry and prepare for the blood transfusion. The private doctor shook his head. I am not the one treating the young master today. At this revelation, both Chen Ting and Zhang Zhenan were struck with confusion. What do you mean? My dear Mr. Su claims he can save our son without the need for a transfusion. Zhang Zhentian explained, glancing at Su Lin. Chen Ting was taken aback, scrutinizing Su Lin with wide eyes. Jintian, what nonsense are you spouting? This man appears to be of the lowest station. He hardly resembles a physician. Indeed, elder brother, have you lost your senses? Why forego the best family doctor for this rustic fellow to treat Huire? Who exactly is this person? Jiang Jinan and Chan Ting both fervently dissuaded him, their words laced with derision towards Su Lin. In truth, Jiang Jintian himself harbored doubts about Su Lin, yet he found himself unable to confront him. There were no alternatives left to consider. Hey, you two, mind your language. Mr. Su is here to assist in saving lives. Do not be ungrateful. Jiang Yufeng interjected, unable to contain herself. You little illegitimate child. Have you gained some audacity after spending years outside? How dare you speak to me this way? Chan Ting retorted, her face darkened with anger. Sister-in-law, no need to waste words on this little wretch. Allow me to subdue him and make him kneel before you in apology. Jiang Jinan was ready to take action. Seeing this, Jiang Jintian quickly restrained his brother. Jinan, do not act recklessly. Jinan was bewildered. His elder brother had always held disdain for Jiang Yufeng and her brother. Why was he now defending them? Brother, have you lost your mind? This little wretch just insulted sister-in-law and me. Jiang Jintian appeared troubled, unsure of how to respond. Under normal circumstances, he would never impede Jiang Jinan's reprimand of Jiang Yufeng. However, the presence of a formidable figure like Su Lin changed everything. With such a lethal force among them, Jiang Jintian felt he could not confront Jiang Yufeng's brother and sister without consequence. Silence. You have no place to speak here. Jiang Jintian barked, casting a discreet glance at Su Lin to gauge his reaction, relieved to find no anger in his demeanor. As for Jiang Jinan, he was both astonished and infuriated. What has gotten into you today, brother? Why are you siding with these outsiders? Outsiders? Yufeng and Yuqing are your husband's biological children. In comparison to them, you are the true outsider. Su Lin retorted sharply, causing Chen Ting's expression to darken instantly. Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the Jiang family? You country bumpkin? The moment those words were uttered, a chill ran down the spines of the Jiang family's senior members, including Jiang Jintian. While Chen Ting and her companion were unaware of Su Lin's formidable nature, the others were all too aware. This formidable figure could eliminate the family head with a single move. If he were to unleash his wrath, the entire Jiang family would surely face annihilation. You two, silence yourself. Jiang Jintian admonished Chen Ting in fear. The more he exhibited his anxiety, the more perplexed Chen Ting and her companion became. What was wrong with him today? He seemed like a frightened mouse. Mr. Su, my wife speaks thoughtlessly. I hope you can forgive her indiscretions. Jiang Jintian hastily offered his apologies to Su Lin. She is merely a nagging woman in her menopausal years. I find it beneath me to engage with her. Su Lin waved his hand. Suddenly, Lin Feishuan behind him chuckled upon hearing his address of the matriarch of the Jiang family. When one turned to look at Chen Ting, her face was filled with resentment, as if she longed to devour someone. However, having just been reprimanded by Jiang Jintian, she dared not voice her displeasure. Mr. Su, regarding my son's condition, what do you think? Jiang Jintian inquired without hesitation, getting straight to the point. Rest assured, treating your son is not a difficult task. Jiang Jintian felt a surge of joy in his heart and respectfully responded. That is wonderful. I implore you to save my son. I am willing to negotiate anything as long as you can cure him. Do not be too quick to rejoice, Su Lin cautioned. While I can indeed provide assistance, there are certain matters I must clarify with you first. Once you have heard everything, you may decide whether or not to proceed with my aid. A hint of playful amusement graced Su Lin's lips. Mr. Su, please feel free to speak your mind. Is there not a possibility that the one lying on this bed is not your son at all? Chapter 75. A dramatic turn. What does Mr. Su mean by this? Jiang, I fail to comprehend. Jiang Jintian wore a puzzled expression. Not only he, but the others present were equally baffled. Only Chen Ting and Jiang Jinan felt a sudden jolt in their hearts upon hearing those words. What is happening? Does this fellow know about their affairs? Su Lin cast a glance at Chen Ting and her companion, noticing the fleeting tension on their faces, which only solidified his conviction. Jiang Huai was unequivocally not the offspring of Jiang Jintian. Rather, He was the illegitimate child born of this illicit affair between the two. Master Jiang, as your son requires a blood transfusion, have you never contemplated whether your own blood might suffice? Su Lin wore a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. I have indeed attempted it, he said, but my blood has an adverse reaction to Huayer's, making a transfusion impossible. Jiang Jintian shook his head. How intriguing it is, he remarked, that a biological father and son should be unable to share blood. Do you not find that peculiar?
Su Lin gently tapped.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Jintian suddenly realized something. As he was about to inquire further, Chun Ting and Jiang Jinan leaped forward. What nonsense are you spouting, you country bumpkin? Can you even cure my son's illness? If not, be gone. The two were increasingly agitated, particularly Jiang Jinan, who seemed ready to charge forward in anger. Both of you, silence. Jiang Jintian bellowed. Jintian, this country bumpkin I said, be quiet. Chan Ting attempted to retort, but was silenced by Jiang Jintian's furious interruption. With the conversation having escalated to this point, the others began to grasp the situation. What is happening? Why do I have an uneasy feeling? Does Mr. Su imply that young Master Jiang Huai is the illegitimate child of the lady and another man? Whispers began to ripple through the crowd. At this moment, Jiang Jintian's face darkened, clearly having deduced something. Mr. Su, please speak plainly. No need for circumlocution. Then I shall be direct. The one lying in bed is not your son at all, Master Jiang. It seems you may have a touch of green atop your head. Su Lin's scorn was unrestrained. Upon hearing those words, Jiang Jintian's face turned an unsightly shade, resembling someone who had just consumed a dead rat. This is impossible. I have conducted a paternity test with Huayer, and the report unequivocally confirms he is my son, he asserted, voicing his doubts. Paternity tests are not infallible, especially when the sample comes from a close relative. The blood ties can be rather ambiguous. Su Lin's words struck like a thunderclap in the ears of the gathered crowd. Until that moment, they had merely speculated that Chun Ting had been unfaithful with another man. However, they could hardly fathom that the illicit partner would be none other than the second-in-command. Jiang Zhentian's expression darkened, and he instinctively glanced at Jiang Jinan. The latter, flustered, quickly retorted, Brother, do not heed this fool's baseless accusations. He is merely here to sow discord. Following that, he pointed angrily at Su Lin, exclaiming, You insolent wretch, cease your nonsensical prattle. By your reasoning, does it not imply that in this world, any man with brothers must question the legitimacy of his sons? It was evident that Jiang Jintian had taken this to heart. He too recognized that one could not solely rely on blood relations to draw definitive conclusions about certain matters. Su Lin discerned his thoughts and chuckled. In truth, it's quite simple to validate my claims. Both of you should simultaneously undergo a paternity test with Jiang Huai. The one with the higher similarity score will reveal whose offspring he truly is. You insolent brat, haven't you had enough? I shall tear your mouth apart. Jiang Jinan was thoroughly provoked. In a fit of rage, he suddenly struck out, launching a palm attack towards Su Lin. Su Lin also took action, yet his target was not Jiang Jinan, but rather Jiang Huai, who lay in the hospital bed. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Jinan abruptly halted.
No.
Almost simultaneously, as Jinan came to a standstill, Su Lin's palm hovered above Jiang Huai's head. The second-in-command truly cared for his nephew, showing more concern than even Jiang's biological father. You little rascal, you. Enough. Jiang Jinan was about to speak, but was sharply interrupted by Jiang Zhentian. Jinan, join me in verifying this with Huayer. Brother, don't listen to this brat's nonsense. How could I engage in such matters with my sister-in-law? Jiang Jinan steadfastly refused to relent. Su Lin's crooked smile was anything but reassuring. After all, as the old saying goes, nothing compares to the deliciousness of dumplings, and nothing is as entertaining as. Jiang Jinnan's face darkened, a fierce desire to devour Su Lin evident in his expression. Zhentian, she is innocent. Huayer is my own flesh and blood. How can you trust the slander of an outsider and wrong our own kin? Chun Ting feigned a pitiful demeanor, tears welling in her eyes. To be frank, her acting skills were quite commendable. Had Su Lin not already discerned Jiang Zhentian's inability to conceive, he might have been completely taken in by her heartfelt cries of injustice. how impressive her performance was. It would indeed be a pity if she did not enter the entertainment industry. I see you, country bumpkin, are here to sow discord. Guards, seize him.
Enchanting.
Fearing the situation would escalate, hastily commanded an assault on Su Lin. However, the senior members of the Jiang family remained frozen in place. The thought of apprehending Su Lin was akin to a death sentence for them. Why are you all standing there? Capture this country bumpkin. Chen Ting was growing anxious. No need to shout. Even if you gave them tenfold courage, they would not dare lay a hand on me. Su Lin displayed a scornful expression. Although his words were audacious, he possessed the means to be so. The faces of the Jiang family experts darkened, yet none dared to voice even the slightest contradiction. I observe that your brother seems rather reluctant to partake in the paternity test with you. I have alternative methods. Your wife shows signs of fetal movement, and there is an overwhelming probability that she is pregnant again. All you need to do is ascertain whether you still possess the capability of procreation, and everything will become clear. Su Lin proposed alternative plans once again. Jiang Xintian furrowed his brow. He refrained from responding, instead glaring fiercely at Jiang Zhenan and Chen Ting. You two wretches, how dare you engage in such illicit acts behind my back? Xintian, we... Enough, Ting, there is no need for further explanation. Chen Ting wished to deny it vehemently, but Jiang Zhenan called her to a halt. Jiang Xintian, how foolish you are, neglecting your own flesh and blood while cherishing another's child as if he were a precious gem. With such intellect, how did you ascend to the head of the Jiang family? Su Lin did not conceal his disdain, openly mocking Jiang Xintian. At that moment, Jiang Xintian's fury was directed solely at Chen Ting and her companion, paying no heed to Su Lin's jests. Meanwhile, Jiang Yufeng and her brother could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for this irresponsible father. This melodramatic scene seemed too absurd even for a novel. Chapter 76. An opportunity for personal revenge. Seize this pair of scoundrels, Jiang Xintian commanded. Instantly, 4 or 5 skilled members of the Jiang family sprang forth. Second Master, I regret any offense. Jiang Zhenan stepped forward, exuding confidence. You dare to challenge me with such meager strength? He was indeed the second master of the Jiang family, and his prowess was commendable. Like Jiang Xintian, he was a formidable innate master, and Su Lin perceived that Jiang Zhenan's abilities might even surpass those of Jiang Xintian. Jiang Xintian, your lackeys are woefully inadequate. If you wish to confront me, you must do so personally. However, I hope you do not disappoint me, Jiang Zhenan declared, his tone brimming with arrogance. Why have you betrayed me? Jiang Xintian's expression darkened. Why? Have you ever questioned why you were able to ascend to the head of the Jiang family? Throughout our lives, I have always surpassed you, yet merely because you are the elder brother, the position of family head was bestowed upon you. I had no desire to escalate matters to this extent. I would have been content as long as my son could inherit the title. Yet since you insist on stirring the pot, I shall not hesitate to pave the way for my son before he claims the position. Jiang Zhenan sneered coldly and, to everyone's shock, wrapped his arm around Chen Ting's waist, pulling her close. My dear brother, not only are you inferior to me in strength, but also in the bedroom. Tell him, who is truly more formidable, he or I? Well, that goes without saying, it's obviously you. Chen Ting exclaimed, her delicate hands resting on Jiang Zhenan's chest. With the truth laid bare, the two no longer felt the need to pretend. You wretches, I shall end your lives. Jiang Xintian was utterly enraged, launching a powerful strike. Is that all you've got? Jiang Zhenan pushed Chen Ting aside and the two brothers clashed. Though both were innate masters, Jiang Zhenan had evidently been in this realm longer than Jiang Xintian, granting him a slight edge. Additionally, given Jiang Xintian's previous injuries inflicted by Su Lin, he was now even less of a match for Jiang Zhenan. Their confrontation was brief. Within mere exchanges, Jiang Xintian found himself on the losing end. With a resounding thud, he was struck in the chest by Jiang Zhenan's palm, collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. What can you contend against me with such feeble power? If not for your status as my brother, how could you ever hope to lead the Jiang family? Jiang Zhenan continued to ruthlessly kick Jiang Xintian. In that moment, they were no longer brothers but bitter enemies. Watching this spectacle, Su Lin could not help but find it laughable. This was the so-called aristocratic family, appearing glamorous on the surface yet rife with the stench of power and corruption. Hearing Su Lin's voice, Jiang Jinan halted his assault, his malevolent gaze shifting towards him. Damn you, it's all your fault. I had no intention of killing him, but you forced me into the role of a fratricide. With a sinister smile, Jiang Jinan addressed his fallen brother. Rest assured, dear brother, once I eliminate this brat, I will send him to join you in hell, so you won't be alone on the road to the afterlife. Should you wish to harm Mr. Su, you must first contend with us. Jiang Yufeng and her brother quickly positioned themselves in front of Su Lin. Simultaneously, Jiang Jinan charged forward. You overestimate yourselves. Step aside. He unleashed a powerful kick to push Jiang Yufeng and her brother out of his path, then directed a full-force strike towards Su Lin. Die Brat. While the events unfolded at a seemingly languid pace, they transpired in the blink of an eye. As Jiang Jinan's palm approached, mere centimeters from Su Lin, he did not flinch. Instead, he swung his hand back with full force. Su Lin, gathering his strength, delivered a powerful slap. With a sharp crack, Jiang Jinan was sent flying. Jinan? Chun Ting was taken aback in shock. Is this it? Pathetically weak yet attempting to show off. Do you possess the strength to contend with me? Su Lin deliberately mimicked the lines from a classic television drama, boasting with a hint of arrogance. How infuriating! How could this young man possess such remarkable skill? Jiang Jinan rose from the ground, his right cheek, which had just been struck by Su Lin, now swollen and resembling a steamed bun. Su Lin did not pursue the advantage, but instead turned his gaze towards Jiang Zhentian, who lay on the ground. I can heal you now and grant you the chance to take revenge with your own hands. But everything belonging to the Jiang family must ultimately be entrusted to Jiang Yufeng. Jiang Yufeng was momentarily taken aback, a warm current flowing through his heart. Even at this critical juncture, Su Lin was still paving the way for him. This filled him with immense gratitude, and he silently vowed to remember this kindness. Very well, I accept your terms. Jiang Zhentian agreed resolutely. Su Lin smiled faintly and swiftly unleashed a flying needle. Whoosh! The needle pierced into Jiang Zhentian's body. Originally gravely injured and powerless, he suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of strength, propelling him off the ground in an instant. The master has actually been healed? The crowd was taken aback, particularly Jiang Jinan, who had just ruthlessly attacked Jiang Zhentian. He had nearly beaten him to death. Yet this young man managed to heal him in a heartbeat? Jiang Jinan, let us settle this once and for all. With his strength restored, Jiang Zhentian indeed took action. Jiang Jinan, already severely weakened from Su Lin's previous strike, stood no chance against the fully revived Jiang Zhentian. The tide of battle had completely turned. Brother, please, don't. I am your own flesh and blood. I have no brother like you. Perish. Jiang Zhentian, resolute in his vengeance, struck down upon Jiang Jinan's head. Bang! With a dull thud, Jiang Jinan's skull shattered. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Jiang Jinan is dead. Wretched woman, now it is your turn. After dispatching Jiang Jinan, Jiang Zhentian approached Chun Ting. Please, Zhentian, I was forced by your brother. I beg you for another chance. My heart belongs solely to you.
Chun Ting knelt, pleading desperately.
Wretched woman, you are already carrying his illegitimate child and still dare to utter such words? I was coerced by Jinan. I am also a victim. For the sake of the child in my womb, have mercy on me.
Chun Ting wept bitterly.
However, Jiang Zhentian's resolve was unyielding. No amount of pleading could sway him. Tears will not save your wretched life. Perish along with the spawn you carry. With that, he raised his hand and struck down, and Chun Ting fell in response. Thus, both Chun Ting and her unborn child met their demise, leaving no trace behind. The room fell into an eerie silence. Su Lin glanced at the 2 lifeless bodies on the ground, devoid of any sympathy, merely feeling a profound sadness. This was what one referred to as a prestigious family. No matter how resplendent the faade, it could not conceal the stench of corruption that accompanies power. Chapter 77. Your love shall be guarded by me. Someone, dispose of these 2 wretched souls and feed them to the dogs. With a commanding voice, Zhang Jintian issued the order. Immediately, servants of the Zhang family began to remove the bodies of Chun Ting and her companion. "Master, how shall we handle young Master Zhang Huai?" inquired a senior member of the Zhang family. Zhang Jintian squinted at the figure on the sickbed, his eyes momentarily flashing with coldness before the intensity faded. After all these years, despite knowing he was not his biological son, Zhang Jintian found it difficult to take decisive action. Cast him into the streets to fend for himself. From this moment forth, he is no longer of our concern. Zhang Jintian waved his hand dismissively, turning his head away. As the servants carried Zhang Huai out, he deliberately averted his gaze, revealing the inner turmoil of the patriarch of the Zhang family. "Mr. Su, I am immensely grateful for your guidance today. Otherwise, I would still be in the dark," Zhang Jintian expressed with a bow, showing his gratitude before the assembled crowd. The esteemed master of the Zhang family, at this moment, displayed a remarkable subservience before Su Lin. Remarkably, the high-ranking members of the Zhang family harbored no objections, even deeming this behavior entirely appropriate. "Let us forego the formalities. Do not forget the promise you made to me," Su Lin responded coldly. Zhang Jintian, with utmost sincerity, made a promise. His words were not solely directed at Su Lin. He genuinely harbored that intention in his heart. Having lost his ability to procreate, he faced the inevitable truth that he could not father any more offspring. With just these 2 children, there was no alternative but to entrust them with his legacy. "Mr. Su, is there any way you could restore his fertility?" At that moment, Zhang Yufeng suddenly directed this inquiry towards Su Lin. This task was not particularly challenging. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jintian's spirits lifted instantly. Before he could voice his thoughts, Zhang Yufeng implored Su Lin, asking if he could assist in restoring his father's fertility. This declaration left Zhang Jintian in a state of shock. Even Su Lin was taken aback by Zhang Yufeng's unexpected request for assistance in treating his father's ailment. The very reason Zhang Jintian was willing to pass on the headship of the Zhang family to him was precisely because of his inability to sire more children, which meant he could solely focus on caring for the siblings, Zhang Yufeng and his sister. If he were to have more offspring, the affection bestowed upon Zhang Yufeng and his sister would inevitably be diluted. Surely this young man comprehended such reasoning? "This is out of the question. I cannot assist with this matter." Su Lin did not ponder long and decisively declined. The flicker of hope that had ignited in Zhang Jintian's heart was snuffed out by Su Lin's words. He understood all too well that Su Lin feared he might breach the contract. Even if he could provide treatment, he would not offer it. This thought brought a self-deprecating smile to Zhang Jintian's face. "There was no need for that. We do not require your compensation," Zhang Yufeng politely refused. "I know that both of you siblings harbor resentment towards me. I acknowledge that I have wronged you in the past. Please grant me an opportunity to make amends." At that moment, Zhang Jintian was no longer the exalted head of the Zhang family. He was merely an ordinary father who had come to realize his mistakes. "No need. I perceive that your offer of compensation lacks sincerity. You are simply out of options." This revelation took Su Lin by surprise. After all, forsaking wealth and glory to willingly embrace an ordinary life is a courage not commonly found. However, he refrained from elaborating further. Perhaps, for the siblings Zhang Yufeng and Zhang Yuqing, their disappointment in their father was profound and irrevocable. Ultimately, as long as they made their own decisions, Su Lin wished not to intervene. "Brother Su, Fei Xian, let us depart," Zhang Yuqing called out to Su Lin and the others. Subsequently, the 4 of them left under the watchful gaze of the upper echelons of the Zhang family. It was only after their figures vanished from sight that a tear of regret slipped from Zhang Jintian's eye. Outside the Zhang family estate,
Brother Su.
"Thank you sincerely. Without you, my brother and I would have been at a loss. Indeed, Mr. Su, you are truly our benefactor. In the future, should you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask of me, Zhang Yufeng." Once outside, the Zhang siblings earnestly expressed their gratitude to Su Lin. "It is true. My brother and I are currently thriving. Even without relying on the Zhang family, we can lead fulfilling lives." The siblings' eyes were resolute and their expressions earnest. It was evident that this reflected their innermost convictions. Su Lin understood and was willing to support their decision. Thank you, Brother Su. The two bowed in respect to Su Lin. Su Lin said no more and turned to walk ahead. Lin Fei Xian bid farewell to the siblings and hurriedly chased after Su Lin's departing figure. Su Lin, wait for me. Upon hearing the approaching footsteps of Lin Feishuan, Su Lin paid her no mind and continued on his way. Noticing his indifference to halt, Lin Feishuan hastened her pace, breathless, finally managing to catch up to him. What sort of monstrous physique does this man possess? Despite her lungs feeling as if they might burst, she could scarcely keep pace with his leisurely stride. Hey, are you deaf? I said to stop. Lin Feishuan exclaimed, panting heavily. I heard you. I simply have no desire to pause, Su Lin replied.
Su Lin shrugged.
Upon hearing this, Lin Feishuan became quite displeased. Are you doing this on purpose? Is there a problem? My legs belong to me, and whether I walk or stand is entirely my own decision. Why should I be compelled to stand just because you say so? Su Lin retorted, and Lin Feishuan, rendered speechless, found herself at a loss for a counterargument. Never mind, she thought, I shall rise above this and not stoop to your level. With a dismissive flick of her hand, she earnestly declared, You are to accompany me to the Xia Corporation. What purpose does that serve? Su Lin was perplexed. What do you mean? Are you truly considering divorcing Ice Language Sister? Lin Feixian shot him an exasperated glance and declared, As long as I am here, I will never allow you to part ways. Your love shall be safeguarded by me. Chapter 78. Perfectly aligned. Half an hour later, Su Lin and his companion appeared outside the office of the president of the Xia Corporation. Su Lin initially had no desire to attend, yet he could not withstand the persistent insistence of Lin Feishuan. Hey, why the long face? We are here to seek your wife, not to confront an enemy. What S with the sour expression? Lin Feishuan remarked. You compel me to engage in something I am unwilling to do, and yet you expect me to be cheerful? Su Lin retorted, Humph. Am I not doing this for your benefit? Do you genuinely wish to discuss divorce papers with Sister Bingyu? Lin Feishuan rolled her eyes in annoyance. Su Lin remained silent, yet within his heart, he felt indifferent. If Xia Bingyu truly intended to divorce him for Guo Feiheng, he would certainly not attempt to retain her. Remember to take the initiative when you see Sister Bingyu later. A man should not hesitate to show deference to his wife. It won't cost him anything, understood? Lin Feishuan earnestly advised. As Lin Feishuan entered, she immediately noticed Xia Bingyu engaged in a lively conversation with a man in the office. None other than Guo Feiheng himself. Feishuan, what brings you here? Xia Bingyu inquired as she rose. Due to the half-open door and Lin Feishuan's position in front, Xia Bingyu only saw her and failed to notice Su Lin standing behind. I'm not alone. Lin Feishuan stepped forward, instinctively glancing back, prompting Xia Bingyu to finally notice Su Lin. She momentarily hesitated, her eyes betraying a flicker of anxiousness. You both. What brings you here? Xia Bingyu instinctively looked at Su Lin, seeking to gauge his mood. Su Lin, he said he missed you and insisted on dragging me along to see you. Lin Feishuan fabricated an excuse, casting a knowing glance at Su Lin. Upon entering, Su Lin had clearly observed the jovial interaction between Xia Bingyu and Guo Feiheng. With her, he was always met with a lackluster demeanor, yet with this man, she radiated joy. This realization sparked a bitter smile of self-deprecation within Su Lin. Despite all he had done for her and the Xia Corporation, he found himself overshadowed by her youthful memories of an unattainable ideal. How absurd. Utterly ridiculous. You came specifically to find me? Xia Bingyu asked softly. No, it was Feishuan who insisted on bringing me along. It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment. You two continue your conversation. Su Lin, feeling disinclined to linger any longer, turned to leave. Hey, wait a moment. Lin Feishuan, noticing his intent, hurriedly obstructed his path. What do you want now? Can't you see that someone is preoccupied? I believe it would be wiser for us to be discreet.
Su Lin,
displaying evident impatience, spoke up. Xia Bingyu could discern the underlying emotion in his voice, which made her feel somewhat embarrassed. As for Guo Feiheng, although he remained silent, a smug smile lingered on his face, suggesting his satisfaction. Didn't you say you had matters to discuss with Sister Bingyu? Why come all this way only to leave without a word?
Lin Feishuan incessantly gestured toward Su Lin.
Afterward, she turned to Xia Bingyu and remarked, Sister Bingyu, Su Lin is merely feeling a bit shy. It's just that there are others present, making it difficult for him to express certain thoughts openly. Lin Feishuan, unreservedly candid, proved to be quite supportive. Su Lin could discern that this girl genuinely wished to assist him in mending his relationship with Xia Bingyu. However, such goodwill was entirely unnecessary. The outsider that Miss Lin referred to, could it be me? Guo Feiheng detected that Lin Feishuan was hinting at him, and he immediately adopted a stern expression. I never said such a thing. If you insist on interpreting it that way, there is nothing I can do, Lin Feishuan shrugged in response. There were only 4 individuals in the room. Su Lin and Xia Bingyu were legally wed. Thus she could not possibly be referring to herself. Even a fool could ascertain that the subject of discussion was Guo Feiheng. His irritation at Lin Feishuan's remarks was palpable, and his countenance grew increasingly unpleasant. Feishuan, please refrain from speaking carelessly. Feiheng is my friend, not an outsider. Xia Bingyu interjected in defense. Bingyu, how could you be so naive? Lin Feishuan felt somewhat exasperated. She was already striving to mediate, yet Bingyu insisted on siding with Guo Feiheng, rendering the atmosphere even more awkward. What exactly was so commendable about this fellow? It seemed to her that Su Lin surpassed him in every regard. She truly could not fathom Bingyu's perspective. Miss Lin, Mr. Su, might I suggest that you are both misinterpreting the situation? Bingyu and I are merely ordinary friends. We have simply known each other for a long time, which has fostered a closer bond than that of typical acquaintances. Mr. Su, you surely cannot be feeling jealous over this. Can you? So, I can only say you are rather petty, Guo Feiheng remarked with a smug expression, veiled in sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Lin Feishuan felt even more indignant on Su Lin's behalf. Just as she was about to articulate her thoughts, Su Lin spoke first. Lin Feishuan cast a disappointed glance at Xia Bingyu and hurriedly followed suit. Bingyu, your husband is excessively petty. What were you thinking when you decided to marry him? Even if your union were merely for appearances, you ought to have chosen someone better. After Su Lin and the other departed, Guo Feiheng began to speak sarcastically about him. Upon hearing this, Xia Bingyu's brows furrowed in irritation. Enough! Please refrain from speaking further. Guo Feiheng was taken aback, astonished that his disparaging remarks about Su Lin would elicit such a rebuke from Xia Bingyu. After all, were they not merely contractual spouses? Why did she care so much for that young man? Bingyu, are you upset? If my previous comments have displeased you, I sincerely apologize. Guo Feiheng quickly adopted a gentlemanly demeanor, attempting to make amends. Never mind, just say nothing more. You should leave. I wish to be alone for a while. Xia Bingyu firmly issued her dismissal. Guo Feiheng hesitated before suggesting, then allow me to reserve a table at a restaurant. Let us dine together this evening? Xia Bingyu decisively declined. Feeling dejected, Guo Feiheng chose not to press the matter further, recognizing her current state of discontent. As he exited the gates of the Xia group, preparing to hail a cab, Lin Feishuan hurriedly pursued him from within.
Su Lin, what?
What now? Is this never ending?
Su Lin replied impatiently.
Lin Feishuan, aware of his current displeasure, remained unfazed by his irritable demeanor. I apologize. It was my fault for insisting on bringing you here. Bingyu was indeed a bit excessive just now. There is no need to apologize. You owe me nothing. Besides, her actions have no bearing on me. Su Lin spoke nonchalantly. Seeing him so carefree, Lin Feishuan could not help but feel astonished. She truly could not comprehend the sentiments of these two individuals. It was evident to her that Bingyu had affections for Su Lin, and Su Lin, in turn, should have feelings for Bingyu as well. Yet, both exhibited such casualness, appearing utterly indifferent. From her observations, it seemed that either they harbored no genuine feelings for one another, or they were an extraordinary match, perfectly in sync. Chapter 79. Do you really need to resort to schemes? Lin Feishuan had classes in the afternoon, so after a brief farewell, she departed. Su Lin was idly strolling down the street when a call from Qin Zian interrupted his leisurely wanderings. Su Lin, where are you? Speak plainly. Don't beat around the bush. Su Lin did not indulge in idle chatter. TSK, why be so impatient? I missed you and just wanted to call and have a conversation. Is that too much to ask? Qin Zian on the other end of the line deliberately pouted, expressing her discontent. We've already spoken. May I hang up now? Su Lin said impatiently. Upon hearing this, Qin Zian nearly lost her composure. Stay calm. Stay calm. Do not succumb to anger. This man is the one I have chosen. If I cannot tolerate such trivial matters, how can I win him over? Where are you now? Is there something you need? Su Lin inquired. It's nothing of great significance. Merely a whim to seek your company for a drink to alleviate my boredom. Qin Zian replied nonchalantly. Su Lin pondered to himself that, since he had nothing better to do, coupled with the fact that the earlier incident had indeed left him somewhat melancholic, indulging in a bit of fine wine to soothe his throat seemed like a splendid idea. Very well then. Come and fetch me. He relayed his address to Qin Zian. Shortly after hanging up, Qin Zian arrived, driving a striking purple Ferrari. Handsome, where are you headed? Shall I offer you a ride? She asked, deliberately feigning ignorance as she parked her car in front of Su Lin.
Su Lin wastid no time.
He opened the car door and took a seat. At that moment, numerous pedestrians surrounded the street, all having witnessed the earlier scene. How fortunate it is to be handsome, to attract wealthy patrons even while strolling down the street. That fellow is truly enviable, effortlessly departing with a wealthy woman. How many years of hard work has he spared himself? Amidst a flurry of envious and resentful gazes, the Ferrari sped away. The two arrived at the Red Rose Club. Su Lin did not reserve a private room. Instead, he sought a seat by the window in the main hall. Speak up, what would you like to drink? This lady shall treat you, Qin Zian declared with grandeur. Then let us have the strongest liquor available.
Su Lin casually remarked. Oh.
Do you still wish to drink the strongest liquor? I replied. Surely you do not intend to intoxicate me? Qin Zian boldly jested. The two had grown quite familiar, and this girl had become increasingly unreserved in her speech, daring to say anything. You may insult my character, but you shall not affront my taste.
Su Lin replied earnestly.
What do you mean by that? Is it embarrassing to have something happen between us? Qin Zian shot him an exasperated glance. Indeed, she retorted, her chest rising and falling with indignation. To her surprise, he nodded in agreement. Is it really necessary to be so candid? I've never encountered such a forthright man. As they exchanged words, the waiter brought their drinks. Qin Zian decided not to dwell on the previous matter and initiated a conversation with Su Lin. By the way, you went to see Bingyu earlier, didn't you? At this moment, Qin Zian interjected, having just connected the dots since her previous location was near the Xia group, making her deduction unsurprising.
Su Lin nodded slightly.
Upon receiving his affirmation, Qin Zian's expression instantly turned melancholic. Tell me, what exactly do I lack compared to Xia Bingyu? In terms of figure, appearance, and family background, I am not inferior to her in any aspect. She would rather fabricate excuses to work overtime and attend gatherings with Guo Feiheng than be with you. Why must you stubbornly cling to her? Su Lin was already somewhat displeased due to previous matters. Upon hearing Qin Zian mention Guo Feiheng's name once more, his brows furrowed immediately. Do not utter that name in my presence. Oh, what is this? Are you feeling jealous? Qin Zian inquired with keen interest. What do you think?
Su Lin retorted. HMPH.
I see you are just jealous. You don't want me to mention it, but I shall do so anyway. Guo Feiheng? Guo Feiheng. Qin Zian deliberately repeated Guo Feiheng's name to provoke Su Lin. Coincidentally, just as she was uttering Guo Feiheng's name, the man himself arrived. Guo Feiheng? You can't possibly think that repeating this name a few times would make me falter. Can you? Su Lin wore a cold expression. Being turned away from the entrance, he did not notice the arrival of Guo Feiheng. Qin Zian quickly gestured towards the entrance, exclaiming, No, it's Guo Feiheng. He has arrived. Su Lin instinctively glanced towards the entrance, and to his surprise, there stood Guo Feiheng. Oh, Guo Xiao, what brings you here today? I thought you were off chasing after women? I heard that the lady you were pursuing was the president of the Xia group, wasn't it? Have you perhaps met with an unexpected setback? Two of Guo Feiheng's friends, present at the club's entrance, teased him with playful jests. Ha! When I make my move, failure is not an option. Guo Feiheng retorted with a proud smile. Then why are you here at the Red Rose? His friend inquired, puzzled. Women are merely playthings, Guo Feiheng dismissed casually. I'm merely entertaining myself with Xia Bingyu. It doesn't prevent me from enjoying the company of other women. I'm just having a little fun with her. Once I tire of it, I'll simply move on, oblivious to Su Lin's presence. Guo Feiheng continued to boast to his companions. Upon hearing this, Su Lin's brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing again. After all, their affairs were of no concern to him. By the way, I heard that Xia Bingyu is married. Guo Xiao, aren't you afraid of her husband coming after you? One of his friends curiously probed. Ha! That woman's husband is nothing but a worthless fool. Even if I toy with his wife right in front of him, he wouldn't dare utter a word. Why should I fear him? Guo Feiheng scoffed disdainfully. At this point, Su Lin could no longer contain himself. He seized a bottle of wine from the table and hurled it at Guo Feiheng. Smack! The bottle struck Guo Feiheng squarely on the back of his head, sending him crashing to the ground. Ouch! That hurt like hell. What the? Where did that bottle come from? His two friends were momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, Guo Feiheng, clutching his head, rose from the floor, fury etched across his face. Who did that? Which scoundrel ambushed me? He bellowed, casting a furious glance over the crowd. Su Lin did not conceal his intentions, raising his hand in a clear gesture. It was I who lost it. Upon recognizing him, Guo Feiheng's pupils abruptly constricted. Damn it, how did he end up here? The implications of his earlier words suddenly dawned upon him. You surname Su, what treachery is this against me? Guo Feiheng shouted, pointing at Su Lin. Su Lin crossed his legs and remarked, Young Master Guo, while one may indulge in various delicacies, one must refrain from uttering frivolous words. I merely tossed a bottle at you in broad daylight. How could that be deemed a covert attack? Moreover, would I even require subterfuge to confront you? Chapter 80. The Male Green Tea. At this utterance, the other guests in the hall erupted in laughter at Su Lin's witty retort. This fellow is quite amusing. I anticipated a denial, yet he delivered such a line. What is so entertaining about this? I would argue he is quite mad. After all, that is Guo Feiheng we are discussing. Offending him can only lead to dire consequences. Indeed, the Guo family is not to be trifled with. Crossing young Master Guo is akin to signing one's own death warrant. In an instant, the hall was abuzz with chatter. Guo Feiheng appeared to be a familiar figure there, recognized by many. The guests were perplexed by Su Lin's audacity, deeming his actions exceedingly foolish. Why provoke someone like young Master Guo? What distinguishes this from courting disaster? What on earth do you mean? Do you truly believe I fear you? Guo Feiheng seethed, pointing accusatorily at Su Lin. Based on your recent remarks, you should consider yourself fortunate that I have not taken your life. Su Lin's expression was devoid of warmth. With a mere glance, the aura surrounding Guo Feiheng was instantly subdued. How curious. What was this young man's past? Why does his gaze instill such fear? What did you just hear? Guo Feiheng inquired in a low tone. I heard every word you uttered, came the reply. At these words, Guo Feiheng's pupils constricted sharply. Young man, you would do well to exercise caution and refrain from making baseless claims in public. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the consequences you may face. So, you are threatening me? Su Lin retorted. Am I threatening you? Do you expect me to treat you to breakfast? Guo Feiheng spoke with arrogance. At the very moment he finished his words, another bottle flew from Su Lin's hand. Crack! The bottle struck Guo Feiheng squarely on the forehead, causing him to bleed. Ah! I forgot to mention, I do not take kindly to threats. Those who dare to threaten me usually meet a grim fate. Su Lin let out a cold laugh. After suffering two setbacks in quick succession, Guo Feiheng was seething with anger. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, seized a chair, and hurled it towards Su Lin. Damn it! I will kill you. Su Lin remained seated, indifferent, casually tossing his wine glass aside. With a resounding crack, Guo Feiheng was struck for the third time, a prominent bump rising on his forehead. Infuriated, he shouted to his two companions, What are you standing around for? Help me! Realizing that one individual could not contend with Su Lin, the trio dispersed, encircling him from various angles in a bid to overwhelm him. The table was now devoid of bottles and cups to hurl, prompting Su Lin, with one hand propped on the chair, to execute a flawless Thomas full spin. effortlessly sending Guofei and his companions sprawling across the floor. Goodness! This guy is astonishing. He taking on 3 while sitting down? It seemed that Guofei had truly encountered a formidable opponent. Who is this audacious individual who dares to strike Guofei? Is he courting death? In an instant, the hall erupted with murmurs as nearly everyone fixated their gaze on Su Lin, speculating about his true identity. At that moment, Guofei struggled to rise from the ground. His face darkened with rage as if he were ready to devour someone. Yet, after several attempts, he came to the realization that Su Lin was a skilled fighter. Reluctantly, he decided against further reckless aggression. I give you 3 seconds to vanish from my sight or else. You shall bear the consequences. Su Lin extended 3 fingers and began the countdown. You of the Su family possess remarkable courage. The esteemed young master of the Guo family had actually fled in disgrace. This scene left the onlookers astounded. Some regarded Su Lin with admiration, their eyes sparkling with adoration, while others deemed him foolish, believing that after offending young Master Guo, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Why didn't you kill him? This does not seem to align with your usual style. Are you perhaps concerned that his death would sadden Xia Bingyu? Qin Zian jested. I simply find his life to be of some utility, came the reply. Su Lin shook his head. Qin Zian was taken aback and asked, do you seem to have some sort of plan? Su Lin chose to disregard her, requesting a new cup from the waiter before resuming his solitary indulgence in alcohol. Qin Zian pursed her lips, fully aware that no matter how many questions she posed regarding Su Lin's reluctance to speak, it would be in vain. Thus, she wisely refrained from further probing. The 2 lingered in the Red Rose establishment until the late hours. Bingyu, you must absolutely avoid associating with such a person. He is so violent. He will undoubtedly subject you to domestic abuse in the future. Just as they reached the entrance of the hall, Su Lin heard a familiar voice from within. Guofei? His brow furrowed slightly. Soon after, Lin Feishuan's voice echoed in the room. Hey, you shouldn't speak carelessly. Su Lin is not the kind of person you think he is. What, am I wrongfully accusing him? Just look at the bruises on my face. They are evidence enough. A person who enjoys hitting others and lacks proper upbringing. Who would believe that he wouldn't resort to domestic violence in the future? The 2 were evidently embroiled in a dispute. You, Guofei, have the audacity to come to the Xia family to slander first. Xia Bingyu cast a glance at the 2 and, taking out her phone, prepared to call Su Lin. No need to call. I am right here. Su Lin entered with slow, measured steps. The sudden appearance took the 3 individuals in the room by surprise, particularly Guofei, whose gaze instantly turned icy. It was evident that the injury on his face was inflicted by me. Bingyu, did you hear that? This fellow has admitted it. I told you he is an uncouth brute. Celebrating a birthday with someone like him means his fists will eventually land on you. You must not leap into the flames. Guofei immediately sprang forward, attempting to cast blame. Initially, Lin Feishuan was reluctant to believe that Su Lin had caused the injury on Guofei's face and had been defending him. However, now that Su Lin himself had confessed, she found it difficult to maintain her stance. Yet she understood Su Lin's character well. Even if he had indeed struck Guofei, it was undoubtedly the latter who provoked him first. Why did you hit Fei? Even if it's out of jealousy, it shouldn't come to this. Do you understand the severity of such violent actions? Xia Bingyu questioned him with a stern expression, her face marred by resentment. To Su Lin, her words seemed somewhat ludicrous. Jealousy? Him? He deserved the blow. He had the audacity to speak ill of you behind your back, referring to you as merely a plaything. Shouldn't he be punished for such insolence? Su Lin retorted, you speak nonsense. Fei is not that kind of person. Besides, my relationship with him. We are merely ordinary friends. Xia Bing exclaimed angrily. Observing her furious demeanor, Su Lin realized that she undoubtedly doubted his words. What a woman of ample bosom yet lacking in intellect. How could she fail to see such an obvious male opportunist? Chapter 81. I haven't even had my turn yet. Believe it or not, regardless, he deserved the beating he received. Su Lin was too weary to offer extensive explanations. Su Lin, you have truly disappointed me. Fei Heng is my friend. You must apologize to him at once. Xia Bingyu's voice rose, her chest heaving with emotion. Upon hearing this, Su Lin burst into laughter. What are you laughing at, Su? Did you not hear that you are to apologize? If your attitude were more sincere, I might consider forgiving you. Guo Feiheng seized the opportunity to gloat. As soon as he spoke, Su Lin's gaze fell upon him, perhaps evoking memories of being struck at the Red Rose, causing Guo Feiheng to instinctively shiver. What? Why are you glaring at me? Did you lose your hearing when I told you to apologize? Guo Feiheng stammered nervously. It seems I was indeed mistaken. Upon hearing this, Guo Feiheng believed Su Lin would genuinely apologize, and a smug expression began to form on his face. However, this smugness was fleeting. When Su Lin uttered his next words, the triumph on Guo Feiheng's face abruptly froze. My error was not in striking you earlier, but rather in not killing you outright. You little brat. Enough! Guo Feiheng, furious, was about to explode when Xia Bingyu suddenly raised her voice.
Su Lin.
Will you ever cease? Your violence is unjustifiable. It is only right for you to apologize to Fei Hong, yet you dare to say such things? Her words were nearly a shout, revealing her palpable anger. Sister Bingyu, I think there might be a misunderstanding. Although Su Lin can be rather carefree, how could he possibly be the type to strike someone without cause? Lin Feishuan hastily attempted to mediate the escalating tension. Feishuan, be quiet. Regardless of the circumstances, violence is unacceptable. Xia Bingyu shot a glare at Lin Feishuan, leaving her speechless. Su Lin, you must apologize to Fei Hong this instant. Xia Bingyu insisted with unwavering resolve. And what if I refuse? Su Lin retorted, you? If you don't apologize, get out of the Xia family. Xia Bingyu, filled with emotion, blurted out her anger. As soon as the words left her lips, she realized their weight and felt a twinge of regret. Nevertheless, she feigned indifference. What are you doing? Why should I apologize? She replied tersely. Rest assured I won't linger. I'll pack my things and leave at once. With that, Su Lin ascended the stairs. Xia Bingyu was taken aback. Her earlier words had merely been an impulsive outburst. She never truly intended to drive Su Lin away. The thought of him actually leaving left her feeling hollow, a sensation of unexplainable sorrow washing over her. Before long, Su Lin returned downstairs, silent and resolute, making his way straight to the door. Sister Bingyu, stop him, Lin Feishuan urged anxiously. Xia Bingyu felt a similar urgency but remained obstinate. I was in the wrong for hitting him. Shouldn't he apologize? She defended herself. Don't worry. He's merely putting on an act. I refuse to believe he would actually leave. Xia Bingyu whispered, careful to keep her voice low for Lin Feishuan's ears only. Yet, despite her words, she was plagued by uncertainty. As expected, her fears were validated. Xia Bingyu was stunned. In that moment, it felt as though her heart had been pierced by 1,000 thorns, an indescribable discomfort enveloping her. Sister Bingyu, Su Lin has truly left. You've gone too far this time. The legal husband and her closest friend had both been driven away, intensifying Xia Bingyu's feelings of regret and sorrow. Had she genuinely erred? Bingyu, stop overthinking. It's for the best that such a person leaves. Trust me, being with him will yield no good outcome. Gu Feiheng consoled Xia Bingyu on the surface, but inwardly he reveled in his triumph. Su Lin stands as the greatest obstacle in his pursuit of Xia Bingyu. If only he could drive this fellow away, the beauty would inevitably fall into his embrace. Fei Hong, you should leave as well. Just as he was reveling in his triumph, Xia Bingyu issued an eviction order. Bingyu, no more words. I simply wish to be alone right now. Guo Fei Hong attempted to cheer her up, yet Xia Bingyu remained inexplicably indifferent. This left his earlier sense of triumph in utter ruin. Ultimately, Guo Fei Hong had no choice but to depart helplessly. The hall was left with only Xia Bingyu, lost in thought as she gazed in the direction of Su Lin's departure. As for Su Lin, he initially intended to visit his senior sister, Xiao Qianmei. However, just as he stepped out of the Xia residence, he spotted a familiar Ferrari. So this is a genuine quarrel, I senti it? Qin Zian had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time, and upon seeing Su Lin emerge, she immediately lowered her car window to tease him. What brings you here? Su Lin furrowed his brows and remarked, you struck Guo Feiheng. I anticipated you might encounter trouble, so I waited here for you. Confess honestly, were you cast aside by Xia Bingyu? Qin Zian teased with a smile. This girl is quite astute. She truly managed to predict the situation. Where I am not welcomed, there shall be a place that embraces me. Su Lin did not deny it. So, esteemed sir, would you care to reside at my humble abode? I have opened my doors wide, warmly inviting you to enter. Qin Zian playfully bit her red lips and cast a flirtatious glance. Su Lin discerned that her words held a double meaning. The door she mentioned might not be an ordinary entrance. No, thank you. I have no interest in the door of your household.
Su Lin resolutely declined.
Qin Zian had long anticipated Su Lin's refusal and was not angered by it. Instead, she deliberately provoked him, saying, "Surely you're not afraid of me, are you? How could a man like you be lacking in that regard?" Although fully aware that she was employing a tactic to incite him, any form of provocation in this matter was utterly unacceptable for a man. Su Lin remained silent as he opened the passenger door and took a seat. Qin Zian felt an indescribable joy in her heart. Ever since the day she met Su Lin, she had been envisioning the moment when she could bring this man home. Now, she felt as though she had accomplished a small goal. Since you are going to stay at my place anyway, why not expedite the process and share a room with me tonight?
Inzian boldly teased Su Lin.
That won't do. I'm afraid you might not be able to handle it. Su Lin shook his head and replied, "Tisk, how can you know without trying? What if it turns out to be you who cannot do it? How about we give it a try right now?" Su Lin turned to face Qin Zian. Qin Zian remarked that those were merely empty words. In reality, she was not as bold as she appeared. Suddenly, Qin Zian became speechless, her face flushed with embarrassment. "A car?" She stammered, "I have yet to experience that." Chapter 82. How often one is underestimated. Half an hour later, Su Lin followed Qin Zian to her home. This girl, usually so carefree, surprisingly displayed a commendable sense of domesticity in her daily life. Upon arriving at her residence, Su Lin was met with an exuberant display of hospitality, as she assisted in making the bed and pouring tea with remarkable enthusiasm. "Have you truly contemplated your decision? Are you really not intending to share a room with anyone tonight?" As she prepared to leave, Qin Zian deliberately leaned against the doorway, striking a playful pose. However, after spending more time together, Su Lin had seen through this girl's fade. In truth, her bold words were merely superficial. She was not as uninhibited as she appeared. Otherwise, when Su Lin suggested they try something in the car earlier, she would not have hastily driven away in fright. A classic case of bravado. "If you weren't so timid, I would have no objections." Su Lin shrugged nonchalantly. "You're the timid one. Today, it's just that Aunt Flo has arrived, making it inconvenient for me. Otherwise, just wait and see how I would capture you." Qin Zian pouted slightly. "If relatives are around, aren't there other places we could utilize?" Su Lin feigned a mischievous grin. Qin Zian, clearly taken aback by his unexpected remark, instantly understood, her face swiftly blooming with a deep blush. "Humph, you think I would help you with that? Dream on." Su Lin shook his head and smiled. He knew that this girl was a master of verbal sparring, fiercely bold in her banter. Yet the moment it became serious, she would cower. "You may leave now. I am off to bed." Su Lin shook his head. Qin Zian's eyes twinkled with a sudden realization as she inquired, "By the way, what are your plans with Bingyu?" "I have severed all ties with her." Upon hearing this, Qin Zian's face lit up with joy. "Oh, so you've broken up? How fortuitous. If she no longer wants you, then I shall claim you for myself. From now on, you shall be my man, Qin Zian. If you wish to be my woman, it will depend on your performance." Su Lin cast a sidelong glance at Qin Zian. "Humph, don't get too cocky. I shall conquer you sooner or later." Qin Zian lifted her chin defiantly and vowed, before turning on her heel and departing. To be honest, as time passed, Su Lin found that Qin Zian was rather admirable. At least she had no complaints regarding her. Unlike Xia Bingyu, for whom Su Lin had done so much within the Xia Corporation, only to see her choose to trust that duplicitous man over herself. How absurd. Truly absurd. Su Lin did not dwell on it for long. He simply took a quick shower and then retired to bed for some rest. Before succumbing to slumber, he contemplated the tasks that lay ahead. At this moment, the most pressing matter for him was to uncover the truth of his origins. Although he had enlisted the assistance of Xiao Qianmei in this endeavor, the lack of news had rendered the weight unbearable. Su Lin pondered that it would be prudent to have the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce investigate alongside them the following day. By approaching the matter from multiple angles, at least efficiency would be enhanced. After a night of silence, the next morning arrived. When Su Lin descended the stairs, Qin Zian had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. "You're awake. Perfect timing. Come quickly to eat." Qin Zian stood in her apron, hands clasped behind her back, exuding the appearance of an ideal wife and mother. "I can't believe you can cook." Su Lin was taken aback. "After all, that person had specifically studied for you. How does it feel? Isn't it quite moving?" Qin Zian said proudly. Su Lin merely smiled without uttering a word. He then took a seat at the dining table to savor his breakfast. Qin Zian sat opposite him, yet she did not partake in the meal. Instead, she rested her chin on her hands, gazing at him intently. "Is there something on my face?" Su Lin furrowed his brow and remarked, "There may be no flowers, yet there is a lure." Such universally acknowledged platitudes need not be reiterated. "Hasten to finish your meal." Su Lin handed her a pair of chopsticks and a bowl. Qin Zian feigned a charming smile and shook her head, saying, "I shan't eat. Merely watching you dine is enough to satiate me. Besides, if I were to indulge, it would certainly be in you." Su Lin found himself at a loss for words due to the girl's antics. He chose not to engage further and focused on his meal. Once satiated, he prepared to leave. He had devised a plan the previous night, intending to enlist the assistance of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce to investigate the matter of the jade pendant. Given its significance to his lineage, it would be more expedient to pursue multiple avenues rather than wait for news from his senior sister. "Are you heading out?" Upon seeing Su Lin don his coat, Qin Zian approached him immediately. Do you have something important to attend to?" she inquired further. I do have a matter to discuss. I would like to ask for your assistance," Su Lin admitted, sensing a hint of hesitation in her demeanor. "Please do share," she encouraged. Su Lin gazed at Qin Zian. "Isn't our company engaged in pharmaceuticals? Recently, due to the research and development of a new drug, we have an immense demand for a medicinal herb known as Luo Qingsu. Currently, only Jiangzhou Group possesses this herb, and there are numerous individuals vying for it. I plan to visit the president of Jiangzhou Group shortly, and I would like you to accompany me." Qin Zian replied solemnly, "Why should I accompany you to visit a client?" Su Lin was puzzled. "Aren't you skilled in medicine? The president of Jiangzhou Group's father is afflicted with a peculiar illness. If you could cure him, securing the order would be within reach," Qin Zian elucidated. Upon hearing this, Su Lin felt a sense of clarity. He had initially intended to visit the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, but since this young woman had sought his assistance, he deemed it appropriate to lend a hand. Consider it a gesture of gratitude for her kindness in offering him shelter. "Very well. In light of the breakfast you prepared for me, I shall assist you."
Su Lin readily agreed.
"Hee, that's wonderful. Thank you, Su Lin," Qin Zian exclaimed, excitedly rising on her toes to plant a sweet kiss on Su Lin's forehead. "This is a reward for you. Wait for me a moment. I will change my clothes, and then we shall set off." Su Lin found himself in a mix of amusement and bewilderment. He gently touched his forehead, where remnants of lipstick still lingered. It seemed that being exceptionally handsome could indeed be a burden, as he frequently found himself on the receiving end of unexpected kisses from women. Before long, the pair arrived at the entrance of a standalone villa in the city center. Qin Zian had made prior arrangements, and a servant was already waiting at the door to greet them. Upon their arrival, the servant guided them into the courtyard. The villa's interior exuded an elegant ambience, with the garden designed in a style reminiscent of an estate park. At that moment, in the center of the courtyard, a middle-aged man dressed in a high-collared sweater was taking a stroll with an elderly gentleman in a wheelchair. "Master, President Qin has arrived." "Ah, you may go about your duties," Hu Baixing nodded, prompting the servant to withdraw.
"Good Dili, Mr.
Qin Zian proactively greeted him. "Your words are too kind, President Qin. It is evident that you hold your family in high regard, which speaks volumes about your sense of responsibility. Collaborating with someone like you brings me great peace of mind." Hu Baixing responded with a hint of formality. It was quite a contrast for Su Lin, who was accustomed to Qin Xian's carefree demeanor. He found himself somewhat unprepared for her sudden transformation into a professional persona. By the way, President Qin, who might this be? Hu Baixing then noticed Su Lin's presence. This is my friend, Dr. Su Lin. I heard that Mr. Hu's father is quite unwell, so I brought him along to see Uncle, Qin Xian elucidated. Upon learning that Su Lin was a doctor, Hu Baixing's surprise was palpable. He scrutinized Su Lin with a discerning gaze. Although he remained silent, his eyes conveyed a clear skepticism towards Su Lin's qualifications. Su Lin couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. It seemed that he was indeed underestimated by others. Chapter 83. Assessing your mutual sincerity. Mr. Qin, I appreciate your kind intentions, but my father's illness has always been under the care of Director Liu at the Central Hospital. Therefore, I must decline your generous offer, Hu Baixing stated bluntly, without a moment's hesitation. Although he claimed that another physician was responsible for his father's care, it was evident to any discerning observer that he simply did not trust Su Lin. This left Qin Xian at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, Su Lin began to recite a list of medicinal herbs: Gastrodia elata, green mustard, sea snake gallbladder. Qin Xian was utterly bewildered, taken aback by his unexpected behavior. What on earth was this fellow doing? Mr. Hu, your esteemed father must have utilized the herbs I just mentioned this morning, correct? Su Lin chuckled lightly as he gazed at Hu Baixing. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian finally came to her senses. She too turned her attention to Hu Baixing, only to find him wearing a look of astonishment, his pupils involuntarily widening. How did you know? He stammered. Because I am a doctor. Su Lin spoke nonchalantly. Although his words were light as a feather, they struck Hu Baixing like a thunderclap. Surely, even a physician could not discern the medication a stranger had taken that morning. This young man is quite extraordinary. It seems that Hu has underestimated him. Who would have imagined that Mr. Qin's acquaintance is a medical luminary? Hu Baixing was lavish in his praise. Following the recent revelation, his gaze towards Su Lin transformed dramatically, from casual to one imbued with respect. Qin Xian, too, was taken aback by Su Lin's prowess, as he was able to deduce at a glance the medicine Hu Baixing's father had consumed that morning. It appears that bringing him along today was indeed a fortuitous decision. Mr. Hu, with business matters set aside for the moment, why not allow Su Lin to examine your father? Qin Xian seized the opportunity. She understood well that success in business was not merely a matter of negotiation. If Su Lin could indeed cure Hu Baixing's father, a deal would surely follow. Father, may I invite Mr. Su to examine you? Hu Baixing did not give an immediate response, opting instead to consult his father. The elder nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this Mr. Su had the remarkable ability to identify the medication he had taken that morning, indicating his genuine expertise. Mr. Su, please. Hu Baixing extended a courteous invitation. Su Lin wasted no time and stepped forward to prepare for the old man's pulse diagnosis. The president of the Xia Group has arrived. Quickly invite him in. Hu Baixing gestured. The servant acknowledged and hurried off to fetch the guest. The president of the Xia Group? Is Xia Bingyu also here? Su Lin and Qin Xian exchanged glances, and in her eyes, he discerned a hint of surprise. Evidently, she was unaware of Xia Bingyu's impending arrival. Mr. Su, let us postpone the matter of treatment for now. Today, besides meeting with General Manager Qin, I have also arranged to meet with General Manager Xia of the Xia Group. Since she has arrived as well, let us attend to the matters at hand. Hu Baixing greeted the two of them. As the host had suggested prioritizing the main agenda, Su Lin refrained from further comments. However, Qin Xian appeared visibly unsettled upon hearing that Xia Bingyu was also present. Before long, the servant escorted Xia Bingyu into the courtyard, accompanied by Guo Feiheng. Upon entering, they immediately spotted Su Lin and Qin Xian. What a surprise! He is here too. Guo Feiheng's expression darkened. Xia Bingyu's demeanor was no less grim. She was not only astonished by Su Lin's presence but also by the fact that he was together with Qin Xian. Having just moved out from her home yesterday, he was now in the company of another woman. One could surmise that he had spent the night at Qin Xian's residence. Indeed, men could be quite insufferable. Greetings, Mr. Hu. Xia Bingyu approached Hu Baixing to extend her salutations. Although she was addressing the host, her gaze remained fixated upon Su Lin, imbued with a sense of melancholic yearning. General Manager Xia, I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Allow me to introduce you to. No need for introductions. I am already familiar with them, Xia Bingyu interjected, cutting Hu Baixing off. Oh, you know each other? Hu Baixing inquired, astonished. Before he could continue, Guo Feiheng interjected, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Lin. You, Su, are you not yet satisfied? Driven out from the Xia household, you have come here to cling desperately? Guo Feiheng, mind your language. Su Lin came with me. He is my man now. Guo Feiheng was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by a wave of jealousy and resentment. What was it about this man that afforded him the constant company of such exquisite women? Bingyu, do not misunderstand. Su Lin is my companion today and has no intention of pursuing you. At this juncture, Qin Zian cast a deeply affectionate glance at Su Lin, deliberately flaunting her relationship before Xia Bingyu. I must express my gratitude to you for bringing such an exceptional man into my life. Su Lin understood that she was deliberately trying to provoke Xia Bingyu, and he did not deny their relationship. Xia Bingyu furrowed her brows, clearly displeased. However, she feigned indifference, stating that they need not be overly polite given their long-standing friendship, and added, besides, I don't find him particularly exceptional. Perhaps beauty is in the eye of the beholder. In any case, I believe he surpasses your Guo Feiheng by far. Qin Zian intentionally draped her arm over Su Lin's. Upon hearing this, Guo Feiheng immediately became irate. Him? Have you lost your senses? In what way is he superior to me? Certainly in the most conspicuous displays of masculinity, Qin Zian mocked. Just look at you. It's evident that you fall short in that regard. Guo Feiheng's face turned an ashen hue from anger. Meanwhile, Xia Bingyu's expression grew increasingly tense.
Su Lin.
Is she truly formidable? How does she know? Have they perhaps already been intimate? Mr. Xia, Mr. Qin, is there some unresolved animosity between you? This relationship appears rather intricate. At this moment, Hu Baixing interjected. Having been rendered speechless by the previous conversation, he sighed, remarking how the youth today truly know how to engage in playful banter. My apologies, Mr. Hu, our matters are merely personal and not of great significance. What truly matters is that I am here today with utmost sincerity to discuss collaboration. Summer Bingyu's nonchalant explanation brushed aside the trivialities. Since we are discussing serious business, Hu was straightforward. You both seek orders for Luo Qingsu, correct? I have the goods, but my current